Transcending into another world with a system in hand, yet troubled over a piece of black bread, Li Shi has arrived in a shattered realm where the gods have just repelled the abyssal demons. He has inherited everything from the original owner, Mito, a dilapidated house, 43 copper coins, and an unpalatable black bread. Fortuitously, he has acquired the ninjutsu system. By completing tasks, he can draw upon myriad ninja techniques. Unfortunately, to accept these tasks, he must first become a mercenary, and the registration fee is a staggering gold coin. Faced with this astronomical figure, Li Shi makes a reckless decision. He approaches a loan shark and mortgages his ancestral home, valued at 10 gold coins, for 5 gold coins. This is a gamble, and his only confidence lies in the ninjutsu system within his mind. Starting with a house worth 5 gold coins, his goal is to use dust release to erase the abyss and Susano'o to tear apart the gods. Chapter 1. Transcendence. Li Shi clutched his head, tossing about in bed. The throbbing pain made him feel as though he might cleave his skull with an axe. Was the alcohol he consumed last night spurious? Thud! The narrow single bed could not accommodate his restless movements, and at last he fell to the ground. Though the bed was not high, the sudden pain in his nose eclipsed the throbbing in his head, and amidst the sharpness in his nostrils, his headache noticeably subsided. Perhaps a case of fighting fire with fire. This series of discomforts jolted Li Shi awake. As he opened his eyes, he first glanced at his hands, which were clasping his nose. No blood, a relief. He intended to return to bed and continue sleeping, as he had much to attend to at the company the following day. However, he was met with the sight of a crumbling earthen house, a half-broken window, and an indiscernible black, shiny blanket. Where am I? Li Shi was perplexed. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind, and after a moment of astonishment, he grasped the situation. For reasons unknown, he had traversed into another world. The good news was that he had inherited the memories of the previous owner of this body, alleviating his concern of being mistaken for mad due to his unfamiliarity with this reality. The bad news was that this world had just endured a tumultuous upheaval. The void had invaded the main world, and the gods descended as saints. All life on the continent united to repel the demons, resulting in a war that lasted 2 decades. Countless lives were lost, many small races vanished, and the death toll reached billions. It would take centuries for the continent to recover from such a catastrophic conflict. Currently, the main forces of the abyssal demons had been repelled, the gods were about to return to their divine realms, and the continent's turmoil was nearing its end. While there were no large-scale battles involving over 100,000 combatants, remnants of the abyssal demons continued to wreak havoc on the world, though their eventual eradication was merely a matter of time. She gleaned a rough understanding of the history of this divine continent and breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the situation, the timing of his arrival was relatively fortunate. Had he arrived during the fiercest battles, it was uncertain whether he would survive even a few days. As long as he remained within the city, his chances of encountering trouble were slim, for these fortified towns were protected by numerous factions, ensuring a degree of safety. Speaking of which, the body Li Shi had inhabited previously led a reasonably comfortable life. In the crowded city of Cardo, he owned a home, a tangible asset that signified a modestly prosperous family for newcomers. After all, simply renting it out would suffice to keep him fed. Moreover, the previous owner worked as an apprentice at a blacksmith shop, receiving meals from the forge. He had aspired to become a master blacksmith, hoping to marry a wife, raise a few mischievous children, and spend his later years in a rocking chair, recounting fanciful tales to his descendants. A pleasant way to live. Yet for reasons unknown, misfortune had befallen him, and Li Shi had now taken over this body. Li Shi sorted through the events with a bitter smile. A fine young man of the 21st century, had a steady job, yet here I am, in another world, toiling as a blacksmith. To this day, he remained oblivious as to why he had crossed over. He had been adhering to a regular schedule, contemplating which female companion to invite over for the weekend, only to open his eyes and find himself here. Heavenly deities, if you can reach this other world, please return me home. I promise to cherish every woman henceforth. Li Shi had never been so earnest, not even while making promises of eternal love with his first love. Yet, after waiting in vain, no response came. Just as he was about to surrender, pondering what to do next, a voice resonated in his mind. System perception. Perception successful. System authentication. Authentication successful. System binding. Binding successful. Then it continued. Greetings, Master. I am Xiaofan, a foolproof operational system. Please guide me. It was Li Shi's first encounter with someone addressing him in such a manner. Yet having something was certainly better than having nothing. The essential auxiliary tool for his transcension had been activated. A warm welcome indeed. Cautiously, Li Shi inquired, Xiaofan, hello? What functions do you possess? I possess all the ninjutsu and items from Naruto. Upon your completion of tasks in this world, I can provide you with opportunities to draw rewards, which include ninjutsu and items for your growth. Li Shi was naturally familiar with Naruto. The grand scope of the anime remained vivid in his mind. In his youth, he had even mimicked the ninjas running with their hands behind their backs, lost in his own world. The plethora of powerful jutsu and bloodline limits in Naruto was enticing, and if he could truly acquire these abilities, he might carve out a place for himself in this foreign realm, perhaps even create a race of beautiful beings. Li Shi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. What must I do to obtain ninjutsu? Master, for each task you accomplish in this world, you will earn a chance to draw rewards. Then swiftly issue my first task. Li Shi was eager. Master, Xiaofan does not have a task system. You must register as a mercenary in this world to undertake tasks yourself. Li Shi fell silent. He had gleaned from Mito's memories that mercenaries were ubiquitous in this post-chaos period, where the world was rife with reconstruction. From commoners restoring their lives to royalty reinstating their nations, mercenaries were everywhere, a group that recognized only coin and would undertake any task for the right. Priced out high-ranking mercenaries could earn more in a single contract than an average person could spend in a lifetime, yet low-ranking mercenaries often struggled to find sustenance. With the system at his disposal, Li Shi naturally had no intention of remaining a low-ranking mercenary. He aspired to become the king of mercenaries. However, the immediate challenge before him was to register as a mercenary, for only after formal registration could he receive tasks in the mercenary hall and, consequently, draw rewards from Xiaofan. Yet, the registration fee was 1 gold coin, a sum Li Shi could not possibly muster. He had not a single silver coin to his name, let alone a gold coin. This house was inherited. The previous owner, Mito, had lost his entire family to war during his childhood. Now, at the tender age of 16, he was still a minor, having amassed no wealth whatsoever. His total assets amounted to fewer than 50 copper coins. The cheapest black bread on the market cost 3 copper coins per pound, which could sustain Mito for an entire day. Officially, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10,000 copper coins, while on the black market, 1 gold coin could fetch 11,000 copper coins. The ability to register as a mercenary for merely a single gold coin could sustain Mito with black bread for a decade. Such purchasing power left Li Shi utterly astounded. However, the mercenary guild, demanding a gold coin for registration, was equally exploitative and devoid of humanity. Nevertheless, a single gold coin could secure Li Shi a lifetime supply of black bread, and he would not hesitate to register as a mercenary. Where on earth can I procure a gold coin? Li Shi reclined on a bed that reeked of strange odors. Gazing up at the tattered ceiling with its small hole, he endeavored to sift through Mito's memories repeatedly, and aside from the 43 copper coins buried beneath the bed, the only possessions he could claim were this dilapidated room and the ancient, ancestral furniture that threatened to decay at any moment. The house? Suddenly, Li Shi sat upright. His dwelling was indeed a valuable asset. In the city of Cardo, there were many homeless souls, causing property values to soar. Thanks to the protection of various divine factions, no one dared to overtly bully this miner. Yet, where there is light, there are shadows. Where there is justice, there are grievances. Being a miner made him an easier target, and long ago, someone had set their sights on him. Had it not been for the familiarity of his neighbors and the modest authority of the blacksmith, Mito might have perished in some foul gutter. Though their methods were unscrupulous, they inadvertently provided Li Shi with a means to acquire funds. Selling the house was out of the question, but securing a loan was plausible. As the idea dawned on him, Li Shi seized the black bread he had hidden away in a box, fearful that mice might feast upon it. Just as he was about to take a bite, an odd odor wafted from the black bread. The exact process of its creation remained an enigma. It was shrouded in mystery. One day, it might contain a small pebble, while the next, it could harbor a dead rat along with a morsel of meat. Yet, he could only express gratitude to the goddess of agriculture for this dubious sustenance. In these chaotic times, without her divine intervention to ensure a bountiful harvest, the death toll would have surely doubled. Faced with this black bread, his nose and mouth recoiled in disdain, yet his stomach yearned desperately for sustenance. With great effort, Li Shi suppressed his discomfort, expelling several mouthfuls of sand, a few small stones that could chip a tooth, and a tiny piece of wood before finally satiating his hunger. After gulping down a generous draught of cool water, he considered breakfast complete. This black bread is fit only for swine. From now on, I must ensure every meal includes meat. Just as Li Shi vowed this to himself, a loud knocking resounded at the door. Mito, I know you're home. Open the door at once. A coarse voice accompanied the relentless pounding, and Li Shi harbored grave doubts that his two doors might withstand the force. At the sound, the image of a man with slanted eyes and a scarred chin surfaced in Li Shi's mind. A local resident, this man was notorious for his gang affiliations, engaging in heavy-handed extortion, ambushes, and luring unsuspecting women into the brothels, not to mention his involvement in usury. Unperturbed, Li Shi opened the door, and before the man could utter a word, Li Shi calmly initiated the conversation. Just in time, Jajuo, you've saved me the trouble of seeking you out. Jajuo, initially intent on intimidating the dim-witted Mito, found himself taken aback by Mito's unexpected composure and decided to probe further into his intentions. Come in. I could use a bit of money. How much could you lend against my house? You wish to sell your house? Jajuo's astonishment was palpable. He had invested considerable time and devised countless schemes to acquire this property. Had it not been for his reluctance to offend Mito's blacksmith mentor, he would have long since plotted to eliminate him and forged documents to claim the estate. Not selling, but mortgaging. I understand your terms. Half the principal as interest each month, and if I fail to repay within 2 months, the house becomes yours. Li Shi regarded Jajuo with a knowing smile. Isn't this precisely what you've been after? Whether selling or mortgaging, Jajuo was inclined to accept either option, for in the end, the house would rightfully belong to him. Mortgaging often proved more economical than outright purchasing, given that most could scarcely repay the interest. Are you truly serious about mortgaging? Jajuo questioned, still incredulous, as he contemplated his unutilized trump card. Li Shi continued, gesturing toward the house. This ancestral dwelling of mine is in poor condition and long overdue for repairs. Given the current market in Cardo, it could fetch 10 gold coins if sold. I understand the rules. 5 gold coins will suffice for my needs. Chapter 2. Registering as a mercenary, Li Shi continued. You should go and withdraw the money now. I will wait for you at home. If you do not return within an hour, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Jadu remained somewhat bewildered. Although Li Shi had articulated his intentions clearly, he still could not believe it. Tentatively, he inquired, Are you truly resolved? A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Shi's lips. For 5 gold coins, you stand to earn a commission of 5 silver coins. If you can share 2 of those silver coins with me, I shall wait for you for 2 hours. With that, Li Shi produced the deed to his house and placed it before Jadu. At this moment, Jadu was entirely convinced that Li Shi was indeed willing to mortgage his property. Wait for me, he exclaimed, and in an instant he dashed away, propelled by the prospect of sleeping 5 nights in the finest brothel for the reward of 5 silver coins. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. In less than an hour, Jadu returned, panting heavily, with 5 gold coins laid out precisely before Li Shi, alongside a written mortgage contract. Here is the money and the contract. Should you dare to renege now, I shall ensure you understand the consequences of inciting my wrath. Jadu, fearing that Li Shi might change his mind at the last moment, hurriedly uttered a few intimidating words. Li Shi picked up the contract and glanced at it. Very well, he thought, as he recognized none of the characters. Sensing potential deceit, he swiftly called for assistance. Xiaofan, can you read the words on this? I cannot, master. Apart from the ninjutsu system, I possess no other capabilities, came the reply. In that moment, Li Shi comprehended why Xiaofan had introduced himself as a fool. Indeed, he was a fool, lacking knowledge beyond ninjutsu. Rest assured, mi duo. We have been neighbors for many years. Although I have repeatedly urged you to sell the house, I would never tamper with the contract. Jadu, eyeing the deed that was nearly within his grasp, felt compelled to speak both sweetly and harshly, fearful that the deed might sprout wings and fly away. Without hesitation, Li Shi pressed his handprint onto the document, undeterred by any potential trickery within the contract. Once he achieved mastery, he would not fear reclaiming his property. He promptly tossed the deed into Jadu's hands, pocketed the 5 gold coins, and cast a meaningful glance at Jadu. Take good care of my deed. Who knows when I might wish to reclaim it. Jadu paid no heed, for he had witnessed many such transactions, yet he had never seen anyone successfully redeem a deed. However, he still felt compelled to utter pleasantries. Fear not, for the god of contracts watches over us from the divine realm. I would not dare to offend him. Afterward, he scrutinized Li Shi's house as if it were his own, observing every detail with hands clasped behind his back. Yet, seeing Li Shi's calm demeanor made him feel somewhat awkward, and he left with a few forced chuckles. Li Shi disregarded him and reflected on the mention of the god of contracts. The pantheon in this world was intricate, encompassing nearly every aspect of life. The god of contracts was among the most favored deities by merchants, overseeing the agreements made. Contracts purchased within the Temple of Contracts were not to be violated. However, the god of contracts had yet to return to the divine realm and was likely wandering the world in the guise of a saint. With those thoughts settled, Li Shi made his way to the mercenary hall, clutching the gold coins. Before the chaos, Cardo City was situated at the heart of the human kingdom. During the upheaval, it remained relatively unscathed and even attracted a number of nobles and knights, transforming this modest town into a flourishing medium-sized city. The city lord, Viscount Jadualo, was an old noble with a lineage spanning 3 centuries. Now quite advanced in age, some claimed he was 80, others 100. No one could ascertain his exact age. The previous owner of this body, Miduo, had heard more than once that Lord Jadualo had died, but each time, the rumors were debunked. As he continued to firmly govern this prosperous city, Li Shi soon arrived at the mercenary hall, where towering figures filled the space, human warriors bearing heavy swords and several clergy clad in white ritual robes. However, he could not discern which deity they served due to the lack of identifying symbols. He also spotted a staff-wielding mage, who was treated with utmost respect by others. Even a juvenile like Miduo, who was illiterate, understood that mages wielded godlike powers and held the highest status across the continent, commanding respect wherever they went. Upon reaching the registration window, Li Shi encountered a beautiful young woman with flowing golden hair. Her deep-set eyes, elegantly sculpted nose, and fair skin seemed to emit a gentle glow, causing Li Shi's gaze to linger. "My young brother, you must still be a minor. It is unwise to wander about without your parents' knowledge." The woman instantly discerned Li Shi's age. Li Shi felt a flush of embarrassment. Though this body appeared to be in its 20s, to the discerning eye, certain inherent qualities remained unchanged, and he did indeed seem quite youthful. He placed a gold coin on the counter, declaring, "I wish to register as a mercenary." The woman did not accept the coin, but instead looked at Li Shi. "If you have taken your family's money, I shall turn a blind eye if you return it now." Li Shi, with his chest puffed out, replied, "My parents perished during the upheaval. This is my own money, not stolen or taken by force, but earned through my own efforts." Upon hearing this, the woman was taken aback. Judging by Li Shi's attire and the empty energy within him, he appeared to be an ordinary individual, and one would find it difficult to produce even a silver coin, let alone a gold one. Nevertheless, as the customer insisted on registering, she refrained from further persuasion. She produced a form. "This is the basic information you need to fill out. Only upon completion can you become a mercenary." Li Shi did not glance at the form, but instead focused on the young woman, his audacity rivaling that of a fortress. "Big sister, I cannot read. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" The woman regarded the impish Li Shi and deftly began to inquire about his information. "What is your name?" "Li Shi." As she wrote with a quill, she looked up at him. "That is a rare name. You must be of Eastern descent." Li Shi was unaware of the existence of Easterners in this world. He had chosen this name simply to preserve his roots. "I do not know. And your profession?" "Ninja." The woman raised her gaze once more, having never heard of such a profession. "Are you certain?" "There is no such occupation." Li Shi hesitated. A tall tree invites the wind's fury, so he opted for modesty. "Let us put down warrior instead." "And your level?" "I shall keep that confidential." The woman understood that Li Shi was merely an ordinary individual and omitted any unnecessary details. Once completed, she retrieved a crystal ball and directed it towards Li Shi. "Look here." As Li Shi turned his gaze, the crystal ball flickered, and the woman announced, "All done." She then handed him a copper badge inscribed with an F. On the reverse, his name and portrait were engraved, alongside the depiction of a sword. It turned out that the fleeting crystal ball functioned like a camera, capturing Li Shi's likeness. Seeing Li Shi examine the badge with fascination, the woman explained, "An F rank is the lowest tier among mercenaries, with S rank as the highest. Everyone must begin at the lowest level upon registration. Even the S rank Dragon Knight Cameron started from F rank. You may currently undertake tasks of only F and E rank." Once you have completed 10 tasks without failure, you will be promoted. However, if you fail one, you must complete 2 additional tasks to advance. After elaborating, she gestured towards another room in the hall. That is the task hall, where you can accept missions. The explanation provided by the beautiful woman enlightened Li Shi on many matters, aspects he had previously been oblivious to. Thank you, big sister. May I ask your name? Li Shi inquired with a beaming smile, his youthful face radiating sincerity. The woman, without overthinking, replied, I am Ace, and may the god of war bless you. Thank you, big sister. Once I earn some money, I will return to treat you to delicious food. At that moment, a notification from the system accompanied by a small badge appeared. Master, registration as a mercenary is successful. You have received an initial reward, kunai throwing technique. Didn't you say there would be a lottery? Why is it directly given to me? Master, this is a special reward. All right then. Li Shi thought to himself that he would gladly accept more of such special rewards. Following the direction indicated by Ace towards the quest hall, Li Shi's fingers danced gracefully. As supple as octopus tentacles, a result of the kunai throwing technique enhancing his dexterity. He had never witnessed such nimble fingers before, compared to the previously stiff digits. They now resembled 10 inflexible carrots. Truly, these were the fingers of a ninja, capable of swift hand seals. After a brief walk to the quest hall, he found 5 grand doors labeled F, E, D, C, and B. A considerable number of people were entering and exiting, with the F and E doors bustling with activity while the B door appeared deserted. Not a single soul had been seen entering for quite some time. It was apparent which level of mercenaries frequented which room. Li Shi stepped into the F-level room, where a large screen displayed a plethora of tasks scrolling past. Each task concluded with an X, presumably indicating whether they had been accepted. How advanced is this? He pondered. The environment he had previously known, as well as that of his predecessor, Mito, resembled a filthy and chaotic medieval Western setting, with stinking sewers lining the streets. He was astonished to encounter such a sophisticated and advanced scene. It made sense, considering this world was filled with various deities and extraordinary abilities, making the existence of advanced phenomena entirely plausible. Uncertain of how to navigate the system, Li Shi observed how others proceeded. He witnessed a burly man confidently approach the screen, badge in hand, and speak to the counter behind it. Shortly after, he collected a small token, and the task he had selected transformed from into an active quest. The process was straightforward, and Li Shi decided to follow suit. Scanning the tasks on the screen, he found that aside from a few marked with X, all others had already been accepted. Presumably, to accommodate individuals like Li Shi, who struggled with reading, a voice announcement accompanied the tasks. He listened attentively and deduced that one task required an intermediate mage named Mungo to find a magical apprentice as an assistant, with low requirements for candidates as long as they possessed magical aptitude, and the reward was a chance to answer a question. Upon realizing this task was beyond his capabilities, as he was not a mage, he moved on to the next. The next task involved tracking down bandits outside the city. It required only vague information, promising a reward of 10 silver coins. However, Mito had never ventured beyond the city, making him utterly ignorant of the terrain, rendering this task unfeasible as well. The third task requested assistance in clearing wild beasts from the fields of the agricultural temple. There was no limit on the number of participants, and the reward was a quarter of the prey, which could either be exchanged for money or taken directly. After careful consideration, Li Shi ultimately chose the task from the agricultural temple. Presenting his badge at the counter, he declared, I accept the task from the agricultural temple. The attendant took his badge and promptly returned with a small token. Take this task token to the city gate. There you will find the priest of the agricultural temple. Understood. Instead of heading to the city gate, Li Shi decided to visit the blacksmith shop. As he approached, the familiar sound of clanging metal greeted him. Mito, why are you so late today? The master is displeased. A young man, bare-chested and muscular, addressed Li Shi. Not seeing his stern master around, Li Shi asked, Where's the master? He has gone to repair armor for Lord Nas. Nas was a fallen knight, once valiant, but now weakened by past injuries, living in dire straits. Unable to afford a more skilled blacksmith, hence relying on their modest services as high-end clients. Upon hearing that his master was absent, Li Shi entered the blacksmith shop and made his way to a storage room filled with various iron weapons, farming tools, and household items. He quickly selected 20 steel needles, each the length of a palm and as thick as chopsticks, and secured them with his clothing. These needles were intended for sewing leather armor. Due to insufficient hardness and time constraints, they had been left gathering dust in the warehouse. Andy, I have to step out for a while. Please inform the master. Li Shi instructed. Just as Andy was about to inquire about his plans, Li Shi had already turned and disappeared. Upon reaching the city gate, he was met with a bustling crowd, countless beggars, and the occasional person collapsing, swiftly carried away by the city guards. Li Shi surmised that the outcome was unlikely to be favorable. Exiting the city gate, he spotted a table where a young priest clad in white robes, adorned with a wheat emblem, sat. He appeared to be barely older than Li Shi, his skin smooth and radiant, in stark contrast to Li Shi's dark, muddy complexion. The wheat emblem represented the agricultural goddess, and every deity possessed a distinctive insignia, recognizable to ordinary individuals and discernible by professionals, such as priests. Mito, being rather dull, had limited knowledge of such specialized matters, knowing only a few common symbols. Li Shi presented the task token, and the priest, merely glancing up, recognized him as yet another novice F-level mercenary, likely there just to complete a task. Pointing towards the expansive fields of wheat in the distance, he informed Li Shi. These fields belong to the agricultural church. You may go anywhere, but remember to return before nightfall. Do not trample the seedlings, as there are laborers working within. Simply hand over any beasts you hunt to them. Yes, Li Shi understood the importance of not offending someone of such stature and dutifully complied. As he entered the wheat fields, 2 steel needles appeared in his hands. This world was unlike his previous life. In the wild, encountering a living creature was a rarity. Here, the population of beasts was remarkably high, necessitating regular culling, especially given the influence of the abyss, which had heightened their aggression significantly. In essence, even herbivores could turn carnivorous when necessary, while predators were now emboldened to attack humans. Li Shi cautiously attuned himself to the movements within the wheat fields, soon hearing a rustling sound. This noise signified the presence of a reptile. The lush wheat concealed the beast, and Li Shi held his breath, poised with his steel needles. The rustling grew louder, and as the creature approached within 5 meters, Li Shi finally caught sight of it, a massive black python with blood-red eyes. Thick as a soup bowl, the python raised its head and glared at Li Shi, its forked tongue flickering dangerously close. In that moment, a split second could mean life or death. 2 steel needles shot forth from Li Shi's hands like fleeting shadows. As the massive python hurtled through the air, it was instantly struck in both eyes by Li Shi's shot. The tremendous force of the steel needle penetrated deep, piercing the creature's brain. Yet, despite being killed in that very moment, the python's powerful body continued to lunge toward Li Shi. He swiftly dodged, the python narrowly grazing his shoulder before crashing to the ground, causing the moist earth to indent under its weight. Witnessing the white brain matter mixed with crimson blood oozing from the python's eyes sent a shiver down Li Shi's spine, raising the hair on his neck. In that fleeting moment of life and death, he had focused solely on how to slay the beast, but now fear began to creep in. His legs felt weak, and it took him a while to muster the strength to stand, trembling as he extracted the steel needle from the lifeless body that still radiated an aura of wildness. Exhaling deeply, he surveyed the area and soon spotted the tenants mentioned by the priest near the city gate. In the center of the wheat field stood numerous wooden huts, where the tenants busily toiled. Dragging the python's tail, Li Shi approached the tenants and tossed the over 4-meter-long serpent onto the ground. This is my freshly caught prey. Please assist me in registering it. The tenants, their skin resembling dry bark, promptly produced a scale. My lord, this serpent weighs a hefty 85 pounds. According to the task regulations, you are entitled to 1/4 of its weight or the equivalent in currency. Li Shi had no intention of returning home after a single catch. He was after the reward. Please provide me with the monetary equivalent. The market price for such a serpent was 1 silver coin, which amounted to 25 copper coins when divided. The tenant handed him a small slip of paper. My lord, take this note back to the mercenary hall, and you shall exchange it for 25 copper coins. Placing the slip into his pocket, Li Shi inquired, May I repeat the tasks here? The tenant nodded. Indeed, my lord. The farmland spans vast distances, and numerous beasts invade daily, many of which have established themselves in the fields. Our manpower is insufficient. Hence the tasks are posted at the mercenary guild. Many lords frequent this place for work. Contemplating this, Li Shi continued through the wheat fields. Xiaofan, if I submit tasks daily and then claim new ones from the mercenary guild, does that mean I can draw rewards every day? Master, the same task only allows for a reward on the first completion. Unable to exploit the loophole, Li Shi pondered another question. Xiao Fan, if I return now to submit my task and capture more prey, will that affect my chances for rewards? It will indeed. The more outstandingly you complete a task, the greater your chances for high rewards. Xiao Fan's words halted Li Shi's immediate return. He realized that the rewards for his current efforts would likely be meager, perhaps a mere throwing knife or similar weapon. If he could accumulate more catches over a day or two before submitting, the rewards would surely be more substantial. The wheat field stretched endlessly before him, and venturing too far from Cardo City was not an option. Encountering a monster again with his current skills would surely lead to his demise. He chose to linger in the area. While no large beasts were present, there were ample rabbits, voles, and monkeys weighing around 10 pounds each. Though these creatures could be aggressive, they were well within Li Shi's capabilities to handle. Essentially a matter of a single steel needle. The steel needles flew true, striking the creature's eyes with unwavering precision. By afternoon, the slip of paper in his possession would yield a silver coin, indicating that Li Shi had hunted 400 pounds of prey. His throwing technique was exceptional, a pinnacle of concealed weaponry. Li Shi twirled the steel needles between his fingers, akin to two miniature fans, creating an illusion of movement. After another hour, hunger gnawed at him. He hadn't anticipated the task would take so long, and lacking experience, he had brought no provisions. With a loan of 5 gold coins, the monthly interest was 2.5 coins, which, given his current earnings of a silver coin a day, was insufficient. Yet, Li Shi felt no concern. He handed over 3 rabbits to the tenant and received the note in return. My lord, nightfall approaches, and after dark, the priest will perform sacred rites that will drive the beasts from the fields. It would be prudent for you to return to the city soon. That is my intention. I shall head back. Li Shi walked slowly through the wheat field, taking his time since he had some hours left. Just as he had ventured less than 100 meters, the ground beneath him trembled. He stumbled but regained his footing, witnessing the seedlings in the field shudder in unison, while numerous small flying creatures fled in a panic. An earthquake? This was Li Shi's initial thought. However, that notion was quickly dismissed as the wooden huts he had just departed began to collapse under the earth's convulsions. Suddenly, the ground opened wide, swallowing the huts and their inhabitants whole, leaving only a deep pit behind, a veritable chasm. Amidst the tenants' terrified screams, Li Shi turned to flee. There was no hope of rescuing anyone. With his slender frame, he would merely serve as sustenance for whatever unknown beast lurked beneath. Perhaps, should he hone his skills, he could one day avenge these tenants against the monster. Unfortunately, before he could escape far, a buzzing sound echoed behind him, sending chills down his spine. It reminded him of summers back on Earth, when swarms of mosquitoes would fill the air, their hum resembling the roar of bombers overhead, a sensation he now felt anew. Turning back, he beheld a horde of monstrous creatures, the size of human heads, emerging from the chasm. Their skin, wrinkled and leathery, bore 2 pairs of wings thrice the length of their bodies, and their protruding teeth glistened menacingly. These were undoubtedly carnivorous beasts. As they ascended from the depths, the creatures scattered in all directions, occasionally snatching voles from the wheat fields and tossing them back into the pit, seemingly serving as the hunting minions for the unknown monster below. At that moment, alarms rang out from the gates of Cardo City. Thanks to the chaos of war, everyone remained vigilant, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of trouble. Yet, Li Shi could not afford to wait for reinforcements, for he was the nearest to the wooden huts and had already attracted the attention of several beasts. Li Shi felt the steel needles on his person, 20 in total. With his skills, he could dispatch 20 of these monsters, but in the grand scheme of their overwhelming numbers, it was but a drop in the ocean. Xiao Fan, it's come to this. Can you allow me to claim my reward now? Master, I lack the authority. You must wait until task completion before claiming your reward. With a bitter smile, Li Shi grasped 2 steel needles in hand. If they would not grant him rewards, he would carve a bloody path for himself, perhaps in death. He might even return to his former life. Faced with the terrifying reality of life and death, Li Shi uttered a few words of encouragement to himself. The creatures surged forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere breaths. Their inch-long, razor-sharp teeth lunged at him. With a swift flick, a steel needle found its mark in the head of one beast, which fell lifelessly to the ground without a sound. This sight brought Li Shi a modicum of relief. These monsters were not difficult to kill. Yet, he had no time to retrieve the needle, for another wave of beasts was already descending upon him. Wings flapped like phantoms, with dozens rushing towards Li Shi. Resolutely, Li Shi chose not to flee. Confronting the enemy head-on would afford him a moment longer, while retreating would only spell doom. Chapter 4. The Art of the Substitute Goodness. It has only been a day since I crossed over, and I haven't even touched a hand yet. Whoosh, whoosh. His hands transformed into fleeting shadows as monstrous beasts plummeted from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, 17 of these creatures descended before Li Shi, each sporting a steel needle embedded in the center of their foreheads. With only 2 needles remaining at his waist, Li Shi hesitated to release them, regretting not having taken a blade from the blacksmith shop that morning. Sensing that Li Shi was not an easy adversary, the remaining beasts circled above, awaiting reinforcements. Under their watchful gaze, Li Shi dared not escape. Soon, he found himself facing a gathering storm of monsters. Even with his mental preparation, he could not help but swallow hard. Would I be devoured whole, leaving not even bones behind? Observing that the monsters showed no inclination to attack, Li Shi executed a forward roll towards the fallen beasts. This action disrupted the precarious balance he had maintained. The monsters descended upon him without mercy, genuinely overwhelming him in mere moments. Yet, Li Shi did not resign himself to fate. He extracted a steel needle from the ground and targeted the nearest beast, managing to fell 7 or 8 before resorting to the last 2 needles in his possession. Thanks to the transformation of his hands, even before his eyes registered the beasts, his hands moved with an instinctive precision, effortlessly dispatching a monster with a gentle touch to its forehead. The speed was purely instinctual, ungoverned by his conscious mind. The shadows of his hands moved faster than the released needles, as if he had sprouted countless arms. At that moment, dozens of monsters fell simultaneously, crashing to the ground. Once the wave of monsters was dispatched, Li Shi stared in disbelief at his hands, akin to gazing upon 2 unparalleled beauties. Am I truly this formidable now? In that fleeting moment, his mind struggled to keep pace with the actions of his hands, which seemed to possess a life of their own. Xiaofan, is this merely a technique of throwing shurikens? Why is it so powerful? Master, this is indeed the art of shuriken throwing. You may have some misconceptions about this skill. Regardless of the accuracy of the misunderstanding, the number of beasts overhead continued to multiply. Li Shi gathered the remaining needles and cautiously made his way towards Cardo City. Realizing he possessed such abilities, his hope for survival surged. Naturally, he did not wish to perish. As Li Shi attempted to escape, the monsters surged towards him once more. The relentless sound of their flapping wings sent chills down his spine, nauseating him. Just as he contemplated employing his previous tactic to dispatch them with deadly precision, the monsters opened their maws, extending a long tube from within, ready to spew forth a pale green liquid. Before the noxious liquid could be unleashed, a foul stench wafted through the air, prompting Li Shi to turn and flee, disregarding the danger of exposing his back to the beasts. As anticipated, the toxic fluid rained down upon the rice fields, instantly dissolving the golden stalks that were on the verge of ripening, as if they had been doused in acid. Li Shi maneuvered with serpentine grace, evading the sprays of venom while his needles swiftly harvested the advancing monsters. However, the soft earth of the fields hampered his progress, and he soon stumbled over a stalk, unable to brace himself in time. He executed a forward roll to evade the toxic spray, but the very spot he had vacated was soon drenched in several streams of venom, burning through the soil beneath. With his back now exposed, he lay with his head tilted upward, all avenues of escape blocked. A bitter smile crossed his lips. If he were to traverse again, he would certainly avoid such reckless adventures. As the monsters loomed, Li Shi steeled himself for the inevitable, prepared to meet his end. In that dire moment, a voice resonated from the walls of Cardo City, echoing around him. God decrees, evil shall not persist in this world. With those words, a radiant light descended like a scythe, cleaving through the fields. Wherever the light passed, regardless of whether it touched the flying beasts, they were ignited by an unnamed flame, incinerated within a mere breath. As Li Shi braced for the impending onslaught of the monsters, he found himself enveloped in a cloud of ash and soot. The brilliance lasted only seconds, clearing the air of the creatures emerging from the pit. Emerging from the dark haze, Li Shi eagerly sought the figure atop the city wall. It was too far to discern their features, but the individual radiated an aura of light, obscuring their visage. God decrees, the darkness of the world must face judgment. As the figure spoke, Li Shi witnessed the light of the heavens converge upon the pit, drawing even the omnipresent sunlight, casting shadows across the land as dusk approached. evoking an imminent sense of nightfall. Soon, a colossal sword of light, measuring dozens of meters in length, materialized, exerting an invisible pressure that flattened the fields. Li Shi, too, found himself pinned to the ground by its weight. The unknown entity within the pit sensed the threat of the light's sword and let out a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of Cardo City. A gaping maw, capable of swallowing the heavens, emerged from the earth, attempting to engulf the sword of light. However, as the creature opened its mouth, the light sword descended with blinding speed, piercing directly into its cavernous mouth, forcing the beast back underground. In that moment, an explosion of brilliance erupted from the pit, restoring daylight to the sky, dispelling the evening gloom. The earth groaned under the strain of such immense energy fluctuations, and Li Shi, lying nearby, felt as if he were adrift upon a fragile vessel in a tumultuous sea, at risk of being swallowed whole. Yet, the next moment, the tremors were drowned out by the beast's mournful cries, painful and frenzied, accompanied by streams of black blood. The sounds gradually diminished, soon becoming almost inaudible. The unknown beast fell silent, and the vibrant energy of the light sword vanished, restoring tranquility to the land. Li Shi surmised that the beast was either dead or gravely injured. Regardless, he paid no heed to the fate of the creature, rising to flee back through the fields and onto the road, where he observed many others in a similar state of panic, abandoning their gear and running wildly. Given the magnitude of the chaos outside, those lingering beyond the city gates were undoubtedly rushing to return. Li Shi, being young and famished after a day of peril, struggled to keep pace with the throngs. By the time he reached the city gates, a massive crowd surged forward, but the sheer volume of people caused a chaotic bottleneck, preventing him from entering. Scanning the area, he spotted the young priest from the agricultural temple, fervently directing mercenaries towards the city. Their speed was notably faster than the rest, prompting Li Shi to approach without hesitation. Those who have undertaken tasks from the agricultural temple may collect their rewards in full at the mercenary hall, quadrupled as compensation for today, the priest proclaimed, orchestrating the mercenaries' entry. Upon hearing this, Li Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He currently possessed 1 silver coin and 30 copper coins. If multiplied by 4, that would amount to 5 silver coins and 20 copper coins, enough to sustain a common person's living expenses for a year. The mercenaries led a life rife with danger, embracing the fragility of existence. In tumultuous times, loss of life is a commonplace occurrence. To survive is to be favored by the goddess of fate. To perish is to be under the protection of the Grim Reaper. Grateful acknowledgments flowed from the mercenaries' lips, and Li Shi joined in the chorus of gratitude. He swiftly escaped back to the city through a small gate, clutching his payment receipt as he made his way to the mercenary hall, where he collected 5 silver coins and 20 copper coins, along with a record of a successful mission. After 10 successful missions, he would be promoted to an E-rank mercenary. However, the true source of his elation was not the money itself, but rather the voice of the system. Xiao Fan, Master, you have completed a task and earned a chance to draw a lottery. Li Shi hurried home, opening the system to reveal a grand spinning wheel adorned with various items: shurikens, short blades, explosive talismans, and other sharp implements. Among these were ninjutsu techniques, including the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique, essential skills for any ninja. Yet, he wondered why the transformation technique, another form of the 3-body technique, was absent. The shadow clone technique was of little concern; it would eventually be superseded. However, the substitution technique was different. It could be utilized throughout one's life, offering exceptional value as a supportive skill. As Li Shi's gaze wandered further, he discovered a coveted technique, the fire release, great fireball technique, a true offensive ninjutsu. This technique would allow him to unleash a massive fireball, several meters in diameter, capable of repelling foes and inflicting severe burns. Had he possessed it today, the flying beasts would have met their demise without exception. One must endure experiences to truly understand their desires. I want it, I want it. Among the numerous items on the wheel, it was the great fireball technique that Li Shi yearned for the most. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned a disparity. Shurikens, kunai, and similar weapons each occupied approximately 10% of the wheel, while the shadow clone and substitution techniques shared 25%. In stark contrast, the great fireball technique occupied a mere sliver of the wheel, indicating that the likelihood of obtaining the shadow clone or substitution techniques was significantly higher. While the chance of winning the fireball technique was minimal, Unable to contain his fervent wishes, Li Shi clasped his hands in prayer, invoking the deities, Supreme Lord Laozi, the great sage equal to heaven, bless me with the great fireball technique. If not, I would be content with the substitution technique. As the wheel began to spin wildly, Li Shi could scarcely discern its course. It gradually slowed, traversing past shurikens, explosive talismans, and, in a moment fraught with tension, glided past the shadow clone technique, finally landing on the substitution technique. It occupied nearly 25% of the wheel, and it was no surprise when the pointer halted there. Although he had not obtained the great fireball technique, the substitution technique was commendable, serving as a remarkable means of escape. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the substitution technique. As Xiao Fan's words echoed, a memory surged into his mind, as if he had always known this skill. To his astonishment, he felt chakra materialize within him, an unexpected boon accompanying the lottery draw. Though this chakra was modest in strength, it would enable Li Shi to execute the substitution technique multiple times. With a swift hand gesture, Li Shi's form materialized in the corner of the courtyard, while a piece of wood occupied his previous position. Ha ha ha, a divine skill. He performed the technique once more, returning to his original spot. Reflecting on the distance between himself and the piece of wood, which was roughly 3 meters, he surmised that he had yet to reach his maximum range. Given his current abilities, he estimated his limit to be around 7 meters. The execution of the substitution technique took a second and a half, a span that could feel interminable in a life-or-death situation. Timing was paramount. For in an instance like this, a second and a half could cost him dearly. After satisfying his hunger, Li Shi purchased some snacks and headed toward the blacksmith shop. From a distance, he heard a robust voice exclaim, "Andy, you're using your strength incorrectly. It's not just your wrist, but your whole arm that should exert force." Andy's immediate response was, "Yes, Master." As Li Shi approached, he beheld a towering figure, a muscular man with a dark complexion, clad in simple trousers, embodying the beauty of humanity. The 20-pound hammer in his grasp seemed weightless. This man was Meng Land, the former master of the body Li Shi now inhabited, who had guided him for a decade. Now that Li Shi had become a mercenary, he needed to manage his affairs, and he felt secure using the blacksmith shop. "Master," Meng Land acknowledged, continuing to strike the iron ingot with precision. "Why didn't you come by today?" "Master, I have become a mercenary, now an F-rank mercenary. I intended to share this news with you this morning, but you were not here." Li Shi recounted his journey to becoming a mercenary. Upon hearing this, Andy's hammer faltered. Yet Meng Land's expression shifted, his lips parting as if to speak, only to swallow his words again. "I respect your decision and do not oppose your choice to become a mercenary. If the day comes when you can no longer continue, return to me. While this blacksmith's shop may not lead to great success, it will sustain you." Li Shi sensed the deep concern in his words and nodded with a smile. Placing a gift aside, "I took 20 steel needles from the shop this morning, and they are all used up. I would like to ask you to forge 30 new needles and a short blade. Of course, just tell me the design, and I shall craft them. If I work through the night, you can collect them tomorrow morning." Meng Land wasted no time in prioritizing Li Shi's order over others. Li Shi briefly described the weapons he desired, handing over 4 silver coins. "Master, please choose quality materials. I earned a good sum today." Meng Land accepted the coins without hesitation. "Very well. Now go home and get some rest." As Li Shi departed, Andy watched him with envy, his hammer coming to a halt. "If you wish to become a mercenary, I won't stand in your way. I can offer you weapons at a discount." Andy chuckled sheepishly. "Master, I lack that kind of talent. Forging iron is much easier." Instead of returning home directly, Li Shi purchased various household goods, discarding all his old items into the filthy ditch and replacing them with new ones. After a rejuvenating night's sleep, he awoke the next morning, filled his belly, and made his way to the mercenary hall. He greeted Ace, who had just started her shift, before stepping into the F-rank task room. The large screen displayed a plethora of tasks, most of which were already accepted, leaving only a few available. An intermediate mage named Monkey sought apprentice mages for experiments, and that task was still open. The agricultural temple required assistance in clearing beasts from the fields, along with a quest to track down bandits. Upon reviewing these options, Li Shi realized none were suitable for him. The agricultural temple task offered no lottery opportunity, while the other 2 were simply ill-fitting. Recalling Ace's words about F-rank mercenaries being able to undertake both F and E-rank missions, he proceeded to the E-rank task room. The number of individuals here is evidently fewer than in the previous F-grade room, and their equipment is considerably superior. The task rewards displayed on the large screen are significantly more abundant than before. However, the tasks themselves have also diminished, with the majority already claimed, leaving only a handful still available. What astonished Li Shi the most was the presence of the agricultural shrine's field clearing task here as well, albeit with an added stipulation. Not only must ordinary beasts be cleared, but there is also a quantity requirement for magical beasts, with a minimum of 1 to complete the task. Upon examining the other tasks, one involves tracking the whereabouts of demons lurking outside the city, offering 10 silver coins for low-level demons, 1 gold coin for mid-level demons, and 10 gold coins for high-level demons, with other rewards contingent upon circumstances. After reviewing these, Li Shi felt a lingering desire for more. The next task entails searching for violets, with precise location information provided, rewarding 1 gold coin. And upon submission of the physical item, depending on its completeness, at least 5 gold coins. There are also tasks related to tracking creatures such as mermaids and the droppings of dragons. Additionally, several tasks require mercenaries to protect merchant caravans under the Lord's jurisdiction, necessitating a journey to nearby Abbey City, taking 3 days with a commission of 2 gold coins. Li Shi realized he was incapable of undertaking any of the tasks requiring him to leave the city, leading him to believe there was nothing suitable for him. However, he discovered an opportunity. The affluent merchant Belros was seeking mercenaries to guard his estate, offering 1 silver coin per day and an additional gold coin for any discoveries. With a limit of 10 mercenaries, 7 had already signed up. Not wishing to delay, Li Shi produced his mercenary badge and rushed to the counter, declaring, "I will take Belros' guarding task." The attendant glanced at the badge, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. While F-grade mercenaries could indeed accept E-grade tasks, few actually did, given the differing levels of difficulty and the peril they entailed. Nevertheless, she said nothing further and handed Li Shi the task token. Belros' estate is located just behind the Lord's manor. You may proceed there, she instructed. Li Shi, clutching his badge and task token, hurried to the blacksmith shop. "Here are the 30 steel needles you requested, and I've also crafted a set of leather armor from the leftover materials." Dreamland presented a set of gray leather armor before him. Li Shi assessed the items before him, recognizing that their value surpassed 4 silver coins. Yet, noticing the concealed concern on Dreamland's face, he understood that further discussion would be futile. He refrained from mentioning any additional payments and smiled, saying, "Thank you, master." He promptly donned the leather armor in the shop, which fit snugly from shoes to tunic and wrist guards. He secured the steel needles at his waist and grasped the short sword, transforming from a boy playing in the mud to a spirited little warrior. After bidding farewell to his master, Li Shi meandered to the estate of the wealthy merchant Belros. Describing it as an estate is perhaps an understatement. It resembled a small villa, an intimate 3-story building accompanied by a modest garden, though its grounds were larger than 1,000 of Li Shi's homes combined. Belros began his journey as a small-time merchant seeking extra earnings by aligning himself with caravans. For reasons unknown, he forged a connection with the city lord, Viscount Jajuel. And during chaotic times, he bought vast quantities of supplies at low prices from the Lord's manor, only to sell them at a premium. In less than 2 decades, he amassed considerable wealth. However, due to his relatively recent rise, he had yet to cultivate a reliable cadre of guards, prompting him to post tasks in the mercenary hall. Li Shi knocked on the grand door, which was opened by a servant. "May I assist you?" the servant inquired. Li Shi presented his task token and badge, stating, "I am the mercenary assigned to the guarding task." After a few scrutinizing glances to confirm Li Shi's identity, the servant gestured for him to enter, saying, "Please, follow me." Upon entering the manor, Li Shi immediately noticed a row of doghouses not far off, housing 7 or 8 robust dogs. The dogs regarded Li Shi with predatory eyes. As if he were a meal, their indifference both unsettling and intimidating. Li Shi nonchalantly scanned the surroundings, unfazed. To him, these dogs were merely potential food. Turning his attention elsewhere, he observed the well-maintained garden, adorned with numerous blooming trees. The servants moved about with utmost caution, afraid to make a sound. The servant led Li Shi to the hall on the first floor, where an elderly man with a mix of gray and white hair sat. "Lord Ball, this is the mercenary assigned to the task," the servant announced. Ball waved the servant away and examined Li Shi's badge and task token with an expression devoid of emotion. He succinctly outlined the situation. The estate experienced unusual noises at night, leading the owner to refrain from residing there for some time. The servants were reluctant to remain after dark, and while numerous mercenaries had come, none had identified the source of the disturbances. If Li Shi could uncover the cause, the owner would not be stingy with the reward. Aside from you mercenaries, there will be no one else here at night. You may explore all areas except for the owner's room. Just find the cause of the noises, he instructed. Li Shi wished to inquire further, but noticed the steward's unwillingness to elaborate as he turned to leave. With no other option, Li Shi began to explore the estate. He circled the grounds, but found nothing amiss. The strict management aside, everything seemed normal. The servants worked in orderly fashion, and Steward Ball meticulously inspected every corner of the estate, promptly calling for repairs whenever necessary, exemplifying his role as steward. Li Shi did not encounter any other mercenaries. He later learned that the affairs at Belrose estate were no secret. The mercenaries accepting tasks came at night, earning a silver coin before departing the following day. Thus, Li Shi, unaware of the underlying circumstances, anticipated diligently completing his task to secure a better opportunity for a reward, only to realize it was merely a task for easy coin. This arrangement wasn't entirely unfavorable. Safety was guaranteed. Li Shi spent both lunch and dinner at the estate, the meals being rather mediocre. By evening, more mercenaries began to arrive, over 20 in total, all armed warriors, with a few clad in cloth armor. Professions such as priests, mages, or clerics were unlikely to partake in such trivial tasks. Unlike Li Shi, who was a solitary figure, these mercenaries operated in small groups. After exchanging pleasantries with the servants and steward, they each found their places, standing casually, clearly familiar with the task at hand. Observing this, Li Shi decided to find a corner to hide, intending to pass the night. Perhaps noticing Li Shi's unfamiliarity, an E-grade assassin approached him. "Greetings, friend. My name is Frank, the captain of the brave mercenary group." Li Shi feigned understanding, responding, "I've heard much about you. I am Li Shi, a newcomer to this line of work." Frank laughed heartily, his eyes scanning Li Shi's standard-issue weapons and unremarkable leather armor. "A young lad like you becoming a mercenary surely reflects some skill. If anything unusual occurs tonight, I may require your assistance. I'm just here for a meal. I lack any remarkable abilities. If something goes awry, I'll be the first to flee. No amount of silver can outweigh my life." Li Shi candidly admitted his timid nature. You jest, my young friend. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist as best I can." After exchanging pleasantries, Frank returned to his group, and Li Shi, with a watchful eye, obscured himself once more. Frank reached the entrance of the villa, where he was met by 3 burly warriors. "Boss, what do you think of that kid?" Frank waved his hand casually, embodying the essence of a novice, unperturbed by the surrounding chaos. The first to flee should trouble arise. "That is well and good. Should they dare to delay our affairs, they must not blame us for our ruthless nature." The fierce countenance of a warrior was unmistakable. Naturally, Li Shi was unaware of the events transpiring around him, yet his mature soul instilled in him an instinctive wariness toward all. Chapter 6. The breath of the abyss. Li Shi's gaze remained fixed on the mercenaries, and he soon observed that as the night deepened, their earlier lethargy dissipated, replaced by a vigilant patrol. Their positions were fixed, seemingly predetermined, ensuring that none interfered with the others. Servants and the steward departed while twilight lingered, leaving only the mercenaries behind. As midnight approached, the atmosphere remained uneventful. Many mercenaries adeptly sought out sleeping spots. While Li Shi tightened his clothing and closed his eyes to rest, 2 hours slipped by, and in the depths of slumber, Li Shi's ears perked up at the faint sound of a mournful lament, akin to a forlorn wife searching for her unfaithful lover. Upon opening his eyes, darkness enveloped him, with only the flickering light of a few campfires breaking the void. An unusual blanket of thick clouds obscured the moon and stars, casting no light upon the land. The sound grew increasingly pronounced, rousing other mercenaries from their sleep as they yawned and raised torches to survey their surroundings. 2 mercenaries were remarkably close to Li Shi, their conversation crystal clear to his ears. "What is that sound? It's like the cries of a brothel girl begging for mercy." "It seems your time in the brothel has skewed your perception. Just do a round. If nothing else amiss, return to sleep. There are still a couple of hours until dawn. Let us endure." Their dialogue revealed that this was not their first encounter with such circumstances. They were all too familiar with the situation at hand. Had it not been for the system's requirement to monitor task completion, Li Shi would have preferred to blend into the shadows. However, in the interest of perhaps uncovering something significant, he stealthily left his corner, avoiding the other mercenaries. He meticulously searched for clues, yet found nothing of note. Furrowing his brow, the plaintive sound grew louder, resembling a conversation at normal volume. Stirring all the mercenaries from their slumber, the once quiet manor erupted into a cacophony. Amidst the commotion, Li Shi felt something was amiss. Recalling his entry into the manor earlier in the day, he suddenly remembered the 8 dogs that had been silent. He quietly approached and discovered the dogs were deep in slumber, unfazed by the surrounding chaos. Inspecting them closely, there was no sign of distress. They appeared to be sleeping soundly. Li Shi tapped one gently on the head, but none stirred. They were likely drugged or controlled. The mercenaries continued their inspection. After 2 thorough searches, they relaxed their vigilance, returning to the warmth of the fire to engage in idle chatter. Li Shi, having conducted his own examination without uncovering anything unusual, found this to be entirely normal. Numerous mercenaries had passed through here. And if he were to discover something on his first attempt, that would be peculiar indeed. At this juncture, Li Shi felt helpless and considered returning to his corner to bide his time. Passing the villa's entrance, he noticed Frank and his companions sleeping back to back, showing no inclination to rise and investigate. Shaking his head at their complacency, Li Shi reflected on their seasoned nature, taking any opportunity to earn while avoiding trouble. Just as he contemplated retreating, a thought struck him, and he turned toward Frank and his companions, a look of confusion in his eyes as he approached them. As he neared, feeling the warmth of the fire, the group remained utterly still. Just as he intended to get closer, Frank suddenly sprang to his feet. Hand on his dagger, grinning at Li Shi. "Little brother, have you made a discovery?" Li Shi halted, observing Frank's guarded stance, and waved dismissively. "I am alone. Merely frightened by the noise. I thought to join you." Frank's smile was deceptive. "Our brave mercenary corps is not large, and we lack the capacity to assist you. Little brother, perhaps you should seek other mercenaries? Since you are occupied, I shall find a place to rest for a while. Dawn approaches." Li Shi replied with a chuckle but glanced again at the faces of the other 3, who remained sound asleep behind Frank, unfazed by the exchange. Frank, noticing Li Shi's scrutiny of his comrades, stepped forward to block his view, the threat in his eyes unmistakable. Li Shi feigned innocence and turned away. Observing Frank as he watched him leave, the dagger in his hand wavered, almost unsheathed, before he reconsidered and sheathed it once more. Li Shi swiftly sought refuge in another corner, his mind heavy with suspicion regarding Frank. The manor was in uproar, and yet the trio remained undisturbed, unresponsive even after Li Shi's conversation with their leader. If they were truly innocent, he would be astonished. Having previously overlooked the situation, he now recognized the pressing issues at hand and could not let them slip away unnoticed. Using the flickering firelight, he observed Frank return to his spot, his head tilting as he drifted into sleep. Watching closely, Li Shi noted that they appeared to have succumbed to slumber at an alarming speed. Peering even closer, he discerned an anomaly. The chests of Frank and his companions did not rise and fall, resembling lifeless corpses. With other mercenaries oblivious to the unfolding events, Li Shi crept within 7 meters, forming hand seals for the technique, substitution art. A wooden stick near the steps vanished in an instant, and simultaneously, Li Shi appeared in its place. He landed softly, mere meters from Frank and his companions, crouching beneath the steps, holding his breath, fearful of being discovered. After half a minute, Frank and the others remained motionless. Cautiously exhaling, Li Shi began to scrutinize them. Unlike from a distance, where he could not see their chests rise and fall, he now noticed that through the gaps in their gear, their bodies appeared to be composed of swirling smoke. The mist inflating their equipment, rendering any abnormalities invisible in the darkness. These were clearly puppets. The real ones had long since vanished. Recognizing this, Li Shi found a breakthrough for the task but hesitated to proceed alone against 4 adversaries. The odds were not in his favor. Observing the dispersed mercenaries, an idea struck him, and he shouted, drawing everyone's attention. "Ah, Frank, it is you who conspires, using puppets to deceive us. What insidious tactics!" In a flash, 4 steel needles shot forth, obliterating the 4 smoky puppets, their equipment clattering to the ground. Li Shi then clutched his arm, feigning pain. "You set traps and used poison. You will pay." With that, he bolted into the darkness, vanishing from sight. The other mercenaries, upon noticing the commotion, hurried over to investigate. A few experienced mercenaries, after a mere glance, unraveled the truth. Frank and his comrades were employing puppet magic as a guise for their nefarious deeds. The young mercenary who had discovered their ruse was poisoned and unlikely to survive the night. Brothers, let us disperse and search for them. Each of us stands to gain at least a gold coin. The allure of wealth stirred their hearts, for even a single gold coin was considered a fortune. With a lead to pursue, they felt confident in their ability to handle the situation. After all, there were just 4 ordinary mercenaries involved. Excitement bubbled among them. Capturing Frank and his cohorts would elevate their commission from a silver coin to a gold coin, promising a 100-fold profit. Only a fool would shy away from such an opportunity. Before long, one of them made a discovery. Beneath the steps lay a tunnel, seemingly leading to a basement. The others approached, sniffed the air, and concluded that it was a newly dug passage, likely excavated by Frank and his group in recent days. It became clear why they had spoken of each going their separate ways for convenience. It was all part of their clandestine operations. An older mercenary began issuing commands. Those with agility, follow me into the tunnel. The rest of you remain above and guard the entrance. Let not a single one escape. The others selected their positions and followed the elder down into the darkness. Li Shi, concealed in a nearby garden, observed their movements and soon heard the sounds of weapons clashing from below. Initially, he believed that 4 individuals could not withstand the assault of 20 mercenaries. But to his shock, mere moments into the fray, a mercenary's anguished cries echoed, signaling death. As the situation escalated, the voice of the elder mercenary emerged from the depths. Tinged with panic, they are tainted by the abyss. Quickly, to the temple for the priest. The mention of the abyss sent a wave of fear through the remaining mercenaries, and more than half of them fled in haste, each one faster than the last. Hold them off. We'll fetch the priest, shouted the fleeing mercenaries as they departed. Leaving just 4 to guard the passage, their own hearts pounding with trepidation. Gripping their weapons tightly, they remained on edge. Had it not been for their comrades below, they too might have succumbed to fear and fled. Li Shi possessed no concrete memories regarding the abyss. All he had heard were tales. It was said that those infected by its essence transformed into mindless killers, devoid of reason, impervious to all but priests and bishops. Li Shi harbored doubts about these rumors. If it were truly the case that only priests and clergy could vanquish beings from the abyss, the primary realm would have long been overrun. Thus, he resolved to dismiss such fabrications, attributing the inability to kill to insufficient offensive power. Bolstering his courage, he retrieved 2 steel needles and gripped them tightly, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the tunnel. Amidst the dying screams of mercenaries, he discerned inhuman roars, laced with a hint of exhilaration, undoubtedly the voices of Frank and his companions. Time passed slowly, 10 minutes creeping by, as the noise from the tunnel gradually subsided. The remaining 4 mercenaries anxiously pointed their weapons towards the tunnel's entrance, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, are you still there?" In response, a spinning dagger emerged, resembling a curved sword more than a traditional dagger. 2 of these blades shot forth from the tunnel, instantly embedding themselves in the bodies of 2 mercenaries, reducing their ranks by half in an instant. The remaining 2 could no longer hold their ground, letting out a terrified scream before turning to flee. Yet by then, it was too late. A figure with crimson eyes and a grotesque smile crawled from the tunnel. Frank, despite some alteration in appearance, was unmistakable. As Frank emerged, he swiftly extracted the curved blades from the fallen mercenaries and closed the distance to the fleeing pair with remarkable speed. 2 fountains of blood erupted, and they too collapsed to the ground. Li Shi, hidden in the garden, held his breath. The mercenaries' abilities should have been closely matched, yet Frank's prowess had evidently surged. Breathless, Li Shi focused intently on Frank while keeping an eye on the tunnel's entrance, hoping no other figures would emerge. To his dismay, none did. It seemed Frank's remaining 3 companions had perished along with the several mercenaries. Just as Li Shi contemplated remaining hidden until the temple's priest arrived, he felt Frank's gaze piercing through him, a smirk gracing his features. "Ah, it appears this little mouse hasn't scurried away. Very well. I shall grant you a journey to the abyss, where you will learn that curiosity can be a perilous trait." Chapter 7. Corruption unbeknownst to Frank. He had detected Li Shi's presence. In an instant, he hurled his curved blades, which severed the foliage in their path as they hurtled toward Li Shi. Realizing that remaining hidden was no longer an option, Li Shi sprang from the garden, narrowly evading the oncoming blades, and launched the steel needles at Frank's eyes. With a deft movement, Frank sidestepped the needles and swiftly closed the gap, reclaiming his weapons as he advanced menacingly toward Li Shi. Only then did Li Shi fully grasp the extent of Frank's speed, which far surpassed his own sluggish pace. Li Shi managed to fire 6 needles before Frank was upon him, the distance between them dwindling. He caught a whiff of a faint sulfurous scent, mingled with blood, perhaps the very essence of the abyss. As Frank swung down with his blade, Li Shi drew his own knife in defense. The force of the blow was astonishing. Taken by surprise, Li Shi's short blade was knocked from his grasp, and he was sent staggering backward. While Frank continued his relentless assault, Li Shi unleashed a flurry of steel needles, 14 in a single breath. The intensity of the attack proved overwhelming, with 4 needles embedding themselves in Frank's body, though none struck any critical areas. Observing his own injuries, with dark red blood oozing forth, Frank's expression was not one of pain, but rather exhilaration. "Heh, little mouse, I never thought you possessed such skill. In the past, you might have easily claimed my life." With that, Frank yanked the needles from his flesh, shredding his leather armor in the process, revealing skin that had begun to darken. "This is the gift of the abyss, granting me the defensive prowess of a warrior. I fear no attack now." In that moment, Li Shi understood. Being tainted by the abyss had enhanced all of Frank's attributes, rendering him impervious to Li Shi's steel needles. As Frank pursued him, Li Shi swiftly formed hand seals. Just as the blade was poised to sever his neck, he activated his substitution technique. With a resounding crack, Frank cleaved a wooden plank in two, while Li Shi materialized 7 meters away in the shadows. Thanks to his early arrival that morning, he had strategically placed wooden decoys in various concealed spots, initially for precaution, yet now they served their purpose. Gasping for breath, Li Shi sought to quell the despair that had nearly consumed him in the face of imminent death. Frank stared at the severed wooden stick and then at Li Shi. Confusion etched on his face. He could not fathom how this individual had managed to swap places with a mere piece of wood. This revelation hinted at secrets of space, far beyond the comprehension of mercenaries of their caliber. "Heh, who would have thought you possessed such a hidden talent? A young genius who has grasped the secrets of space." Li Shi cleverly delayed the conversation, asserting that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared and that it was quite simple. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you," he offered. Frank, finding this amusing, erupted in laughter, but his face soon darkened with a murderous intent. "I know you're stalling for time, but what does it matter? My strength has reached an intermediate level. Killing you would be effortless." With that, he stomped his foot heavily, shattering the sturdy stone slab beneath him, and 2 curved blades sliced through the air like the cries of death itself, aimed at Li Shi. Yet, Li Shi's hands moved like butterflies, forming intricate hand seals with astonishing speed. In an instant, Frank's blade struck the wooden stick, while Li Shi had already appeared 7 meters away. Frank's mind, tainted by the aura of the abyss, took several seconds to register that Li Shi was utilizing the wooden sticks to maneuver. In retaliation, Frank destroyed not only Li Shi but also every wooden stick in sight. A frown crossed Li Shi's face, though internally, he chuckled. Who said that his substitution technique could only be used with whole sticks? Half sticks were just as effective. Through countless brushes with death, Li Shi had mastered the substitution technique to an extraordinary degree. What once took a second and a half now almost felt instantaneous. Frank could only howl in frustration, trailing behind and unable to even approach Li Shi. It was as if Li Shi was flying a kite, keeping Frank at bay, while he seized a short sword from the lifeless body of a mercenary, its quality far superior to his own blade, which had failed him. After multiple failed attempts to catch Li Shi, Frank was consumed with rage, his fury surging like a volcano ready to erupt. The blackened skin on his body spread rapidly until most of it was engulfed. His aura intensified with this transformation, making Li Shi feel as though he was being pursued not by a man, but by a primordial beast. The mercenaries had yet to return with the priest. If they delayed any longer, Li Shi would have to flee. Having utilized the substitution technique several times, Li Shi was nearing exhaustion, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. He had only been practicing ninjutsu for 2 days, and the amount of chakra within him was minimal. Based on his estimation, after about 10 more uses of the substitution technique, he would be utterly depleted. With 7 attempts remaining to escape, only 3 were truly available for his discretion. Regardless, he was determined to give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Li Shi made a silent vow that if he remained cautious, perhaps he might succeed. Frank, once again severing a wooden stick, fixed his gaze on Li Shi, seething with the desire to tear him apart. "Little mouse, do not let me catch you. If I do, I will shatter your bones one by one, making you wish for death." As Frank closed in on Li Shi once more, he vanished, and a wooden stick appeared in his place. Suddenly, Frank noticed Li Shi stagger, revealing signs of fatigue. At that moment, he believed his opportunity had arrived. Ignoring the wooden stick, he surged past it, chasing after Li Shi, who had infuriated him to the brink of explosion. Now that he saw hope, he could not let it slip away. However, as he took a step forward, the staggered Li Shi vanished, replaced by a wooden stick, while Li Shi's figure completely disappeared from sight. As Frank halted to search for Li Shi, he suddenly felt a fierce wind rush from behind. Li Shi had not substituted with another stick. Instead, he had switched places with the very stick that Frank had just bypassed, appearing directly behind him. With the short sword aimed at Frank's neck, in that split second, Frank instinctively ducked. Had Li Shi initially targeted his head, he surely would have dodged. However, by a twist of fate, Li Shi had aimed for his neck. Their speeds were so rapid that Frank could not evade completely, and in an instant, Li Shi's blade pierced his skull. A howl of agony erupted from Frank, devoid of any human sound. But Li Shi was unperturbed by his pain. Seizing the moment, he struck decisively. Half of Frank's head was severed, flying away, with the pulsing brain matter vividly visible. Yet, Frank was not yet dead. Without looking back, he swung his blades toward Li Shi, who barely managed to twist his body aside, evading the strike, though the leather armor gifted by his master, Mengland, was deeply slashed, leaving a gaping wound across his chest, even cutting through his inner garments. The blade halted there, grazing his abdomen without the strength to advance further. It was only due to the protection of his armor that he escaped a fatal injury. Understanding that confronting Frank head-on was futile, Li Shi, while still airborne, completed his hand seals with an unseen speed, vanishing just as Frank launched another attack. Frank's blade struck the wooden stick once more, his pain driving him into a frenzy. The last remnants of his human skin faded, engulfed entirely in black. The expression in his eyes was now devoid of humanity, filled only with the thirst for blood, violence, and slaughter, as his aura surged, extinguishing any thoughts Li Shi had of launching a counterattack. Watching Frank approach slowly, Li Shi's nerves were at their limits, ever ready for the substitution technique. Why are they not here yet? Just as Li Shi vented his frustrations in silence, a sweet voice resonated. God said that evil shall not be tolerated in this world. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping Frank before he could react. The light, though seemingly delicate, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, pinning Frank to the ground as he struggled futilely, unable to move or scream. Witnessing this, Li Shi collapsed onto the ground, the rapid exchange of blows having drained much of his vitality. Now that he had relaxed, sweat began to pour from his body as he watched Frank writhe within the light, burning away until he was reduced to a pile of black ash. Li Shi finally felt a sense of relief. Is that not my little brother? A familiar sweet voice chimed beside him. Looking up, he realized it was Ace, the one who had registered him as a mercenary. Ace, what are you doing here? Ace surveyed the surroundings, her gaze lingering at the entrance of the tunnel. After confirming something, she smiled and replied, I am the priestess of the god of mercenaries. With such a significant event occurring here, I naturally had to come and see. Li Shi thought to himself, no wonder the mercenaries took so long. The mercenary guild was quite a distance from here. Ace was not only the priestess of the god of mercenaries, but also a B-rank mercenary, one of the few high-ranking mercenaries in Cardo City. Perhaps fearing that Li Shi might not grasp Ace's identity, a fleeing mercenary stepped forward to introduce her. A B-rank mercenary. Li Shi gazed at Ace, who was only a few years older than himself, astonished. He would never have guessed she possessed such strength. With genuine admiration, he remarked, that's impressive. The little brother is also remarkable. Frank has completely fallen into darkness, his strength nearly that of a high-level warrior. The fact that you could endure against him for so long is commendable. Haha, I was injured at first and had been hiding, just as Frank found me. You all arrived. I was merely fortunate. Staying low-key is the way to go, Li Shi thought. He dared not boast of his current abilities. Aside from the substitution technique and shuriken throwing, he was no better than an ordinary person. Mercenaries extracted 2 curved blades from the ashes of Frank and handed them to Ace. She examined them briefly before tossing them to Li Shi. Little brother, it appears you lack suitable weaponry. These 2 curved blades shall be your spoils. Li Shi noticed the other mercenaries gazing at the blades with the hunger of wolves, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, revealing their quality. Without hesitation, Li Shi accepted the blades, each weighing approximately 3 kilograms. Although they felt somewhat heavy, It was evident from the recent skirmish with Frank that these blades were exceptional weapons. Thank you, Sister Ace. Please wait here. I shall explore the underground. Ace, leading the mercenaries away, was soon approached by Dale, the estate's steward. Chapter 8. Body Flicker Technique and Transformation Technique. Dale's demeanor was less frosty than during the day, though it could not be described as warm. He presented Li Shi with a piece of paper. We did not anticipate the situation escalating to this extent, far surpassing an E-level mission. However, we cannot alter the mission's classification at this point. Instead, we can compensate you from the commission. Here are 10 gold coins, and you may collect them at the mercenary hall at dawn. Li Shi had not expected the task to culminate in such chaos, resulting in nearly 20 mercenaries' demise. Yet, he was fortunate to be alive, and his commission had escalated from a single silver coin to 10 gold coins, a truly substantial sum, sufficient for an ordinary family to sustain themselves for years, even after repaying debts. Li Shi carefully stored the mission completion proof, standing resolutely. I am a mercenary. The mission is my priority. He refrained from inquiring further about the estate's affairs, recognizing that lacking the strength to comprehend more would be futile. As dawn broke and the breakfast shop opened, he hurriedly went to eat. After his meal, he eagerly arrived at the mercenary hall as it opened, promptly submitting his mission. The receptionist retrieved the 10 gold coins. You are now an F-level mercenary, having completed an E-level task. This qualifies as a cross-level achievement. One E-level mission equates to 2 F-level missions, meaning you have effectively completed 3 missions. Complete 7 more to advance to the next rank. Li Shi was astonished by this revelation. According to this logic, he need not finish 10 missions for promotion. 5 cross-level tasks would suffice. After swiftly claiming his 10 gold coins, he rushed home. Xiaofan, I completed a cross-level mission. Do I get 1 or 2 lottery draws? 2. Li Shi leaped in excitement, realizing that consistently achieving cross-level missions would double his advancement speed. Lottery draw. Certainly, Master. The Grand will reappeared before him. The common weapons such as kunai and shuriken had vanished, replaced by 2 scrolls, which contained a plethora of weapons. Li Shi recognized these scrolls. They were likely the twin dragons of Tian Tian. Capable of producing a multitude of weapons in a short time, this technique was excellent for harvesting novices, though it proved ineffective against slightly stronger opponents. Next, he examined the ninjutsu. The first was the clone technique, a variant of the multi-shadow clone technique, which created a non-combatant clone solely for distracting enemies. The second ninjutsu, which had not appeared last time, was the transformation technique. Frankly, aside from the clone technique, which was somewhat subpar, the remaining 2 were formidable. The substitution technique was invaluable, and had it not been for it last night, Li Shi would have perished countless times. The transformation technique allowed a brief metamorphosis into another person or object. If his opponent was not sensitive to energy fluctuations, Li Shi could transform into a bird and defecate on their head without detection, an invaluable skill in critical moments for gathering intelligence, disguise, or escape. If possible, Li Shi desired to acquire it. However, after reviewing the next ninjutsu, his thoughts shifted, for the next technique was the body flicker technique. This high-speed movement ninjutsu enabled one to evade attacks effortlessly. The faster one moved, the more they could manipulate their adversaries, securing an unassailable position. Today was bountiful in treasures. Before he had even finished examining half of the options, Li Shi yearned for each one. The next was the fire release, great fireball technique, which had previously piqued his interest. It reappeared, allowing the user to expel a fireball 3 to 4 meters in diameter, accompanied by a repelling force and high-temperature damage. Next was the earth release, earth flow wall. Li Shi felt a surge of enthusiasm upon seeing this. It created 1 or more walls from the earth to protect oneself, proving exceptionally useful in critical moments. In the original anime, it ranked among the most frequently utilized earth techniques. Finally, Li Shi's gaze fell upon a small syringe, inscribed with the words First Hokage Hashirama's cells. The strength of the first Hokage was well known to anyone familiar with the anime. His wood release left Madara unable to hold his head high throughout his life. If one were to merge with his cells, they could attain wood release, amplifying their combat power exponentially, akin to Yamato. However, the risks and side effects were considerable. The survival rate was exceedingly low, and post-injection, one would likely be consumed by Hashirama's cells, transforming into a tree, thus leading to inevitable death. Li Shi hesitated to use such a thing. recognizing that he could manage his current circumstances without risking the use of Hashirama's cells. Such a measure was better suited for a desperate moment after exhausting all options. After reviewing the offerings on the Grand Wheel, Lishi noted that the ninjutsu, scrolls, and Hashirama cells had roughly equal proportions, indicating similar chances of acquisition, though slight differences existed. He felt fortunate. Today presented an array of exceptional items. Regardless of which two he ultimately received, he would be satisfied. Spin. Certainly, master. The pointer spun at an unseen speed, leaving Lishi no opportunity to seize a moment of clarity. After observing for a while, he found no discernible gap. Stop. The pointer slowed dramatically, passing over the Twin Dragon scroll, the clone technique, and the transformation technique, ultimately landing on the body flicker technique. Congratulations, master. You have acquired the body flicker technique. Lishi clenched his fist. This was one of the most coveted techniques of the day. As the body flicker technique vanished, it left an empty space filled by other ninjutsu. Spin again. The pointer began to whirl once more. Lishi decided not to watch, closing his eyes. At a certain moment, he commanded, "Stop." He dared not open his eyes, silently counting for a minute before cautiously peeking through a small crack, resembling an anxious gambler. After a moment of trepidation, he glanced at the pointer, which had fortuitously halted on the transformation technique. Congratulations, master, you have acquired the transformation technique. Although he did not receive the other ninjutsu, the transformation technique was still acceptable. Excellent. The memories of both techniques flooded into his mind, allowing Lishi to grasp them almost instantaneously, while his chakra surged several-fold, liberating him from the awkwardness of being a novice capable of performing only 20 substitution techniques. With the body flicker and transformation techniques etched in his consciousness, Lishi now possessed a clear understanding of these two abilities, enabling him to move swiftly within a 10-meter radius, and as his chakra increased, the distance could extend even further. The technique of body flicker is not a form of instantaneous teleportation that defies spatial limitations. Rather, it is a method of rapid movement that, to the untrained eye, appears akin to teleportation. However, to a skilled observer, it is merely a slight enhancement in speed. Given the current circumstances encountered by Lishi, it is evident that few can discern the subtle differences between teleportation and body flicker. Although the transformation technique allows Lishi to assume the guise of different people and objects, it is not without its flaws. A keen observer can still detect the ruse, and it cannot be maintained for long. Currently, he can sustain it for merely 5 minutes. With a deeper understanding of these two ninjutsu techniques, Lishi's prowess has grown, and he is now prepared to address the matters at hand. Several pressing issues confront him. One is the need to redeem the property deed, which is not a problem as he possesses sufficient funds. However, the unwarranted expenditure of 2.5 gold coins over the course of a few days leaves him resentful. Thus, he resolves against further spending, preferring instead to engage in underhanded dealings. The second issue is his scant knowledge of this world. He cannot even recognize the script and must undertake substantial learning. This does not necessitate extensive time spent studying, as he can invest in acquiring knowledge from a mage, which costs 10 gold coins per session. The basic curriculum includes the common script used by humans, an analysis of the continent, and an introduction to various professions. Such a session would yield lifelong benefits. And for a more comprehensive understanding, one could invest additional gold coins, as mages are eager to fulfill one's desires. Lishi gazed at the 10 gold coins in his possession, feeling that risking his life was not as valuable as a single scroll from a mage. The irony is that this money was willingly offered by him, rendering him both frustrated and powerless. Knowledge, after all, is a universal symbol of wealth. The third matter at hand is the need for new equipment. After his brief skirmish with Frank, his leather armor was rendered useless. Had it not been for this armor, he would have sustained severe injuries, or worse, perished on the spot. The significance of equipment is self-evident. With weapons in hand, it is imperative to acquire quality gear. After a moment of contemplation, Lishi decided to prioritize knowledge acquisition. Otherwise, he would remain in a state of ignorance, which is far too passive. He removed his tattered leather armor, secured his curved dagger at his waist, and proceeded toward the most bustling street of Cardo City. The boulevard, aptly named after the city lord, is lined with opulent boutiques, the finest hotels, premier equipment shops, exquisite patisseries, and top-notch apothecaries. The wares here are not only exceptional within Cardo City, but are also highly regarded across the continent. The scroll for acquiring knowledge that Li Shi sought is undoubtedly available here. Monko's magic shop, run by the intermediate mage Monko, specializes in the sale of magical gear. Monko is the same mage who posts tasks in the mercenary hall in search of magic apprentices. What can I assist you with today? A lively young girl greeted Li Shi warmly, not demeaning him due to his humble attire. Li Shi noted the sparsely furnished shop, which felt quite empty with only a handful of scrolls, potions, and a few pieces of equipment, alongside some staffs and materials he could not comprehend. I would like to purchase a knowledge transfer scroll. The girl retrieved a scroll adorned with mysterious patterns from the shelf and placed it before Li Shi. This was the most fundamental knowledge transfer scroll, encompassing an introduction to the continent, the human written language, and an overview of multiple planes. How much does it cost? Though Li Shi was aware of the price, he felt compelled to ask. 10 gold coins. Without hesitation, Li Shi produced the 10 gold coins. I will take it. The girl accepted the coins and called out to Li Shi as he turned to leave. Sir, you may use the scroll in our private chamber. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can address them promptly to ensure your safety. Surprised by the additional service, Li Shi expressed skepticism regarding such a generous offer. What is the cost? The girl smiled. There is no charge for this. It is a complimentary service. After all, no one can guarantee the scroll's safety. Not even those crafted by the goddess of magic. Upon hearing the mention of risk, a sense of unease washed over Li Shi. Magic holds immense power. Yet its unpredictability can lead to catastrophic outcomes. Much like an ordinary person mishandling TNT, a single misstep could result in disaster. He was utterly ignorant of this arcane art, and should an accident occur, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 9, Monko's Magic Shop. Thank you. I would appreciate your guidance to the private chamber. The girl led Li Shi to the back of the store, where 3 private rooms were located. After opening a stone door, they entered a modestly sized chamber, its floor etched with mysterious patterns. Sir, this room is equipped with a magic circle to ensure your safety. When you are ready, simply tear the scroll. Thank you. Li Shi expressed his gratitude once more. I shall not disturb you any longer. After the girl exited and closed the door, she did not return to the front of the shop, but instead proceeded to the second room, which bore a similar arrangement to Li Shi's chamber. Save for the presence of an elderly mage in deep meditation, the girl stood respectfully and addressed the elder, Master. We have another visitor who is currently in the adjacent room receiving knowledge transfer. The old mage retrieved a crystal ball from his ring and, with a gentle touch, activated it, revealing a scene obscured by mist. The image displayed Li Shi as he commenced the knowledge transfer. From the crystal ball, they observed Li Shi tearing open the scroll, a beam of golden light shooting forth and striking him between the brows. In an instant, Li Shi, who had been fully capable of independent action, fell into a stupor. Concurrently, the patterns on the floor of Li Shi's room began to emit a faint glow, as if safeguarding him during the transfer. Unbeknownst to them, the girl produced an hourglass, and as Li Shi succumbed to unconsciousness, she flipped it, allowing the sand to flow slowly downward. In no time, a third of the sand had trickled away. Watching Li Shi remain in a state of unconsciousness, the girl turned to the old mage. Master, we have searched through hundreds of candidates. We have tried everyone of note in Cardo City. What shall we do if we cannot find a suitable candidate? The old mage remained fixated on the crystal ball, his expression unchanged. If none are found, we shall continue searching. Those we seek are rare, yet not impossible to find. As the sand continued to flow, Li Shi's eyes suddenly opened halfway through, and he surveyed his surroundings with delight. The same expressions of curiosity were mirrored by the old mage and his apprentice, who were observing him. The old mage's demeanor shifted from calm to exuberance as he laughed heartily, gazing at Li Shi as if he were a rare treasure. At last, I have found him. At last, I have found him. He quickly stifled his mirth and urged the girl, Lisa, go and engage him in conversation to ascertain his intentions. Lisa, beaming with excitement, exited the stone door, quickly concealing her expression and donning a professional smile as she awaited Li Shi's emergence. Within moments, Li Shi opened the door and found her waiting outside. I apologize, I lost track of time. Thank you for your patience. Lisa waved her hand dismissively. It is our duty, and besides, you did not take long. Previous guests have taken much longer to receive their transfer. You must possess considerable strength. Li Shi quickly shook his head. I am merely an F-grade novice mercenary, hardly noteworthy. Since the transfer has concluded, I shall take my leave. I am once again grateful for your assistance. Upon hearing Li Shi's intention to depart, Lisa felt a pang of urgency and quickly devised a plan. Sir, since you are a mercenary, you surely require better equipment. We happen to have some excellent leather and cloth armor in our shop. Allow me to fetch them for you. The young girl, Lisa, exuded such enthusiasm that it made Li Shi feel as if he had been forcefully coerced in a past life on the streets under the pretense of receiving something for free. He could not assure himself that this other world did not harbor similar traps. No, I cannot afford this. The funds for this knowledge inheritance scroll were accumulated over a long time, even requiring the sale of my house to gather enough. Lisa, fearful of Li Shi's departure, stepped forward and grasped his arm, placing it against her chest. Amidst her softness, Li Shi found himself half-heartedly led to the counter laden with equipment. Lisa presented a set of red leather armor adorned with white magical runes. This armor was crafted from the hides of second-tier magical beasts and personally enchanted by Master Monkey, featuring an additional defensive magical array, rendering its protection comparable to that of heavy armor, yet weighing only a tenth of its heft. After her introduction, Lisa turned to Li Shi, inquiring, "What do you think? It's quite remarkable, isn't it?" Li Shi awkwardly nodded. The armor was indeed impressive, but the price would surely be even more so. I truly have no money. I cannot afford such splendid equipment. I believe it is best I do not waste your time any longer, and I shall take my leave. Seeing Li Shi about to depart, Lisa hurriedly grasped his hand once more. The softness of her touch stirred something within Li Shi, prompting him to pause yet again. I haven't even mentioned the price, sir. Why the haste? Besides, we need not pay the full amount up front. For our loyal customers, we can offer installment payments. Li Shi gazed at the young saleswoman in disbelief, tempted to inquire if her vigorous sales pitch stemmed from a desperate need to meet monthly quotas. As an F-rank mercenary, did she truly dare to offer such exquisite equipment on credit, fearing her employer might sell her off to repay debts? The price is negotiable. Originally, this set of equipment was to be sold for 20 gold coins. However, if you truly desire it, you may pay a small sum initially and gradually settle the remainder later. Still feeling embarrassed, Li Shi shook his head. I genuinely have no money. I possess merely 2 silver coins, barely enough for my meals over the past few days. Lisa held on to Li Shi's hand, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. Li Shi, meeting her sincere eyes, reiterated his financial plight. The two engaged in a silent battle of wills, ultimately with Lisa conceding. You may pay just 1 silver coin up front, and subsequently, I will require 5 silver coins from you each week. Upon hearing he could secure the armor for just 1 silver coin, Li Shi's expression transformed to one of overwhelming joy. He grasped Lisa's hands as if she were his savior, exclaiming, "Thank you immensely. I assure you I will deliver the payments punctually each week." He then retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and placed it on the counter, eager to take the equipment and flee. Yet, Lisa intercepted him again, producing a sheet of paper. "Sir, I need you to leave your information and sign an IOU. Should you abscond, I must have a means to locate you. I also require the details of your mercenary badge for registration." Ah, how remiss of me. Li Shi filled out his name and address on the document, ensuring Lisa had a backup of his mercenary badge before finally departing with the equipment. Lisa carefully reviewed the information he had provided when the old mage appeared behind her. Glancing at Li Shi's details, "Lisa, you have performed admirably. Once they possess our equipment, they shall not evade our grasp." Lisa resumed a posture of respect, her demeanor starkly contrasting the playful charm she exhibited before Li Shi. "When does the master intend to make a move?" The old mage, his gaze fixed on the direction Li Shi had taken, seemed lost in thought. "There is no rush. Let him enjoy a few more days." After leaving Monkey's magical shop, Li Shi was acutely aware that the situation was peculiar, yet the bait was simply too enticing. An enchanted set of equipment worth 20 gold coins could be his for merely 1 silver coin. Under normal circumstances, even the button on such armor would exceed that amount. Such a remarkable acquisition was worth the risk, and the prospect of repaying 5 silver coins weekly was not beyond his means. The exhilaration of obtaining this equipment eclipsed the joy he felt from receiving the knowledge inheritance. Although the knowledge was commonplace and devoid of secrets, it was sufficient for Li Shi's current needs. This knowledge elucidated the classification of professions within the continent. For instance, in the case of mages, the hierarchy began with the lowest tier, the magic apprentice, followed by the low-level mage, intermediate mage, high-level mage, sorcerer, archmage, and grand archmage. Beyond that lay the realm of the divine, where no new gods had emerged for over 10 millennia. Other professions followed a similar tiered classification, divided into 9 ranks, though the terminology varied. As for Li Shi's current standing, he was uncertain. He could be deemed low-level or mid-level, but he could certainly hold his own against a few high-level opponents. If ranked as a ninja, he would be classified as a lower-tier ninja. Regarding the political landscape of the continent, humanity held the greatest power, with the Church of Light being the most dominant force, surpassing even the mightiest kingdoms. Much like in Europe on Earth, this other world operated under the principle of divine right. A king's legitimacy hinged upon the approval of the High Priest of Light. Other divine factions were comparatively weaker. In addition to humans, the continent was home to elves and orcs, which constituted the second tier of races. Dwarves, berserkers, barbarians, ogres, goblins, and gnolls belonged to the third tier and beyond. As for the rare and powerful dragon kin and other magical beast families, they stood alone as formidable entities, for they did not establish political power and thus could not be classified as factions. When discussing other planes, the primary plane was akin to the sun at the center of a solar system, while other planes revolved around it like planets, numerous in size and number. Many were known, with some transformed into divine realms by gods, others claimed by major factions as their private gardens, and yet more occupied by powerful individuals, with countless others remaining undiscovered and unreported. Ultimately, might dictated reason. Conversely, the abyss did not orbit the primary plane. Instead, it existed in direct opposition to it. The abyss comprised countless planes, often referred to as an unfathomable chasm, with 700 or 800 layers already mapped. The sovereigns of each layer varied, and the stronger one was, the more dominion they held. During this tumultuous year, the abyss invaded the primary world, with the first 100 layers launching the assault. Their strength was likely less than 1/10 of the abyss's total might, yet they nearly shattered the primary plane, illustrating the abyss's formidable power. Having gleaned this information about the other world, Li Shi finally arrived home. Eagerly, he donned his new equipment, the fiery red armor accentuating his upright posture, even rendering his somewhat dark complexion more vibrant. With the upgrade complete and his strength enhanced, it was time to embark on new quests. Li Shi had already selected a mission, purchasing some jerky from a tavern and filling a bamboo tube with water before swiftly making his way to the mercenary hall. After exchanging pleasantries with Ace, who registered new mercenaries, he headed towards the E-rank task room. Before he could reach it, he overheard other mercenaries engaged in conversation. I heard that the task of the great merchant, Belros, was completed by an F-rank mercenary. It involved that thing, resulting in the deaths of over 20 mercenaries, most of whom were competent E-rankers. I've heard it was more than 20, rumor has it, over 40. Ultimately, that thing completely fell, and the priestess Ace had to rush over to purify it. I suspect that F-rank mercenary might be from some prominent family on a trial run. Just watch. They'll soon reach B rank and leave our Cardo city behind. Such envy is futile. After all, fate has favored them, born into prominent families. We must tread carefully, for one day we might encounter that which we cannot comprehend, and death may come before we even realize it. Chapter 10. Waiting for the rabbit, there is jealousy everywhere. But Li Shi remains unconcerned. He simply did not expect that what transpired just hours ago would spread so swiftly. Upon reaching the counter, he placed his mercenary badge on the table and accepted the task of clearing the monsters from the agricultural temple. The staff promptly handed the badge and task token back to Li Shi. With determination, he made his way towards the farmlands outside the city. This task differed from the previous one, as it was rated E, whereas the last was rated F. Li Shi had inquired with Xiao Fan, and it was confirmed that these were not considered the same task, thus allowing for another chance at a lottery. After presenting the task token to the young agricultural priest at the city gate, Li Shi set off towards the distant fields, much to the priest's astonished gaze. He soon passed by the sinkhole created by the unknown demon and the farmlands corrupted by accompanying beasts. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences he had endured, he recognized the significant improvement in his abilities. The ground where the sinkhole had formed had been leveled, yet the remnants of the battle remained visible. He could even pinpoint the location where he had been chased previously. Having received a legacy of knowledge, Li Shi speculated that the priest who repelled the demon was likely from the Temple of Light, possibly of bishop rank. For a mere priest would not possess such formidable divine abilities. A bishop is akin to a magus among sorcerers, classified as level 6 within the 9th tier. Level 6 is regarded as a high combat tier, with only a few bishops in Cardo City acknowledged as such. Most pursue the pinnacle of level 5. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shi had wandered quite far, noticing numerous mercenaries engaged in tasks across the farmlands. Finally, after traversing approximately 10 kilometers from Cardo City, he halted at the edge of the fields. Entering the farmland from the main road, he soon spotted a wild boar gnawing at the roots of the rice paddies. Drawing his curved blade from his waist, he lightly stepped forward and vanished from sight, reappearing beside the unsuspecting beast. In its oblivion, the wild boar continued to feast, unaware of the grim reaper at its side. With a swift motion, Li Shi severed its spine and major artery. Blood gushed forth, spraying over a meter high. Yet Li Shi evaded any splatter. Seizing the opportunity during the boar's final throes, he made his way to the tenant's wooden house, intending to exchange the boar for his reward, only to notice a wolf lured by the scent of blood, stealthily approaching from behind. Since fortune favored him, he decided to lay in wait like the proverbial farmer waiting for a rabbit. Resolute, Li Shi feigned ignorance, allowing the wolf to draw closer. As it entered a 10-meter radius, believing itself unseen, Li Shi vanished in an instant. Unlike the boar, the wolf was acutely aware of his presence, and as it sensed something amiss, it attempted to flee. However, Li Shi's speed was unparalleled. As the wolf turned to escape, it found itself staring at its own back. Seeing the unblemished blade, before succumbing to darkness, Li Shi dragged the wolf's body beside the boar, inspired by the wolf's earlier actions. If he could use the corpses as bait, it would spare him the trouble of wandering. Resolutely, he sought a suitable spot and discovered a grand tree at the edge of the farmland, its expansive canopy capable of sheltering many. He placed the two bodies together beneath the tree, ensuring to make additional cuts to enhance the scent of blood. Ascending the tree, he settled on a thick branch, prepared to wait for unwitting beasts to ensnare themselves. His patience was rewarded within mere minutes when a unicorn lizard, measuring 4 meters in length and thicker than a barrel, approached cautiously. Its scarred horn indicated a history of battles. Despite its poor eyesight, it relied on other senses, extending its long tongue to taste the air for information. Soon, the unicorn lizard caught a whiff of Li Shi's presence and turned to flee. Yet, it was no match for Li Shi's prowess. 3 swift movements brought him upon the creature. The thick, bony hide felt like stone beneath his feet, with 2 blades crossing each other. Half of the lizard's head was severed, and its limbs, rendered powerless, dragged it forward momentarily before it collapsed. Using all his strength, Li Shi pulled the hefty lizard back to the tree. The beast's keen olfactory senses posed a challenge. He needed a strategy. 2 methods came to mind: cover himself in blood or feces. Both would mask his scent from other beasts. Choosing wisely, he cut a sizable piece of flesh from the boar's thigh and smeared the blood across his body, quickly enveloping himself in the pungent aroma. Returning to the tree, he waited but a few minutes before another creature approached, a pride of lion-like beasts, significantly larger than Earth's lions, adorned with protective scales along their backs. This family unit consisted of a leading male, 3 females, and 5 cubs, slowly advancing towards the corpses. Unbeknownst to them, Li Shi lay concealed behind the thick foliage, undetected by their keen eyes. Just as they prepared to indulge in their feast, a blurred figure emerged, accompanied by flashes of steel. One by one, the pride fell, blood saturating the ground and intensifying the scent of carnage. Returning to his perch, Li Shi effortlessly wiped his blades clean, devoid of any trace of blood. The formidable hide of the unicorn lizard and the scaled beasts had offered no resistance against his blades, a testament to their prowess. A fine weapon indeed. Following his acquisition of knowledge, Li Shi understood the envy displayed by fellow mercenaries when AC had gifted him the blades. They were refined weapons, rare treasures. Frank's mediocre skills had built the reputation of the brave mercenary group largely upon these blades, yet now they belonged to Li Shi. The slaughter continued, and the bounty increased. Thanks to the primal environment of this otherworldly realm, beasts proliferated abundantly. Within 4 hours, the corpses beneath the tree began to accumulate into a formidable pile. Yet, as Li Shi surveyed the multitude of carcasses, a frown crossed his face. None were magical beasts. The E-level task required at least 1 magical creature. Even with a mountain of beasts, he could not complete the mission. The sun has begun its descent, leaving Li Shi with just over 3 hours to complete his tasks, causing him a sense of urgency. As he wrestled with his anxiety, 3 mercenaries observed from a distance, 2 warriors and a ranger armed with a hunting bow. The leader, wearing an E-class badge, furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment, hesitant despite the intermediate strength of his companions. The solitary figure before them was evidently no ordinary foe. The sheer number of prey he had ensnared with mere ordinary traps suggested a weight exceeding 5,000 pounds at the very least. This realization left the leader feeling uncertain about their chances against him. The other warrior, noticing the leader's indecision, urged, "Boss, it's afternoon now, and soon there will be more people arriving to turn in their quests. If we wait, we might end up with nothing." His words struck a chord. Although they called themselves mercenaries, some operated more like bandits, thieves, or rogues, willing to do anything for a profit, save for selling their souls to the devil. Capturing these prey could yield them at least 1.5 gold coins, enough to sustain them for half a month without needing to take on further tasks. Feeling the weight of his brother's gazes and tempted by the prospect of easy sustenance, the leader gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, let's do this. Second, you hide in the rice paddy. Third, and I will advance first. As soon as he shows himself, you take your shot." The rangers stealthily maneuvered closer, while the leader and the third warrior brazenly approached the vicinity of the large tree. Just as they intended to draw out Li Shi with some ruse, the ground beneath the tree suddenly heaved, revealing a pair of massive gray pincers, each half a meter long. The sight of them made the leader and the third warrior's expressions change dramatically, prompting them to retreat hastily into a nearby ditch. "Boss, it's a level 2 magical beast, the Tuka beast," the third warrior said nervously. The leader's expression mirrored his concern. "I see. It seems these prey are no longer ours to claim. We'll wait until the Tuka beast has had its fill and leaves, then we can slip away." "Agreed," the third warrior replied, both aware of the grim fate that befell mercenaries targeted by the Tuka beast. The creature, resembling a scorpion, was highly venomous. Clad in a tough exoskeleton, capable of burrowing underground, and faster than an average intermediate warrior, with no apparent weaknesses, its formidable pincers could easily snap a tree as thick as a person's torso, making it a nightmare for novice mercenaries. However, in the very next moment, as the Tuka beast emerged from the ground, a flash of red appeared on its back, just as the beast lifted its venom-laden tail to strike. A flurry of blades flashed around it. In mere seconds, no one could ascertain how many strikes the Tuka beast endured. When the whirlwind of attacks ceased, the creature, now reduced to a dismembered heap, lay in pieces. The third warrior's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he pointed at the red figure, stammering, "Be boss, he." The leader smacked the third warrior on the back with a stern tone. "What do you mean he? That's a powerful individual, mind your tongue." The leader's admonition stemmed from the fact that Li Shi had turned to face them, brandishing 2 gleaming, newly polished curved blades. Chapter 11. Fire Release. Great fireball technique. The leader helped the third warrior to his feet, wearing a smile that was more painful than tears. "My friend, we happened upon this scene and feared for your safety. We merely wished to lend a hand." The third warrior nodded vigorously beside him, his expression exceedingly sincere. "Yes. We were just passing through, seeking to assist." Li Shi offered a cold smile, and in an instant, the curved blade in his hand transformed into a steel needle, which he launched into a specific spot in the farmland. The ranger awkwardly stood, his bow in a relaxed position, realizing their plan had been uncovered. He could only force a laugh. "I was just passing by as well. Believe me, I truly was, merely taking a moment for nature's call." Li Shi, wishing to avoid unnecessary enmity with outsiders yet unwilling to let them off easily, smiled and said, "Since it is a misunderstanding, I shan't hold it against you. However, I do have a small favor to ask of you." The leader, quick to read the room, eagerly nodded, bending slightly with a grin. "It would be our honor to assist you. Please, share your needs." His 2 companions mirrored his expression, ready to comply with whatever was required. "Well then," Li Shi gestured toward the pile of corpses, "I have far too many spoils to carry alone. Since you are so kind, would you assist me in transporting them?" The 3 exchanged resigned smiles. However, preserving their lives felt like a stroke of fortune. Regardless of the daunting task of moving 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of prey, or even 10,000 pounds, we would be happy to help. With that, the 3 began to carry the spoils, while Li Shi observed with empty hands, showing no inclination to assist. The arduous task lasted over an hour, leaving them panting and exhausted by the time they finished. Without a command from Li Shi, they dared not leave, sitting nearby to watch as he settled accounts with the tenant. "Sir, you have successfully hunted 500-600 pounds of prey, including 1 level 2 magical beast, the Tuka beast. The total value amounts to 30 gold coins, with a commission of 10 gold coins. Li Shi had expected the commission to be calculated at a quarter like with the F-class beasts, so he was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a third instead. This task proved far more manageable than the last, thanks in part to his enhanced abilities, which allowed him to move with remarkable stealth. "Thank you," Li Shi said, accepting the task completion proof and expressing gratitude to the three mercenaries. "Oh, it is nothing. You can hunt so much prey in one go. We might not even reach that total in a month. Your strength is formidable. You will surely become a formidable figure in the future. It is an honor for us, mere ants, to cross paths with someone like you." The leader gazed at Li Shi, feeling an unsettling anxiety that he might seek retribution later. He heaped on compliments, fearing Li Shi harbored any ill will towards them. Li Shi, perceptive to their underlying intentions, had no real desire to enact harm upon them. "You may leave now. But should you entertain any nefarious thoughts in the future, do consider the balance of power. Not everyone is as accommodating as I." Yes, we will remember this," they replied, hastily departing as if their very lives depended on it, running several kilometers before they paused to catch their breath. The ranger, panting heavily, turned to the leader and the third warrior. "I believe the curved blade he wields belongs to Frank from the brave mercenary group. I've seen Frank wield it before. It's identical." Upon hearing Frank's name, the third warrior collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. "Isn't Frank the one who fell to darkness and was dealt with?" The leader glared at the cowardly third warrior. "Do you not understand? If he wields the blade, then Frank was undoubtedly vanquished by him." The third warrior remained incredulous. But Frank, after his corruption, possessed the strength of a high-level warrior. Then indeed, he is likely a high-level warrior himself, perhaps even stronger. We should keep our distance from him in the future. He is not someone we can provoke. Today has proven to be exceedingly unfortunate. Such occurrences must not be repeated. For one can never discern which individual may be the concealed magnate. The voices of the three conversing grew fainter, while Li Shi pondered whether to continue using traps for a while longer. However, from his previous dialogue with the trio, he discovered that typical mercenaries undertaking this E-grade mission often spent several days searching for magical beasts. The success of the task largely hinged on luck, and Li Shi's fortune had been remarkably favorable. Within less than a day, he encountered a level 2 magical beast. Further hunts would likely yield only ordinary predators, lacking in significance, prompting him to head towards the city, eager to return to the mercenary guild before nightfall to submit his task. Upon completion, he collected 10 gold coins and recorded 2 more successful missions, bringing his total to 5. Just 5 more would elevate him to E-grade. "Xiaofan, initiate the lottery," he commanded. "Understood, master," came the reply. A large spinning wheel adorned with pointers materialized before Li Shi's eyes, still featuring the dual rising dragon, occupying approximately 10% of the space. The ninjutsu repertoire, aside from the shadow clone technique, fire release, grand fireball technique, and earth release, earth flow wall, had also expanded to include the shadow clone technique, each occupying around 10% as well. Unlike the ordinary clone technique, the shadow clone technique creates duplicates capable of sharing the original's power. If 3 shadow clones are created, each, along with the original, wields 1/4 of the total strength, greatly enhancing survival in combat or retreat. However, in comparison to the shadow clone, Li Shi favored its advanced version, the multi-shadow clone technique, which was the favorite and most frequently utilized jutsu of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, this technique demands a substantial amount of chakra, rendering it inaccessible to Li Shi, whose chakra reserves were perpetually insufficient. His early return to the city was largely due to dwindling chakra levels. The spinning wheel presented additional ninjutsu options, including the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, which could unleash dozens of small fireballs from the mouth, boasting greater power and a broader area of effect than the Grand Fireball. As Li Shi continued to inspect the wheel, his expression morphed into one of disbelief and elation upon seeing the next item, a bloodline limit known as the Sharingan. The bloodline limit, a unique trait within the Naruto universe, is typically passed down through families, with outsiders rarely having the opportunity to obtain it. Only a handful of characters throughout the series managed to acquire a bloodline limit through sheer fortune, achieving great renown, with the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake being the most illustrious among them. Bloodlines such as the Byakugan, Sharingan, Lava Release, and Wood Release are exponentially more powerful than conventional ninjutsu. Li Shi examined the Sharingan multiple times, nearly affixing his gaze to it, realizing that acquiring it today could amplify his strength manifold. After lingering on the Sharingan for a considerable time, he reluctantly turned his attention to the next item, which was also commendable: summoning technique, occupying 20% of the wheel, a more substantial share than other techniques. This technique enables the summoner to call forth a summoned beast after forming a contract, aiding in combat. However, this necessitates finding an appropriate beast and establishing a contract. Otherwise, the summoning technique becomes utterly useless. Following the summoning technique, only one item remained: the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which were of negligible interest to Li Shi, as he would be hesitant to utilize them regardless. The lottery presented him with the exhilarating prospect of the Sharingan, compelling him to proceed with caution. He washed his hands and face, clasped his hands in prayer, invoking the blessings of all deities he could recall, including the great sage Sun Wukong, the true monarch Erlang, and Prince Neza. After invoking the names of nearly every deity he could think of, he commanded Xiao Fan, spin. Li Shi dared not look, closing his eyes and silently counting to 36, then stopping. He counted again to 36 before daring to open his eyes slightly. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. Although it was not the coveted Sharingan, the Grand Fireball Technique was still a valuable acquisition that he had long desired. Unsatisfied with his sincerity, Li Shi prayed once more before instructing Xiao Fan, spin again. Still, he could not bear to open his eyes. His palms slick with sweat as he counted to 36, pausing, and then counting once more to 36 before finally daring to peek. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the summoning technique. How could it be the summoning technique? He exclaimed, frustration creeping in. Even the deities have failed me. I shall not beseech them again. And 36 shall no longer be my lucky number. Li Shi felt a surge of irritation. If he were to rank his desired items, the summoning technique and Hashirama cells would share the bottom position. However, having drawn them, he could not simply discard them for another chance. For now, he would set them aside, intending to capture a dragon as a summoning beast when his strength increased. After concluding the two lotteries, he had acquired the Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique, and the Summoning Technique, with both memories seamlessly integrating into his mind. Instantly, Li Shi grasped the two ninjutsu, and with the mastery of these techniques, his chakra reserves noticeably increased. The confines of his modest dwelling proved insufficient for testing the potency of his newfound skills. Yet Li Shi was confident in their effectiveness. By forming hand seals, he could convert chakra into fire release, expelling a fireball with a 3-meter diameter at a distance of 6 meters, equivalent to the prowess of a seasoned warrior. At last, he possessed his first offensive ninjutsu. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Li Shi recognized that with the Grand Fireball Technique, he could avoid close-quarters combat, significantly reducing his risk. Previously, it had been perilous for a fragile ninja to engage in the duties typically reserved for warriors. With his strength now enhanced, if he was once a mere lowly ninja, he was now a seasoned one, brimming with confidence and clutching 10 gold coins. It was time to reclaim his property deed. After spending a silver coin on a sumptuous dinner, and once the moon graced the treetops, Li Shi donned his leather armor, secured a curved blade at his waist, and stealthily made his way toward the gang's hideout. Though referred to as a gang's hideout, it was merely a commandeered residence repurposed for an underground gambling den, also serving as a venue for revelry and occasional abduction endeavors. Upon donning a menacing mask bought hastily from the street, Li Shi soon found himself in the backyard of the casino. Observing the brightly lit front yard, filled with the raucous shouts of gamblers, he smiled faintly, honing in on the quiet rear yard, where he sensed 4 individuals within. One of them was none other than Jada, who had previously facilitated his collateral. Li Shi listened intently for a moment, overhearing discussions of deceitful schemes. Slowly, he unsheathed his curved blade. A flash of steel severed the thick wooden door, which flew open. Li Shi remained outside, biding his time. The commotion naturally alerted the 4 individuals within. Who goes there? A towering figure clad in menacing gauntlets emerged from the doorway, eyeing Li Shi, who was adorned in red leather armor and a devilish mask. The other 3 took a moment longer to emerge, weapons drawn, with Jada lingering at the back, clutching a short sword, exuding a somewhat blusterous demeanor. The imposing figure bearing gauntlets was Delabont, the leader of Jada's gang, a figure akin to a subterranean emperor in this impoverished district, one whom no one dared to provoke. Encountering him on the street was enough to send people scurrying to avoid him. Countless dogs had met their demise at his feet, and he was known to possess the prowess of a high-ranking warrior. Chapter 12. Delabant's gaze was fixed intently on the two curved blades in Li Shi's hands, his pupils narrowing slightly as if he recognized their origin. Suppressing the fury bubbling within, he inquired, "My friend, what brings you here at such an hour?" Li Shi rasped, "I find myself in a tight spot financially and wish to borrow a few coins from you." "Of course," Delabant replied. "I have 200 gold coins readily available in my room, which I shall gladly give you, considering our friendship." However, the three subordinates behind Delabant were taken aback at the prospect of giving away such a substantial sum. They understood that this 200 gold coins represented a significant portion of their liquidity. Parting with it could jeopardize their business and even threaten the survival of their gang. Delabant merely shot a warning glance at his subordinates, silencing them instantly. "Bring me the gold," he commanded. Seeing the three hesitating, Delabant emitted a disdainful snort, prompting them to return inside, reluctantly retrieving a small chest. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of gold coins was revealed. "Here are the 200 gold coins. You may take them now, my friend." Li Shi, hidden behind his mask, let out a cold smile. Though Delabant appeared intimidated, compelled to appease him with gold, his clenched fist showed no sign of relaxation, and the tension in his muscles indicated that he harbored ulterior motives. With a hoarse voice, Li Shi continued, "You may keep the gold for now. However, I would also like to borrow a few magic crystals. I assure you, I will repay you in due time." Delabant's expression darkened at once, realizing that this individual was merely seeking to provoke him. He understood that if he acquiesced to the request for magic crystals, further demands would surely follow. "Have you perhaps mistaken my generosity for weakness?" he growled, his eyes flashing with menace. As he tightened his fists, a faint glow enveloped his body, causing his already towering frame to grow an additional 5 centimeters, transforming him into a fearsome figure. This enhancement was a result of a secret technique acquired through his martial training, instantly augmenting his combat prowess by 20%. Advanced warriors could harness this energy to empower themselves, and upon further mastery, they would be able to imbue their weapons with such power, drastically increasing their lethality. Seeing that Delabant had finally realized his intentions, Li Shi felt a surge of excitement. His previous encounter with Frank had been over in a single exchange, leaving him unable to gauge his own strength. However, Delabant, a renowned high-ranking warrior with a notorious reputation, would serve as an excellent benchmark for his abilities. "Had you acted sooner, this charade of humility would not have been so repugnant," Li Shi taunted, twirling his curved blade before vanishing from sight. Delabant, startled by the sudden disappearance, could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting behind him. With no time to turn and counterattack, he rolled away to create distance. Yet when he glanced back, he found Li Shi had indeed reappeared behind him, but instead of attacking him, he struck down his 3 subordinates. 2 of them were intermediate warriors, while the third was merely a novice, and they stood no chance against Li Shi. As Delabant rolled away to regain distance and turned to check on his men, he witnessed the swift gleam of a blade, and 3 heads, still smirking in anticipation of their leader's triumph, fell to the ground. Delabant's eyes widened in disbelief. These 3 followers had been with him for a long time, integral to his ambitions of expanding their gang. The realization that they had perished here, despite knowing that such a day would come eventually, filled him with a sense of bitter resignation. He ground his teeth in silent fury, his bloodshot eyes burning with a desire to annihilate Li Shi. If only he could transform his hatred into currency, he would drown Li Shi in it. "Who are you to wield such lethal force against me? You must reveal your identity." Having already forcibly increased his height by 5 centimeters, he surged upward another 5, faint traces of blood appearing on his body, indicative of his employing a last resort technique. Today, it would be either his demise or Li Shi's. No other outcome was conceivable. A formidable aura emanated from him, akin to a primordial beast. Standing over 2 meters tall, he towered over Li Shi, who stood at just under 1.7 meters, akin to the difference between a spring onion and chives. Li Shi casually flicked his blade, sending a droplet of blood flying. "Who am I? You shall discover that once you remove my mask." "Very well, as you wish." Delabant stomped heavily, the ground sinking beneath him as he advanced toward Li Shi, fists clenched, the air roaring in response to his impending strike. Such a powerful assault was not to be met head-on. Li Shi vanished in an instant. But Delabant's gaze remained fixed on Li Shi's form, and as Li Shi disappeared, he anticipated the direction of his reappearance. with a kick akin to a battle axe. He struck backward, though Li Shi had not yet fully manifested in that space. I have you now. Just as Delabant believed he had landed a crushing blow to end Li Shi, he found himself striking a piece of wood that had inexplicably materialized. The wood splintered under the force of his kick, and Delabant's tremendous leg crashed into the ground, creating a small crater. His face reflected confusion akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Why is there suddenly a piece of wood here? His ears twitched, catching a sound from behind. As he leapt forward and turned, he beheld Li Shi swiftly forming an intricate series of hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Delabant, positioned directly in front of Li Shi, had never witnessed anyone conjure a fireball of such magnitude, over 3 meters in diameter, illuminating the dark night. The intense heat caused his skin to flush slightly. Being struck by it would surely spell his doom. Yet, as he began to move, even with his warrior's speed, he could only make it 2 steps before the enormous fireball struck him, impacting half of his body. In that moment, it felt as if a red-hot hammer had collided with him, accompanied by a powerful force and the faint scent of roasting meat. Delabant was propelled backward, instantly aware of the severe injuries to half of his body, a piercing agony surging through him. The fireball from the great fireball technique would continue to burn for 3 seconds, the extreme heat causing the ground beneath them to feel as though it were melting. Seeing the technique's success, Li Shi shifted his footing, employing his instantaneous movement technique to vanish once more, reappearing right behind Delabant. Delabant, having just been struck, felt as though the area impacted by the fireball had been seared for several minutes, the skin cracking and bleeding. Every slight movement sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. The overwhelming aura he had previously projected now deflated like a punctured balloon. His towering frame shrinking to just below 2 meters, his eyes tightly shut, resembling fish on a cutting board. Li Shi drew his curved blade, poised to deliver the final blow to the unconscious Delabant, ready to end his life. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, Delabant, without warning, swung his uninjured arm toward Li Shi. The distance between them was so close that Li Shi had no time to employ his ninjutsu. He could only hastily position his curved blade in front of him. With all his might, Peng Delabang landed a powerful punch on the blade, and Li Shi, unable to withstand such formidable force, was sent hurtling as if struck by an oncoming automobile. Die! Delabang growled, dragging his severely injured body forward, his half-charred face resembling a demon emerging from the abyss. Li Shi crashed against the courtyard wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth behind the mask of a malevolent spirit. Observing the heavily wounded yet still defiant Delabang elicited a bittersweet smile from Li Shi. As a fragile ninja, he realized that engaging in close combat was not wise without first acquiring physical prowess. Resolving to sheath his curved blade, he instead drew forth steel needles. With a swift motion, he conjured the illusion of several arms, and in mere seconds, he unleashed all 30 needles at Delabang. The latter's battered body, incapable of evasion, found itself at the mercy of Li Shi's assault. The needles pierced through, striking his eyes, throat, chest, and knees with relentless precision. Delabang, gazing at his body riddled with needles, felt his consciousness fade, collapsing to the ground. Li Shi, wary that Delabang might not be completely dead, approached and severed the head from the body, finally at ease. As Li Shi extracted the needles, the sounds of gambling from the front courtyard continued unabated. Provoking a chuckle from him, had he been a touch more ruthless, none of those revelers would have survived the day. Entering the chamber where Delabang and Jadu had convened, he rummaged through several large chests in search of his property deed, embarking on a treasure hunt. The territory of Delabang's small gang lay within the slums, yielding meager profits. After scouring the entire room without discovering any additional gold coins, he unearthed a small chest hidden beneath a floor tile. Inside, he found 5 magic crystals, each the size of a ping-pong ball, identical in size to those belonging to the Tuka beast he had slain. Each a level 2 crystal valued at approximately 20 gold coins, totaling 100 coins. Adding the 200 coins from outside, he had accumulated 300 coins effortlessly. Was there truly nothing else of worth? His inaugural foray into killing and looting seemed to conclude with a mere 300 coins, leaving him feeling somewhat shortchanged regarding his newfound identity in this world. Continuing his search, he even scored the walls with his curved blade, meticulously inspecting for hidden compartments. After an exhaustive search yielded nothing, he was about to abandon hope when he noticed something peculiar about the pillow on the bed, It was fashioned from wood, square in shape. Such a pillow was uncommon in this world, being hard and uncomfortable. Something unusual was afoot. With a flash of his blade, the wooden pillow split in two, revealing a hollow space within. Out tumbled a dark talisman. Picking it up, Li Shi observed that one side depicted a horned demon, while the other illustrated two crossed, bloodstained daggers. This object seemed eerily familiar. Thanks to an influx of knowledge, his mind was overwhelmed, akin to having numerous books hastily crammed into his consciousness. The brain would involuntarily attempt to memorize, but the process of digestion required time. When encountering something uncommon, his mind would eventually retrieve the information. Soon, he recalled that the talisman was associated with the Assassin's Guild. Chapter 13. The military ration pill. The Assassin's Guild was a collective that recognized only currency, disregarding human life. For the right price, they would undertake any task, operating in the shadows unlike the transparent mercenary guild. Their activities included murder, kidnapping, assassination, and regime change. There was no limit to their capabilities. They existed as the scorn of the divine, souls beyond salvation, belonging to sinners unworthy of mercy. Upon seeing the talisman, Li Shi was struck by an idea. Xiao Fan, if I were to accept a mission from the Assassin's Guild, would that count as a lottery opportunity? Indeed, master, came the reply. This was promising. The Assassin's Talisman, which others would regard with trepidation, appeared to Li Shi as a coveted prize. If he could locate the guild's headquarters, he would have access to more missions. More missions meant more chances to draw from the lottery, leading to accelerated growth and strength. After all, the gods were merely beings of greater power. If he could seal a deity within his body, using it as a battery to supply chakra, he would never again have to worry about insufficient chakra. Securing the Assassin's Talisman and stowing the 5 magic crystals, Li Shi performed hand seals in the room. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wuyin. Invoking the fire release, great fireball technique. He unleashed a fireball over 3 meters in diameter, engulfing the room in flames, the wooden furnishings crackling under the intense heat. Before others could arrive, Li Shi seized the chest containing 200 coins and vanished in a flurry of body flicker techniques. Such a conflagration was visible throughout the city, and the gamblers in the courtyard were no exception, shouting in alarm, "Fire! Our leader is still inside. Help!" As they rushed with buckets of water, they stumbled upon the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, causing their buckets to topple. Someone shouted, "The boss is dead." Those who had intended to extinguish the flames scattered in fear. If the one who had silently slain their formidable leader could so easily take lives, they were no match for him. None among them were innocent. If they remained, they risked falling prey to the killer. Returning home, Li Shi buried the coins in the earth. Glancing at the 43 copper coins accumulated by the previous owner, a wry smile on his face. He recalled the scrawny boy who would count his copper coins late into the night. Rest easy, he thought. I will live a life of brilliance in your stead. After the fierce battle, Li Shi lay in bed, contemplating his gains and losses. Those above the rank of advanced warriors possessed overwhelming close combat prowess. He was no match for them in direct confrontation. In the future, he must avoid close-quarters combat at all costs, lest he be rendered incapacitated by a mere couple of blows. As a ninja, maintaining distance was imperative. Furthermore, advanced warriors had begun to keep pace with his body flicker technique, a fact worth noting. The actual power of the great fireball exceeded his expectations. It was currently his most formidable offensive technique. After reflecting on his gains and losses, Li Shi considered visiting Monk's magic shop to settle the remaining balance for his leather armor. The young girl who had sold it to him had clearly harbored ulterior motives, and his eagerness for the equipment had led him to acquire it rather reluctantly. To recklessly return to pay the remaining balance felt akin to a mouse delivering a gift to a cat, an endeavor fraught with danger that could result in his loss of both life and fortune. It would be prudent to undertake a few more missions, increasing his chances to draw from the lottery and significantly enhancing his strength. If he could break through to the Chunin level, he need not fear intermediate mages like Monk. He would not be incapacitated by them. If they truly intended to scheme against him, it was uncertain who would ultimately exploit whom. As the distant sounds of firefighting echoed, Li Shi drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Li Shi made his way to the mercenary hall in search of suitable tasks. He greeted AIC before entering the E-rank mission room, surveying the large screen before him. The task of clearing the agricultural temple of monsters remains. Yet Li Shi has already completed it, and thus has no chance of a reward by attempting it again. He is also unable to pursue other tasks, such as searching for dragon droppings or clues related to mermaids, as he has thoroughly scoured the area without finding suitable quests. With no fitting assignments at hand, Lishi decides to remain in place, waiting for any tasks that might align with his interests to refresh. Before half an hour has passed, a new task appears, causing Lishi to momentarily raise an eyebrow in surprise at its blatant nature. The new mission entails finding and providing information about the person who killed Delabont, with the commission to be negotiated. Since the opportunity presents itself so readily, Lishi cannot resist taking advantage of it. With a cold smile, he approaches the counter, declaring, "I will accept this task." The attendant hands him a task token, indicating that the individual who posted the task can be found at Tavern No. 3, on Maple Leaf Street. "Thank you," Lishi replies, swiftly making his way to Maple Leaf Street, a place rife with establishments of dubious repute, brothels, taverns, gambling houses, arenas, and duck farms, all lacking any semblance of respectability. On Earth, such places would be swiftly shut down, with perpetrators facing no less than 5 years of imprisonment. Arriving at Tavern Number 3, Lishi finds it unusually quiet for the time of day. The owner is behind the bar, polishing glasses, while a weary server tidies up, eager to finish so they can head home for a much-deserved rest. Upon seeing Lishi enter, the owner greets him with a professional smile. "Good day, sir. Would you care for something?" Lishi scans the tables and chairs before spotting his target, a solitary figure silently sipping wheat beer. "I still have a month until I come of age and can drink alcohol, so please serve me a glass of juice." The owner stops Lishi, saying, "Sir, this is a tavern. We do not serve juice." Sitting across from the man, Lishi assesses his appearance, noting the high-collared coat that obscures his face. "Then just bring me something non-alcoholic." "Certainly. Please wait a moment," the owner replies. Lishi places his task token on the table, stating, "I have accepted the task and wish to share what I have learned." The man, his features concealed beneath the coat, glances at the token and utters, "Speak." "I reside in the slums, close to where Delabont and his associates were. I saw a person wearing a demon mask carrying a box leaving the scene. Shortly after, a fire broke out, and I heard shouts that Delabont was dead. I wanted to sneak a look for potential gain, but the flames were too fierce, so I refrained." Lishi recounts, spreading his hands. "That is all I know." The man remains silent, fixated on the table, until the owner serves a glass of red drink. Suddenly, he inquires, "You said you saw a person with a demon mask?" "Yes." "What did the mask look like?" It was the kind you can easily buy on the street." "What about the person's physique? How tall were they? Were they fast?" Feigning deep thought, Lishi responds, "They were slightly taller than me, perhaps about 5 centimeters more. They moved swiftly, far quicker than I could." "What do you think their strength was? Could they have killed Delabont? They must have been at least a high-level warrior, right? I am not skilled enough to discern." He headed towards the city gate. "What time was it?" "After I had dinner, so it was likely before 9. The man's questions are exceedingly detailed. Yet Lishi's answers are a blend of truth and fabrication, leaving the valuable information obscured. "That is all I know. What will my commission be?" The man retrieves a gold coin from his pocket and places it on the table along with a task completion certificate. "Your information is significant to us. Your commission is 1 gold coin." Lishi, pleased, takes the coin and the certificate, thanking the man. Just as he prepares to leave, the man asks again, "You mentioned the masked person was about 5 centimeters taller than you?" Lishi hesitates, scratching his head apologetically. "That should be correct. But their speed was so impressive that it could have been more like 6 or 7 centimeters. Lishi decides to cover the cost of the drink himself and exits the tavern. Meanwhile, the cloaked man finishes his wheat beer and descends into the tavern's basement, where darkness prevails, illuminating nothing. A shadowy figure concealed in the gloom speaks in a hoarse voice. "Have you gathered the information?" The cloaked man replies respectfully, "My lord. This is merely an F-grade minor mercenary, and the information provided is scant. All I learned is that a masked individual was involved." "But what?" The cloaked man hesitates. "Perhaps I am being overly cautious. This minor mercenary's account lacks certain details." The elder hidden in the shadows chuckles. "You have labeled him an F-grade mercenary. The reward you offered could sustain him for months, so it is natural for him to embellish." "Indeed, my lord, you are correct. I may have overthought it." The figure in the dark contemplates, continue to gather more information. "If you discover that this minor mercenary poses a real threat, let him return to the embrace of death." "Yes, my lord," the cloaked man bows in submission. Li Shi returns to the mercenary hall, presents his task completion certificate, and raises his task completion count to 7. The ease of this task surpasses his expectations. Xiao Fan, let us proceed to the grand wheel. Understood, master. A large spinning wheel materializes before Li Shi. His initial enthusiasm quickly diminishes as he observes the contents. Previously discarded items such as kunai, shurikens, and shadow clones reappear. The cells of the original Hokage, Hashirama, have vanished along with the previously seen Sharingan bloodline limit. New items include a small pouch of military rations, chakra refining technique, and a scroll labeled Basic Taijutsu. Fortunately, the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique remains, now accompanied by a water release, water prison technique. Li Shi inspects each item. The pouch contains 100 military rations, each providing a day's energy supply, an essential for travel, comprising a significant 30% of the total. The chakra refining technique allows Li Shi to enhance his chakra capacity, akin to a martial arts manual for masters, albeit with a modest 5% representation. The Basic Taijutsu Scroll, a novel site, merely states it meets the foundational requirements for a ninja's physical abilities. Li Shi finds it perplexing, accounting for about 3%. The fire release, Phoenix Fire technique has appeared many times before, rendering it familiar. As for the newly introduced water prison technique, it forms a water sphere to ensnare enemies. Nearly impossible to break without external forces, an impressive ninjutsu. Though Li Shi desires more offensive techniques, leaning towards the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique instead. Today's Grand Wheel items are evidently of lower quality, likely due to the simplicity of the tasks undertaken. Chapter 14, The Sewers. In any case, this is akin to a complimentary lottery opportunity, and with a calm mindset, Li Shi proclaims, "Let it spin." The pointer spun wildly, and Li Shi, in a state of tranquility, neither prayed to the deities above nor recited his lucky numbers. As he lay there, the pointer gradually slowed down and ultimately came to rest atop a military grain pill. Congratulations, master, you've acquired a small pouch of military grain pills. A small pouch materialized in his hand, and upon opening it, he discovered 100 gray pills, each the size of a glass marble and identical in shape. He casually tossed one into his mouth. It was crisp and not particularly palatable, yet a sensation of fullness surged from his stomach, and the previously depleted chakra within his body was instantly replenished. This pill not only served as sustenance, but also restored chakra, an invaluable asset. Initially, Li Shi had assumed these were mere military rations, but the added ability to recover chakra was of great significance. In the midst of battle, when all options seem exhausted, a single military grain pill could prove to be the decisive factor. Pleased with his first prize, Li Shi proceeded to the next round. The pointer began to spin once more, eventually landing on shurikens and kunai. Li Shi let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't one of those two useless items, he could accept anything else. Unfortunately, the pointer made a full circle and returned to the kunai. Let us go. Hurry up, Li Shi thought, nearly on the verge of tears at the prospect of receiving those worthless items. Perhaps sensing his despair, the pointer began to move slowly again, inching past the shadow clone technique and, at a snail's pace, arriving at the Basic Taijutsu option. Ultimately, the pointer settled between the Basic Taijutsu and the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. It was challenging for Li Shi to discern which side the pointer had ultimately chosen. In the end, it was Xiao Fan who provided him with the answer. Congratulations, master, you have acquired Basic Taijutsu. A surge of memories filled his mind, though not extensive. They brought with them a powerful energy that coursed through his body. His formerly frail physique rapidly transformed, muscles swelling with strength, and his slightly loose armor fitting snugly. His previously slouched posture straightened, and in just a few breaths, Li Shi morphed from a weak scholar into a formidable warrior. He clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing with newfound strength, and laughed heartily. With the Basic Taijutsu granting him the prowess of a mid-level warrior, he no longer feared close combat. Contemplating the power of the ultimate Taijutsu, the 8 gates of Duanjia, he marveled at its potential. The 6 paths of pain could hardly rival the deities of this realm. In comparison, the 8 gates of Duanjia represented a technique capable of slaying gods. Such an event had never occurred on the main continent, despite the chaos and fierce battles. The number of fallen deities had never exceeded 3. Ninja arts focus on endurance, body, and illusion. While he had encountered ninjutsu and taijutsu, illusion techniques had yet to manifest. However, Given the current pace of developments, it was only a matter of time before illusion techniques appeared on the Wheel of Fortune. With his strength significantly enhanced, Li Shi felt an urge to test his newfound abilities. Fortunately, having completed his tasks early, it was still not noon. However, the timing was awkward. Most tasks refreshed in the morning, and by noon, all available tasks had been completed. While there were long-duration tasks with no limits on attempts, Li Shi's low mercenary rank prevented him from accessing any worthwhile assignments. Since he would find nothing suitable at the mercenary hall, he decided to explore Cardo City instead. Since his arrival, he had never taken a good look at the city, although he had lived there for over a decade. His feelings of inferiority had kept him from venturing out, leaving him with a sense of both familiarity and strangeness regarding Cardo City. Carrying 10 gold coins, he felt a sense of wealth akin to that of a prosperous traveler descending upon Yangzhou. Cardo City essentially comprised 3 tiers: the impoverished slums where Li Shi resided, the middle-class neighborhoods with better living conditions, and the affluent upper strata where the divine temples and the wealthy resided. While there were no clear dividing lines between these areas, individuals possessed an innate understanding of their social standing, rarely crossing boundaries. That day, Li Shi witnessed the opulence of the wealthy, illuminated by magical crystals. The ground paved with smooth stone, and various magical inventions enhancing daily life, clean and hygienic, surpassing even the lavishness he had encountered at the estate of the great merchant Barros. Perhaps Barros had similar amenities, but they had not been activated at the time. Observing these luxuries, Li Shi felt that life here was even more convenient than on Earth. For instance, some affluent households employed dolls as servants, possessing a level of intelligence comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Providing round-the-clock service akin to intelligent robots, an unfathomable concept back on Earth. Though 10 gold coins seemed ample, Li Shi, unconcerned about the expenditure, soon spent it all. 2 bottles of basic holy water cost him 8 gold coins, extravagantly priced, yet essential. Holy water, imbued with divine power, could heal injuries, alleviating both external and internal wounds. In encounters with demons, a bottle of holy water splashed upon them would be as devastating as pouring sulfuric acid on their faces. In critical moments, this water could be a lifesaver. Until he acquired medical ninjutsu, he had to resort to purchasing it. Thankfully, while he lacked many things, money was not among them. At the mercenary hall, he greeted Ace with his usual cheer. "Good morning, Sister Ace." As a B-rank mercenary, she was a pleasant presence. Ace lounged, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at the sturdier Li Shi. "Little brother, you're here so early. How diligent you are." "What can I say? When you're poor, you have to work hard just to eat," Li Shi sighed, feigning despair to elicit sympathy. Shifting gears, he posed a request to Ace. "Sister Ace, do you have any good tasks to recommend? The quality of the ones on the big screen is so low that I can't find anything suitable. At this rate, I might have to sell my possessions." "You're just too picky. As far as I know, you're about to rank up to E-rank mercenary, right? At this speed, you'll soon catch up to where I was back then, and yet you're still not satisfied," Ace chided playfully. "Hey, you've revealed my secret." Li Shi chuckled awkwardly. Nevertheless, Ace retrieved a piece of paper from behind the counter and handed it to him. "Take a look at this task. It hasn't been announced yet. If you can handle it, I won't disclose it to anyone else." Li Shi accepted the task, his mind racing with thoughts of what it meant to have connections. His sister had hit the nail on the head. If all tasks were to be filtered through her, life would be quite delightful. E-rank task. A large number of ground moles have proliferated in the sewers of the Lord's residence, showing signs of being magically altered. Mercenaries are sought to clear them out, with a commission starting at 1 gold coin. After reviewing the task, Li Shi inquired, "Sister Ace, what is the strength of these ground moles?" Ace pondered briefly before responding. "Currently, they are slightly stronger than ordinary beasts, but not yet at the level of first-grade magical beasts. Some may have potential breakthroughs, but there aren't many." Noting Li Shi's apprehension, Ace elaborated on the task's challenges. "The difficulty lies not in the moles that have transformed into magical beasts, but rather in the sheer number of ordinary moles, making the cleanup tedious. D-rank and above mercenaries are reluctant to take it on due to the hassle. For ordinary F-rank and E-rank mercenaries, it poses some difficulty. But I think a mercenary with your strength would be well suited for the task." "Sister Ace, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary F-rank mercenary. My strength is quite limited." Li Shi immediately protested, claiming he was merely a novice. "So, will you take on this task?" AIC asked, raising the mission. Without hesitation, Li Shi snatched the task from her hands. I shall undertake it. How could I possibly let AIC down after her thoughtful consideration? AIC couldn't help but chuckle at Li Shi's shamelessness. If you're doing it, then give me the badge, and I will register you. Before long, Li Shi procured some supplies, slung a small backpack over his shoulders, and set off toward the mission site, located in the underground of the affluent district. This area housed an extensive sewer system, perpetually dark and damp, a veritable paradise for many creatures that thrive in shadow. It needed cleaning, and by sheer happenstance, Li Shi had found himself in this situation. He circled outside the city until he discovered the entrance to the sewer on the hillside. The murky, yellowish water emitted a foul stench. Occasionally, he stumbled upon the remains of rats, cockroaches, and bats floating in the filthy water, an environment truly abominable. This task was no simple endeavor. Fortunately, Li Shi had purchased a gas mask before his descent, rendering him impervious to the noxious odors. As he ventured deeper into the sewer, sunlight faded quickly, plunging the passage into darkness. He retrieved a magical luminescent stone from his pocket, a wondrous artifact that could emit light indefinitely, costing him 3 gold coins. Though it was only the size of a ping-pong ball, its brightness rivaled that of a 200-watt bulb from his childhood home in the countryside. The corridor was illuminated for several meters, startling the creatures that inhabited this stretch, which scurried away in a cacophony of noise. After walking for some time, Li Shi failed to encounter the vast number of gophers AIC had mentioned. He spotted only a scant few, lacking even the desire to exterminate them, as their numbers were far from what had been described. However, upon reaching the first junction, circumstances shifted dramatically. As he marked his path to avoid disorientation, a torrent of gophers surged forth from the adjacent sewer like a flood. These gophers stood nearly half a meter tall, and even from a distance, one could see countless glowing eyes rushing toward him. Many of them were carried along by the throng, with no foothold to stop themselves, trampling over their fellow creatures without a care for their lives. The sheer quantity was staggering, at least several thousand. Most would have fled at the sight, but Li Shi, having honed his strength, stood his ground. With a speed that summoned illusions, he formed hand seals: Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 4 meters erupted from his mouth. The intense heat and formidable force instantly halted the advancing tide of gophers, many of which were blasted away. Simultaneously, those tainted gophers caught in the flames ignited, setting alight thousands of them, filling the sewer with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The gophers shrieked in terror. The ones directly hit by the fireball were reduced to ashes, unable to resist. Those who survived the initial blast leapt into the filthy water, hoping to extinguish the flames consuming them, but alas, the great fireball technique lasted a full 4 seconds. In that brief span, the sewer water boiled away, and with a resonating gurgle, the unfortunate gophers that plunged into the scalding water met their fate, either boiled alive or left in a half-cooked state. As the technique concluded, only a handful of gophers managed to escape the devastation and hurriedly retreated. Li Shi, seizing the opportunity, pursued them without hesitation. Countless junctions appeared, yet these gophers seemed to possess an innate sense of direction, ignoring all other paths and fleeing down a singular route. After running at least a kilometer or two, Li Shi surmised they had reached directly beneath Cardo City, where they finally came to a halt. The location where they stopped was no longer part of the sewer system, but rather an enormous chamber excavated beside it. It resembled an underground palace, housing a vast colony of gophers. If the thousands that had initially attacked Li Shi could be considered numerous, the sheer multitude of gophers visible here was nothing short of overwhelming. Everywhere the magical luminescent stone illuminated, there were gophers, countless in number, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they fixated on the intruder. The gophers that fled back began chattering frantically, likely relaying news of Li Shi's massacre. Shortly after, a dozen gophers the size of wild boars emerged, their crimson eyes surveying Li Shi with malevolence, their sturdy bodies covered in bristly fur that resembled hardened steel. These were first-level magical beasts. The aura emanating from these robust gophers made it evident that they had undergone evolution, transforming into magical creatures. Any typical E-rank mercenary would have no choice but to flee upon encountering such a sight, but it was unfortunate for them that Li Shi, a man equipped with the Fire Shadow ninjutsu system, was present. With a furious roar, the first-level magical gopher charged at Li Shi. prompting the ordinary gophers to surge forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming in their numbers, enough to induce panic in even the most stoic of hearts. At this moment, a wide area attack technique was the most appropriate response. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. Fire release, great fireball technique. The 4-meter fireball sealed the entrance to the gopher's lair, leaving no escape route. Amidst the raging flames, countless gophers perished. Their self-dug lair lacked any water to extinguish the fire, and the searing heat, reaching thousands of degrees, could melt iron, let alone these oily creatures. Once ignited, their fate was sealed. If they managed to evade the flames, they risked catching fire from their frantic companions. In an instant, the flames seemed to spread contagiously throughout the lair. Aside from the entrance, everywhere else was engulfed in fire. For seconds passed, and Li Shi did not even glance back. Before the gophers could react to the first fireball, he stepped closer and formed the seals once more. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. Fire release, great fireball technique. This time, the fireball was thrust directly into the heart of the lair, eliciting a cacophony of shrieks. The smoke from the burning gophers billowed from the entrance, and dark ash rained down. Li Shi had no way of knowing how many gophers he had slain. All he knew was that the sounds of their suffering had diminished significantly. The remaining gophers that could burn were few, with some areas of the ground even scorched to the point of being molten. As for the dozen or so first-level magical gophers, only a handful of black magic crystals remained, not a single hair left behind. Li Shi, elated, sifted through the piles of ash and unearthed a total of 15 magic crystals. These crystals were remarkably resilient, having withstood the onslaught of the great fireball technique. Li Shi once again surveyed the subterranean chamber excavated by the moles, searching for any overlooked remnants, when suddenly the ground beneath him trembled, as if something were about to burst forth. Just as the earth seemed poised to shatter, and whatever lay beneath was ready to emerge, Li Shi vanished in an instant, reappearing within the confines of the sewer. With a resounding crash, a gaping maw emerged from the ground, its 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth resembling a pair of saw blades, devouring an entire section of the earth. What could this be? Initially, the dramatic entrance led him to believe he had encountered that unknown demon from the agricultural temple during his field-clearing endeavors. Yet, from the pit emerged a creature the size of a water buffalo, a magical rat, its crimson eyes radiating a sinister glare. To his astonishment, it was a second-tier magical rat. The moment the creature appeared, it lunged toward Li Shi with startling speed, but he adeptly evaded its attack using his instantaneous movement technique. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of an abundance of moles scrambling up from the void left by the second-tier rat. If left unchecked, the moles would soon flood the area, restoring it to its former state. So, there was indeed a second underground level. Li Shi had merely lured the second-tier magical rat a short distance away when, as it pursued him relentlessly, he suddenly found himself above the sewer. With hands forming seals, he launched a downward attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. The second-tier magical rat was caught completely off guard by Li Shi's sudden appearance overhead, and before it could react, it was struck directly by the fireball. Its massive form thrashed within the flames, but the full force of the great fireball technique was absorbed entirely by the creature, which, despite its robust physique, could not withstand the onslaught. A charred carcass fell to the ground, accompanied by a second-tier magic crystal, significantly larger than the first-tier crystal. Li Shi picked up the crystal, wiping it clean before stowing it away. This was indeed a valuable find. Sensing that his chakra was less than half its capacity, he swiftly consumed a soldier pill, alleviating his post-battle hunger and restoring approximately 40% of his chakra. Although it was not fully replenished, it was more than sufficient for his needs. His skirmish with the second-tier magical rat had lasted no more than 10 seconds, and the number of moles emerging from the pit was still relatively few. Li Shi directed his attention toward the pit, unleashing a great fireball technique that penetrated the earth, sending scorching flames into the second underground level. Uncertain of what awaited him below, he reasoned that the moles were all to be eradicated, so burning them would suffice. After 3 successive fireballs, silence enveloped the area below, and after a cautious wait, he heard nothing further. With that, he leaped into the void created by the defeated second-tier magical rat. The first thing that struck him was the lingering heat and the multitude of mole corpses scattered about. To his surprise, he discovered several first-tier magic crystals among the remains. He could only wonder which unfortunate mole had met its demise at the hands of the fireball. Aside from this, there were no further signs of moles, leading Li Shi to speculate that they had fled. With the danger abated, he took a moment to carefully examine the second underground level. Unlike the first layer, where the moles had excavated a natural chamber, this level bore unmistakable signs of human construction. Neither moles nor other magical beasts could craft tunnels so straight and smooth. Moreover, magical lamps burned every few meters, illuminating the passage brighter than the outside world. As Li Shi observed this scene, it became apparent that illicit activities were afoot. Who else but a nefarious individual could establish a secret base beneath the sewer? He hesitated, contemplating the unknown enemy and the strength they might possess. To venture forth recklessly could lead to an encounter with a formidable foe capable of obliterating him in an instant. Curiosity could indeed be perilous. Yet, to retreat without uncovering the secrets hidden within felt akin to an itch that could not be scratched. Resolute, he decided to press on. From his backpack, he retrieved several wooden sticks, casting one every 20 meters, this being the maximum distance of his substitution technique. After tossing the sticks deep into the upper layer, he began his exploration. The second underground level was significantly smaller than the first and devoid of any branching paths. Following the tunnel, he swiftly arrived at the central area, which opened into a spacious plaza, roughly the size of a basketball court. At its center stood a mysterious altar, devoid of any other features. Li Shi cautiously circled the perimeter, finding nothing amiss before approaching the altar. Surrounding the altar lay an assortment of skeletal remains, some human, others belonging to moles, and numerous carnivorous animals. Among them were several long bones, spanning 3 to 4 meters in length, likely belonging to a colossal creature, though Li Shi could not identify it. The intermingled remains indicated that at least 100 beings had perished in this place. At the altar's center rested a stone, half his height, smeared with blood and inscribed with unfamiliar symbols. He recognized them as the language of abyssal demons. The abyssal tongue harbored the will of the abyss, should anyone utter its words. The omnipresent will could sense it and bring forth calamity. This knowledge had been passed down through generations. Fortunately, Li Shi was unfamiliar with the abyssal language. Otherwise, upon glimpsing the inscriptions, he might have inadvertently spoken them, potentially summoning something from the abyss, an outcome he would dread. Though he dared not disturb the abyssal stone tablet, the surrounding treasures beckoned. Beneath the tablet lay dozens of magic crystals, each the size of a ping-pong ball, with one even as large as a fist. It was evident that these crystals originated from at least second-tier magical beasts, with the fist-sized one likely belonging to a 4th or 5th-tier creature. First-tier magic crystals commanded a market value of 10 gold coins, second-tier crystals 25, third-tier 100, fourth-tier 800, fifth-tier 3,000. And the elusive 6th-tier crystals were rumored to be worth over 10,000 gold coins. Beyond that, Li Shi was uncertain, as such crystals tended to be hoarded by powerful factions as strategic resources, rarely seen in the marketplace. Li Shi estimated the total value of the crystals in this chamber to be around 10,000 gold coins, or at least 7 or 8,000. To put this into perspective, his modest home was a luxury that cost merely 10 gold coins. 7 or 8,000 could easily purchase the estate of the merchant Belros. Such a fortuitous opportunity for wealth could not be overlooked. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his curved dagger and began extracting the magic crystals. As he worked, he muttered to himself, "This crystal is second tier, worth 25 gold coins. This one is third tier, worth 100 gold coins. These two are both second tier, totaling 50 gold coins. I'm striking it rich." However, just as he became engrossed in his treasure hunting, a fleeting dark red glow flickered across the abyssal stone tablet, an imperceptible flash that Li Shi, focused on his task, failed to notice. Yet, as he had removed half of the crystals, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A faint black whirlwind began to form atop the abyssal stone tablet. Initially no larger than a fist, it turned silently, but in the next moment, the skeletal remains surrounding the altar disintegrated as if they had endured millennia in an instant, collapsing like sandcastles before an encroaching tide. All the bones transformed into dust, while waves of unseen energy were drawn into the black whirlwind from the stone tablet. The whirlwind expanded, and upon absorbing the energy from the remains, it grew to half the height of a person. In his excitement, blinded by the prospect of wealth, Li Shi could not help but gaze upon this extraordinary phenomenon. What on earth was happening? The swirling vortex continued to absorb the energy of the skeleton, now encompassing the magic monument. The remaining 50 magic crystals that Li Shi had not yet managed to secure were visibly drained, transforming into grayish-white crystals before crumbling into worthless powder. Once all the energy from the magic crystals was consumed, the vortex stood an impressive 2 meters high, its chaotic, intertwining energy lines resembling a portal to another realm. Chapter 16. The Spatial Ring. Gulping, Li Shi could not help but swallow hard. Even with dulled senses, he realized the gravity of the situation. Though he had contemplated fleeing, he understood that should something unforeseen occur, no one would know what might transpire. If a fire demon or a lord of the abyss emerged, it would be a stroke of luck if Cardo City survived even an hour. In such a scenario, the distinction between fleeing and remaining was rendered meaningless. As he observed the vortex still spinning, with no sign of anything or anyone being transported, Li Shi could not resist drawing a steel needle. With a swift motion, the needle pierced the vortex, launching into the unknown. When he saw no response from the needle, he produced another and shot it into the vortex. This time, a reaction ensued. A tremendous roar echoed from within, powerful enough to nearly destabilize the vortex. Two dark, blade-like horns, each extending a full 2 meters, slowly emerged from the vortex. The majestic horns reminded Li Shi of the moment a sword is drawn, radiating cold light akin to a death's invitation. Had the vortex been any smaller, these horns would not have been able to emerge. Each horn measured 1 meter in length, robust enough to serve as pillars for goblins. With the horns fully visible, a head of considerable size, approximately 1 meter across, followed suit, its blood-red skin marred by numerous scars. Some of these scars exposed the skull beneath, revealing that its owner had endured many brushes with death. Regrettably, 2 precariously positioned steel needles marred the grim atmosphere. A pair of eyes, filled with bloodlust, hatred, and madness, bore down on Li Shi, who felt as though those eyes were larger than melons. Next came the face, which was covered in small scale-like patches the size of coins, adding to the already brutal visage. Its mouth, filled with jagged teeth, left Li Shi questioning whether even steel could escape unscathed from its bite. As the large head fully emerged from the vortex, Li Shi recognized the identity of this demon, the Horned Demon, a formidable existence that haunted the nightmares of countless individuals. The Horned Demon, a being of 5th-level power, could reach a height of 7 meters and wield a massive blade. Its physical strength rivaled that of a 6th-level beast, and most notably, it possessed magical abilities, positioning it as a significant force among demons. In times of chaos, the death toll caused by the Horned Demon ranked among the top 10, with innumerable lives lost to its blade. Furthermore, it represented the advanced form of a fire demon, embodying strength and muscle as if they were crafted for it by nature. Recognizing the Horned Demon sent a chill down Li Shi's spine. While he could easily defeat high-ranking warriors, facing a creature comparable to a 6th-level beast left him feeling utterly unprepared. During his contemplation, the Horned Demon struggled to free itself, its head emerging while its massive body remained trapped. After considerable effort, it seemed as though its head was stuck. Li Shi quickly deduced the cause. His removal of 50 magic crystals had rendered the vortex insufficiently large for the Horned Demon's immense body to pass through. Watching the demon's futile attempts to escape, Li Shi could not suppress a wicked grin. Against such a renowned abyssal race, fire techniques would inflict no harm. Yet, the chance to strike a living target before him was undeniably rare. Drawing forth his curved blade, Li Shi addressed the Horned Demon. "I say, dear brother, I intend to borrow your horns for a little project at home. You wouldn't mind, would you?" The demon's response was a thunderous roar, its gaping maw emanating a stench that could knock someone off their feet. Even with a filter mask, Li Shi could detect the foul odor. "You should consider some dental hygiene," he retorted, vanishing in an instant, reappearing atop the demon's head, where he struck down with both curved blades. This encounter marked Li Shi's first close-quarters combat since enhancing his physical prowess, and the sound of his blades slicing through the air bolstered his confidence. Yet, to his astonishment, the blade seemed to strike solid diamond, leaving the Horned Demon unscathed. Li Shi stared in disbelief. This refined weapon, combined with his strength, should have inflicted damage. Previously, even a steel needle had penetrated the demon's hide, albeit slightly. Now, his full-force strike felt futile. Noticing Li Shi's confusion, the Horned Demon smirked, "Crawling insect. Your strength is insufficient to even tickle me. I advise you to kneel and beg for my forgiveness, or I shall devour you first when I emerge." "You think you can emerge? Let's see how that plays out with my blade," Li Shi countered, circling the massive head and delivering relentless blows. After what felt like an eternity of hacking, with sparks nearly flying from the strikes, the horned demon remained impervious to harm. Such pitiful strength. I can even sense your soul wailing, the demon taunted, allowing Li Shi's attacks to rain down while it continued to struggle for escape. Exhausted, Li Shi sheathed his curved blade and resorted to firing steel needles at the horned demon at an astonishing speed, yet each one clanked against its skin without penetrating. Recognize your reality, little insect. I am an unassailable force. I offer you one last chance. Replenish the magic crystals on the altar, and I shall spare your life. The horned demon mocked, relishing the thrill of tormenting a defenseless adversary. Frustrated by the demon's words, Li Shi formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, for meters in diameter, enveloped the demon's head. The intense heat was palpable even several meters away, yet the horned demon laughed heartily. You dare use fire against me? Haven't your teachers informed you that we of the abyss are masters of flames? The demon's laughter echoed, reveling in the sensation of being attacked without suffering any injury. Li Shi increased the chakra output, sustaining the fireball for an impressive 6 seconds. Even a fire expert like the horned demon was forced to close its eyes to shield them from the heat. In that fleeting moment of closure, 2 empty vials fell from Li Shi's grasp, and he vanished, reappearing atop the horned demon's head as the fireball dissipated. The demon sensed Li Shi's presence but dismissed it. Previous attacks had not harmed it, and this one would be no different. However, when Li Shi's curved blade struck the demon's eyelid, it reacted as if doused in acid, emitting wisps of smoke. The horned demon instinctively shut its newly opened eyes. Howling in agony, "What have you done?" Li Shika had no time to respond to his inquiries. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of swift strikes with his dual blades, creating illusions with each movement. In the blink of an eye, he delivered dozens of blows, each capable of piercing the skin of the horned demon, leaving its already battered head marred with fresh lacerations. Each cut sizzled, accompanied by wisps of blue smoke. It was holy water, and he vowed to force this loathsome creature into the depths of despair. Taking advantage of the horned demon's momentary blindness, Li Shika had doused his blades with holy water, inflicting further damage. Yet, despite the divine aid, Li Shika barely managed to breach the demon's skin. Without even reaching its bones, the horned demon shook its massive head, attempting to dislodge the holy water from its wounds, violently crashing into the wind barrier, which struggled under the strain, contorting into extreme shapes. Ultimately, after 4 relentless assaults, the wind barrier shattered like glass upon impact, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though an invisible hand pressed the demon back, vanishing amidst its venomous curses. The underground space regained its eerie calm, though the once abundant skeletons and magic crystals had disappeared, leaving everything else unchanged. Li Shika hastily consumed a ration pill to replenish his strength. Realizing that lingering here was unwise, fleeing was the best course of action. Given the magnitude of what had transpired, he remained vigilant against any potential threats. Upon exiting the sewer and basking in daylight, he found no immediate danger. The dual threats of the demon rat, the demonic altar, and the horned demon weighed heavily on his mind. He promptly returned to the mercenary hall and recounted every detail to Ace, albeit downplaying his own prowess. Claiming he had merely taken the magic crystals, causing the horned demon to retreat after being splashed with holy water. Ace listened intently, her expression grave. The matter of the horned demon was of utmost importance, and she insisted on inspecting it herself. Agreeing, Li Shika led Ace back to the sewers, traversing the tunnels until they reached the second underground level, where the abyssal demon tablet stood. Ace meticulously examined it multiple times, her palm glowing with white holy light as she inspected various aspects. After nearly 10 minutes, she concluded, reporting to Li Shika that his discovery was immensely significant. While she could not elevate his task rank, she could offer him compensation in gold. Upon hearing the mention of gold, Li Shika, who possessed over 10,000 gold coins worth of magic crystals, felt indifferent to the mere handful of coins as a reward. Ace, if you truly wish to reward me, please provide me with a few bottles of holy water. I have found it exceptionally useful, but the ones I purchased are only of the lowest grade. Had I possessed higher grade holy water, the horned demon would not have escaped so easily. Ace rolled her eyes at his request for high-grade holy water, admitting she lacked any, but relented, presenting him with 5 bottles of mid-grade holy water, stating, "Use these for now, and once they are depleted, find your own way. Li Shika gazed at the large bottles filled with pure, radiant holy water, his mouth watering at the sight of such treasures. Ace, bemused by his avarice, ultimately softened, tossing him a ring. Consider this your extra reward. It has limited space, merely 1 cubic meter, but it should suffice for storing your belongings. Gratefully, Li Shika accepted the spatial ring, wiping his mouth and thanking Ace. Once I earn enough, I will buy you something delicious. Eagerly, he adorned the ring, letting a drop of blood activate its magic. Instantly, he found himself in a gray, 1 cubic meter space, perfect for storing items. Like a child discovering a new toy, he placed his ration pills, steel needles, magic crystals, and the 5 bottles of mid-grade holy water inside. With a mere thought, a steel needle reappeared in his hand. Delighted by such convenience, he smiled, exclaiming, "This is splendid." Chapter 17. The super prize event. Li Shika chose not to concern himself with Ace's affairs, recognizing his own limitations. Instead, he returned home to participate in a lottery. After completing his tasks, he reached a completion rate of 9, just 1 shy of advancing to E rank. He hurriedly dashed home, filled with anticipation for the rewards that awaited him. Xiao Fan, activate the wheel. Understood, master. A grand wheel materialized before him, and upon seeing the array of prizes, his eyes widened in disbelief. The offerings were overwhelming, a dazzling display that left him yearning for everything. Among the weapons, a single long sword caught his eye, a smooth, elegant blade with a cerulean hilt, unmistakably Sasuke's signature weapon, the Kusanagi. The Kusanagi sword was renowned for its perfect chakra conduction and unrivaled sharpness, marking it as a top-tier weapon. The advantages of such a weapon were self-evident. Even the 2 refined curved blades he currently possessed could enhance his combat prowess by 30 to 40%. The thought of wielding the Kusanagi against the horned demon, severing its horn and displaying it as a trophy, filled him with pride. Next, he spotted the water release, water surge technique, a ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Capable of summoning a vortex of water that both defended and attacked simultaneously, embodying a perfect balance of offense and defense. If he had possessed such a technique during his encounter with the horned demon, he could have avoided close combat altogether, utilizing water to counter fire. Following that was the earth release, heavenly drop technique, which summoned a colossal lid from the sky to trap foes beneath it. The lid's size could be limitless, depending on the user's chakra. A lid large enough to cover an entire city was well within reach. Then came a genjutsu he had long contemplated, the dark passage technique. This technique summoned an abyssal darkness, utterly obscuring the enemy's vision and rendering them blind to their surroundings. Even elite shinobi would struggle in such an environment. The third Hokage had once been overwhelmed by the second Hokage's mastery of this technique. After the dark passage, he beheld something he had never dared to imagine, the godly strength of Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Her power was legendary, capable of dismantling even the mightiest foes with her bare hands. Such raw physical strength placed her above all others, earning her the title of the strongest Hokage. Though she had not inherited the wood release of the first Hokage, her lineage from the Senju clan granted her extraordinary strength. At this juncture, Li Shika found himself willing to forsake all previous prizes for the chance to possess Tsunade's divine power. With such strength, he would have the audacity to challenge dragons and wrestle with monstrous beasts in the wilderness. His heart raced with excitement. If it meant acquiring Tsunade's might, he would willingly sacrifice 10 years of his life. With divine power, even the horned demon would be no more than a trifling nuisance, easily dispatched with a single kick, its eyes serving as playthings. Following Tsunade's divine power, he encountered the Sharingan, a coveted bloodline limit. If given the choice, Li Shi would still opt for divine power. After all, the Sharingan requires extensive training and gradual awakening, while divine power offers immediate mastery at its peak. He has encountered the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, on several occasions after obtaining the Sharingan. This is something better avoided, as its danger is too great. The items on the wheel have reached their conclusion here. Though few in number, their quality is unprecedented. Notably, the Kusanagi sword constitutes the largest proportion at 20%, while Tsunade's divine power is the least, at approximately 5%. Li Shi pressed his hands together in prayer, invoking the ancient deities. He washed his hands clean and donned fresh attire. Sitting upright on the bed with a pure heart and focused mind, he began to spin the wheel. The pointer whirled furiously, and with Li Shi's current strength, he could discern every detail. It slowed down, gliding past the Kusanagi sword, then the water release technique, the heavenly falling cover, and the dark arts, ultimately arriving at Tsunade's divine power. However, the pointer sped past without hesitation. The pointer's velocity had diminished considerably, and to Li Shi's disbelief, it traversed the Sharingan bloodline limit and landed on the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Go, hurry, don't stop, Li Shi urged, wishing he could leap into the wheel to assist in its rotation. Unfortunately, the pointer did not heed his plea. Fate was not in his favor, and it gradually halted there. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, just like with the summoning technique. This was something he truly did not desire. Gazing at the small vial in his hand, Li Shi tossed it into his spatial ring, allowing it to gather dust. With one final chance at the wheel, Li Shi took a deep breath, running 3 laps around the room, twisting his neck and hips. If I do not succeed, I shall perish, he declared before spinning again. The pointer began to rotate once more, and Li Shi was genuinely afraid to look. The room spun around him, and he unearthed coins and magic crystals from the earth, transferring handfuls into his spatial ring. Seizing the moment of distraction, Li Shi gritted his teeth and commanded it to stop. His heart raced, ears perked high, fully attentive to the system's voice, as if awaiting divine judgment. The favor of the goddess of fate, or the disdain of misfortune. It felt as though an eternity had passed before he finally heard the voice of the system. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired Tsunade's divine power. Li Shi leaped 2 meters into the air, exclaiming, oh yeah, from this day forth, I am no longer the same. I am a different kind of firework. A potent energy materialized from the void, re-enhancing Li Shi's body, which had just undergone basic physical training. This time, however, it felt different. He could not discern any limits to the enhancement. It was as if an ancient dragon had been infused into his being, granting him unparalleled strength with every gesture. Ha ha ha, who could possibly challenge me now? After the enhancement, his physique showed no significant change. Yet within this seemingly frail body resided an unimaginable power known only to Li Shi. Surveying the room, he found nothing suitable to showcase his newfound strength. Seizing a handful of coins, he effortlessly compressed them into a solid mass, as if they were mere dough. I feel like I hardly exerted myself. Ha ha, I have transcended. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with determination, envisioning his adversary. You better watch out. The next time we meet, I will ensure your demise. Empowered and emboldened, Li Shi swiftly determined his next course of action. First, he would elevate his mercenary rank to E level, then address the matter of leather armor. The 30 coins were inconsequential. He was primarily intrigued by the hidden opportunities that lay beyond. Previously, he had felt trepidation regarding the traps concealed within, but now he was ready to indulge in the game. Returning to the mercenary hall, he found AC had also returned. Li Shi approached her directly. Sister AC, I heard that valuable items can be donated to fulfill task requirements. Is that true? AC looked at him in surprise, knowing he possessed a significant quantity of magic crystals that she envied. Indeed. But you don't mean to use magic crystals to complete your last task and advance to E level, do you? Li Shi calmly nodded. That's precisely what I intend to do. Ordinary tasks lack excitement for me, and E level ones have yet to suit my capabilities. Since magic crystals are of little use to me, and I am not in need of money at the moment, I might as well use them for my advancement. Very well then, AC replied. 2 level 1 magic crystals or 1 level 2 magic crystal will suffice to compensate for a single F level task. Hand them over, and I will facilitate your promotion. Li Shi refrained from producing the magic crystals and instead asked, if I were to offer more magic crystals, could it count as completing multiple tasks? That is not possible. Regardless of how many magic crystals you provide, it only counts as one task. Additionally, this method can only be employed once for each promotion. Li Shi contemplated this. If he were to use just 1 magic crystal for his promotion, the rewards from the small system would likely be trivial, consisting of mundane items like kunai or shurikens. However, if he surrendered all his magic crystals at once, the potential rewards from the wheel could be extraordinary. Having made his decision, he produced all 55 magic crystals. As AC's jaw dropped in astonishment, Li Shi remarked, these magic crystals are of no use to me. I would like to exchange them for task completion instead. AC was bewildered by his actions. Are you unwell? Using so many magic crystals to settle for a single F-level task? No one in the entire continent is as foolish as you. Li Shi chuckled. Consider it my support for Sister AC's work. Since I registered as a mercenary, You have always been there to assist me. I have not been able to help you in return. Thus, these magic crystals shall serve as my gratitude." AC beamed, her smile illuminating the room like the most beautiful flower in the world. She did not attempt to dissuade Lishi further, but accepted the magic crystals, aware that even though their tasks were minimal, they too required completion. Otherwise, as a B-level mercenary, why should she be relegated to menial tasks at the counter? Lishi's contribution would alleviate her workload for months. "Hand me your badge," she instructed. Lishi quickly surrendered his bronze F-level badge. After some maneuvering, AC handed him an iron badge. It bore the letter E, with his likeness on the reverse and a great sword beside it, symbolizing his warrior status. "Congratulations, little brother. You are now an E-level mercenary. You are eligible to undertake E-level and D-level tasks." Lishi could hardly contain his joy, his hand trembling as he clutched the badge. Not merely from the promotion, but from the exhilaration of the system's voice. "Sister AC, I must return home now. I will visit you again tomorrow." After bidding AC farewell, Lishi hurried home, almost utilizing a teleportation technique. What fueled his excitement was the unique message from the system. "Master, due to your promotion in mercenary rank, a special super grand prize event has been initiated." Once home, Lishi eagerly inquired, "What is the super grand prize event?" The system did not respond, but instead manifested a large wall divided into 4 sections before him, each labeled with the words ninjutsu, body, illusion, blood. What does this mean? Lishi was perplexed. "Master, you can choose any specific aspect and then conduct a targeted lottery. Is it really that good?" Lishi rubbed his hands and began to ponder. The term run, ninjutsu, represents various techniques, with hundreds of them varying in quality. No one knows what will be drawn. With better options now available, he certainly would not choose this. Chapter 18, The Technique of Kigaro. The term type, body technique, refers to physical techniques, the most representative being the 8 gates of might, which almost led to a grand conclusion. In the past, Lishi would have certainly chosen this, but now, with the divine power of Tsunade, he was no longer in a hurry regarding body techniques. Similarly, the term out, illusion technique, operates under the same logic. Aside from a few specific illusions, the rest possess weak power, which he truly does not require. Therefore, I choose the bloodline limit. All right, master. The images of ninjutsu and body techniques vanished, replaced by a crimson hue that spread across the entire wheel, dispersing into numerous smaller sections, momentarily leaving Lishi astounded, as he had never encountered such an abundance of options. Sharingan bloodline limit, Byakugan, Shikatsumiyaku, shifting bloodline limit, boiling bloodline limit, ice bloodline limit, steel bloodline limit, nether bloodline limit, swift bloodline limit, and Kigaro technique. None of these bloodline limits were weak. Each possessed immense power, rendering Lishi dazzled and salivating with desire. However, upon reaching the last option, he froze. Kigaro technique. This couldn't possibly be a bloodline limit, could it? Lishi felt uncertain, for by its name it seemed to be a ninjutsu, not a bloodline limit. Yet, upon examining the description closely, he realized it belonged here due to its significant relation to bloodline limits. The Kigaro technique enables an ordinary person to embody 5 bloodline limits simultaneously, unleashing their combined might, thus transcending the ordinary and becoming extraordinarily powerful. Lishi suddenly recalled that this ninjutsu was supposedly created by the 4th Hokage, who, envious of the achievements of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, devised this technique to steal others' bloodline limits. He aimed to surpass the other 3 Sannin by acquiring 5 bloodline limits. But when he attempted to seize the last one, he encountered the protagonist. Even formidable characters must kneel before Ali Duo. Without delving into the fate of the 4th Hokage, one can only imagine how powerful a person could become if they could wield 5 bloodline limits. If these 5 were non-overlapping and complementary, they would be a being without weaknesses. Lishi could think of no other word to describe such strength. Of course, while the Kigaro technique was powerful, without bloodline limits, it remained an empty shell. Now faced with a decision, Lishi contemplated that for the long term, he should choose the Kigaro technique and gradually acquire the bloodline limits. However, from a short-term power enhancement perspective, the bloodline limits were the clear choice. Nonetheless, these were merely Lishi's thoughts. The final outcome depended on the result of the wheel. The wheel spun wildly, the pointer a blur. In any case, he would accept whichever option it landed on, and he randomly shouted for it to stop. As the pointer slowed, it passed over numerous bloodline limits, ultimately coming to a halt before Lishi's gaze. It landed on the Kigaro technique. Li Shi gasped, feeling fortunate. Obtaining the Kigaro technique was acceptable, as it was certainly superior to summoning techniques and the cells of Hashirama. The knowledge of the Kigaro technique flooded into his mind, as if he had always known it. Once he acquired the bloodline limits, he would be able to integrate and utilize them. The failure of the fourth Hokage stemmed from his need to steal bloodline limits, while Li Shi merely needed to draw them. So long as he completed tasks diligently, he would eventually gather them. The wheel vanished, though his strength had not changed. The divine power of Tsunade was sufficient for his current needs. Everything else was merely embellishment. Removing the spatial ring, he tied it around his neck. As a novice, he had to embrace the mindset of a beginner. Having lived in poverty for over a decade, Li Shi would simply play his part. Once everything was prepared, the next day, Li Shi arrived at Monk's magic hut. The same young girl, Lisa, was inside. Upon seeing Li Shi, her previously smiling face immediately turned sullen, tears welling in her eyes as she began to act. "Sir, I lost a fortune selling you that equipment last time, and my boss scolded me for several days. Thankfully, you have come now. My boss has something to say to you." Li Shi cautiously retrieved 5 silver coins from his pocket. "Your business is not my concern. We signed a contract. I shall repay you 5 silver coins each week, and this leather armor belongs to me. These 5 coins are this week's repayment." Lisa grew anxious and used her charm to cling to Li Shi's arm, rendering him unable to extricate himself. "Since we signed a contract, my boss won't force you to repay the gold coins. You should meet my boss first." Lisa shook Li Shi's arm, causing his face to redden. "All right then, but I certainly don't have the money to repay. Come meet my boss first. He is a very nice person. Perhaps after a pleasant chat, he will even give it to you for free." Li Shi, being pulled along by Lisa, stumbled several times into her chest, each time blushing with embarrassment. Yet he continued to be clumsy. Lisa feigned ignorance, and Li Shi reveled in the moment. This time, Lisa led him to the second floor, where an elderly, benevolent-looking mage was meditating. "Boss, this is the gentleman I sold equipment to at a discount last time." The old mage opened his eyes, which sparkled with vitality rather than the cloudiness typically associated with age. "Hello, young brother. I am the owner of this shop, Mage Monk." Li Shi feigned realization. "I've heard of you. You are a mid-level mage, and there are tasks you posted in the mercenary guild. Unfortunately, I am not a mage apprentice. Otherwise, I could take on your tasks." Mage Monk laughed heartily. "Young brother, you are quite amusing. Not having mage qualifications is of no consequence. Every profession reaches its pinnacle." Li Shi sat upright on a stool, listening intently to Mage Monk's words as if hearing the voice of a deity. Monk observed this without surprise. As to ordinary people, those who wielded the secrets of heaven and earth and could cast spells were akin to divine beings. "Lisa informed me that the issue with the equipment sale is not your fault. She was anxious to sell it." Li Shi was about to speak when Monk raised a hand to silence him. 30 gold coins may seem substantial, but I do not take it to heart. Here's the deal. I have a task requiring assistance, and if you accompany me, I will gift you this piece of equipment as compensation. Li Shi's expression grew conflicted. "I am quite weak. I fear I may not be of any help to you." "Haha, no need to worry. I do not require your strength. I merely need to retrieve something from outside the city, and I would like you to accompany me to handle any wild beasts we may encounter." At this point, Monk assured him, "I guarantee that you will only need to deal with ordinary beasts. Anything above that I have others to manage. If it weren't for my lack of manpower, I wouldn't trouble you." Li Shi hesitated, as if he had something to express but refrained from doing so. "If you have something to say, just speak up," urged the elder brother. Feeling somewhat shy, Li Shi suggested, "Perhaps you should post a task at the mercenary hall, and I could take it on. The reward would be this piece of equipment, and upon completion, I could also count it as an additional task completion." His meticulous approach elicited laughter from Meng Ku and Lisa. "If it's too troublesome, we can forget it," Li Shi added, feeling a bit embarrassed. "No, young brother. It's commendable that you are so calculating. I too have journeyed from being a magic apprentice and understand the hardships of being weak." With that, he turned to Lisa and instructed, "Take my identification to the mercenary hall and post an E-rank task. Since we are doing this, let us help our young brother gain 2 more task completions." "Yes, boss," Lisa replied, turning to leave. Li Shi quickly stopped her and, under their puzzled gazes, said bashfully, "I am currently an E-rank mercenary, so why not post a D-rank task? I haven't taken on a D-rank task yet." Upon hearing Li Shi identify himself as an E-rank mercenary, Meng Ku's expression shifted slightly, but was quickly replaced by a look of goodwill. I didn't realize that our young brother possesses such talent at such a young age. Very well, I shall post a D-rank task for you. And after you complete it, we will set off the day after tomorrow. Li Shi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master Mengku. As Li Shi departed, Lisa's gaze was heavy. Master, should we investigate his background? He was only an F-rank mercenary last time, and now, within a week, he has risen to E-rank. I am concerned. Mengku shared a similar sentiment. Although he did not regard F and E-rank mercenaries highly, the rapid advancement made him uneasy. All right, let us follow your advice and inquire about him to see what his background entails. In high spirits, Li Shi found a large tavern and indulged in a sumptuous dinner. Since Mengku had made a move, he resolved to respond in kind. Why should he fear? The next day, Li Shi arrived at the D-rank task room and was astonished to find that the tasks available here were not fewer than those in the F and E-rank rooms. In fact, they were somewhat more plentiful. Initially, he had assumed that higher ranks would yield fewer tasks, but it appeared that the middle ranks offered the most opportunities, while the extremes had the least. Soon, he spotted the task posted by Mengku. Hire E-rank mercenary Li Shi for escort and protection, with a commission of 30 gold coins for a set of leather armor. Such targeted mercenary tasks were permitted. The mercenary guild was not worried about individuals exploiting this to grind tasks and elevate their ranks, as posting tasks also incurred costs, which increased from low to high. If someone utilized this method to level up, the guild would be pleased to gain free profit. Li Shi promptly accepted the task and, rather than rushing off, began to peruse other available tasks. Eliminate bandits. Common bandits yield 1 silver coin each. Level 1 bandits, 10 gold coins. Level 2 bandits, 30 gold coins. Level 3 bandits, 100 gold coins. A new goblin tribe has emerged on the road to Yabi City, numbering no less than 1,000, with at least 10 bear goblins among them. A cleanup will yield 1,500 gold coins. Signs of level 4 magical beasts have been discovered in the Forgetful Forest. The commission for their expulsion or extermination is 1,000 gold coins. Seek the traces of the wyvern. Commissions start at 200, depending on the type. Weapons Master Hanks is seeking mithril. Commissions are 100 gold coins per gram. Unlike the previous solo tasks, these D-rank assignments leaned heavily toward group endeavors, primarily requiring substantial manpower to accomplish, with few suitable for solitary adventurers. Li Shi had no intention of joining or forming a mercenary group. The sight of these tasks made him wince. Could he truly undertake assignments to eliminate bandits or goblin tribes alone? Until he mastered the art of multiple shadow clones, these tasks seemed daunting. Never mind. He decided to first handle Mengku's affairs and revisit these tasks later. Chapter 19. The Black Tiger Mercenary Group. Li Shi spent the day filling his spatial ring, stocking up on provisions, including military rations that would suffice for 3 months without additional food. Thus, he replenished a significant quantity of fresh water. It was essential to be cautious on his first long journey, and fearing a lack of wooden sticks, he also purchased a large bundle to store in his spatial ring. Furthermore, he carried a backpack filled with jerky, half a bottle of holy water, and some medicinal powders, presenting a picture of someone quite impoverished, relying solely on his own resources. At last, the time arrived for departure. Li Shi arrived early at Mengku's magical cottage, only to discover that he was not the only one present. A group of mercenaries was also assembled. This group consisted of 10 members, 5 warriors wielding heavy swords and shields, 3 archers with longbows slung over their backs, and 2 rogues clad in leather armor. If a mage had joined them, it would have constituted a standard mercenary group. The leading warrior rode a scaled warhorse, adorned with a shimmering D-rank mercenary emblem on his chest. Li Shi recognized this scaled steed as a hybrid between a magical beast and a standard warhorse, possessing both the trainability of the latter and the strength of the former, capable of carrying up to 1,000 pounds, an immensely popular mount among warriors, albeit costly, ranging from 100 to 500 gold coins, a sum ordinary folk could hardly afford in a lifetime. The other mercenaries were riding fine horses as well, though not of the hybrid variety. Upon closer inspection, Li Shi realized this was a D-rank mercenary group, and the aura exuded by the leader surpassed that of Darabont and the magically enhanced Frank. It was evident he was a level 4 warrior. Level 3 warriors were termed advanced warriors, while level 4 could be referred to as Earth Warriors, Earth Knights, or Earth Warriors. A level 3 Darabont could utilize his fighting spirit to temporarily enhance his combat power by 50%. While a level 4 Earth warrior could imbue their weapon with fighting spirit to increase lethality and achieve brief levitation, marking a qualitative leap from a level 3 advanced warrior. As Li Shi, a youthful boy adorned with an E-rank mercenary badge, approached, he inevitably drew their curiosity. "Hello, young brother. Are you here for Master Mengke's task as well?" inquired the leader of the mercenary group, clad in gray heavy armor and mounted on his warhorse. He wielded a 1.5-meter-long heavy sword, exuding an imposing presence. Li Shi had assumed Mengke had summoned him exclusively, only to find others present, indicating that this task was not as simple as it seemed. "Yes, I am also here for Master Mengke's task," E-rank mercenary Li Shi. Given that Li Shi practiced a form of ninjutsu distinct from the mainstream techniques on the continent, they could not discern his true strength. To them, he appeared to barely reach the level of an intermediate warrior, which was inferior to any member of their mercenary group. The leader of the mercenary group did not belittle Li Shi for his low rank. Instead, he dismounted and introduced himself. "I am Xenis, the captain of the E-rank Black Tiger mercenary group, and these are my members." The ranks of mercenaries differ from those of mercenary groups, as they progress independently, which explains how a D-rank mercenary like Xenis could lead an E-rank group. "Li Shi, my brother, I don't recall ever seeing you before," Xenis remarked, perplexed. He prided himself on having mingled in the mercenary guild for 7 or 8 years. While he could not claim to know every mercenary, he was confident he recognized nearly all of them, yet he had no recollection of the E-rank Li Shi. Li Shi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "I am just a novice mercenary. If it weren't for the favor I owe Master Mengke, I wouldn't have received his attention and had the opportunity to undertake this D-rank mission." "Brother Li Shi, you are being too modest. The fact that you advanced to E-rank so swiftly indicates your exceptional abilities. It is only a matter of time before you reach the ranks of high-level mercenaries." As Li Shi and Xenis exchanged compliments, inside the shop, Lisa was providing Master Mengke with information about Li Shi. He had previously been an apprentice blacksmith in the city and had registered as a mercenary only 10 days ago. By sheer luck, he survived the mission at the estate of the great merchant Baluz and completed several minor tasks, which allowed him to rise to E-rank. But his strength was likely not on par with that of a high-level warrior. After hearing Lisa's report, Mengke furrowed his brow and asked, "Likely not on par with a high-level warrior? What do you mean by likely?" Lisa lowered her head, acknowledging her oversight. "Master, his information is very limited, and the tasks he has completed are all simple. No one has witnessed his true capabilities. Based on my estimates, his strength should not be formidable. His survival until now is merely due to luck." In truth, the reason they could not find detailed information about Li Shi was that AIC had concealed it. The most significant display of his abilities had been during the sewer mission, but aside from AIC, no one else was aware of it. This led to Lisa's misjudgment regarding Li Shi's strength. Even if he is hiding his capabilities, it should not be much. Given the time that has passed, there are no suitable candidates aside from him. Let it be. You stay at home as if nothing has happened. Wait for my signal once I retrieve the items, and then we will leave together. Lisa trembled with excitement. "Yes, master." Mengke pushed open the shop door, smiling at Xenis and Li Shi. "I will trouble you too with the upcoming mission." Xenis quickly replied, "We are honored to assist Master Mengke." Mengke adopted a regal demeanor as he boarded the prepared carriage, and the group set off towards the outskirts of the city. Logically speaking, a level 4 Earth warrior would not have to be so courteous, even deferential, when facing a mid-level mage, a level 2 spellcaster. Xenis' behavior was solely due to Mengke's unique status. After all, Mengke was the only puppeteer in Cardo City. The puppets Li Shi had seen in the affluent district were all crafted by Mengke, though Mengke was merely a mid-level mage. The puppets he created could attain level 4 standards. More importantly, no one knew how many puppets he possessed. When Li Shi learned of this, his first thought was that Mengke was akin to a scorpion king from another world. One man could raise an army, and another could bring down a city. Of course, level 4 puppets alone would not suffice for such feats, but their value far surpassed their physical prowess. The significance of puppets that could serve as combat companions is well understood. They are life-saving tools. Mengke always required payment up front before crafting his puppets. According to what Li Shi had heard, Mengke was currently fulfilling orders placed 2 years ago, which illustrated the booming nature of his business. Thus, it was no wonder that level 4 Xenis was eager to serve a mere level 2 Mengke. If he could please Mengke well enough to obtain a combat puppet at a bargain, Xenis would be grinning from ear to ear for days. Each member of Sinis's Black Tiger mercenary group rode a warhorse, ensuring their speed. Monkey traveled in a carriage, leaving only Li Shi to traverse on foot. While it was manageable within the city, once they exited, he could not keep pace with the others. Observing this, the group fell silent, realizing that someone as inexperienced as Li Shi should have arranged for a mount, especially knowing they were headed to a distant location for a mission. Li Shi, feeling awkward, explained, "My family is poor, and I haven't completed many tasks, so I lack the funds to purchase a mount. I apologize for delaying everyone." Sinis chuckled, "It's all right." But the mercenaries under him did not share his good humor. In multi-person missions, they dreaded having someone lagging behind. 8 out of 10 failed missions were due to subpar teammates, the so-called pig teammates. Thus, mercenary groups preferred to work independently rather than with others. "I see I'm of no use here. Perhaps I should just withdraw from the task," Li Shi suggested, feeling disheartened by his inability to keep up. Upon hearing Li Shi's withdrawal, the Black Tiger mercenary members exchanged glances, relieved, as his presence was superfluous. His strength fell below that of their average mercenaries, and they could not fathom why Master Monkey had brought him along. "It was my oversight. Li Shi, little brother, why don't you share a carriage with me?" As soon as Li Shi expressed his intention to leave, Monkey's voice rang out from within the carriage, halting him. "It is crucial for this mission that Li Shi remain. If he departs, there is no point in proceeding." Li Shi felt embarrassed. "Then I shall sit on the carriage's front, guiding the horses." He settled himself on the yoke, leisurely munching on the jerky he had packed in his bag. He was now certain of his importance to Monkey, to the point where he was irreplaceable. Thus, Monkey would be unwilling to let anything happen to him before he could fulfill his role. Given this understanding, it would be foolish for Li Shi not to leverage his advantages. As he sat in the carriage, Li Shi gazed at the scenery around him. This was his first venture into the wilderness, and as the walls of Cardo City faded from view, he was greeted by an unspoiled landscape. Endless forests stretched before him, with a winding path weaving through them. This area belonged to the outskirts of the worry-free forest, leading towards Abbey City. Upon entering the worry-free forest, the assassins of the Black Tiger mercenary group began to break away from the main group, keeping watch around them. If they encountered any troublesome issues, they would signal their comrades for assistance. The entire mercenary team moved with seamless precision, allowing Li Shi to feel no trace of discomfort. Even when wild beasts ventured into their path, they were swiftly dispatched by the archers. Sinis also intervened twice, driving off 2 level 2 monsters. Overall, the Black Tiger mercenary group showcased their prowess: efficient, swift, meticulous, and trustworthy. In contrast, Li Shi showed no inclination to contribute. After Sinis and the others resolved the troubles, he sat on the carriage, clapping and exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. Unlike me, who can do nothing but hold everyone back." Initially, Sinis and the others responded courteously to Li Shi's praise, but as time went on and they realized he remained passive, even the good-natured Sinis grew irritated and ceased to engage. They were all mercenaries. Why should he be allowed to enjoy the ride as if he were on a leisurely outing rather than undertaking a mission? As darkness fell, Sinis approached the carriage and said, "Master Monkey, we cannot proceed any further. We need to set up camp here and delve into the worry-free forest tomorrow morning. The carriage will be of no use." "Understood," Monkey replied. "I trust your judgment, Sinis. The reputation of your Black Tiger mercenary group is commendable." "Excellent. This will be my first night spent outdoors." Li Shi chimed in like a naive child excited about camping. Sinis immediately gave him a light slap on the back of the head. After Sinis issued the command to set up camp, the members of the Black Tiger mercenary group swiftly retrieved tents and cookware from their spatial rings. Those responsible for starting the fire did so, while others began preparing meals. Li Shi, having only a meager supply of jerky, simply sat on the ground, salivating over the delicious aromas wafting from the pots. Seeing Li Shi's demeanor, one of the mercenaries could not help but remark, "Captain, look at him. He's nothing but a rookie. Why did Master Monkey bring him along?" Sinis was perplexed. Yet as a mercenary, the fundamental principle was to refrain from asking unnecessary questions. He shot a glare at his team member, asserting that this was not their concern. They should focus on their duties. Once the meal was prepared, they could send him a portion as it seemed he had exhausted his rations. Chapter 20. Dragon Dung and Mountain Giant Apes send him food? The team member protested, exasperated after a day of labor. After finally setting up camp, why should they cook for him? They were all mercenaries. Why should he receive such treatment? Just do as you're told. There's no need for so much discussion. Whatever he can eat, Consider it a good deed. Following Sinise' orders, the reluctant team member eventually delivered a meal to Li Shi. Thank you. You are truly remarkable. Eating such fine food in the wilderness, unlike me, who knows nothing, Li Shi remarked. The team member was genuinely tired of hearing Li Shi's voice. That night, as Li Shi lay on his backpack, he listened to the cacophony of beasts in the forget-me-not forest, occasionally sensing some creatures drawing near. It was unsettling. He couldn't sleep at all during the first half of the night. It wasn't until he noticed the efficacy of the medicinal powder scattered by the Black Tiger mercenary group outside their camp, which kept the beasts at bay, that he finally felt secure enough to drift into slumber. As for the unspoken rule among mercenaries to take turns keeping watch, Li Shi expressed, "You are truly impressive. Unlike me, who can do nothing but hold you back." No one sought him for tasks or conversation thereafter, leaving him feeling as unwanted as a foul odor. The next morning, after breakfast, Meng Ku waved his hand and stored the entire cart into a spatial ring. Observing this, Li Shi contemplated that the ring must possess at least 100 cubic meters of space. It should bear the name Li, not Meng. The members of the Black Tiger mercenary group led the way on horseback, with some bringing up the rear, while Li Shi and Meng Ku were shielded in the center. The environment of the forget-me-not forest was even harsher than Li Shi had imagined, teeming with countless minuscule creatures that would swarm at any opportunity, eager to drain a person dry. However, the Black Tiger mercenary group handled the perilous surroundings with remarkable ease. When Sinise revealed a small black object, the nearby creatures vanished in an instant. Not only that, but even the beasts that had been lurking nearby fled in terror. Li Shi witnessed a creature resembling a wildcat, which, upon seeing Sinise produce the object, soiled itself in fright, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. From this small object, no larger than a child's fist, Li Shi sensed a faint yet intense pressure. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this? How can it possess such immense power?" The mercenaries of the Black Tiger mercenary group were naturally disinclined to engage with Li Shi. Meng Ku chuckled and explained, "This is the dung of a black dragon. After being expelled, it retains a certain dragon's might for up to 2 years. If preserved properly, the dragon's might can last 4 to 5 years, causing lower-tier magical beasts to avoid it." Upon hearing Meng Ku's explanation, Sinise chimed in, "As mercenaries in the wild, using dragon dung is most suitable. It alleviates many troubles. Magical beasts below level 3 will not dare approach without understanding the situation. However, it does have one drawback." "What drawback?" Meng Ku asked. Sinise smiled wryly. "It's expensive. Dragon dung is nearly as costly as its weight in gold." He gestured at the small mass in his hand, stating, "This little bit costs 50 gold coins." Sinise's words resonated with most mercenaries. While it appeared they earned a great deal, the costs of equipment and materials were exorbitant. Not all mercenaries had the advantage of a system like Li Shi, which allowed for significant power boosts and the acquisition of wealth. The notion of the poor are learned while the rich are martial was particularly pronounced in another world. Without several thousand gold coins, it would be nearly impossible for a child to aspire to become a professional. Then, if one were to raise a dragon and have it defecate daily, one could become wealthy, Li Shi proposed. This notion struck a chord with the other mercenaries. An archer chimed in. "I heard that the S-rank Dragon Knight mercenary Cameron sells his dragon's dung, not just dung, but also urine and saliva. He makes a fortune from it, and reportedly doesn't he even take on missions anymore. Indeed, I envy him for raising a dragon. He earns enough to last several lifetimes. If I had a dragon, I would do the same. In a month, I could buy a manor to retire in," the mercenaries lamented. Giving Li Shi a newfound perspective on this world, it was indeed possible to live this way. Just as the conversation grew lively, a thunderous roar interrupted their banter, echoing like a thunderclap across the sky, startling countless beasts. The sound of trees snapping like sugarcane could be heard amidst the roar. Sinise's expression changed dramatically as he raised a hand, signaling everyone to fall silent and halt their advance. He pointed towards the source of the sound, then leaped away from the group. The remaining mercenaries formed a protective circle around Meng Ku, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Li Shi stood close by Meng Ku, their roles of protection unclear. After 5 minutes, Sinise returned, his face dark with apprehension. He whispered to the group, "A mountain giant ape is feeding ahead. We cannot proceed this way and must take a detour." Upon hearing the name mountain giant ape, Li Shi felt the hairs on the backs of the mercenaries' necks stand on end, and several instinctively swallowed hard. Their fear was justified. The mountain giant ape had a fearsome reputation. This creature was born with a strength of level 3. Even the weakest adults were at least level 6. Towering at 20 meters tall, equivalent to a 7 or 8-story building. If a mountain giant ape were to reach level 7 or 8, even dragons would not dare land on the ground to confront it. It was truly one of the apex magical beasts in this world. Among them, SLAYER was the strongest, boasting a level 4 strength. Faced suddenly with such a formidable creature, they would be no match for the mountain giant ape, which could devour them whole. Their inability to flee immediately spoke volumes about their quality as mercenaries. Such a powerful being instilled a sense of dread in SLAYER and the others. Even Li Shi, recalling the mountain giant ape's information, hesitated to advance. Despite possessing the divine power of Tsunade, he was uncertain if he could defeat a mountain giant ape, especially since it could tear a dragon apart. Moreover, Li Shi bore no grudge against the mountain giant ape. Why seek out a formidable opponent for a life-or-death struggle without cause? That would be akin to a foolish act, inviting disaster upon oneself. Standing 20 meters tall and weighing over 100 tons, with tough skin and muscle, they were clearly outmatched. If it came down to it, the best strategy was to retreat. Safety first. We shall take a detour, Meng Ku concurred, abandoning his usual composure. SLAYER led the group swiftly around, and every 10 to 20 minutes, they could hear the mountain giant ape's sounds. At such moments, everyone held their breath, fearing that any slight movement might attract the creature's attention. During this tense time, SLAYER carefully stowed away the dragon dung, ensuring no trace of its scent escaped. The dung of a dragon exerted absolute dominance over lower-tier beings. However, when facing magical beasts of comparable rank, possessing dragon dung was akin to waving a flag of surrender in a hostile territory. If it didn't eliminate you immediately, it would be as if the creature were still waking from slumber. The group, with utmost caution, hurriedly ran for 2 hours before finally escaping the territory of the mountain giant ape. Once they confirmed that the danger had passed, everyone exhaled in relief. SLAYER, experienced yet puzzled, observed that the mountain giant ape appeared to have just reached maturity, its 6th-level strength still unstable. However, he pondered why it had suddenly ventured to the outskirts of the worry-free forest, a place devoid of sufficient food and potential mates. Was there something that had lured it here? As the group speculated various scenarios, Li Shi noticed a fleeting change in Monk's expression when SLAYER mentioned an attraction for the mountain giant ape, though it was quickly masked. Such a formidable creature can only find safety in Cardo City. Perhaps we should return and wait until it has left before coming back. Indeed, Li Shi seemed ready to abandon the mission. SLAYER, upon hearing this, felt a stir of agreement and glanced at Monk, who also shared Li Shi's sentiment. With the mountain giant ape as a variable, undertaking tasks in the worry-free forest now posed significant danger. Should luck not be on their side, this day next year could mark their demise. Monk, however, resolutely shook his head. We must avoid the mountain giant ape and move swiftly. By tomorrow, we should reach our destination. Once there, I will retrieve what I need, and we can take a different route back to Cardo City. All right. We shall heed Master Ming's counsel. SLAYER, wary of provoking Monk, who was their employer, felt compelled to proceed. Li Shi remained silent, closely following Monk with a terrified expression, protected by the other mercenaries, who might have mistaken him for the employer. The arduous journey continued as the group struggled without the dragon's excrement, finally locating a bear's den to rest by nightfall. They lit a campfire, roasting the freshly slain bear meat. This bear, having lost its home and life to foes, must have died in profound despair. After everyone finished their meal, Li Shi offered, "Thank you all for your care these days. Let me take the night watch." Monk promptly declined, stating, "Little brother Li Shi, your strength is too weak. It would be unwise to push yourself. Let SLAYER and the others handle it." The members of the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps could only silently lament their luck, wishing for a more considerate employer over the years. "There's no need to worry, Master Monk. Though my strength is lacking, I can still raise the alarm if trouble arises." Monk, seeing Li Shi's insistence, reluctantly agreed but instructed SLAYER to ensure Li Shi's safety. SLAYER could not help but roll his eyes internally. It would have been better to prevent Li Shi from keeping watch altogether, as it only added to his burden of vigilance and care. Outside the cave, while listening to the cacophony of wild beasts, Li Shi contemplated his future. Although he had been in this world for less than a month, he had already grasped the might of the supreme beings here. In comparison, he felt like a mere sesame seed next to a watermelon. "What are you thinking about?" Sinis, uneasy about leaving Li Shi alone on watch, stepped outside the cave. I want to mature quickly and find a wife, Li Shi replied shamelessly, his boldness unrestrained. Sinis felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, suppressing his urge to comment. I see that Master Monk cares for you quite a bit. I wonder how you two met? Li Shi chuckled. If I told you the truth, you probably wouldn't believe me. The leather armor I'm wearing was sold to me for a silver coin at his shop. He insisted on giving it to me when I hesitated. I came on this mission to make up the difference for the leather armor. A silver coin? I can't believe that. Sinis silently cursed, frustrated with Li Shi's fabrications. Unable to continue the conversation, Sinis turned and walked away. That night passed without incident. And the next morning, the group set off, welcomed by the soft morning sun. They traversed mountains and rivers with caution, finally arriving at the foot of a mountain by noon. Chapter 21. Camilla Sinis sighed in relief. Despite the dangers encountered, including the mountain giant ape, they had not engaged in battle, which could be considered a stroke of fortune. Master Monk, we have arrived at the location you specified. Should we accompany you inside? Or will you venture in alone? Monk, gazing at a cave halfway up the mountain, appeared delighted. I am uncertain about what lies within. Let us all enter together for mutual safety. Although he feigned concern for the journey, he subtly stepped back, positioning Li Shi in front of him. Li Shi smirked inwardly, recognizing that they had finally reached the pivotal place. Sinis, without further thought, waved his hand, and the group began their ascent. After half an hour, they reached the cave entrance, a dark abyss descending straight down, where visibility extended only a few meters. Take out the luminous stones. We must enter the cave. For magical luminous stones were produced, illuminating the darkness. Li Shi examined the cave, which appeared to be an artificially constructed mining tunnel, devoid of any anomalies. The group descended for a good 15 minutes before stopping to catch their breath. Sinis assessed the surroundings, concluding that they were in an abandoned tunnel. As no beasts or monsters had entered from the path they came, he turned to Monk. Master, you mentioned you were searching for the shadow flower. I do not wish to doubt you, but the shadow flower thrives in dark, damp places guarded by monsters, and this location does not seem to meet those criteria. Mink pointed down the tunnel. According to my information, the shadow flower grows at the bottom of the mine. If we continue a bit further, we should see it. Seeing Monk's determination to proceed, they had no choice but to follow along. After over an hour of navigating the maze-like underground tunnels, they finally reached the end. Before them lay an underground chamber larger than a stadium, the sound of dripping water echoing, indicating they had delved deep underground. Sinis searched for a long while, but found nothing besides stones. Master, look at this. Mink approached a wall, running his hand along it. With a click, the wall opened as if it had a mechanism, revealing another secret passage. You can stop here. The rest of the journey shall be undertaken by Li Shi and myself. After addressing Sinis and the others, Monk pulled Li Shi along into the passage. Li Shi, seemingly oblivious to the wary expressions of Sinis and the others, followed Monk with a grin. Sinis hesitated several times, wanting to follow, but ultimately decided against it. Although they were suspicious of Monk, nothing unusual had occurred thus far. Acting rashly could jeopardize the reputation of the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps. Not long after entering the secret passage, they unexpectedly encountered a pink veil, behind which lay a 2-meter-wide double bed. On the bed reclined a voluptuous beauty, her skin a delicate shade of rosy white. Every movement she made was laced with temptation, stirring primal desires in any man who beheld her. Upon seeing her, Monk's waist bent slightly, and he could not suppress his salivation. Li Shi felt the old man's grip on his arm grow warmer. Of course, Li Shi himself was not faring any better. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned transforming into a werewolf and tearing away the scant fabric that barely covered her. The beauty before Li Shi evoked nothing in him beyond primal instincts. He could conjure no other sentiments but those of conquest, violation, and possession. The words to describe his tumultuous emotions eluded him. Madame Carmela, you are indeed the perfect candidate I have brought forth. Are you not aware of what I desire? From within the gauzy confines, a flawless, alabaster arm, as pure as cream, slowly emerged, prompting Li Shi to involuntarily moisten his parched lips with his tongue, as he felt an overwhelming thirst. Master Monko truly honored his promise. Thus, he was prepared to divulge instructions. A voice steeped in temptation resonated from within the veil, sending shivers down their spines. Li Shi surmised that even a skeleton forged of iron would be rendered as pliable as noodles in the presence of such beauty. Monko dared not gaze into the gauze but instead fixed his eyes on the ground, humbly requesting guidance from Madame Carmela. The enchanting figure gestured towards a distant direction, indicating a coffin. What you seek lies within that coffin. Remember, once it leaves the confines of the coffin, it is only viable for 3 days. Beyond that, it shall lose its efficacy. Monko, unable to contain his excitement, released Li Shi's arm and dashed towards the direction pointed out by Carmela. Whether driven by the urgency of acquiring what he had long desired or the need to escape the alluring beauty that felt like a venomous serpent. Left alone, Li Shi found himself captivated as Carmela beckoned him with her slender arm, her hand as exquisitely crafted as jade. Come here, little brother. Let me introduce you to the most exquisite pleasures of the world. Li Shi's eyes blazed with fervor. He could hardly wipe away the saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth as he grasped Carmela's hand, fervently rubbing it as if to meld her into his very being. Sister, you are breathtaking. With a smile, Carmela drew Li Shi into the veil. Meanwhile, Monko arrived at the location Carmela had indicated, discovering indeed a coffin. He exerted effort to pry it open, revealing a silver teapot nestled within. Unable to contain his joy, Monko cradled the teapot as if it were a bride disembarking from a carriage, trembling with anticipation. However, before he could inspect the contents, a swirling mass of black mist suddenly billowed from the coffin. This dark cloud expanded swiftly, forming a fog bank the size of a house, which then coalesced into a smooth, mirror-like portal from which a cacophony of gnashing sounds emanated. Realizing the peril, Monko's fingers danced over his spatial ring, summoning a puppet with a human torso and wheeled lower body. He leaped onto its back, and with a clap, the puppet surged forth like a racing car. As he passed the gauzy enclosure, whispers of the couple entwined within echoed through the air, oblivious to the progress of their entanglement. Monko navigated the puppet at breakneck speed through the labyrinthine passage, spotting Sinis and the others waiting anxiously. Without hesitation, he intended to flee. Yet, Sinis, noticing Li Shi's absence, brandished a heavy sword and obstructed Monko's path. Master Monko, where is young brother Li Shi? Anxiously, Monko replied, he remains inside, attending to a matter. Let us wait for him outside. As Monko attempted to depart, Sinis blocked him resolutely. It is prudent for us to leave together. Should anything happen to Li Shi, it would be most regrettable. While Sinis appeared to be concerned for Li Shi, he was harboring doubts about Monko. It was unusual for mercenaries to exhibit such wariness towards their employer, yet Monko's suspicious demeanor had warranted it, given his many fabrications. The sight of one entering while another exited, with an apparent urgency to flee, raised alarm bells for all. Monko sought to explain, but the gnawing sounds from the passage behind them grew louder, rustling ominously, reminiscent of countless tiny teeth gnawing at bone. The members of the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps turned pale at the sound. It was the lesser demons. These lesser demons, the lowest tier of abyssal fiends, were so plentiful that even the abyssal consciousness could not ascertain their numbers. Standing less than a meter tall and weighing under 40 kilograms, they were weaker than first-tier beasts. Yet, their strength lay in their overwhelming swarms, capable of devouring everything in their path. In times of chaos, they inflicted the greatest toll on the continent. For ordinary folk stood no chance against them, and their numbers far exceeded that of any human force. Encountering a horde of lesser demons often meant certain death. Moreover, without a higher demon to command them, the lesser demons would not gather in such numbers, as they belonged to a chaotic race, prone to infighting without superior demons to impose order. Therefore, the appearance of a large group of lesser demons always indicated the presence of a more powerful demon. Despite the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps boasting an average strength of second-tier or mid-tier warriors, their survival against a commanding horde of lesser demons would hinge on the demon's disposition. Move quickly, Sinis bellowed, disregarding the still absent Li Shi, and led the others to flee. Unfortunately, the passage they had descended was now obstructed by a massive stone. An assassin struck the boulder with a fist, the sound echoing faintly, and urgently reported to Sinis, "Boss, it's at least 10 meters thick." Sinis shot a fierce glare at Monko, who appeared equally helpless. Form a formation. The mercenaries of the Black Tiger Corps retrieved their shields from their spatial rings, bracing themselves as they focused intently on the situation within the passage. Monko summoned 5 combat puppets from his spatial ring, clad in silver heavy armor, each wielding a colossal blade taller than a man. They stood like formidable giants. Seeing the 5 third-tier combat puppets, Sinis regained his confidence. As long as the commanding demon was no more than 4th tier, they could secure victory alongside the puppets. The group steadied their breaths. Experience had taught them the importance of relaxation and judicious energy management before a great battle. SLAYER trusted in his Black Tiger mercenary corps, despite being E-rank mercenaries. They were stronger than many D-rank counterparts. The gnashing of teeth grew ever closer. SLAYER removed his mask, hardening himself into an iron sentinel. As the lesser demons burst forth from the passage, SLAYER leapt, gripping his sword tightly, and delivered a powerful downward strike. The first 7 or 8 lesser demons that emerged were effortlessly cleaved apart, the heavy sword cleaving into the ground, carving a 3-meter-long, half-meter-deep gash. Each lesser demon caught in the wake of the strike fell lifelessly, akin to livestock slaughtered for a feast. Boss is magnificent. The mercenaries cheered as they witnessed SLAYER's prowess. Feeling fortunate to have a 4th-tier Earth warrior as their leader, a source of safety and pride, SLAYER continued to cleave through the emerging lesser demons, then, with a firm grip on his sword, spun to block the passage, unleashing a whirlwind attack. His heavy sword stirred up a tempest, shattering every lesser demon that dared to emerge into unrecognizable fragments. The underground space resonated with the clash of steel and the agonized cries of the lesser demons, as those behind SLAYER surged forward to assist, sharing the burden of battle. In that moment, their fortunes shifted dramatically, suggesting the possibility of achieving great deeds that day. The narrative unfolds in 2 parts. Within the veiled passage, SLAYER found his trousers still firmly in place, while the upper portion of his leather armor had long been discarded. Resting his head against the soft contours of Camilla, he observed the incessant emergence of lesser demons and inquired, "How many of these wretched creatures are there?" Camilla caressed SLAYER's chest, her hands seemingly imbued with an enchanting power, as they traced the warmth radiating from him. Chapter 22. Farewell to the Horned Demon. Camilla was quite pleased with SLAYER. Those endowed with a naturally potent soul could better resist her allure, allowing them to maintain their clarity of mind for an extended duration. Remarkably, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, and this little man still retained his composure. Why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Allow me to instruct you on the essence of pleasure. Her soft, fragrant whispers danced in SLAYER's ear, luring him deeper into a trance, his eyes gradually glazing over. Noticing this, Camilla could not help but smirk coldly. No one could resist her charm. I am already yours, so why the urgency? If I am not mistaken, this veil serves to seal my sister's presence. Shall I assist in dismantling it so we can find a hotel? SLAYER embraced Camilla, his breath resembling that of a laboring beast, appearing entranced by her seduction. However, a closer inspection would reveal a flicker of clarity hidden within the depths of his gaze. Unfortunately, Camilla remained oblivious to this anomaly, as SLAYER never met her gaze directly. Who would have thought my little brother possessed such discernment? Yet, such trivial matters are not for you to handle. Others will take care of them. Just as Camilla finished speaking, a massive form emerged from the depths of the shadowy mirror. With a pair of imposing horns measuring nearly a meter, a scaly head, and a gaping maw capable of devouring a human whole. This horned demon boasted brawny arms that rendered even the stoutest of legs feeble, armed with a blade longer than SLAYER's beam. The sheer musculature of the creature screamed of overwhelming strength, unmistakably marking it as a formidable horned demon. SLAYER, from the corner of his eye, scrutinized the horned demon for some time, failing to find any trace of the steel needle marks he had left before. Consequently, this was not the familiar foe he had encountered previously. Initially, upon seeing the horned demon emerge, he had hoped to resolve the unfinished battle from before, only to discover it was not the same adversary. With the unfamiliar demon before him, SLAYER chose to continue relishing in his tender reverie. It must be said that the beauty before him was indeed captivating and alluring, her every movement exuding an inherent charm that was etched into her very being, an allure no man could withstand. Not even the most virtuous paladin would remain impervious to her charms. As the horned demon emerged, its towering height of over 6 meters rendered it somewhat constrained. Unable to fully straighten its back, with its 4-meter-long sword proving unwieldy, an enraged roar escaped its lips, sending the lesser demons into a frenzy. Upon noticing the intimate exchange between the two within the veil, the horned demon's eyes glinted with malevolence as it swung its blade, effortlessly tearing the veil apart. The shimmering magical sigils dissipating, and SLAYER felt the seal lifted. Camilla, after all these years, Your taste has truly diminished if you can stoop to seducing an underage human. Are you not concerned he may succumb to your whims in less than 2 minutes? Camilla's eyes flashed with icy fury. Tyler, my affairs are of no concern to you. If you find yourself with time to spare, proceed to eliminate those humans before they leak any information. Tyler, the horned demon, hesitated, glancing at the low passageway. With great effort, he uttered a complex incantation, shrinking his towering form from nearly 7 meters to a more manageable 4, barely fitting through the passage. He ascended, dragging his sword, now equal in length to his stature. Camilla, contemplating, bestowed upon Li Shi a smile capable of ensnaring hearts. Shall I take you down to the ground, little brother? Without uttering a word, Li Shi nodded fervently, using his movements to steal intimate moments with Camilla, prompting her to giggle. Rising from the grand bed, Camilla carried Li Shi forward, while lesser demons, upon catching a glimpse of her, were instantly entranced, losing their senses and lunging at one another in a frenzy. As they reached the subterranean chamber, the once dominant Sinis was now on the defensive, pursued by the horned demon. The other mercenaries formed a protective circle around Monko, battling a relentless tide of lesser demons. Monko's initial 5 level 3 combat puppets lay in ruins, their parts strewn about, evidence of having been shattered by the horned demon's unparalleled strength. Presently, he commanded 6 level 2 combat puppets, entangled in combat with the lesser demons. Their formation held resolute against the chaotic onslaught, with the puppets wreaking havoc while their long spears pierced through the ranks of lesser demons. Even as the sheer numbers surged like a tidal wave against a dam, they remained unyielding. Initially, the horned demon's emergence had shattered their spirits, but with Camilla's arrival, their faces turned pale as if coated in a ghastly hue. Despite their current ease in dispatching the lesser demons, all knew that without addressing the high-ranking demon, vanquishing 100,000 lesser demons would be of little consequence. The succubus, murmured one archer in despair, recognizing Camilla's identity. Though the succubus was not renowned for her combative prowess among abyssal beings, her level 4 status posed an insurmountable challenge to the average level 2 or 3 human warriors, creating a chasm akin to the distance between heaven and earth. Without the horned demon, their Black Tiger mercenary group would have faced no issues, yet now one horned demon alone could obliterate them, compounded by the presence of lesser demons and the level 4 succubus. Li Shi stole another glance, observing Sinis, nearly collapsing under the onslaught of the horned demon's blade. The aura of his great sword flickering in and out, a sign of his impending limits. While Monko appeared untroubled, Li Shi contemplated the moment to intervene. Should he wait until they were all slain, or would he attempt to rescue them? Among them, Monko was the last person Li Shi wished to save, yet the task at hand still lay in his hands. If he did not act, he would need to complete 2 additional missions to rectify this failure. After days of endeavoring towards this mission, failing to conclude, it would be a dismal outcome. As he watched Sinis' armor shatter under the horned demon's strike, his body crashing into the formation of the Black Tiger mercenary group, unable to rise, Li Shi recognized that the moment had arrived to act. If he delayed any longer, all would be lost. With a dazed gaze, he leaned towards Camilla's neck and pressed his lips fervently against hers. Camilla, rather than resisting, reveled in the thrill of kissing publicly, embracing Li Shi with abandon. For she adored assertive men. As Li Shi wrapped her arms around her, Carmela felt a flicker of doubt. The grip was somewhat excessive, even causing a slight ache in her demonic form. Yet, this very discomfort stirred a deeper excitement within her. With a deft flick of his tongue, Li Shi pried open Carmela's pearly teeth and swiftly sealed her behind with a hand sign. The technique of fire release, Great Fireball. A nascent fireball was expelled into Carmela's mouth, the searing heat racing down to her stomach, where it rapidly coalesced into a massive inferno, culminating in an explosive eruption within her. Although the denizens of the abyss were adept at playing with fire, it did not render them immune. They merely possessed a higher tolerance. As Carmela sensed the peril, she attempted to break free from Li Shi's embrace, but no matter how she struggled, she could not create even the slightest gap, for Li Shi's arms were like 2 steel beams, firmly restraining her movement. In a heartbeat, their actions unfolded without a hint of notice, leaving onlookers oblivious to the shift, still believing that Li Shi, entranced by the succubus, was on the verge of being drained dry. Suddenly, a crimson light emanated from Carmela's body as she desperately tried to push Li Shi away, only to be engulfed by an unnameable flame, and within a mere breath, she was consumed entirely. In her final moments, Carmela could not utter a single word, not from lack of desire, but because her vocal cords had been incinerated, leaving her to gaze at Li Shi with disbelief, an expression rife with terror, suspicion, and fear. Observing the discontent in Carmela's final gaze, Li Shi surmised that perhaps he had rushed his technique, failing to satisfy her with his kiss, which led to her despairing look akin to that of a vengeful spirit from the abyss. He resolved to refine his skills further. After all, disappointing an acquaintance from the abyss could result in a diplomatic incident. The unfolding drama naturally captured the attention of the horned demons and mercenaries, who looked at Li Shi with incredulity, questioning the reliability of their sight. How could this novice mercenary possibly have vanquished a level 4 succubus, a feat even their leader, Sinis, might struggle to achieve? Reptile, you have slain Carmela. The transformation drew the attention of the horned demon, Tyler, who halted his pursuit of Sinis. The demise of Carmela ignited his fury, manifesting as a flickering flame enveloping him like a ghostly armor. Li Shi remained unfazed by the horned demon's accusation, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture. Clearly, we were merely engaged in a playful dance of flames. She could not withstand it. How can that be my fault? Reptile, die? Tyler roared, swinging his 4-meter-long blade towards Li Shi with unwavering confidence, believing even iron could be cleaved by his might. In response, Li Shi conjured 2 curved blades, crossing them at the precise moment to meet the oncoming strike. The impact shattered his blades, yet Tyler, fueled by excitement, applied more force, intent on dispatching Li Shi as easily as he had the blades. In that critical instant, Li Shi released his grip, expertly pinching the horned demon's massive weapon. However, Tyler's overwhelming strength forced Li Shi to redirect the force into the ground, creating a crater that sank 5 meters deep. Tyler gazed in disbelief at Li Shi, who had caught his weapon with bare hands, his melon-sized eyes wide with astonishment, akin to witnessing a dragon felled by an ant. You. Li Shi smiled slightly. Truly, the power bestowed by Tsunade is formidable, far surpassing your own. What is wrong with me? I am merely a fledgling in this field. I humbly request your guidance. With a powerful stomp, Li Shi launched himself like a cannonball, reaching Tyler's head before he could react. He delivered a crushing knee strike to the horned demon's jaw, shattering bones like glass. Tyler's massive head jerked uncontrollably backward, the sound of fracturing bone reverberating through the subterranean space. Sinis and the others, hearing that terrifying sound, gasped as they witnessed Tyler's deformed visage, an injury even the best healer could not mend. Chapter 23. Curse. While Sinis and the others were aghast at the scene, one could only imagine the immense pain Tyler endured in that fleeting moment. The demon, typically stoic, felt tears welling in his eyes as he fought to suppress the agony. His blade was still in motion, yet he managed to halt his backward lurch, retaliating with a headbutt aimed at Li Shi. Li Shi seized the opportunity, using Tyler's own momentum to propel himself toward the ground, causing Tyler's desperate strike to miss its target. Upon landing, Li Shi clenched his fists and, with a force capable of shattering air, struck Tyler's left leg. Once more, the sound of bones snapping filled the air as Tyler's shin bent grotesquely, forming a V shape. The flurry of Li Shi's attacks unfolded with lightning speed, and as Tyler, now off balance from his broken leg, fell to the ground, Sinis and his companions realized that this abyssal horned demon, comparable to a level 6 beast, was being toyed with like a mere puppet. Ah, reptile, I shall ensure your demise. Tyler's fall granted him the chance to wield his formidable blade. With its immense length, his swings had a vast reach, but Li Shi, uninterested in confronting the weapon directly, leaped to the side of the Black Tiger mercenary group, proclaiming, "Bring me a sturdy weapon. Today, I will nail this horned demon to the ground." The mercenaries of the Black Tiger mercenary group, witnessing Li Shi's godlike presence, recalled their previous treatment of him, and their hearts raced with anxiety. Could it be that a tiger was being sent through the front door while a wolf approached from the back? Sinis was the first to react, tossing his great sword to Li Shi. "Young brother, it is an honor to undertake this mission with someone of your caliber." Li Shi accepted the heavy sword, revealing a radiant smile. "Fear not. Once I have vanquished the horned demon, we can converse further." Sinis and the others, relieved by Li Shi's grin, put aside their previous concerns, their hearts racing as if on a roller coaster ride. Such was the strain on their bodies that they felt they might suffer a heart attack. However, Monkey was not so fortunate. Sweat beaded on his palms. Sinis and the others were unaware of his past transgressions against Li Shi, yet Li Shi would undoubtedly remember the incident involving the succubus. As death loomed, Monkey's expression fluctuated, prompting the nearby mercenaries to believe he was witnessing an extraordinary spectacle for the first time. "Do not worry, Master Monkey, given the current circumstances. I am certain that young brother Li Shi will save us," one reassured him. After drinking the holy water, Sinis felt a resurgence of strength and retrieved a spare sword from his spatial ring, rallying the troops. "Brothers, while we may not defeat the horned demon, surely we can handle these lesser demons. Follow me into battle. Kill." The mercenaries echoed in unison, their spirits invigorated, as the remaining lesser demons before them faltered, their speed multiplying threefold. Li Shi grasped the heavy sword of Sinis, which weighed around 20 kilograms. To them, it was indeed a heavy sword, but for Li Shi, it felt relatively light, akin to a giant holding a toothpick compared to a steel rod. There was hardly any difference. With a casual flourish, he swung the sword towards the struggling horned demon attempting to rise. The demon was filled with hatred towards the powerful little figure before him. Yet the pain in his left leg rendered any movement excruciating. Struggling to stand on one leg, he clumsily swung his massive blade at Li Shi. But his speed and strength were far diminished compared to earlier, much like the difference between a man before and after getting out of bed, the former being robust and vigorous, while the latter was weak and unsteady. Li Shi easily deflected the demon's blade aside and delivered a swift upward strike to the now vulnerable creature, whose speed had been drastically reduced due to his broken leg. The horned demon had no time to evade and was brutally cleaved open by Li Shi's heavy sword. As he roared in agony, clutching his belly from which his entrails spilled forth, he glared at Li Shi with defiance. Noting the demon's unwillingness to surrender, Li Shi stepped heavily, launching himself into the air, and with a horizontal swing of his sword, struck the demon squarely on the temple. With a sickening thud, one of the demon's eyes was forcefully ejected, and his body was sent flying like a severed kite, blood gushing from the ruptured eye socket in quantities surpassing that of an average human. Though the horned demon lay defeated, Li Shi refrained from pursuing further violence. Instead, he placed his foot upon the demon's eye, scrutinizing it closely before muttering to himself, "Your eye is far larger than a cantaloupe, almost the size of a watermelon." Li Shi's mocking tone ignited the demon's rage, causing blood to spurt from his eye socket like a fountain, relentless and uncontrollable. Li Shi surmised that if he did not intervene, the demon might bleed out and die from his own injuries. "You vile creature, I will not let you escape." The demon snarled, his teeth grinding with fury, wishing he could consume Li Shi whole. If someone had offered to slay Li Shi in his stead, the demon would have gladly sacrificed his own life for the chance. Li Shi approached the demon with measured steps, intrigued. "And how do you intend to not let me go? I'm quite interested, do enlighten me." His wide eyes, innocent like those of a naive child, only served to further infuriate the horned demon, solidifying his resolve to act. The demon began to spit out a rapid-fire stream of abyssal language. And just as Li Shi sensed the urgency to conclude the battle, the demon unexpectedly thrust his hand into his own chest, tearing out his massive heart. Witnessing this, Li Shi initially thought the demon was succumbing to humiliation and opting for suicide. However, from a distance, Sinis shouted urgently, "Li Shi, brother! The demon intends to cast a curse using his own life. Do not let him succeed." "Curse, you say?" Li Shi realized the grave implications and, cursing under his breath, bent low like the archer who shot down the sun, launching his heavy sword towards the demon. The sword tore through the air, arriving at the demon's brow in an instant. The demon, aware of the impending doom, recognized the nature of his opponent, yet the curse had already begun, compelling him to double his speech speed to the point where he could barely comprehend his own words. At last, his frantic efforts bore fruit. Just before Li Shi's sword shattered his skull, the demon crushed his own heart, a burst of crimson light shooting forth from the shattered heart towards Li Shi's brow. Li Shi hastily touched his forehead, finding nothing amiss. His body showed no sign of abnormality. Meanwhile, the horned demon's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, lifeless and utterly defeated. Since he felt no immediate repercussions, Li Shi chose to set aside his concerns. Observing the relentless stream of minor demons emerging from the secret passage, he instructed Sinis and the others, "Hold them off for a moment. I shall destroy the portal." "Be careful, brother," they called after him. Li Shi retrieved the heavy sword he had previously cast aside and charged back towards the oncoming minor demons. Wielding the sword, He did not concern himself with technique. Rather, he swung it with a speed that rendered the blade nearly invisible, creating a shield of sword light that transformed into a meat grinder, reducing all the minor demons in his path to mere fragments, their blood raining down like a gruesome shower. He soon reached the dark mist portal formed above the coffin. At that moment, the portal resembled a mirror composed of black fog, the swirling shadows surrounding it, with a continuous eruption of minor demons pushing forth. Based on his previous experience with the abyssal demon tablet discovered in the underground of Cardo City, he knew that the portal required a source of energy to function. The sheer volume of minor demons and the horned demon being able to teleport suggested a significant energy source was at play. Li Shi's gaze swiftly fell upon the coffin beneath the portal. He had witnessed Monkey, that old rascal, extracting something from the coffin to trigger the portal's activation. He circled the coffin, knocking on its lid, only to find it made of ordinary material. With a powerful swing of his heavy sword, he easily cleaved the coffin in two, revealing the hidden energy source within. A magic crystal, the size of a human head, was continuously supplying energy to the portal. It remained undiminished, providing a vast amount of energy with each passing moment. Li Shi's eyes gleamed with hunger akin to a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days upon spotting a delectable feast. This crystal must have belonged to a high-level magical beast. The rewards for delivering it as a quest item would be monumental. The moment Li Shi laid eyes on the crystal, thoughts of exchanging it for an exorbitant reward flooded his mind. Previously, he had exchanged 55 magic crystals for the ability to absorb 5 bloodline limits. Now, the mere thought of this head-sized crystal left him almost breathless. He emptied the wooden sticks from his spatial ring and placed the magic crystal inside. As the limited capacity of his spatial ring forced him to discard the least valuable items to make room. As the crystal vanished, the energy supply ceased, and the portal slowly shrank, ultimately collapsing into a small orb and vanishing completely. With the spatial portal eliminated, Li Shi surveyed the diminutive minor demons, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The heavy sword in his hand transformed once more into a harbinger of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the minor demons, akin to a farmer delighting in a bountiful harvest. At that moment, Li Shi fully appreciated the divine might of Tsunade, invincible against foes below level 6, and only to be reckoned with when facing those above. He had yet to witness the pinnacle of his own strength. As he made his way back through the underground space, he noticed the Black Tiger mercenary corps tidying up the aftermath of the battle. Faced with their teamwork and superior equipment, the minor demons proved no match. Akin to a kindergarten child attempting to contend with a university student. Li Shi, brother, are you all right? Xenis approached, his complexion still pale. At this point, Li Shi had donned the garments he had previously discarded in the tent. I'm fine, just a few minor matters to sort out, he replied. Li Shi cast a disdainful glance at Monkey. Following Li Shi's gaze, Xenis saw the master Monkey, whom he had flattered all the way but now appeared to be selling himself to the devil. Gritting his teeth, Xenis declared, Brother Li Shi, if you do not confront him, I shall seek retribution myself. I have never encountered such a despicable and shameless individual. Li Shi led Xenis towards Monkey, and upon witnessing their leader's approach, the other mercenaries, fueled by their own indignation after narrowly escaping death, followed suit with fierce determination. Chapter 24. The spatial ring of the Li family. As the group advanced towards him, Monkey panicked and attempted to flee, only to find his retreat blocked by a large stone. Trembling, he leaned against the stone, casting a fearful glance at Li Shi and the others. Trying to maintain his composure, he proclaimed, I am a distinguished guest of Viscount Doral from the Lord's mansion. Should you harm me, the Lord and other high-ranking officials in Cardo City will not let you go unpunished. Li Shi chuckled, Master Monkey, you jest. As the employer, what harm could we, mere mercenaries, inflict upon you? Yet his pace remained unyielding. Monkey's pupils darted nervously as he faced Li Shi's relentless advance, feeling as if he were a naked man cast among a group of brutish giants, where the promise of gentleness offered by the giants would do little to mitigate the impending doom. What are your intentions? Li Shi inquired, pointing at the spatial ring on Monkey's finger. We have toiled tirelessly, with Commander Xenis gravely wounded, defeating a level 4 succubus and a level 5 horned demon. Look at my damaged equipment. I even sacrificed my flesh. Shouldn't Master Monkey provide us with ample compensation? Though phrased as a question, it was clear to all that Li Shi was demanding his due. Monkey felt a sense of relief, knowing that as long as a price was mentioned, he could meet it. He had initially underestimated Li Shi, believing him to be a mere novice with a slightly stronger soul, merely capable of satisfying the succubus's demands. In truth, Li Shi was a formidable player, as deceptive as a hawk hiding among chickens, claiming to have triumphed through arduous battles. Did he truly believe Monkey was oblivious to his manipulation of the level 5 horned demon? Yet, Monkey dared not voice these thoughts. Looking into Li Shi's eyes, devoid of any visible malice, he could not shake his fear. With a smile that was more painful than tears, he replied, "Of course, with your significant contributions, I will certainly increase your reward." As he began to retrieve items from his spatial ring, Li Shi ignored him, diligently wiping the blood from his heavy sword with his sleeve. With each stroke, Monkey's expression soured, and for every grimace, he reluctantly produced another item. Eventually, Monkey's offerings piled high, yet Li Shi remained unmoved. After a prolonged effort, Monkey ceased his attempts, clutching his spatial ring as if it were a cherished treasure, guarding it against the impending threat. Li Shi finished cleaning his sword and, with a casual flick, summoned a gust of wind that struck Monkey's face like a dagger to his fragile psyche. With a pained expression, Monkey retrieved a battle doll, shattered by the horned demon, and placed it on the ground. Upon seeing the towering figure of the battle doll, Sinis and the others were captivated. They had previously witnessed its combat prowess. Though its techniques were somewhat monotonous, its relentless courage was undeniable. This level 3 doll had a market value of no less than 5,000 gold coins and was highly sought after. Sinis and his companions had long desired one but lacked the means, and now, it lay before them without cost, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Just as Sinis and the others contemplated taking their leave, Li Shi feigned ignorance and asked, "Commander Sinis, I seem to have misplaced a spatial ring. Have you seen it?" Sinis was taken aback. He had not expected Li Shi to be so bold. His expression faltered. Brother Li Shi." Li Shi, noticing Sinis' hesitance, decided to take matters into his own hands. He pretended to search the ground, then approached Monkey and forcefully yanked his hand away from the ring. Gazing at the revealed silver ring, he smiled. It appears my family's spatial ring has been found. Thank you." With a swift motion, he yanked the ring from Monkey's severed finger, eliciting a scream from him. Li Shi's mental energy extended towards the ring, but it remained inert, as impenetrable as the gates of a fortified city. Holding the ring before the wailing Monkey, he stated, "Master, you have claimed my ring as your own. This cannot be right. Please release it, or I shall have no choice but to resort to less courteous means." Monkey glared at Li Shi with a venomous intensity, a look that conveyed his unwillingness to yield. "Are you not afraid I will report you to the mercenary guild for this?" In response, Li Shi thrust his heavy sword into the wall beside Monkey's head, embedding it deep. Feeling the imminent threat of the blade, Monkey broke out into a cold sweat, unsure whether it was from fear of Li Shi or the pain of his severed finger. "If you do not release my ring today, I assure you, I will bury you alongside the demons here. I will return to the mercenary guild and proclaim that Master Monkey fought valiantly against the demons to the death for the continent, our hero. My failure to recover your remains will be my shame." Li Shi's smile belied the chilling coldness in his eyes, an icy stare that could freeze the very air. "What do you think, Master? I guarantee that no one will uncover the secret of this place. Alternatively, I could suggest that you perished battling the succubus, a narrative that would surely evoke envy among the men of Cardo City." Monkey trembled in fury, his body shaking uncontrollably. Li Shi's expression hardened as he subtly shifted, bringing the sword's edge to Monkey's throat. "Release it, and I guarantee your safe return to Cardo City. Refuse, and I shall end your life on the spot." Monkey looked at Li Shi as though he were facing his father's murderer or a betrayer who had wronged him deeply. The depth of his anger was beyond articulation. If fury were a blade, it would pierce the very abyss. He glanced at Sinis and the others, who were joyfully sifting through the items they had retrieved from Monkey's spatial ring, completely oblivious to his plight. At the brink of life and death, Monkey succumbed to Li Shi's overwhelming intimidation, humiliatingly erasing his mark from the ring. Li Shi, eager to claim what was his, swiftly dripped his blood upon it, instantly establishing his ownership. With a mere probe of his mental energy, Li Shi was astonished. The spatial ring's capacity exceeded that of his own home, easily surpassing 200 cubic meters, filled with an array of materials and supplies. A cursory glance revealed that the contents were worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The previously frosty expression vanished, replaced by a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze upon Li Shi's face. "Thank you, Master, for helping me retrieve my ring. As mercenaries, we uphold our promises. If we vow to ensure your safe return to Cardo City, we shall see it through without fail. Should any misfortune arise, I alone shall bear the blame." Having exchanged the customary pleasantries, Lishi showed little interest in the old man, opting instead to assist Sinis and the others in clearing the battlefield. In truth, there was not much to clear, save for the remains of minor demons and the corpses of the horned demons. Suddenly, Lishi recalled the curse the horned demon had cast upon him with its dying breath. "Captain Sinis, I seek your counsel on a matter," he inquired. "What purpose does the curse bestowed upon me by the horned demon serve? I have yet to feel its effects." With a sigh, Sinis replied, "Brother Lishi, this matter traces back to the age of chaos. In that tumultuous time, a cadre of exceptional talents emerged among the races of the continent. These gifted individuals dealt significant blows to the abyssal demons, prompting the latter to devise this curse. Its sole function is to mark certain individuals, alerting other abyssal demons that this human is a formidable adversary that must be eliminated. This mark can be sensed by any nearby demon." Lishi pondered this. "So, I am akin to a candle in the dark, while the demons are like moths drawn to the flame. They will come for me upon sight. Is that correct?" "Indeed, Brother Lishi," Sinis affirmed. "Ha ha, I thought it held greater significance. As a mercenary, I live with my head on the line daily. If a demon seeks vengeance against me, let it come. 1 I shall slay, 2 I shall vanquish." With that, he swung his great sword decisively, severing 2 1-meter-long horns from the horned demon and stowing them in his spatial ring. He had long desired such a trophy to adorn his room, and this opportunity was fortuitous. Observing Lishi's nonchalance towards the curse weighed heavily on Sinis' heart. Since the abyss had conceived this curse, the number of skilled warriors perishing at its hands had multiplied exponentially. The abyssal command was clear: while battles could be lost, those marked by the curse must die. The number of survivors under the abyss's curse was dwindling, and each such individual was a hero of the continent, yet simultaneously a target for the abyss's eradication. Sinis speculated Lishi's strength to be around level 6, but in the face of the abyss, such power offered little pride. Countless had met their end at the hands of the abyss during the age of chaos. Now, with the abyss's main forces driven back, the continent had achieved victory. Had it been in the past, surviving a month would have been a stroke of luck for Lishi. "Shall we take the horned demon's body back for a reward?" One of the mercenaries could not help but ask. The corpses of high-ranking abyssal demons were prime alchemical materials. Transporting the horned demon's remains could yield at least 1,000 gold coins, far exceeding their commission for this task. The lesser demons, while valueless alone, added up significantly, with 20 silver coins each, totaling several hundred gold coins scattered across the ground. Sinis turned to Lishi, recognizing that the horned demon's spoils rightfully belonged to him, and they had no authority to decide. Lishi waved dismissively. "You may handle it as you see fit, whether salvaged or slain by you. It matters not to me, so long as my name is not mentioned." "Brother Lishi, you misunderstand," Sinis interjected. "I merely point out that as an E-rank mercenary, your capacity to slay a horned demon is questionable. I wish to enjoy a peaceful life without drawing unwanted attention." Lishi emphasized, "Discretion is the path to greatness." Sinis nodded perfunctorily. "With your abilities, claiming to be an E-rank mercenary is a stretch. Even B-rank mercenaries scarcely match your strength. Should anyone provoke you due to your rank, it would be their misfortune." Yet, he found joy in undertaking missions with such a formidable ally. "Let us embellish the tale. Upon our return, we shall claim that a passing master resolved the matter, and we merely benefited from the aftermath." "Very well, thank you, Brother Lishi." The mercenaries cheered as they began collecting the bodies, eager for the monetary reward. Chapter 25. The battle with the mountain giant ape. Although Lishi did not claim the demon's corpse, he did take the horned demon's great sword. It was of superior quality, better suited for his use than his own refined curved blade. Once everything was organized, Monk, having attended to his severed finger, received a blessing of holy water from an unknown source, and as a mid-level mage, he found his minor injury trivial. The group arrived at the large stone blocking the tunnel, and Lishi glanced at Monk inquiringly. Monk quickly shook his head, denying any involvement. Lishi understood. Given Monk's aversion to death, it was unlikely he would block his own escape route with a boulder. With Sinis' heavy sword in hand, Lishi resembled a burrowing mole, ferociously striking at the stone until it shattered, revealing the tunnel once more. "Let us proceed." The remnants of the fierce battle lingered in their minds. Sinis looked back at the underground space, where the pungent scent of blood would surely attract numerous beasts, then glanced at Li Shi leading the way. Without him, none would have survived today. Alas, the world would remain unaware of the 16-year-old boy who had slain a level 4 succubus and a level 5 horned demon. Speaking of the succubus, Sinis was particularly curious about how Li Shi had evaded her allure. Men immune to the succubus's charms were rarer than those who could become mages. His curiosity piqued. Sinis quietly inquired, "Brother Li Shi, may I ask how you resisted the succubus's seduction?" Though his voice was low, in the narrow tunnel, everyone heard him. Having narrowly escaped death, the group was naturally intrigued by such tantalizing matters, recalling how Li Shi had been carried out of the secret passage by the succubus. Convinced his fate was to be drained of life. Instead, he executed a counterattack that left them all bewildered. Li Shi raised an eyebrow. "Once Master Monk sold me to the succubus, I merely played my part. Her allure held no significance for me. After all, I am rather fastidious. If she sought to disrobe me, I would prefer a cleaner succubus in her place. Of course, if there were a clean succubus, I would shed my clothes willingly." Ha! Li Shi's mention of a clean succubus sent the group into uproarious laughter. In this world, only two races find cleanliness elusive: the abyssal succubi and the subterranean dark elves. Their modes of existence were parallel, with females engaging in frenzied mating before reaching maturity, resulting in males rarely living to adulthood. Thus, finding a clean one was more challenging than the return of the gods to their realms. The group took the opportunity to bond with Li Shi, and upon emerging from the tunnel into the light of day, they had already become close companions, even agreeing to undertake missions together in the future, with all rewards going to Li Shi, as long as he led them. Initially, Li Shi had worried about future tasks being large-scale mercenary missions that would be cumbersome to navigate alone. However, seeing the potential for collaboration with them was indeed a promising alternative, especially since they had witnessed his capabilities and were of decent character within the mercenary circle. Working together would be mutually beneficial. As the afternoon sun bathed their faces, not one among them felt warmth. Instead, an icy chill permeated to their very bones. In theory, a fifth-level horned demon, having encountered countless lesser demons and battled through numerous dire situations, should not react in such a manner. However, upon witnessing a towering mountain giant ape, standing a staggering 20 meters tall and glaring at them with eyes larger than wagon wheels, all present momentarily believed their lives had reached a grim conclusion, their legs trembling and unable to support them. This was Li Shi's first encounter with such a colossal creature, towering above even the tallest trees. If the 7-meter-tall horned demon epitomized strength, then the mountain giant ape symbolized invincibility. Its gray fur billowed in the wind, and its robust limbs were thicker than ancient trees, emanating an energy wave that created a shimmering aura in the sunlight as it radiated outward. Meng Ke's voice quivered, his tongue stammering. How did this mountain giant ape end up here? Li Shi seized Meng Ke by the collar and yanked him close, meeting his gaze with an intensity that felt like a death sentence. "I still want to ask you about that object you took from the coffin. What was it?" Meng Ke feigned realization. "Are you suggesting that the mountain giant ape was drawn here by the dragon's blood?" Li Shi's heart sank as he realized Meng Ke was nodding vigorously, thinking that since the troublesome item was now in Li Shi's possession, the burden was his alone. Sinis's face darkened ominously. This old man was indeed a source of concern. It turned out he came here for the dragon's blood, a task that at the very least should be classified as C-level. Instead, he had the audacity to claim it was merely to seek the Twilight Flower, downgrading the mission to D-level, while Sinis had foolishly rushed to ingratiate himself. "You wait. Our Black Tiger mercenary group will never accept your missions again. I will report you to the Mercenary Guild and have you blacklisted." Sinis delivered the gravest of warnings. The Mercenary Guild, a vital platform, must uphold fairness and justice. Should any unpleasant incidents occur during a mission, such as bullying the employer or falsely reporting information, the guild would investigate and impose appropriate punishments, with the most severe cases resulting in the dispatch of their own priests to hunt down both parties involved. Being blacklisted is no trivial matter. The reputation of the Mercenary Guild is built on the bloodied corpses of the past, and any breach of conduct invites relentless pursuit. Although some may attempt to exploit loopholes, such instances are rare, occurring perhaps twice a year, as the guild cannot fully probe into the hearts of men. Li Shi cast Meng Ke aside, observing the mountain giant ape preparing to ascend the hill. No wonder it was said that the outskirts of the forgetful forest were not the territory of the mountain giant ape. Something must have drawn it here. And it was indeed the dragon's blood. Li Shi glanced at the mercenaries around him, their faces pale as if they had just returned from a masquerade ball, devoid of any fighting spirit. The dragon's blood is in my possession. If we part ways, the mountain giant ape will likely pursue only me. Given your current abilities, you should have no trouble returning safely to Cardo City. Sinis regarded Li Shi, feeling uneasy. He knew that this was the best outcome. Yet facing the mountain giant ape alone was fraught with peril. Li Shi understood their sentiments. We must hurry. If we linger any longer, the mountain giant ape will be upon us. When that happens, I will be focused on the battle, and I won't be able to help you. Rest assured, if I cannot defeat it, I can still flee. Very well, brother Li Shi. You are a forever friend of our Black Tiger mercenary group. Sinis declared as he led the mercenaries away, with Meng Ku quietly trailing behind. Li Shi then seized Meng Ku once more. If you wish to leave, you must provide me with proof of task completion. I do not wish to undertake additional missions without cause should you perish along the way. Meng Ku's beady eyes darted around, realizing no one would speak on his behalf. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a piece of paper from his clothing and handed it to Li Shi. Li Shi inspected it. It was the proof of task completion. You may go, as long as you behave on your journey. I believe Captain Sinis will ensure your safe return to Cardo City. Meng Ku looked helplessly at Sinis, who, with a resigned expression, replied, For the honor of the mercenaries, we will escort you back safely to Cardo City. However, if you engage in any underhanded actions along the way, we will not come to your aid, even at the risk of failing our mission. Meng Ku quickly nodded. I will be obedient. I will be obedient. To allow Sinis and the others more time to escape, Li Shi led the mountain giant ape in circles, but alas. The 20-meter-tall creature, with legs measuring 12 to 13 meters in length, was swifter than Li Shi's instantaneous movement technique. Just as Sinis and the others reached the foot of the mountain, they heard the thunderous roar of the mountain giant ape above, its powerful voice shattering the rain clouds that had gathered. Sensing the tremors reverberating through the mountain, countless small stones began to tumble down. Sinis and the others understood that Li Shi had engaged the mountain giant ape in combat. We must hurry, otherwise, we will be unable to withstand the aftershocks of their battle. As if to affirm Sinis' words, mere moments later, a deluge of boulders cascaded down, and a small section of the perpetually damp hillside gave way, unleashing tens of thousands of tons of earth, altering the terrain and crushing numerous trees. The number of animals, beasts, and magical creatures that perished in the chaos was beyond reckoning. In the dead of night, Li Shi, wielding a half-length blade from a horned demon, arrived at a stream to cleanse himself. Submerging his body in the water, a large swath of crimson floated to the surface. When he emerged from beneath the water, all traces of blood had been washed away, and he casually discarded his tattered leather armor, retrieving a new set from his spatial ring. Meng Ku's spatial ring contained an abundance of fine items, including over a dozen high-quality pieces of equipment. This was already the fourth set Li Shi had donned that day. The previous three had been shredded during his battle with the mountain giant ape, leaving the horned demon's 4-meter blade reduced to a mere 2-meter fragment. After tossing 5 military rations into his mouth, his weakened body instantly regained vigor. Yet, before he could rest, the unmistakable sounds of snapping trees and heavy footsteps echoed from the forest behind him, announcing the mountain giant ape's relentless pursuit. Is it never-ending? Is the dragon's blood so irresistible that it won't relent? Li Shi, unwilling to flee any longer, seized the half-blade from the ground and charged toward the mountain giant ape. In a series of instantaneous movements, he found himself before the creature, which was now riddled with wounds of varying severity, some so deep that bone was visible. Particularly, its massive thighs, capable of supporting a temple, bore numerous scars. To slow the giant's advance, Li Shi targeted its legs, leaving the creature drenched in its own blood, as if it had just emerged from a pool of red. Pointing his long blade at the mountain giant ape, Li Shi declared, I know you can understand me. If you continue to pursue me, I will end your life. The mountain giant ape pounded its chest in a frenzy, reopening wounds that had begun to heal, blood gushing forth as it felt the pain. Its eyes reddened, and the hot breath escaping its nostrils was enough to stir the leaves on the ground. I refuse to believe I cannot slay you. Chapter 26. The Blood of the Dragon. Li Shi swiftly approached using his instantaneous movement technique. The mountain giant ape had already sensed Li Shi's formidable strength. With a mighty pull, it uprooted a towering tree, 30 meters in height, with a resounding crack. Gripping the massive trunk, the ape swept it horizontally, devastating everything within a 30-meter radius, sending countless trees flying, thus halting Li Shi's advance. Li Shi endeavored to attack again, but the mountain giant ape wielded the tree like a bat, its movements devoid of excess, relentlessly smashing down. Each strike shook the earth. Each blow was insurmountable, leaving deep clefts in the ground. As a tree splintered, another was seized, for the forest was abundant with such giants. Li Shi dared not to block these assaults. He still bore the lingering pain from a previous miscalculation. It became apparent that he could not breach the ape's defenses. Reluctantly, he leapt back, not due to a lack of strength, but because every move of the mountain giant ape was a formidable assault. Moreover, apart from his raw power, he possessed other shortcomings, particularly in speed. The mountain giant ape outpaced him effortlessly, leaving him with no recourse. Enough of this, Li Shi thought. I shall flee. He turned and ran, having spent the night in this exhausting pursuit. Realizing that slaying the mountain giant ape was an arduous task, he had attempted other strategies. But even his most potent fireball technique was effortlessly swatted away by the ape. Other methods had proven futile as well, failing to even breach its defenses. Xiaofan, does the blood of the dragon count as a bloodline limit? I don't know, Master, came the reply. Possessing the ghost blood technique, Li Shi contemplated harnessing the power of dragon blood. In the world of Naruto, bloodline limits were essentially fixed segments within inherited genes. In Li Shi's understanding, dragon blood should be no different. Yet, this was merely speculation. The thought of the dragon blood not being a bloodline limit filled him with trepidation. However, the relentless pursuit of the mountain giant ape, undeterred despite the injuries Li Shi had inflicted, left him with little choice. If this continued, he would struggle even to return to Cardo City, let alone find time for meals or rest. Even with the sustenance of military rations, prolonged stress would wear down his spirit. Enough of this. I must at least try, he resolved. With that, Li Shi retrieved a small silver flask from his spatial ring. The moment it appeared, a furious roar from the mountain giant ape echoed behind him, and its speed increased. Li Shi pushed his own speed to the limit, ensuring he maintained an optimal distance from the ape. He took a small sip from the flask. The dragon blood bore no metallic scent, but rather a sweet aroma, akin to steel balls resting on his tongue, which he ultimately swallowed. As the dragon blood entered his stomach, it felt as though a bomb had detonated within him. An explosion of energy coursing through his body. Li Shi felt ignited from within, 2 jets of heat erupting from his nostrils. Wasting no time, he formed hand seals and activated the ghost blood technique. The wild energy within him surged, as if seeking an escape, flowing towards a specific point in his body. In mere moments, the energy from the dragon blood was tamed, and Li Shi felt a subtle increase in his strength. This newfound power was not merely akin to Tsunade's divine strength, which solely amplified physical might, but rather a holistic enhancement, including a slight increase in speed. The ghost blood technique indeed proved effective. Seeing his hypothesis validated, Li Shi drank deeply from the flask, which, though small, contained an amount comparable to a bottle of mineral water. Within moments, he had consumed it all. If the earlier sip had sparked a singular explosion of energy, this was akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb. His skin flushed crimson, reminiscent of opening the 8th gate's final, lethal door. His hair bristled, and in his current state, he resembled a colossal broom. Struggling to channel the ghost blood technique, he directed the energy from the dragon blood within him. The previously unruly energy was swiftly tamed, systematically reinforcing his body from toenails to hair. Each inch of his skin, every cell, was fortified. It felt as though an inexhaustible reservoir of power surged within him, accompanied by an unbearable itch that urged him to claw at his own flesh, to shatter every inch of his being. The discomfort slowed him down considerably. With a fierce roar, he turned and charged at the mountain giant ape. Approaching the ape with empty hands, it paused momentarily, bewildered by the crimson Li Shi, yet seeing him draw near with reduced speed. It swatted him away as if he were a mere toy. Upon impact, Li Shi felt the shattering of bones and the destruction of trees as he soared through the air, landing heavily 100 meters away. Such injuries would spell doom for any ordinary individual. However, thanks to the regenerative properties of dragon blood, Li Shi's wounds healed within moments, bones realigning, and shaking off the dirt of the mountain as he stood once more to confront the mountain giant ape. Seeing Li Shi rise again, the ape was incredulous. delivering another powerful blow that left Li Shi fractured once more. Yet, moments later, he stood unscathed. Each assault from the mountain giant ape served as a rare opportunity for Li Shi to hone his resilience. Just as a masterful weapon must endure countless strikes to be forged, Li Shi utilized the ape's might to temper himself. With the assistance of his system, Li Shi had previously strengthened his body methodically, yet this encounter with the mountain giant ape had forced him into a perilous gamble. After enduring countless ferocious blows, the maddening itch within him finally subsided, and the overwhelming power began to wane, yet a residual strength remained embedded in his being. The mountain giant ape charged again, swinging its massive hand, expecting to send Li Shi flying once more, but when its palm connected with Li Shi, it felt as though it had struck a mountain buried deep within the earth. Li Shi remained unmoved. In the moment of the ape's astonishment, as it prepared for another strike, Li Shi seized one of its colossal fingers, exerting all his strength, causing his body to sink a meter into the earth. Behold my grand spiral. Li Shi transformed into a high-speed drilling diamond, gripping the ape's finger and spinning it around. The mountain giant ape's massive form, weighing hundreds of tons, was lifted effortlessly, akin to an ant lifting an elephant. In mere moments, Li Shi had spun it several times. The immense weight of the ape in rapid motion generated tremendous centrifugal force. Li Shi could only maintain his grip for 3 seconds before he was compelled to release. The mountain giant ape was flung several hundred meters away, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Had anyone observed Li Shi under the moonlight, they would have noticed the fine scales covering every inch of his skin, his eyes transformed into slitted pupils. Elated by his success, Li Shi aimed to pursue the mountain giant ape, but the pervasive pain from his body's fractures surged back. Gritting his teeth, he stifled a groan, taking a single step before collapsing heavily to the ground. The colossal mountain giant ape, weighing hundreds of tons, was effortlessly grasped by Li Shi, who whirled it around several times. Even with the residual energy from the dragon's blood aiding him, the exertion far exceeded the limits of Li Shi's physical capacity. This depletion served as undeniable proof. He lay on the ground, fearing that the mountain giant ape might return to attack him. Summoning his strength, he retrieved a bottle of mid-tier holy water from his spatial ring and drank it all. The pain in his body alleviated significantly, yet the sensation of weakness persisted. Once Li Shi was able to sit up, he heard the sound of the mountain giant ape fleeing. It turned out that the creature, having witnessed the dragon blood it had long pursued being consumed by Li Shi and having been severely injured by him, was now gripped by fear and realized there was no time to lose. Leaning against the earthen pit he had created, Li Shi watched the direction of the retreating mountain giant ape, muttering fierce words, promising that the next time they met, it would become his spirit beast. After a night of confrontation, Li Shi fully acknowledged the power of the mountain giant ape. With its tough hide and massive frame, if it were to don armor, it would become invincible, capable of easily challenging foes beyond its rank, even daring to traverse a million-strong army. Thanks to their fierce battle, the surrounding beasts and monsters had long since fled, allowing Li Shi to rest for more than 2 hours. As dawn approached, he sensed no further danger. Once his body regained its mobility, Li Shi erupted into laughter. Though his adventurous actions had been perilous, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. He extended his palm, and upon inspection, his slightly darkened skin was instantly covered in tiny scales. A thought crossed his mind, and the scales vanished. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in his right hand, which he thrust towards his left palm. To his astonishment, the scales materialized automatically, blocking the dagger's attack. Applying slight pressure, Li Shi found that the dagger could not penetrate the scales' defense. These dragon scales could withstand even the attacks of high-ranking warriors. He could stand there and let those below the 3rd rank exhaust themselves without being harmed. This was the first ability he gained after absorbing the dragon's blood, powerful passive defensive scales that emerged instinctively to protect him from harm. Feeling the strength of his scales, Li Shi gazed into the distance. His previously normal eyes transformed into slitted pupils, and the distant peaks, once obscured, became vividly clear, even revealing the red behind of a monkey climbing on one. This was the 2nd ability he acquired, enhanced long-range vision. Moreover, these eyes possessed remarkable motion tracking capabilities, allowing him to slow down the perception of moving objects. This ability would serve as an excellent aid in combat against higher life forms. Surprisingly, he had mastered this skill through dragon blood before even obtaining the Sharingan. After marveling at the transformation of his eyes, Li Shi formed hand seals and executed the Great Fireball technique. An enormous fireball, measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, incinerating a nearby tree in an instant. Li Shi surmised that the essence of the dragon's blood must be linked to fire dragons, for its amplification of fire attributes was astonishing, almost doubling his power. These enhancements were impressive, yet the most significant lay in the following two aspects. First, Li Shi's strength surged by an additional 20%. Though this may sound modest, one must consider the magnitude of Li Shi's original strength. Initially, he believed himself inferior to the mountain giant ape, given its sheer weight and power. However, through battle, he realized his strength actually surpassed that of the ape. With this new augmentation, he had truly become a formidable humanoid beast. Secondly, Li Shi held his breath, his face turning crimson as a tearing sound emanated from his back. 2 3-meter-long crimson dragon wings unfurled from beneath his shoulder blades. He struggled to control the wings, wobbling as he ascended into the sky. Regrettably, during his inaugural flight, he struggled to manage his newly sprouted wings, tracing erratic S and V patterns through the air until he finally discovered the secret to smooth flight. Indeed, the most significant boon from absorbing the dragon's blood was the acquisition of flight. While high-level combat capabilities were abundant in this world, the number of ninjas and techniques that allowed flight was exceedingly rare. Most confrontations occurred on the ground, which presented a considerable disadvantage for Li Shi, who had traversed into this foreign realm. From his observations, nearly all professionals above level 4 possessed flight capabilities, albeit with variations in distance and speed. Traditional warriors like Sinis could glide for hundreds of meters. Though this distance seemed short, such abilities could prove life-saving in crucial moments. Experiencing flight for the first time in both of his lives, Li Shi reveled in the rush of the wind as he soared at astonishing speeds, far surpassing the body flicker technique. In a playful mood, he ascended and descended in spirals, even attempting to fly alongside smaller birds, showcasing his prowess by catching one midair. If only he had possessed dragon wings from the outset, he would have had no fear of the mountain giant ape, which would have been unable to keep pace. Left behind in a cloud of dust, after enjoying his flight, Li Shi descended to the ground, retracting his dragon wings. The 3-meter-long appendages seamlessly folded back into his back, gradually melding into his flesh as if they were tattooed onto his skin. How delightful it was to not have to carry dragon wings every day. Initially, he feared the wings could not be retracted, but now he realized that without activation, he appeared just like any ordinary person, with only slight wear on his clothing as a downside. If dragon blood could be absorbed as a bloodline limit, then other bloodlines could be as well. Li Shi reflected on the many powerful races in this world, realizing he need not rely solely on the system for such abilities. Of course, there were bloodlines in this world that were inferior to the system, suggesting that a combination of both would yield the best results. A distance away from Cardo City, the journey back would take several days on foot. Thus, Li Shi unfurled his dragon wings once more. The tattoo on his back swiftly emerged, taking shape. With a vigorous flap, clouds of dust were sent swirling into the air, and Li Shi shot into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. To avoid being seen from the ground, he ascended high into the air until the details below were indistinguishable. With his eyes slightly closed, when he opened them again, the slitted pupils reappeared, granting him a crystal-clear view of the ground. While he could not discern the crawling ants, he could easily identify the sparrows and cuckoos perched on the trees. Li Shi now possessed the vision of a hawk, the flight speed of an albatross, and the physical prowess of steel. Such strength was more than sufficient for self-preservation. After traveling several kilometers towards Cardo City, Li Shi found a concealed spot to land and quickly made his way back. Upon reaching the mercenary hall, he discovered that Sinis and the others had yet to return. A quick calculation revealed to him that, thanks to his wings, he had reduced a journey that would typically take more than 2 days to a mere 2 hours. They would not emerge from the Wuyo forest until the following day at the earliest. The convenience of flight was undeniable. Li Shi paid no mind to their absence. He had completed his task, and with proof in hand, he submitted it to receive credit for 2 completed missions before joyfully returning home to partake in a lottery. Xiao Fan, let us spin the big wheel. Li Shi was particularly pleased with the completion of this task. Not only had he vanquished the succubus, but he had also slain the incubi and thoroughly looted his employer, Meng Ku. Most importantly, he had absorbed the blood of a dragon, thus achieving his first bloodline limit. Very well, master. A phantasmal wheel of fortune materialized before Li Shi. Initially filled with immense anticipation, he found his enthusiasm waning upon viewing the rewards. They were merely mediocre. Xiao Fan, how could the spoils be so meager after such a successful mission? Master, which mercenary robs their employer? Li Shi had no retort. Acknowledging that this indeed was a significant taboo among mercenaries, and he turned his attention to the Wheel of Fortune's offerings. Although the blade selection did not include shurikens or kunai, the previously encountered Kusarigama was absent as well, replaced instead by a daily double experience scroll, which held little value for Li Shi. Besides the experience scroll, there was a small pouch of military rations and a few explosive tags. Li Shi was quite fond of the rations, as they had aided him several times during his battles with the mountain giant ape, allowing him to survive encounters that would have otherwise drained the stamina of a normal person. The explosive tags resembled small grenades, yet they had never proven lethal in the original narrative, rendering their value to Li Shi negligible. A cursory glance at the remaining ninjutsu revealed none were bloodline limits. Since absorbing the dragon's blood, Li Shi had yearned to assemble all 5 bloodline limits, aspiring to reach a level where he could confront gods and demons alike. Yet none appeared today. Among the ninjutsu were Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Water Release, Water Wall, Water Release, Water Severing Wave, and Earth Release, Heart-est Decapitation Technique. The Phoenix Fire Technique had appeared numerous times before, allowing the user to expel multiple fireballs, boasting greater destructive power than the Great Fireball Technique. With his newfound Fire Dragon bloodline, the potency of his fire techniques had increased significantly. The second, Ash Pile Burning, involved exhaling a concentrated flammable gas to ensnare foes, followed by igniting it with a spark to create an explosive conflagration. This technique, famously wielded by Asuma, had unfortunately failed against the immortal duo. The Water Dragon Bullet summoned a dragon of water to attack, capable of both biting foes and sweeping them aside. Its use in combat between Zabuza and Kakashi was heralded as one of the longest sequences in the anime. The water wall created a protective barrier of water around the user, akin to the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, with the distinction being one utilized water while the other employed earth. Next was the Water Severing Wave, which expelled a sharply compressed blade of water at high pressure, capable of continuous slicing and possessing formidable destructive power, with an impressive range of up to 100 meters. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, had used this technique to cleave mountains into shapes resembling tofu. Were Li Shi to rank the ninjutsu he desired today, the Water Severing Wave would undoubtedly emerge as the top contender, significantly compensating for his shortcomings in ranged attacks. The final technique, Earth Release, Heart's Decapitation, had always puzzled Li Shi. Its method involved dragging an opponent into the earth, leaving only their head exposed, which he found rather absurd. Surely, an enemy capable of being ensnared in such a manner could not surpass him, rendering the technique somewhat pointless. In the context of the original narrative, where the third Hokage controlled Jiraiya and Kakashi controlled Sasuke, it became clear that this technique was likely created by its inventor in a moment of leisure, intended not for combat but for the purpose of controlling disciples. Overall, the rewards of the day were rather lackluster. Let it spin, he commanded. The pointer whirled chaotically, eventually slowing down, passing over each ninjutsu before halting at a particular spot. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained Earth Release, Heart's Decapitation Technique. Li Shi sighed. He found this useless technique to be of little benefit. A memory surged into his mind, allowing him to instantly grasp the Heart's Decapitation Technique. His chakra increased slightly, enabling him to execute the technique as previously analyzed, dragging an enemy into the earth, leaving only their head exposed. With the Heart's Decapitation Technique no longer on the wheel, the remaining ninjutsu and tools gained a slightly higher proportion. He spun again, disgruntled by the outcome of his earlier command. The pointer spun wildly once more before coming to a halt. The military rations, explosive tags, Phoenix Fire, and water wall were now passed over. The pointer gradually slowed, appearing as if it would land on the water wall. Li Shi was not interested in that. He desired the next item, the Water Severing Wave. As he watched the pointer nearly stop at the water wall, he felt anxious. Move, hurry up. The pointer remained unmoved, creeping along at a snail's pace, which frustrated Li Shi to the point of abandoning hope. He sat on his bed to recuperate, resigned to accept any ninjutsu offered today. Yet, in a twist of fate, just as he was about to give up, Xiao Fan delivered good news. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained water release, water severing wave. Ha ha ha, splendid. With this ninjutsu, the hardships of recent days were not in vain. His earlier gloom dissipated, and as the wheel of fortune vanished, the memory of the water severing wave integrated into his mind. As Li Shi had envisioned, he could now expel a high-pressure, continuously attacking water blade, capable of reaching nearly 30 meters in length. Alas, his limited chakra would restrict its usage. 30 meters was no small feat. Previously, Li Shi's farthest attack had been the Great Fireball technique, which barely exceeded 10 meters. More impressively, the water-severing wave's lethality surpassed that of any weapon. On the battlefield, unleashing this technique would be akin to activating a life-reaping machine, leaving no living creature within 30 meters. With the lottery concluded, just as Li Shi contemplated stepping out for a meal, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Mito, are you home?" Recognizing the voice of Meng Londa, the mentor of the previous owner of this body, Li Shi hurried to open the door. Meng Londa entered, laden with numerous items. Li Shi quickly took them, puzzled, and asked, "Master, what brings you here?" Meng Londa surveyed the room, noting the absence of the old, tattered bedding and furniture, replaced with new items, which eased his mind. "I've come several times, but you've always been out. Tomorrow marks your 16th birthday, so I've come to celebrate." Although Li Shi had often claimed he was still a minor, he had not truly considered it, and he was surprised that this mentor, whom he had only met twice, remembered. Forcing a smile, he replied, "Haha, I had forgotten myself, Master. Tomorrow I shall be of age. Does that mean I can drink?" Meng Londa shook his head with a chuckle, observing how his apprentice had transformed since becoming a mercenary. Once reticent, Li Shi now spoke with unrestrained exuberance. "I've brought you some wine today. Who knows where you'll be tomorrow? So today shall count as your coming of age. I grant you permission to drink." Li Shi eagerly fetched 2 cups, rinsed them with clean water, and poured the fragrant wheat beer brought by Mengland. The sweet aroma of malt wafted through the air. Although the drink was not of exceptional quality, it was not inexpensive either. A cup cost 10 copper coins at the tavern, a sum equivalent to the living expenses of a poor family for 2 days. Mengland then unveiled his provisions. An array of delicacies spread across the table, a whole smoked chicken, prepared river fish, a feast that one could scarcely imagine partaking in during the previous harvest festival. Raising his glass, Mengland proclaimed, "Mi duo, with this drink, you are now a man. Remember, a man must bear the burdens that life presents, and no hardship should bring you to your knees. The world of adults is fraught with pain, yet it also holds joy." Li Shi lifted his cup respectfully. Such words were not uttered lightly. Those who guide you in pivotal moments are true mentors. Mengland, who had always remembered Mi Duo's birthday and had consistently sheltered him, deserved to be called Master. "Thank you, Master," Li Shi said sincerely. The two downed their drinks in unison. Li Shi smacked his lips. It resembled the beer of his past life, yet lacked its smoothness. This wheat beer was akin to a substandard brew, likely due to inferior craftsmanship. Noticing Li Shi's unperturbed demeanor as he drained the cup, Mengland laughed heartily. "I see you've been quite honest, yet I never guessed you would indulge in drinking behind my back." Li Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that Mi Duo had never touched a drop of alcohol. It was indeed his first drink today, and his reaction should not have been so composed. The crux of the matter was that the soul within Mi Duo's body was Li Shi, an adult who had drunk countless times before. What reaction could he possibly have to such poor quality beer? "Eat, eat," Mengland urged, not dwelling on the matter. What man had not taken a sip of alcohol before reaching adulthood? Mengland himself had done so repeatedly prior to his own coming of age. Li Shi gazed at the plentiful spread before him. Hunger gnawed at him. He ate voraciously while Mengland merely nibbled, pouring himself another drink and watching Li Shi feast. "Mi Duo, I may not understand why you chose the path of a mercenary, but that does not mean you cannot return. If you encounter difficulties, do not shoulder them alone. Come to me. When your parents perished on the front lines, they entrusted you to me, and I will care for you for a lifetime." Li Shi nodded amidst his eating, speechless. The weight of such affection left him unprepared for repayment. Despite his recent successes and newfound strength, he had not dared to visit the blacksmith shop, uncertain of how to navigate these emotions. A child, barely a few years old, had survived tumultuous times and preserved the family legacy. One could only imagine the hardships Mengland had endured. Devouring the entire table of food, Li Shi declared, "Master, I have accomplished many tasks recently and earned a fair amount of coin. I have a gift for you. He produced a spatial ring, wiping away his mental imprint before handing it to Mingland. Master, this is a very small spatial ring I obtained during a mission. I present it to you as a gift. Upon hearing it was a spatial ring, Mingland immediately waved his large hand. This is far too precious. You need not give it to me. Sell it instead. It could sustain you for half a lifetime. Li Shi shook his head and gestured towards the silver ring on his finger. I possess even better treasures, and besides, the money I earn now could last me a lifetime. With that, he grasped Mingland's hand, lightly tracing his finger across the surface of the ring, drawing blood and binding it in an instant. Though Mingland contemplated resisting, Li Shi's seemingly frail hand felt as immovable as steel. No matter how hard Mingland struggled, Li Shi remained steadfast. It became clear to Mingland that this Mi duo was no longer the Mi duo of old. With a soft sigh, pride filled his eyes as he slipped the spatial ring onto his pinky. It seems I am aging, since your strength has grown so formidable. Remember to return and show your respect to your master. I shall rely on you to support me in my old age. Such familiar words could only be spoken by those closest to one. Li Shi puffed out his chest, mimicking a mountain gorilla, and boisterously declared, Master, even if you were to close the door and retire, I could support you. Better yet, let's add a mistress. One is not enough. 10 or 8, I could manage. As for junior disciples, even 100 would be no trouble. You rascal. Mingland laughed heartily. The two conversed until the midnight hour, sharing a myriad of topics. Yet not once did they touch upon past sorrows or pains. Their dialogue revolved around recent happenings, such as Andy dozing off while forging not out of exhaustion, but from a sleepless night spent sneaking glances at a girl bathing. Andy, unaware that the entire world knew, still believed his secret was safe. As Mingland recounted this tale as if sharing a joke, Li Shi grasped its underlying meaning. Andy was nearing marriage, now that he had come of age. According to local tradition, he could seek a wife and start a family. This was Li Shi's first realization that even the most straightforward individuals could subtly hint at marriage. Speaking in such veiled terms, had it been the former Mi duo, he would have missed the nuance, but with Li Shi's seasoned experience, he could decipher it all. There's no rush for a wife. One must find a suitable partner, someone like AC, possessing strength, beauty, and wealth. Li Shi spent the night awake on the rooftop. At his current level of strength, sleep was inconsequential, especially having absorbed dragon blood, which altered the very essence of his being. To label him merely human would be an understatement. He was now akin to a dragon descendant, capable of going months without sleep. With the dawn's first light, Li Shi arrived at the mercenary hall, first glancing at the familiar spot, only to find AC, fatigued, seated there. Sister AC, why do you look so weary? Is it because you missed me while I was on my mission, losing sleep over it? AC rolled her eyes in annoyance. You little brat, dare to tease me? Do you believe I could have the task system blacklist you for your insolence, citing the reason as teasing the priestess of the mercenary god? Feigning fear, Li Shi chuckled. I turned 18 yesterday. I'm no longer a child. Besides, I didn't tease you. You cannot misuse your authority to blacklist me. That would be disloyal to the mercenary god. AC was left speechless, finally managing to utter 4 words through gritted teeth. Sharp-tongued little brat. After their playful banter, Li Shi returned to his initial inquiry. Sister AC, did you undertake a mission? AC nodded. Then, after a moment's reflection, spoke earnestly. This mission has significant implications for you. I should discuss it with you. Oh, what mission? Do you recall the sewer task I assigned you? Li Shi nodded, remembering well. Particularly since the horned demon had taken 2 of his steel needles, worth 40 copper coins, a sum that had once represented half a month's rations. He vowed to reclaim them at the first opportunity. Do you know the location of the abyssal demon monument you discovered? Li Shi shook his head. I truly do not know. I was nearly disoriented by the gophers underground. Who could possibly know where it was? Where? Beneath the grand estate of the merchant, Belros, lies a place where one encounters the corrupted Frank during tasks. Ace's revelation caught Li Shi off guard, immediately enveloping him in an aura of conspiring intrigue. There is indeed a tale to unfold here. His eyes widened with curiosity. Could it be that the esteemed merchant Belros is a traitor? The term traitor is specifically reserved for those humans who betray the continent and ally themselves with the abyss. In this era of turmoil, traitors abound, as many harbor deep-seated grievances and seek vengeance through corruption, transforming into agents of the abyss. However, Ace shook her head, asserting that, according to the intelligence we currently possess, Belrose has not allied with the Abyss. Rather, it is his steward, Paul, who has turned to the Abyss, having also orchestrated the abyssal monument situated on the underground's second level. Paul. Li Shi recalled this elderly steward, an unyielding figure devoid of a smile. After he had dispatched Frank, Paul merely handed him 10 gold coins and offered no thanks, leading Li Shi to believe that he looked down upon mercenaries. Yet, Ace's comments now cast this steward in a peculiar light. Li Shi suddenly pondered whether it was Paul who had instigated the corruption of Frank and his companions through the tunnel they had excavated. Ace promptly dismissed Li Shi's speculation, revealing instead that Frank and his group had intended to infiltrate the castle to pilfer valuable items, only to inadvertently breach an underground altar and succumb to the abyssal aura emanating from the monument. Had it not been for the leakage of this aura, the subsequent events of the mole-like corruption would not have transpired, nor would Li Shi have been tasked with clearing the sewers, ultimately leading to the discovery of the abyssal monument and the subsequent leverage against them. Li Shi was left speechless in light of this revelation. He should perhaps express gratitude to Frank and his companions for triggering such a chain of consequences. "So, have you captured him?" he inquired. "No, he escaped. And not only that, he abducted the Lord's youngest son. We have been preoccupied with this matter for the past 2 days, scouring the city of Cardo multiple times to no avail," Ace responded. The cunning old fellow managed to abduct the Lord's son right under the noses of so many skilled individuals, truly a master strategist, one whom Li Shi could not rival. He admired Paul, extending a thumb in appreciation. Such audacity in a time of victory for the continent is not characteristic of an ordinary person. "Enough. Do you comprehend the magnitude of trouble he has caused?" Ace chided Li Shi. This incident had transpired 2 days prior and was now impossible to conceal. "Soon, you will witness the mission. Any mercenary, regardless of rank, can undertake it. If successful in rescuing the Lord's son, one may choose an item from the Lord's treasury as a reward, and providing information will also yield a handsome commission. The treasures within the Lord's treasury are surely beyond ordinary sight, making this proposition quite tempting." Yet, Li Shi felt no inclination to pursue it, as Ace had indicated. The priests from various deities and individuals from the Lord's manor had searched for 2 days with no results. Given that they were merely mercenaries who learned of the matter 2 days late, the odds of success seemed less favorable than winning the lottery. Li Shi harbored grave doubts that the old steward Paul had already fled, perhaps even offering the young lord as a sacrifice to the abyss. If that were the case, what was the point of the search? It would be as futile as lighting a candle in the daylight. Just as Li Shi and Ace were deep in conversation, a group of weary travelers entered, and Li Shi, engrossed in their exchange, was oblivious to their arrival. The group, covered in dust, approached Li Shi from behind, exclaiming, "Brother Li Shi, you have returned." Turning to see none other than Sinis and his companions, Li Shi chuckled, "I came back yesterday. I didn't expect you to be slower than me." "Ha!" His exuberant laughter and playful demeanor might have provoked annoyance in others, but Sinis and his group did not mind. They regarded Li Shi as their savior, and although one might not discern any injuries from his appearance, the confidence in his voice reassured them that he was unscathed. "Indeed, our pace cannot compare to Brother Li Shi's. Seeing you safe brings us relief," Sinis remarked. They had hurried back to bring him reinforcements, only to find that Li Shi had already returned. "What of Monk?" Sinis inquired, gesturing towards the direction of Monk's magical abode. Upon entering the city, he dashed back home. "I suspect he was too embarrassed to remain in Cardo," he replied. Li Shi shrugged. "Let him flee. His legs are his own, and we cannot bind him." Sinis noted the unique rapport between Li Shi and Ace, harboring silent admiration. Ace, known to have many suitors among mercenaries, had always been indifferent. Yet here she shared laughter and a light-hearted exchange with Li Shi. "We should first complete our task, and then enjoy a drink with Brother Li Shi," Sinis suggested. One of his team members quickly reminded him, "Boss, Brother Li Shi isn't of age. He can't drink." Right. Then let us go eat." "It's on me," Sinis declared. "I am of age now. I celebrated my birthday yesterday and can drink with you all," Li Shi insisted. "Then wait for me." "Brother Li Shi, we'll drink once we finish our tasks," Sinis replied, and the group hurried off to submit their mission. Ace smiled at Li Shi, unexpectedly noting that within just a month, he had already made friends who would invite him for a drink. Li Shi, unabashed, replied, "Of course. I have saved their lives multiple times. It's a small favor for them to treat me to a drink." Ace was aware of Sinis' capabilities. a level 4 Earth warrior with a solid reputation within the mercenary guild. While she could believe that Sinis saved Li Shi, the notion that Li Shi had saved Sinis would likely provoke laughter from even the beggars outside, branding him a fraud. You should hurry to accept a mission. Time spent here is wasted. I can't afford to treat you, Ace urged. Li Shi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, All right. I shall go earn the money to treat you to a meal. With a cheerful disposition, Li Shi made his way to the D-rank task hall. Discovering that many previous tasks had vanished, including those for exterminating goblin tribes and investigating magical beasts. Instead, the hall was now filled with escort missions for merchant caravans. Why are there so many escort missions? Li Shi inquired, perplexed. The large screen displayed 10 tasks, 7 of which pertained to merchant caravans traveling to other cities. This is no surprise, explained a mercenary with a D-rank badge and a staff, smiling. I am Winston, a mid-level mage and deputy leader of the Wutong Tree Mercenary Group. This season marks the harvest time. Merchants are eager to stockpile goods for sale either to other cities or for the winter. This period is not only the busiest time for merchants, but also the most lucrative for us mercenaries. Li Shi turned back. Greetings, E-rank rookie mercenary Li Shi. Thank you for your explanation. Winston smiled, his handsome visage radiating warmth. No problem, it's customary. You'll come to understand with time. This time of year is always the busiest for mercenaries. Noticing Li Shi's unfamiliarity, he added, I see you might not belong to any mercenary group. Would you consider joining our Wutong Tree Mercenary Group? The benefits are quite appealing. No wonder you are explaining things to yourself. It turns out you are seeking companionship. I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to being alone and find that completing small tasks suffices for my needs. Winston, undeterred by Li Shi's polite refusal, maintained his cheerful demeanor, assuring him that the doors of the Wutong Tree Mercenary Corps are always open to him, welcoming him at any time. Absolutely, indeed. After the pleasantries, Li Shi resumed his quest for a suitable task, yet after a prolonged search, he found nothing fitting. At that moment, Sinis and the others returned with proof of their completed task and invited Li Shi to join them for drinks. Without hesitation, Li Shi accepted their invitation. Sinis and the others, still clad in their work attire, eagerly led Li Shi to a tavern, where a lavish spread of dishes awaited them, with barrels of wheat beer being served. Brother Li Shi, if it weren't for you, we surely wouldn't have made it back. Let us toast to you. Of course, as long as you don't hold my previous jokes against me. He recalled how, during their journey, he had often feigned innocence with wide, innocent eyes, claiming ignorance of everything, which now seemed rather amusing in hindsight. 11 of them indulged in 3 barrels of wheat beer, enjoying their feast from morning until afternoon. As the meal drew to a close and they prepared to depart, other mercenaries at nearby tables began discussing the recent events concerning Ace and Li Shi. Who would have thought that Paul, the steward, would turn out to be a traitor? He always enjoyed better living conditions than anyone else, treated like family by Belleros. And now this chaos ensues. Indeed, he even kidnapped the Lord's youngest son. The Lord is said to be furious, issuing a kill order and sending half the guards out to search for him. Who knows what has become of the young master, merely 8 years old? Falling into the hands of a traitor, it is truly tragic. Sinis and the others, unaware of the happenings in Cardo City, were briefly briefed by Li Shi, who noted that the high bounty intrigued them. Brother Li Shi, what are your thoughts on this matter? Li Shi replied nonchalantly, I shall refrain from involving myself. It is best to focus on tasks at hand. I advise you not to pursue this matter either. It is not merely dangerous, but the chances of success are exceedingly slim, rendering it a waste of time. You speak wisely, but what task do you intend to undertake? If it is convenient, why not join us? Sinis and the others gazed at Li Shi with eager anticipation, fearful that he might choose to go alone. Currently, there are no other tasks available except for a merchant escort mission. Let us do this. We shall gather at the mercenary hall's entrance tomorrow morning and accept the task together. You can protect me along the way. Sinis and the others laughed heartily at the notion of them safeguarding Li Shi, likening it to ants protecting an elephant. Very well, it is settled then. As the drinking party concluded, Sinis paid the bill, which amounted to a gold coin, a significant expense indeed. During the meal, they also mentioned Monka. Sinis informed Li Shi that their journey back had been safe and that Monka had remained honest, which is why they did not report him. Thus, no one aside from them was aware of Li Shi's acquisition of dragon blood. Li Shi chuckled, unperturbed by the thought of others discovering this. Yet he understood that handling it this way could spare him considerable trouble. By agreeing to undertake a task with them the following day, he was also reciprocating their discretion. Returning early that day, Li Shi decided to organize Monka's spatial ring. He dared not remove everything at once, for his small abode could scarcely contain it all. He meticulously sorted the contents piece by piece, starting with the gold coins. Monka, being the only puppeteer in Cardo City, possessed 4 large chests filled with gold coins, totaling a staggering 8,000 gold coins, along with over 1,000 silver coins. Naturally, there were no copper coins. This brought Li Shi's cash reserves to over 8,300, sufficient to sustain dozens of ordinary individuals for a lifetime. There were also a considerable number of magic crystals, 50 first-level crystals, 17 second-level crystals, 5 third-level crystals, and 1 fourth-level crystal. These magic crystals likely served as the power source for creating puppets, which explained their abundance in Monka's spatial ring. In terms of value retention, these crystals held their worth as firmly as gold coins. Li Shi continued sorting and was astonished to discover 10 exquisite, ethereal lady puppets. Their slender forms draped in sheer fabric, boasting alluring figures and lifelike expressions. Each pair of eyes was meticulously crafted from gemstones, and their long eyelashes seemed to flutter. If one did not examine them closely, they would appear utterly indistinguishable from real beings. While these lady puppets were not combat types, they were undeniably more perfect than any puppets Li Shi had encountered in the affluent district. Unable to resist, Li Shi reached out to touch them, even allowing his hand to wander beneath the delicate fabric. After a moment, he cursed under his breath. This old pervert has crafted them to resemble real women. Reluctantly, he stored the lady puppets back in the ring, ensuring they were kept separate from the other items, for he would be heartbroken if any were damaged. Upon inspecting the ring again, he was surprised to find it nearly empty. Surely this old man could not have possessed only these few items. That would be far too meager. In truth, Li Shi had misjudged Monka. During the fierce battle underground, Monka had lost over a dozen puppets, including 5 third-level combat puppets, each valued in the thousands of gold coins. The cumulative loss in puppets from that skirmish approached nearly 100,000 gold coins. No matter how wealthy Monka was, he couldn't withstand the onslaught of the horned demons. It was not just puppets being destroyed but gold coins being incinerated. The remaining materials in the ring were primarily components for puppet creation. Although Li Shi could not identify several of them, he recognized their worth was substantial, likely exceeding 100,000 gold coins. Since he had no immediate use for them, he decided to gather them all in one place, intending to sell them for cash if he found no need in the future. Upon seeing these materials, a sudden inspiration struck him. He laughed heartily, realizing these materials were likely the orders of other clients, and now they had fortuitously come into his possession. Let us see how Monka compensates them. Li Shi was correct in his assumption. Not only were the materials belonging to customers, but so were the magic crystals. Monka's first course of action upon returning was to flee with his 2 apprentices, Lisa and the other. With the loss of tens of thousands of materials, even selling himself would not suffice for compensation, leading him to abandon his shop entirely. Many criticized Monka afterward, and bounties were placed on him in the mercenary hall, a fact Li Shi would only learn later. Setting aside the idle chatter, the next day Li Shi rented a mount, a hybrid warhorse with scaly limbs much like the one Sini's rode, at a cost of 10 silver coins per day. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mercenary hall, he was greeted by Sini's, who had been waiting. Brother Li Shi, we have identified a D-level task involving Merchant Robert, who seeks to procure armor in Abe City. Each person will receive 10 gold coins for the one-way journey, which will take 5 days. 10 gold coins is no trifling sum. While it may seem modest to Li Shi alone, for a 10-member mercenary group like Sini's, it totals 100 gold coins, enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime. This is precisely why the equipment business offers such generous commissions. Alright, I have yet to visit other cities. After bidding farewell to Ace, informing her of his task in Abe City, she offered him a concerned glance before returning to her own affairs. Having accepted the task, Li Shi followed Sini's and the others outside the city, where they met Merchant Robert at the city gate. Robert had certain connections to the Lord, which allowed him to engage in the lucrative equipment trade. In any time or world, arms dealing remains a highly profitable venture. Robert, though not physically imposing, possessed sharp, discerning eyes. Sini's introduced Li Shi to him, stating, "Mr. Robert, this is the E-level mercenary Li Shi I recommended. His abilities are assured." Robert scrutinized Li Shi carefully. The young man appeared barely of age, clad in loose, enchanted leather armor, riding a hybrid warhorse and seeming somewhat drowsy, yawning frequently. His first impression was one of doubt regarding Li Shi's reliability. Was it not Sinis who was deceiving him for a commission? However, considering Sinis' reputation, Robert hesitated. I trust 100% in the individuals introduced by Brother Sinis. Let us wait for a few more people before we set off. Sir, have you recruited other mercenaries? Sinis was aware that Li Shi would likely leave a poor first impression, so he refrained from elaborating. The medicinal herbs I am transporting this time are of great importance. Just to be cautious, I also enlisted the White Lion mercenary group. Upon hearing the name of the White Lion, Sinis' expression soured. Akin to stepping in dog excrement on a bustling street. Robert paid no mind to that. Originally, the White Lion charged 10 gold coins per person, but upon learning that he had also hired the Black Tiger mercenary group, they willingly offered him a discount. Such an opportunity was rare. Saving money was his priority. Regardless of Sinis' thoughts. After all, he had already accepted the mission, and should he wish to withdraw, he would need to pay the breach of contract fee. Noticing Sinis' unusual expression, Li Shi inquired with curiosity, "Is there an issue with the White Lion mercenary group?" Sinis pondered for a moment. "This matter was originally unrelated to you, Brother Li Shi, but since it has come up, I shall share." The name itself reveals that the White Lion mercenary group is our direct rival, consistently vying for superiority. I have always yielded to them to avoid delays in our tasks. Yet it seems fate has brought us together once more. Oh, I see. Should I intervene to assist you in dealing with them? Li Shi feigned a ruthless demeanor, slicing the air with his hand, producing a faint sound akin to thunder. No. We are not at that stage, Sinis quickly interjected, genuinely fearing that Li Shi might act on his words, knowing full well the man was resolute in his actions. As Li Shi jested with Sinis, a procession of 11 individuals approached the city gate, each mounted on hybrid warhorses, striding towards Sinis with an air of arrogance. Hey, Sinis, why are you all still riding ordinary warhorses? This severely undermines the reputation of your Black Tiger mercenary group, taunted one mercenary, a level 4 earth warrior. From atop his steed, Sinis gripped Li Shi's hand tightly, fearing that in the next moment, Li Shi might erupt in violence. Taichi, our affairs with the Black Tiger mercenary group have nothing to do with you White Lions, so kindly mind your own business, Sinis retorted. Taichi dismissed the horse issue and turned his gaze to Li Shi. Oh, so you've recruited a newcomer. That means we ought to recruit one too. Li Shi chuckled. Realizing why the 11 members of the White Lion were present, it was to overshadow the 10 members of the Black Tiger, rather than mere competition. It seemed these two mercenary groups were engaged in a battle of egos. The laughter from Li Shi incited anger among the members of the White Lion mercenary group. What are you laughing at? Li Shi stifled his laughter. I apologize. I couldn't help myself. Sinis felt helpless. Taichi's behavior was more akin to that of a toddler than an adult. He pulled Li Shi away, assuring him, rest assured, he is not part of our mercenary group. We cannot afford someone of Brother Li Shi's caliber. Taichi attempted to continue the banter, but was interrupted by Robert. Now that everyone is here, let us depart. Upon our safe arrival at Abbey City, I will treat you all to drinks. Fear not, Mr. Robert. With our White Lion mercenary group, there will be no errors. Taichi replied, casting a glance back at Sinis and the others. They, accustomed to the situation, offered no resistance, seemingly resigned to their fate. Trailing behind the caravan while the White Lion led the way. Robert's caravan was extensive, comprising over 40 large carts, including not only his own but also those of smaller traveling merchants. These merchants, fearful of traveling alone, typically joined larger caravans, paying a small fee for guaranteed safety. Although hiring Sinis and Taichi's two mercenary groups cost a staggering 220 gold coins, the majority of the commission was extracted from these traveling merchants, leaving Robert's own contribution at less than 30%, especially since the White Lion had provided a discount, further reducing expenses. As Li Shi observed the seemingly triumphant demeanor of the White Lion mercenary group, he found it amusing. Sinis, this White Lion mercenary group is rather comical, isn't it? They toil away at the dirty work up front, while you appear to endure in silence, yet remain utterly inactive from the rear. Are they truly this foolish? Sinis sighed. Alas, I do not wish it to be this way, but I have grown accustomed to it over time. Indeed, they are that foolish. I sense a hint of schadenfreude in you. Haha, do I? Sinis could not contain his laughter. Their entire caravan boasted nearly 300 individuals, deterring even the bravest of beasts from attacking. Even magical beasts of less than level 4 would not dare approach the caravan, rendering the mission, under normal circumstances, exceedingly safe. As evening fell and the camp was established, it was the members of the White Lion who took the lead in organizing everything. Though they continued to jest at Sinis and his crew, the latter offered no rebuttal, which only inflated the White Lion's pride. "Hey, little brother, would you consider joining our White Lion mercenary group? Our strength far surpasses that of Sinis' crew. Following us promises a brighter future." Within the camp, Taichi loudly tried to recruit Li Shi. "You are impressive, Captain Taichi. You have arranged the caravan so meticulously today, unlike myself, who is quite inept." Such familiar banter prompted Sinis and the others to recognize that Li Shi was merely joking again. "What level are you, brother?" Li Shi, with wide eyes and a sense of pride, replied, "I have just been promoted to an E-level mercenary. I only turned 16 the day before yesterday, and my strength seems to be just slightly weaker than that of an intermediate warrior." Taichi was speechless. To claim he was only slightly weaker than an intermediate warrior was essentially admitting to being a novice warrior, something to be proud of. Individuals of such caliber were a dime a dozen, more common than donkeys or mules. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. We can discuss joining the group at another time." Taichi dared not recruit someone like him, fearing ridicule from his peers. Li Shi's words frightened Taichi into retreat, eliciting hearty laughter from Sinis and the others. If Li Shi's strength truly only matched that of a novice warrior, then this world would have no deities. However, witnessing Taichi's embarrassment, they refrained from offering any reminders. The serene days rolled on with the wheels of the caravan for another 2 days. Their journey was now halfway complete, and less than 2 days remained until they reached Abbey City. Li Shi sat atop his horse, basking in the warmth of the sun on his face, when suddenly his ears perked up. He turned to Sinis and asked, "Sinis, are there any magical beasts in this vicinity that travel in groups?" Sinis looked at Li Shi in astonishment. "None that I know of. Why do you ask?" Li Shi pointed towards a distant hillside, where at least 500 figures could be discerned. Sinis' countenance paled as he realized they were not magical beasts, but rather a band of robbers. He squeezed his legs and galloped towards the front of the caravan, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" Upon hearing Sinis mention robbers, Li Shi recalled the numerous tasks regarding bandits listed at the mercenary hall, but they were merely E-level tasks, which he had not taken seriously, until now, when he unexpectedly encountered them. The caravan halted at Sinis' command. Li Shi observed as Sinis conferred briefly with Robert and Taichi, after which the front section of the caravan began to fan out, connecting the wooden planks from the rear of the large carts to form a defensive line. Several agile mercenaries stealthily moved towards the direction Li Shi had indicated. The accompanying personnel began to retrieve weapons and armor, arranging themselves into a defensive formation along the caravan's perimeter. Even the traveling merchants displayed no fear, brandishing their weapons in preparation for battle. After a brief moment, the mercenaries who had ventured out returned at a gallop, pursued by a formidable horde of bandits. It was uncertain whether the scouts had stirred the bandits or if the caravan's halt for defense had revealed their presence, prompting the bandits to abandon their stealth and fight fiercely. Li Shi focused on the distant figure of the bandits, recognizing them as a well-organized group, equipped and coordinated in their movements. Though their horses were not as fine as his, they were still war steeds, presenting a striking resemblance to a regular army rather than the disorganized rabble he had anticipated. Observing the thin defensive line ahead, Li Shi turned to the members of the Black Tiger mercenary corps beside him. "You should join the fray, leave the rear to me." They were well aware of Li Shi's prowess. With him present, no number of bandits could breach the caravan's defenses. "Then we shall rely on you, brother Li Shi. Go swiftly." The bandits appeared intimidating as a collective, yet individually they lacked strength, most being of the first level, with a severe scarcity of second and third levels. Only one among them was a fourth-level bandit leader. With both the Black Tiger and White Lion mercenary groups present, the caravan was relatively secure. As Li Shi had surmised, the bandits had not yet approached the caravan when Sinis and Taichi swooped down from the sky into their midst, wielding their massive blades with deadly precision. Within moments, 10 bandits lay slain at their feet, unable to withstand the onslaught. Pitting fourth-level fighters against those of the first and second levels was indeed an unfair match, akin to slicing through vegetables. As the bandits drew closer, the caravan's archers commenced their assault. Most of these archers were ordinary civilians, yet the combined strength of the two mercenary groups included 6 archers of second level or higher. Their arrows flew swiftly and accurately. Where an ordinary person might release one arrow, they could unleash 4 or 5, each striking true, their killing speed rivaling that of Sinis and his comrades. By the time the bandits truly neared the caravan, they had already lost a tenth of their number. Coupled with the towering wagons and the spears protruding from them, the caravan resembled an impenetrable porcupine. The bandit leader, realizing the situation was dire, signaled his men to retreat. Sinis and the others, prioritizing the safety of the caravan, chose not to pursue, instead sending men to clean up the battlefield before rejoining the caravan. With danger averted, Li Shi rode forward, just in time to hear Taichi's booming voice proclaim, "I killed 17 bandits. Sinis, I counted your kills, and it seems you have one less than me. You've lost to me again, haha." Chapter 31, Bandit Hideout. Sinis had long grown accustomed to Taichi's antics and was not surprised. As Li Shi approached, he opened his mouth to speak, but Li Shi quickly shook his head, silencing him. After silencing Sinis, Li Shi applauded, "You all performed admirably, dispatching so many bandits while I could only cower in the rear." Taichi, in high spirits, reassured Li Shi, "Don't fret, young brother. With more missions, you'll improve." Li Shi feigned humility, thanking Captain Taichi for his guidance, vowing to work hard. Taichi laughed heartily, while Sinis, observing Li Shi's pretense, found it perplexing that he so eagerly feigned ignorance. Did all experts possess such peculiarities? The skirmish with the bandits lasted a mere half-hour, and the caravan suffered minimal losses. Only 2 drivers twisted their ankles in fear, with no other casualties. Robert, pulling Sinis aside as if he were his own father, expressed gratitude for Sinis's keen insight in detecting the bandits beforehand. Otherwise, if they had ambushed them mid-journey, the losses would have been substantial. Sinis, with a stiff smile, replied, "It was my duty." As the caravan resumed its journey, Sinis discreetly thanked Li Shi. Li Shi waved it off, stating, "I am merely an E-level mercenary. There is no need for me to take the spotlight. By the way, Captain Sinis, do you know where the bandits' hideout is?" Sinis pondered, "Honestly, I do not know. To this day, no one has completed the bounty for their whereabouts posted in the Mercenary Guild. I suspect they have a very concealed location, evading all scrutiny." Li Shi gazed in the direction the bandits had fled, deep in thought. "These bandits must have amassed quite a fortune over the years, wouldn't you say?" Sinis replied, "Indeed. It should be a considerable sum. From what I know, there are at least 10,000 gold coins in their possession. The unknown amount is likely even greater." 10,000. Li Shi mused. "With such wealth, one could purchase a grand estate. I find my ancestral home far too modest. It is time for an upgrade. Otherwise, I have no place to accommodate the 10 maidens in my spatial ring. In my current dwelling, 10 individuals would have to stand outside the door, which hardly brings joy." Lost in thought, Li Shi suddenly clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my stomach aches. You all go ahead, I will catch up shortly." Without waiting for Sinis and the others' reactions, he tossed his mount to them and leaped into the woods, vanishing from sight within moments, completely unfazed by his supposed discomfort. Sinis extended his arm, intending to call after him, but found himself at a loss for words as Li Shi's rear light disappeared from view. From Li Shi's earlier reaction, it was all too clear what he intended to do. Sinis had initially meant to caution Li Shi to be safe, but then reconsidered. Surely it was the bandits who ought to be wary of him. Having distanced himself from the caravan, Li Shi shed his upper garments, revealing dragon-like wings on his back. With a swift motion, the 3-meter-long wings unfurled, and he soared into the sky, ascending high enough to obscure himself from those below. He closed his eyes momentarily, only to reopen them, revealing slitted pupils. The previously unclear landscape came into sharp focus, and he could see Sinis at the back of the caravan, leading his horse. Sinis, sensing an unseen observer, scanned his surroundings in vain, puzzled by the peculiar feeling that someone was watching him. With the keen instincts of a master, he could sense scrutiny, yet locating the source would prove futile. As Li Shi hovered several thousand meters above, amused by Sinis's confusion, Li Shi began to track the bandits' trail. The advantage of altitude provided a wide vantage point, and with a mere glance, he locked onto the fleeing bandits. They scurried through the forest like lost dogs, moving slowly as if carrying their burdens. Li Shi followed closely behind, maintaining a safe distance. After a considerable time, the bandits, ensuring no one was tailing them, finally made a beeline for their lair. Their hideout was neither atop a mountain nor concealed within a valley. It was nestled within a cave. Li Shi watched as they all squeezed into the cavern. with one individual meticulously erasing their tracks before placing a stone to seal the entrance, leaving no trace behind. If not for prior knowledge, no one would suspect that the elusive bandit hideout sought by the mercenary guild lay hidden here. Clearly, they had gone to great lengths to conceal their lair, but today, they would rue their misfortune in crossing paths with him. Li Shi descended gracefully to the cave's entrance. He gently tapped the stone with his finger, producing a faint echo. It was not particularly thick. With determination, Li Shi clenched his fist, the surface of his arm covered in tiny, scale-like protrusions, and struck the stone at the cave's mouth with immense force. With a thunderous strike, a stone measuring just over 2 meters in thickness was shattered by Li Shi's fist. Dust billowed forth, swirling indiscriminately in the air, prompting Li Shi to step back, preferring to wait until the debris settled before advancing. Such a commotion, of course, did not escape the notice of the bandits within the cave. The cacophony of hurried footsteps and angry shouts echoed from the cavern, prompting Li Shi to narrow his eyes. When they reopened, they gleamed with the fierce intensity of dragon-like slits. Through the thick haze of dust, he discerned the cave illuminated by flickering lights, revealing several bandits armed and rushing towards the exit, their intentions unmistakably lethal. Unable to resist the urge to employ his recently acquired ninjutsu, Li Shi pressed his palms together, feeling the chakra within him surge to life. Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure jet of water erupted from his mouth, slicing through the air like a drawn sword, showcasing a masterful technique akin to that of a legendary swordsman. The 30-meter-long column of water struck with deadly precision, leaving the nearest bandits no time to react before they were severed in twain by the blinding flash. The lethality of the water-severing wave was overwhelming. With merely a slight turn of his head, dozens of bandits were reduced to 2 halves. In his eagerness, Li Shi inadvertently directed the water jet deeper into the mountainside, cleaving through rock as effortlessly as slicing through soft tofu, rendering everything it touched into 2 parts. The remaining bandits, still a distance of 30 meters away, were struck with a profound psychological terror. One bandit, standing at the edge of this perilous threshold, looked down at his torn garments, then hesitantly touched his unscathed abdomen. With a sudden, muffled thud, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. His companion, however, was more fortunate, clutching the remains of his sword. He turned and fled with all haste. The rest of the bandits mirrored his actions, having witnessed the water column effortlessly slice through stone. They understood that their own flesh would be no more resilient than that of an ant. What had once been a horde of bandits charging forth was now a disarrayed retreat, frightened back into the depths by Li Shi's formidable display. He had retracted the water-severing wave, mindful of his objective to seize funds for purchasing a manor from these brigands. Should he inadvertently collapse the mountainside, he would find no time to excavate the gold coins from within. As the dust at the cave's entrance began to settle, Li Shi strolled in leisurely, observing the remnants of the bandits who lay half alive, blood pooling beneath them, attracting swarms of mosquitoes eager for a feast. Perhaps they were astonished at the abundance of sustenance present that day. Li Shi raised a small fist to the surviving bandits, smiling cheerfully, encouraging them, "Keep going. If you manage to crawl back for some holy water, you just might survive. Devil, you monster." The bandits gazed at the smiling visage of Li Shi with terror, finding his cruelty unmatched even by that of the most feared demons. Li Shi had no time to waste on them. Even if they survived, their lives would be filled with suffering, reduced to begging on the streets. He could not fathom any other profession they might pursue. Here is a fortunate soul. You're lucky indeed. Hurry and assist your friend. He called to one bandit who, though his clothing had been torn by the water-severing wave, had escaped unscathed. At that moment, he stood dazed, his eyes vacant, having been rendered senseless by fear. Continuing deeper into the cave, Li Shi rounded a bend and discovered the hidden stronghold of the bandits. The mountain had been hollowed out, transformed into a makeshift home, with some vegetables being cultivated within the cavern's expanse. A small stream trickled in from the mountainside, and rather than relying on magical luminescent stones for illumination, the bandits had cleverly excavated the rock to allow sunlight to flood in, casting a soft, non-distracting glow throughout the space. Was this not a sanctuary in a post-apocalyptic world? The ingenuity of its builders was commendable. Li Shi surveyed the scene with unabashed curiosity and admiration, yet unbeknownst to him, weapons had been strategically positioned at the exit, including a 3-shot crossbow aimed directly at him. This crossbow resembled the ancient siege weaponry of his former life, the bolts measuring over 2 meters in length, requiring a winch to operate, with the added feature of magical runes inscribed upon the arrowheads. Magical equipment, how extravagant, Li Shi mused, feeling no fear under the crossbow's aim. Akin to being threatened by an ant wielding a pine needle. His disdainful demeanor ignited the fury of the commander across from him, a burly man with a fierce beard, who declared fire. With a roar, his subordinate struck the release lever with a hammer, instantly launching the bolts. Boom, boom, boom. The bowstrings thrummed violently as 3 bolts shot forth like venomous dragon arrows, racing towards Li Shi with blinding speed. Just as they were about to strike, a massive, 2-meter-long, 40-centimeter-wide, 5-centimeter-thick broadsword, resembling a shield, interposed itself before him. This weapon, a remnant of the demon tailor, had been cleaved in two by the mountain giant. Not due to its lack of durability, but because it was too rigid to withstand even the slightest bend after enduring countless blows. Li Shi was uncertain of the weapon's classification, but he knew it to be formidable. Wielding such a shield rendered him nearly invulnerable to most physical attacks. Alas, in a world where nothing is absolute, Li Shi would soon learn that ignorance carries a price. A series of resounding explosions erupted, engulfing Li Shi and the sword in a shroud of flame and smoke. The bandits cheered, exhilarated by the prospect that this devil had finally met his demise. The magical runes engraved on the arrowheads signified the application of an intermediate fire magic spell, Flame Burst. Upon contact, it unleashed tremendous destructive force, generating flames of over 1,000 degrees capable of igniting flesh in an instant. Chapter 32. Avarice, weakness, and ignorance are never original sins. It is arrogance that is. The commander, watching the raging inferno, felt a pang of regret. Each bolt had cost 500 gold coins, and in that fleeting moment, he had lost 1,500. Yet, the opportunity to eliminate such a formidable foe rendered the loss worthwhile. As the bandits awaited the flames to subside, admiring their handiwork, a voice emerged from the conflagration. "You speak truly. I apologize for my arrogance, but do not blame me for my forthcoming ruthlessness." Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure jet of water erupted from the blaze, water and fire intertwining as white mist ascended. Undeterred, the water column swept across the area. Li Shi deftly pivoting his head just 60 degrees to cleave through the bandits within a 30-meter arc. A tragedy has once again unfolded. The standing bandit was severed in half, while the crouching one lost half his head. Those positioned slightly higher had their feet cut off. Aside from a few fortunate souls who escaped unscathed, the remaining hundreds lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, desperately seeking to reconnect their severed limbs. The ecstasy of the previous moment was instantly replaced by the horrors of hell. The commander, who had just been directing the operation, was particularly fortunate. He was the sole victim to be decapitated cleanly. Thus he died silently, spared from enduring further suffering and from witnessing the ensuing carnage. With the commander's demise, the remaining bandits promptly abandoned their defense at the cave's entrance. Li Shi's recent water-severing wave not only claimed lives, but also obliterated all their weaponry, including crossbows, leaving them devoid of any heavy artillery for retaliation. As the flames extinguished, under the despairing gaze of the remaining 300 bandits, a pair of dark red dragon wings unfurled slowly like a blossoming flower, enveloping a figure. The garments of this individual were tattered and burned, revealing patches of skin beneath. However, it was precisely the exposure of this skin that plunged the remaining hopeful bandits into an abyss of despair. The skin revealed was covered in tiny scales resembling grains of rice, and the eyes had morphed from human to that of a dragon's vertical slits. Whenever these slits swept over them, the bandits felt as if they were being scrutinized by a predator at the apex of the food chain. An overwhelming sense of helplessness blossoming deep within their souls, causing them to tremble as primal instincts from ancient genes screamed that remaining still would lead to their demise. An elderly bandit, quaking with fear, pointed at Li Shi and uttered 2 words, "Dragonborn." Li Shi retracted his dragon wings, which melted back into his flesh, transforming into tattoos. While the tiny scales on his skin receded, he tore off his upper leather armor, enchanted for defense, which had now become utterly useless. Reflecting on the danger he had just faced, he noted that the extreme heat, exceeding 1,000 degrees, was indifferent to one's strength. Were it not for the automatic defense of the dragon gene within him, he would have certainly suffered severe injuries or worse. Just as the commander who perished under Li Shi's water-severing wave had said, during these past days, he had vanquished succubi, slain horned demons, and triumphed over mountain giants. Li Shi felt an overwhelming sense of arrogance, as if he could roam the vast world at will. Yet, little did he know, he had narrowly escaped disaster in this small bandit den. Confronting the remnants of the bandits, Li Shi grasped a large knife from the ground, its temperature still warm from the flames. No longer engaging in idle chatter, he stomped his foot and vanished from sight. The speed of his instant movement appeared to the low-level bandits as if he had teleported, rendering them incapable of perceiving his figure. Only hearing the sound of the massive knife slicing through the air, accompanied by the sound of the knife tearing through flesh, countless heads and limbs were sent flying. The bandits widened their eyes in shock, yet could not catch a glimpse of Li Shi. It was as if he materialized from the void to slay a few before retreating into invisibility once more. The air was filled with the hissing of blood spraying and the terrified pleas of bandits begging for mercy, pleading for a chance to survive. Unfortunately, none could see Li Shi. They could only await their impending doom in terror. The most horrifying thought in the world is the knowledge of one's imminent death without the power to determine the moment of demise. Each passing second felt like a soul trapped in darkness, with no hope for salvation or assistance. Ah, you are a demon. At last, one bandit could no longer endure the torment of every second before death and, in a frenzy, bolted towards the exit. A single person's breakdown resembled a dam bursting, instantly shattering the spirits of those around him. The remaining survivors, their nerves frayed, followed in haste, pushing aside their companions in their desperation to flee. In that moment, they sought not to outrun Li Shi, but merely wished to outpace their fellow bandits. Li Shi, however, had no intention of pursuing them. He was not here solely to kill, but rather to acquire riches. Thus, he turned to the trembling bandits who could not escape and thrust the large knife before them. Inquiring, "Where is your treasure hidden?" A young bandit, shaking uncontrollably, pointed to the best spot in the cave, his teeth chattering incessantly. That is our leader's home. All the valuables are there." Despite his fear, he spoke with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, yearning for survival. Li Shi withdrew his long knife. "Go. Do not remain a bandit any longer. Even as a farmer, you can lead a good life." The young bandit, upon hearing that Li Shi would spare him, could not even run, instead collapsing into silent tears, overwhelmed by despair, yet instinctively grasping at the chance for a new life. Such trauma would require a lifetime to heal. Li Shi realized he had yet to encounter the bandit leader possessing the strength of a level 4 earth warrior. Almost all his subordinates had perished. Did he not feel any sorrow, or had he already fled? Following the directions given by the young bandit, Li Shi approached the largest dwelling. Before he could push the door open, a woman swung it wide. This woman, clad in luxurious silk, possessed flawless, radiant skin devoid of any roughness. Upon seeing Li Shi, she exhibited no fear. Rather, she held her head high, her gaze unwavering as she regarded him, a figure marked by the remnants of battle, as though he were her noble protector. If the beauty of a maiden were akin to a budding flower, this mature woman was a fully blossomed rose, embodying the most exquisite phase of life. Her nobility and steadfastness prompted Li Shi to inquire, "Greetings, madam. Might I ask who you are?" The woman placed her hands on her waist and slightly bent her knees. "Greetings, brave warrior. I am Avril, abducted by bandits a year ago to become their captive lady. Thank you for rescuing me from this misery." It turned out she had been taken captive for a year. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. It is the duty of mercenaries to rescue every distressed lady. His passionate words elicited another expression of gratitude from Avril for Li Shi's noble character. However, Li Shi's next statement swiftly shattered his heroic image. "Madam, where has the bandit leader gone? He stole 10,000 gold coins from me a few days ago, and I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Avril paused. Over the past year, every item recovered had been allocated by her, and she had never seen a sum exceeding 1,000 gold coins, let alone the 10,000 Li Shi casually mentioned. This entire bandit hideout possessed no such wealth. Yet, her astute mind quickly deduced that he was attempting to engage in a black market transaction, and the 10,000 gold coins were merely a figure of convenience. "Marquet has already been slain by me. The money he stole from you should be buried within this house. I will take you to retrieve it." Upon hearing that the bandit leader was dead, Li Shi was taken aback. He knew this individual possessed level 4 strength, whereas the woman before him was merely of novice capability. The chasm between their levels was insurmountable, Even if Marquez stood still, Avril would likely be incapable of overcoming him in battle. Without further inquiry, Li Shi followed Avril into the room, where they encountered a man lying on the ground. Blood pooling from his mouth, his eyes wide open in eternal questioning and confusion, perhaps wondering why he had met such a fate. Avril smirked mockingly as I constantly sought the opportune moment to administer poison. To my surprise, the warrior arrived today, and just as he attempted to flee, I seized the chance. What a stroke of luck for him. After confirming that the bandit leader was indeed lifeless, Li Shi yanked the spatial ring from his hand and, as if Avril had not seen, slipped it into his pocket. Your money should be here, he stated, though 10,000 gold coins had been partially spent, leaving just over 5,000. If the warrior felt it insufficient, there were still some coins to be found among the other bandits. Avril pointed to the ground beneath the bed as she addressed Li Shi. Li Shi's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that this woman had seen through his deception. However, he refrained from explaining himself. Using his long knife, he swiftly pried up the bedboard and unearthed the chest containing the gold coins. The final tally came to 5,200 coins. Although this fell short of his initial estimate of 10,000, it was free money, and he had no reason to complain. The bandits have all fled. My lady, you are safe now. Please return home, he urged. Avril offered a desolate smile. Someone like me no longer has a home. If the warrior does not mind, please escort me for a while. Once we reach the city, I shall find my own way. Reluctantly, Li Shi agreed to take her along, recognizing her assistance in locating the gold and dealing with the bandit leader. Very well. I am escorting a merchant caravan to Yabi City, and we have less than 2 days' journey left. If you do not mind, let us travel together. A year of a bandit's life had stripped him of the luxury of choice. Merely escaping with his life felt like the greatest blessing from the gods. He sensed that this woman had a story to tell. Her calm demeanor in the bandit den suggested she was no ordinary figure. However, adhering to his principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, Li Shi refrained from prying further and led Avril toward the caravan. Along the way, Li Shi instructed Avril to keep his identity concealed from everyone, informing her that he was merely an E-rank novice and must conduct himself discreetly. As long as she remained silent during their journey and they parted ways in Yabi City, no one would know of his affairs. Although Avril had not witnessed the full extent of Li Shi's prowess, she understood that even the weakest among them possessed at least level 5 strength. Now, she found it puzzling that he had to feign weakness. However, a clever woman knows what to inquire about and what to leave untouched, as well as when to grant a man his privacy. The bandits had left behind several warhorses, and Li Shi selected 2. Initially, he assumed that the seemingly pampered Avril would be unable to ride. To his surprise, she mounted with greater agility than he did. It took them an hour to arrive, but 3 hours to return, and by the time Li Shi caught up with the caravan, they had already set up camp for the night. Brother Li Shi, you have returned. Where did you find this stunning beauty? Sinis exclaimed upon seeing Avril adorned in luxurious silk garments, his eyes gleaming at the sight. Such attire was worth 3 gold coins, and only those of considerable means could afford it. Observing Li Shi's newly donned leather armor and Avril's slightly flushed cheeks, Sinis shared a knowing smile with the others, their laughter filled with unspoken understanding. Li Shi's face reddened further. He had changed his clothes after a mishap with the previous ones, unaware that it would lead to such misunderstandings. Please, refrain from your jesting. This is Lady Avril, whom I encountered on my journey. She too is headed to Yabi City, all alone, and I thought to escort her part of the way. Understood, we all comprehend. Rest assured, we will not mention this to Ace. Brother Li Shi, you can trust us, we never betray our friends. Laughter erupted, and Li Shi, feeling increasingly flustered, opted to settle Avril into a tent without further explanation. Due to the unexpected arrival of a stranger, Robert approached to assess the situation but was halted by Sinis. Given Sinis's prior discovery of the bandits, Robert granted him this favor. Otherwise, no one would dare to join the caravan without spending a copper coin. Sinis discreetly inquired about the bandits, and Li Shi laughed it off, claiming there were no bandits along the route. With that, Sinis understood that the bandits had been entirely eradicated. He genuinely admired Li Shi's abilities. He accomplished tasks effortlessly, even locating the bandits' lair, which many could not find. With a bandit force of at least 500, Li Shi had quietly resolved the matter in under an hour, leaving Sinis in awe. Such power at such a young age. If he continues to grow, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The journey to Yabi City proceeded smoothly without any disturbances. Li Shi was taken aback to find that Avril had befriended the over 300 members of the caravan within just 2 days. Even the driver praised her, declaring her a kind-hearted lady and expressing his willingness to serve her for life if she appreciated his skills. Thus, when it came time for Avril to depart, the entire caravan gathered to bid her farewell, many offering their goods as gifts, disregarding the fact that they had come to sell. This left Li Shi with a profound sense of unease, reminding him of an ancient proverb. Zhou Gong feared rumors in his day, while Wang Meng was humble before the usurpation. Though perhaps not the most fitting sentiment, the essence rang true. Consequently, while the entire caravan accompanied Avril on her departure, Li Shi kept his distance. It was wise to maintain a safe distance from such a formidable figure, lest he fall victim to her lethal methods. After all, even a level 4 bandit leader had succumbed to her poison. After bidding farewell to Avril, Sinis returned, still marveling at her rarity. Brother Li Shi, I believe that if you merely asked, Lady Avril would stay for you. What a pity. Li Shi remained silent. Such a woman would not linger for a mere man's request. Only a dragon could compel her to stay. Let us proceed. We have tasks to report, and then dine. Robert distributed task completion certificates to each mercenary, along with their commissions, assuring them that future assignments would be directed to the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps and the White Lion Mercenary Corps. Tai Chi boasted of the impeccable reputation of his White Lion Mercenary Corps. With the task completion certificate in hand, Li Shi submitted his progress, reaching a total of 4 completed tasks. Just 3 more D-rank missions would elevate his rank once again. Come, let us dine. The ease of completing the task brought joy to Sinis and the others, who eagerly urged Li Shi to join them for a meal. Li Shi first requested a private room to change his clothes, and the others, unconcerned, urged him to hurry back, insisting they would not return until they were thoroughly intoxicated. Suppressing his excitement, Li Shi returned to his room and called out, Xiao Fan, to the spinning wheel. The grand wheel, visible only to Li Shi, materialized before him. He examined it broadly. Overall, it seemed satisfactory, neither good nor bad, as the task had been rather mundane, and the rewards were accordingly ordinary. As expected, the blade-related rewards were consistent, with the double rising dragon thunder appearing unwaveringly. Li Shi suspected that unless he drew it, it might remain there indefinitely. A small pouch of military rations was replaced this time not with a detonating talisman, but rather with a large sword featuring a distinctive semicircular notch at both ends. Li Shi immediately recognized this unique blade, the decapitating sword, one of the weapons belonging to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This sword has the remarkable ability to absorb iron atoms from the blood of its enemies to restore itself after breaking. It was famously wielded by the formidable Kiri ninja, Kakashi, who was able to withstand the likes of the legendary Uchiha Itachi with it. Having spent just over a month in this alternate world, Li Shi had already broken several weapons, not due to their inferiority, but because the enemies he faced were overwhelmingly powerful. He was in dire need of a weapon of superior quality. If he could acquire this decapitating sword today, he would no longer have to worry about frequently replacing broken weapons. As for ninjutsu, he had access to techniques such as Shadow Clone Technique, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning, Water Release, Water Barrier, and Earth Release, Earth Barrier. Aside from the Shadow Clone and Multi-Shadow Clone techniques, which had not appeared in a long time, the rest were familiar. Naturally, Li Shi hoped to obtain the Multi-Shadow Clone technique, which depended heavily on one's chakra reserves. Currently, Li Shi found no distinction between using the Multi-Shadow Clone technique and the Shadow Clone technique. The true difference would only become apparent when his chakra reserves increased in the future. With nothing of particular value to find, Li Shi sat on a stool, fiddling with a spatial ring he had acquired from the bandit leader, Maki. The ring was not large, measuring less than 10 square meters, and contained merely a few gold coins and some rare herbs. As he organized the contents, he paused momentarily, then continued, indifferent to what he might uncover today. After a brief interval, a voice echoed, Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Shadow Clone technique. Ah, the Shadow Clone, he mused, expecting the Multi-Shadow Clone. A surge of memory flooded his mind, allowing him to instantly master the technique, enabling him to create several clones, albeit at the cost of dispersing his own strength into equal parts. The clones would inherit all the memories of the original, making them nearly indistinguishable from him. Although not the Multi-Shadow Clone, this was entirely sufficient for Li Shi at present. He spun the dial again. The pointer whirled frantically as he continued to manipulate the spatial ring. Given its small size, it could hold only a meager amount of items. And soon Li Shi had completed his sorting, discovering one unexpected item. Stop. This item was a token, featuring a devil's motif on one side and a pair of crossed, bloody daggers on the other. Li Shi retrieved a matching token from his own ring, recognizing it as the Assassin's Guild token he had picked up from Drellabot. In recent days, Li Shi had discreetly inquired about the Assassin's Guild, yet had found no leads. To his surprise, he finally had a clue, only for the informant to be deceased. What a predicament, he thought, feeling somewhat exasperated that the first lead had come to naught before he could even identify himself. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the decapitating sword. A 2-meter-long sword materialized before him, and as Li Shi grasped the hilt, he felt its weight rival that of the half-blade of the horned demon. Its superior quality was perfectly suited for his current needs. With this formidable weapon in hand, Li Shi's earlier frustration over missing the lead to the Assassin's Guild began to dissipate. He stored the decapitating sword in his spatial ring, changed his attire, and headed out to join Sinis and the others for drinks. Upon exiting, he noticed an awkward atmosphere. A familiar loud voice was proclaiming, "Our White Lion mercenary corps is renowned, far surpassing those lesser Black Tiger mercenaries." Li Shi sat beside Sinis, puzzled, and inquired, "Why is he back again?" Sinis wore a wry smile and reassured him, "Do not worry, he will follow us step by step until our next mission begins." Sensing Li Shi's potential annoyance, Sinis added, "Rest assured, he means no harm. He is simply rather childish." Li Shi had come to understand Tai Chi's character throughout their journey. He was harmless, albeit rather immature. The best approach with such individuals was to ignore them and enjoy drinks with Sinis and the others. After a while, Li Shi excused himself to relieve himself, and Sinis joined him. The two strolled toward the restroom, while Tai Chi, feeling neglected after speaking for so long without a response, decided to follow them. As Li Shi entered the restroom, he glanced back to see Tai Chi had indeed followed him. He felt irritated by the intrusion and frowned. "I say, Captain Tai Chi, you do not have a stalking problem, do you?" Tai Chi, somewhat inebriated, retorted defiantly, "This restroom is not yours. If you come, I must too." Li Shi chuckled. Recognizing a lesson was in order. He formed hand seals and executed the earth release, heart decapitation technique. Before Tai Chi could react, he was suddenly pulled into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. What did you do to me?" Tai Chi exclaimed, bewildered. Li Shi crouched down to meet his gaze. "I dislike being followed. If you persist, do not blame me for taking action." At that moment, Sinis emerged from the restroom, witnessing Tai Chi's predicament. He quickly deduced that Li Shi was responsible, for only he possessed such power to toy with a level 4 Earth warrior. Stepping forward, he blocked Li Shi and playfully smacked Tai Chi on the forehead. "You've truly overindulged. Perhaps next time, drink less, or I might have to collect your corpse one day. Be mindful, the person before you is Li Shi, my lifesaver, not someone you can offend." Sinis emphasized his point with insistent winks. Tai Chi, slowly piecing together the situation, realized that being effortlessly drawn into the earth by someone who claimed to be only slightly weaker than a mid-level warrior was no trivial matter. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he addressed Li Shi, "My apologies, brother Li Shi. I had too much to drink." "Not at all. I am quite easygoing." Li Shi waved his hand dismissively, returning to relieve himself, while Sinis effortlessly pulled Tai Chi from the ground, imparting a serious lesson. "You must change your temperament. Should you offend someone beyond your means, you may find yourself in grave danger before you even realize it." "I understand," Tai Chi replied, looking like a wilted eggplant, dejectedly returning to the table to continue drinking. Li Shi emerged, and, noticing Sinis appeared somewhat triumphant, asked, "How did it go?" Sinis threw an arm around Li Shi's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Thank you, my brother, for avenging me. We are such good friends. Who else could I assist if not you?" Chapter 34. The return to Cardo City mission. Sinis' laughter echoed. For forging a friendship with Li Shi was undoubtedly one of his proudest achievements. They feasted late into the night, and the next morning, while Li Shi still slumbered, Sinis and the others had already departed for the mercenary hall to discuss missions. Robert's caravan needed to remain in Abbey City for some time, and Sinis and his companions could not merely wait idly. Securing an appropriate mission to return to Cardo City was the priority. Unfortunately, by the time Li Shi arrived at the mercenary hall, he found no suitable missions available, or any that might have been suitable had already been claimed. "I have never wandered around other cities before," You all carry on, and if you find a suitable task, please reserve a spot for me. Go ahead, brotherly Shi. But do not stay out too late. The women in Abbey City cannot compare to those in Cardo City. As Sini spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Li Shi. A look that only a man would understand. Li Shi, disinclined to elaborate, had long professed his preference for cleanliness and had no inclination towards superficiality. He wouldn't dare to take a commoner as a lover, as it would betray his identity as a traveler from another realm. His sole intention was to wander, to experience the unique charm of this foreign city, and to discover something that might resonate with him. However, after a full day of exploration, he found that Abbey City was, apart from a few distinctions, nearly a replica of Cardo City, with its apathetic, impoverished citizens, the struggling lower class, and the corrupt and indulgent upper echelon. Had it not been for his unfamiliarity with the streets, he might have believed he had never left Cardo City at all. In retrospect, Li Shi deduced that the entertainment options in this alternate world were severely lacking, communication was inconvenient, and essential living supplies were in dire shortage. Consequently, everyone led a monotonous existence. Some might even find themselves reliving the same day repeatedly, which was profoundly tragic. Were it not for his obligations, he could have easily engaged in entertaining endeavors that would yield substantial rewards. With his interest waning, Li Shi returned to the hotel early. Not long after, Sinis and the others returned, exclaiming, Li Shi, we've received a task to return to Cardo City. It's a D-rank mission to escort a wealthy merchantess family, with a commission of 5 gold coins each. What do you think? Li Shi was indifferent to the commission amount. What mattered to him was the task's rank, and he was quite content with a D rank. As long as they returned to Cardo City to complete the mission, it would grant him 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. Sounds good. After 6 days away, I'm starting to miss home. A day at home is worth 1,000 days outside. Sinis chuckled. Li Shi, you're still too young. We mercenaries roam across the continent. Wherever we go, that becomes our home. In time, you'll find you won't miss home at all. Li Shi laughed. Perhaps, but for now, I really want to return home as soon as possible. The following day, Li Shi accompanied Sinis to undertake the task and arrived at the designated location, where a luxurious carriage adorned with gold and silver was drawn by 2 hybrid warhorses. More importantly, the carriage bore numerous magical glyphs that shimmered with energy fluctuations. Sinis was astounded, remarking on the immense wealth of the merchant who could afford such a magically enhanced carriage. It must cost no less than several thousand gold coins. This was not merely a carriage. It was akin to a moving mountain of gold. The commission of 5 gold coins seemed woefully inadequate. Li Shi nodded in agreement. Despite having amassed nearly 30,000 in his own ventures through various means, he felt dwarfed in comparison to this carriage. Much like the difference between a nouveau riche and an established family, the disparity in heritage was stark. Is this the mercenary team here to take the task? A familiar voice called from within the carriage. At the sound, Li Shi instinctively wanted to flee. Even if it meant paying a breach of contract fee, he was willing to accept. But Sinis and the others were elated. Is that Lady Avril? The carriage curtain was drawn back, revealing Lady Avril clad in luxurious silk attire, her smile radiating warmth and familiarity. Captain Sinis, and dear brother Li Shi, what a delightful coincidence to see you again. If they had known it was Lady Avril who had commissioned the task, they would have waived the commission. It felt improper to impose upon her generosity. Upon recognizing Lady Avril, Sinis discarded his initial thoughts of taking advantage of a wealthy client. His noble mercenary principles of integrity and justice, long forgotten, were revived. He felt compelled to assist the suffering Lady Avril, even at a loss. Li Shi found it perplexing how Lady Avril exuded such charm that nearly everyone she encountered felt an innate trust towards her, a phenomenon that grew more pronounced over time, almost as if they were being brainwashed. This bizarre occurrence made Li Shi keen to keep his distance. It appears we are indeed fated to meet. But unfortunate for me, I just remembered I have unfinished business. You all may proceed without me. I will return in a few days. Li Shi chuckled nervously, attempting to escape, but Sinis firmly grasped his arm, questioning, Brother Li Shi, didn't you say just yesterday that you wished to return home soon? Moreover, Lady Avril is from your very own Abbey City. How wonderful it would be to travel back to Cardo City together. Sinis leaned in closer, whispering, Brother Li Shi. Encountering such a splendid employer is rare. The task is minimal, and you won't find anyone as good as Lady Avril in other missions. We mercenaries seek peace and ease. Trust me, I would never lead you astray. Li Shi found it difficult to counter such reasoning. In terms of noble character, Lady Avril could claim the third spot, while the first and second would remain unclaimed. Yet, his instincts urged him to keep a safe distance from the enigmatic Lady Avril. His expression grew conflicted as he insisted, "I truly have matters to attend to. There's no danger on this journey, so you all should go ahead." Lady Avril observed Li Shi's demeanor from the carriage, mustering a feeble smile that conveyed a blend of reluctance, sorrow, and an undeniable longing. "If you have matters to attend to, please do not feel obligated to stay for me. You may go about your business. If it's not too long, I can wait. If it takes a while, I can provide you with a task completion certificate as a small token of my appreciation." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, which she valiantly held back. Fearing that Li Shi would witness her distress, she turned away, retreating into the carriage, though muffled sobs soon echoed from within. At this moment, it felt as if Li Shi had stirred a hornet's nest, as Sinis and the others began to reproach him. "Brother Li Shi, why would you do this? Lady Avril is so kind. How could you bear to make her weep? Besides, this task is hardly a burden for you. I truly don't understand why you're avoiding it." Sinis, pulling Li Shi aside, spoke earnestly. "I see that Lady Avril is far from ordinary. Her family must be extraordinarily wealthy, and her feelings for you are genuine. Brother, this is your opportunity." Another knowing glance was exchanged among the men. Li Shi smiled weakly. Considering how Lady Avril's wealth might have been acquired, when he rescued her from the bandits, she had been destitute. Now, within a mere 2 days in Abbey City, she had managed to procure a carriage worth tens of thousands of gold coins, far surpassing anyone Li Shi had encountered. However, before he could voice another rejection, Sinis called out to the carriage, "Madam, please rest assured. Brother Li Shi has agreed to accompany us back. He will delegate his affairs in Abbey City to others." Thus, Sinis had made the decision for him. Li Shi wished to protest, but Sinis swiftly mounted the hybrid warhorse, saying, "Don't you want to return home and see Ace soon?" "I do," Li Shi replied. "Then let us go." With that, he was swept along with the group, who traveled swiftly, returning in just 3 days, unlike the 5 it had taken to arrive. On the first night, Li Shi ventured out to hunt and prepared a feast of roasted venison, drawing Lady Avril down from her carriage, lured by the aroma. Before she could speak, others hurriedly cleared a space for her. "Madam, please sit here. It's the best spot for warmth without smoke." Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Li Shi discreetly cut off a leg of venison and retreated to a quieter area to eat, determined to maintain his distance from Lady Avril. Regrettably, just as she had taken a couple of bites, Avril approached with a teapot in hand. "Mr." Li Shi was about to change his location when he was called by Avril, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Mr. Li Shi, I have never had the chance to formally thank you for rescuing me from the bandit den and for concealing this matter from others. I raise this glass in your honor." Li Shi maintained his distance, observing Avril with a cool demeanor, refusing to even clink glasses with her. "There is no need for thanks. I merely sought to earn some extra coin. In fact, it was you who informed me of the hidden gold coins. I should be the one thanking you." Avril held her glass aloft, but Li Shi pretended not to see. The sight of the glass reminded him of the bandit leader Mishiwai, whose unblinking eyes haunted him. He was not yet impervious to harm and preferred to exercise caution. Avril persistently raised her glass, while Li Shi resolutely ignored her, casting his gaze toward the campfire where Sinis and the others were anxiously gathered, wishing he could take their place. Eventually, tears welled up in Avril's eyes, lingering in her gaze without spilling over. Her eyes, filled with complex emotions, remained fixed upon Li Shi, who remained unmoved. Hot tears streamed down her flawless cheeks as she swallowed the wine in her glass. "If you perceive me as a cruel woman, please understand that I am a prisoner of circumstance. I had no choice in that environment." With that, Avril stepped onto the carriage, leaving no sound in her wake. Sinis pointed an accusing finger at Li Shi, his face a mask of reproach and frustration. "How could you squander such a splendid opportunity? Not only did you let it slip away, but you also made her cry. Do you truly wish to remain a mercenary for the rest of your life?" Sinis pondered to himself, "If our positions were reversed, I would deem it a minimum requirement to have 24-hour protection. Such a remarkable opportunity, such an exceptional individual, wealthy, temperamental, charming, and physically stunning. This chance was bestowed upon him by both the goddess of fortune and destiny, yet it fell into the hands of the truly blind Li Shi." Watching Avril's tears, a twinge of pain pierced Li Shi's heart, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. Yet, upon reflecting on Avril's peculiar behavior, He felt justified in maintaining his distance. If rejecting beauty is a sin in this world, then let me be an irredeemable sinner, he declared, leaving Sinis and the others speechless. In the following 2 days, Avril scarcely left the carriage, returning the food that was sent to her. A fleeting glance through the carriage curtain revealed her reddened eyes, and during these moments, the others would unleash their verbal assaults on Li Shi. Finally, as Li Shi wrestled with his complex emotions and questioned whether he had indeed erred, he caught sight of the walls of Cardo City. At last, he had returned home. No longer would he be troubled by the enigmatic woman. He felt compelled to leap in celebration. The task he had completed was a testament that Sinis had entrusted to him, accompanied by a gaze that spoke of disdain for a scoundrel. You are my brother. Otherwise, I would have to give you a good beating. Li Shi was bewildered. Did that woman say something to you? Chapter 35. The disappearance of Sinis seemed to still be reeling from Avril's words, storming off in a huff. Li Shi was left utterly speechless. Even someone as good-hearted as Sinis could be angered. How toxic was this woman? Disinterested in further explanations, fearing that his attempts would only worsen matters, Li Shi cast these events from his mind and hurried to the mercenary hall. He intended to greet Ace, whom he had not seen for nearly 10 days, only to find her absent. Thinking little of it, he assumed Ace was occupied with other matters. He first submitted his completed task, raising his progress to 6, and needed only to undertake 2 more D-level missions to achieve promotion. As he turned to rush home and claim his rewards, a conversation between 2 mercenaries caught his attention. Ace has been missing for 2 days. I wonder how she is faring. Indeed, they say they found a lead on ball, but despite the number of people who went, none have returned. It's quite alarming. Ace was missing. A shock coursed through Li Shi as he approached the 2 chatting mercenaries. I just returned from a mission. What do you mean Ace is missing? Both men, adorned with E-level badges, recognized Li Shi's weary appearance, as if he had just returned from a long journey. They explained, Are you aware that Ball is a traitor who has taken the young lord captive? I am aware. It happened just before I left. The next course of action was to issue a bounty for the entire city to search. Surprisingly, they did find a lead. It turns out Ball never left the city, but was hiding beneath the estate of Merchant Belros. Once Ace and over 100 mercenaries learned of this, they descended below. But as of now, no one has emerged. Even those who went later to investigate have vanished. We have not seen a living soul nor a corpse. The Lord's office has sealed further information, but I suspect the news is predominantly grim. Li Shi meticulously analyzed the information. Wait a moment. Wasn't the abyssal demon steel beneath the estate already discovered? How can Ball still hide there? You don't understand. It is said there is more space below Ball. Like a mole in the wasteland, has likely excavated a vast underground network, allowing him to remain concealed for days. No one knows how he was discovered. Li Shi grasped the situation. It was a nested puzzle, one layer within another. Ball was indeed cautious, understanding that the most dangerous places could often be the safest. Are there still people going down there? The 2 mercenaries shook their heads violently. No one dares descend now, even with the task's level raised to C. Offering a commission of 500 gold coins, nobody is willing to take on a mission that guarantees death. Who among us has but one life? Hearing that the task was C-level, Li Shi felt an urge to curse. It seemed targeted at him. His best hope was to take on a D-level task. Yet he could not accept any. For Ace's sake, he had to go. After all, she was to be his future bride, and any misfortune would be too heartbreaking. Thanking the 2 mercenaries, Li Shi made his way toward Belrose's estate. Upon arrival, he found the city guard had completely surrounded the estate, with numerous armaments pointed toward its interior. The siege crossbows he had seen in the bandit den were lined up, ready to unleash their deadly bolts. Each tip shimmering with a white glow, an indication of divine blessings from the Temple of Light, granting them increased lethality against abyssal creatures. It was clear that the situation was dire. Otherwise, such extravagant equipment would not have been deployed. Li Shi confidently approached the estate's grand entrance, where a soldier intercepted him. Who goes there? Li Shi revealed his badge, stating, I am an E-level mercenary. I just returned from a mission, and my beloved had previously gone with others to capture Ball. I must find her. Upon hearing that Li Shi's beloved was entangled in the mission, the soldier felt a pang of sympathy. Based on their analysis, nearly all who had entered had met unfortunate fates. Wait here. I will consult the general. If the general permits you to enter, I shall grant you passage. Thank you, Li Shi replied with a respectful bow. The soldier departed to consult the general, and shortly thereafter, he returned with a handsome general clad in armor. The soldier introduced, Mercenary, this is our General Mark. Li Shi took a moment to assess the general, identifying him as a 4th-level Earth warrior, and quickly bowed. I am honored to meet you, General. General Mark cast a scrutinizing glance at Li Shi. Upon hearing the soldier's report that mercenaries sought entry, he had initially assumed they were on a mission. Now, observing that it was merely an E-level mercenary, he concluded that such an individual was destined for certain demise. Are you truly seeking your beloved? Indeed. Are you aware of the peril that lies ahead? I am. Brave soul, go forth. May the gods watch over you, and may Cardo City stand by your side. General Mark, ever efficient, granted Li Shi passage with just a few words. Though he internally speculated that Li Shi would undoubtedly perish on this venture, he entertained a fleeting thought of what if. The soldier guided Li Shi into the estate's interior, where the once beautiful garden had been replaced by a gaping pit leading underground. Descend. Someone below will instruct you on your path. Thank you. Without hesitation, Li Shi leaped down. The first level, akin to a sewer, held no peculiarities. However, on the second level, he discovered the abyssal monument, now heavily guarded by numerous soldiers. Upon seeing someone descend, the soldiers cast curious glances, presuming yet another had risked their life for gold, only to find a mere young man whose energy signature was almost negligible. Their curiosity extinguished. A foolhardy individual daring to undertake a mission was simply an imbecile. Li Shi surveyed his surroundings. The abyssal monument that had once stood in the clearing had vanished, replaced by a vast pit leading deeper below. He jumped down, arriving at an unexplored 3rd level, where only a few guards stood watch. Yet, each emanated an aura far more formidable than that of General Mark above. The air crackled with energy, creating an illusion of wind in the depths of the earth. Unquestionably, the few individuals present were rare 5th-tier or higher warriors. One, donned in a white robe adorned with a golden sun insignia, was a bishop of the Church of Light, a direct leader among the clergy. Another, a woman clad in leather armor, bore a bow towering above her own height, with quivers slung at her sides. Such archers, eschewing spatial rings for their arrows, were the epitome of sharpshooters. Her arrows could be likened to grenades, a walking artillery piece. Flanking a gray-robed elder were 2 burly warriors wielding thick shields and encased in heavy armor, their faces obscured. The elder, unremarkable in appearance, even with crusted eyes, nonetheless commanded attention amidst the assembly of strong figures. He stood as a focal point, a lone bloom among a sea of green. Even a deity could not overlook him. This was Li Shi's first encounter with high-level mages. The surging magical energy around the elder was akin to the tide of an ocean. As Li Shi observed them, they too appraised him, most glancing away, but the old mage's eyes flickered with intrigue before he quickly concealed it. Li Shi had encountered mages before, such as Monkey, the old man with more cunning than hair, but in comparison to the elder before him, Monkey's magical energy seemed negligible, easily cast aside. Greetings, esteemed ones. The 5 elites regarded the young mercenary who had jumped in, and after a prolonged silence, it was the female archer who finally inquired, "Young mercenary, what brings you here?" Reluctantly, Li Shi recounted his quest for his beloved. "You are a responsible man, yet the dangers here are too great. Without concrete intelligence, even we hesitate to tread lightly. You should return." This was the female archer's counsel. Before Li Shi could rebut, the old mage unexpectedly spoke. "He seeks his girlfriend, not death. I believe in the power of love to overcome all obstacles. In my youth, love sustained me through the years. It is the most beautiful thing in the world. Come here, young man, I shall teleport you." Li Shi, bewildered, pondered the power of love. Was this a scene from a film? Was love boundless? Yet, the prospect of being transported was enticing. He would believe in the force of love, even if it were merely the power of excrement. "Master Demanga," the female archer interjected, "do you truly comprehend why, as the most powerful mage here, you would send this lowly E-level mercenary forth? It is tantamount to sending him to his doom." The old mage, embodying a sage-like demeanor, insisted that love was the greatest force in the world, adding, "You are still young. You do not yet grasp these truths." Furious, the archer contemplated retorting that if he understood love so well, why was he still alone at over 100 years of age? However, acknowledging the disparity in strength, she suppressed her frustration. Then, the old mage gestured gracefully, conjuring a faint silver portal in the air. "Step through. Based on my experience, this portal spans 400 to 500 kilometers. We are unaware of what lies beyond, so exercise caution." Demanga, smiling at Li Shi, evoked memories of a recently ended relationship, his seemingly gentle demeanor hiding an underlying complexity. Li Shi promptly labeled the old mage as cunning. "Thank you, master." With a few strides, Li Shi entered the portal, but just as he did, Demanga's voice reached his ears. "I reside at 109 Carter Street. Should you have time, feel free to visit." Li Shi turned, meeting the elder's penetrating gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt as he replied, "Certainly." With that, he vanished into the teleportation array, leaving the underground third level in silence. The bishop of the Church of Light pondered for a moment, unable to discern any remarkable quality in the young mercenary. Ultimately succumbing to curiosity. "Master, what makes this mercenary so special that you would invite him to your home? Your residence is not even accessible to the city lord." "Oh, you see, he bears a resemblance to my long-departed grandson. In my old age, I find myself nostalgic." Demanga's bleary eyes resembled those of a frail neighbor on the brink of death. Realizing Demanga's reticence, the bishop refrained from pressuring him, inwardly cursing the elder while maintaining a facade of congratulatory cheer for the mage's newfound connection. Coincidentally, Demanga internally criticized the bishop, wondering how one could be so blind as to overlook the young man's true nature. He was unmistakably of draconic lineage. With a dismissive turn, Demanga focused all his mental energy on the portal before him, thinking it futile to converse further with a devotee who worshipped the gods, as if such individuals were unworthy of consideration without divine presence. Stepping through the portal, Li Shi's eyes struggled to adjust to the new surroundings, only to be greeted by a horde of serpentine beings with crimson eyes, brandishing dual swords and charging at him, as if he had committed an unforgivable offense. The serpent folk, a rare race from the abyss, resembled a robust snake endowed with limbs, capable of standing and attacking. Averaging 2 meters in height, their lengthy tails trailed behind them, measuring an impressive 3 meters. Their powerful arms allowed them to wield dual swords simultaneously, and when enraged, they could elevate themselves to 3 meters using their tails, matching the strength of a level 3 human warrior. While their statistics appeared formidable, their actual prowess was far from impressive, hovering around a mere level 2. Li Shi instinctively clasped his hands together, invoking the water release technique. A powerful jet of water erupted from his mouth, swiftly decapitating the approaching serpent men before they could utter a sound of despair. In a mere second, hundreds of serpent men perished, leaving the cavern devoid of life. Only then did Li Shi take a moment to assess his surroundings. The teleportation array he had activated was situated within a cave, not far from an exit. The ground was littered not only with the slain serpent men, but also with the dismembered remains of humans. Noticing the remnants of serpentine kisses, Li Shi surmised that these were likely scouts sent to gather intelligence, only to meet their demise at the hands of the second-tier serpent men. Had he not arrived in time, those meager remains would have soon been devoured. Peering out of the cave's exit, Li Shi observed a valley at the foot of the mountain, where the clamor of battle echoed resoundingly. Only 30 or so human warriors remained, forming a wedge-shaped formation to defend the valley's entrance while safeguarding the priests behind them. To gain a clearer view of the situation below, Li Shi narrowed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they transformed into the slit pupils of a higher being. He surveyed the remaining priests. Only 8 high-ranking ones were left, casting divine spells against the onslaught of lesser demons. Each spell resulted in the bodies of several lesser demons turning to ash, often before they could breach the mercenaries' line of defense. As he scrutinized the scene, he quickly spotted a pale, golden-haired beauty, clearly exhausted from overexertion of her magical powers. It was Isekai'd, the very target of his mission. As the 8 priests unleashed their attacks, the corpses of lesser demons fell like wheat during harvest. Yet, in the next moment, countless more lesser demons surged forth under the watchful eyes of their horned overseers, relentlessly assaulting the priests and draining their dwindling magical energies and the warriors' stamina. The battered and weary warriors bore faces more ashen than the dead, signaling their imminent collapse. Turning his gaze towards the demons, Li Shi noted that they had established a portal deep within the valley, through which a relentless tide of lesser demons continued to pour. The gentle aura of the main world invigorated the demons, inciting an insatiable desire to ravage this beautiful realm. Lines of horned demons wielding massive 4-meter blades commanded the lesser demons, employing a strategy of attrition to overwhelm Isekai'd and her companions. Obscured by the mountains, Li Shi could not determine the exact number of 5th-tier horned demons, but he could see at least 15, a sight that sent beads of cold sweat down his brow. How could there be so many horned demons transported here? Fearing to alert them, Li Shi concealed himself within the cave's entrance, ensuring neither side could perceive his presence. I should return and relay this information, summoning reinforcements. There is no confidence in confronting such a multitude of horned demons. This is not the time for heroics. However, as he approached the teleportation portal, he discovered he was unable to activate it, as if an invisible barrier prevented his passage. After furrowing his brow and contemplating for some time, he regrettably concluded that this portal was one-way. No wonder no one could send messages back. With this one-way portal in place, it would be absurd for information to travel back. Clearly, AIC and her group had been misled by false information. With no means to summon help, Li Shi began to contemplate his hidden cards, realizing that against such overwhelming odds, his strength was somewhat lacking. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he suddenly recalled that he still had 2 lottery draws remaining. Not daring to waste time, he called out, "Xiao Fan. Activate the wheel." Received, Master. An ethereal wheel materialized before him. With little time to examine it, he glanced briefly and, finding nothing particularly formidable, commanded, "Spin." As the pointer began to whirl, he hastily commanded, "Stop." Without even looking to see where the pointer landed, he returned to the cave's entrance to observe the ongoing battle. The human line was on the brink of collapse. The lesser demons had advanced dangerously close. Just moments ago, they had been held at bay 4 meters away, but now, in the brief span of 2 minutes, they had surged to within 3 meters. At this rate, they would soon overwhelm AIC and the others. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the 3-color pill. 3-color pill? What is that? A transparent box appeared in Li Shi's hands, containing 3 differently colored pills. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that these were secret medicines passed down in the Akimichi clan. The first, a green spinach pill, could temporarily enhance his potential by 30% and triple his strength, though it came with the drawback of inflicting significant pain during the explosive surge. The second, a yellow curry pill, could replenish his body's energy, further unlock his potential, and counteract the first pill's side effects, albeit at the cost of leaving him utterly weakened once the effect wore off. The third, a red chili pill, was said to instantaneously amplify strength by 100-fold. But like the 8 gates technique, it would push one beyond their physical limits, resulting in certain death. Of course, the effectiveness of the third red chili pill was still debatable. Li Shi estimated that it could indeed enhance his strength by several dozen times, though a 100-fold increase was likely unattainable. Furthermore, it was not guaranteed that he would die after consumption. Akimichi Choji had once survived after being saved by Tsunade. Thus, as long as his physical constitution was robust enough, he should withstand the aftereffects of the 3-color pill. Li Shi contemplated his enhanced physical abilities from the basic martial arts training, combined with the divine power bestowed by Tsunade and the dragon blood infusion. He was undoubtedly stronger than the young Akimichi Choji of his childhood, so he should be able to endure the aftereffects, although avoiding the 3rd pill would be ideal. Gazing at the pills in his hand, Li Shi felt a flicker of confidence regarding his forthcoming actions. He looked at the wheel once more and swiftly uttered the command. "Spin, stop." The pointer spun and then halted. "Congratulations, Master, you have acquired chakra refinement technique." To this chakra refinement technique, Li Shi could only express one sentiment: a splendid acquisition, albeit ill-timed. A wave of memories flooded his mind as the technique began to operate within him, passively absorbing energy and converting it into chakra. Though the quantity was minimal, it required no active control from Li Shi. He could replenish and increase his chakra limit simply by eating and sleeping. This meant a permanent passive enhancement. Persistence would yield greater value over time. Although he had not obtained a definitive ninjutsu this time, the presence of the 3-color pill compelled Li Shi to take action. Forming hand seals, he invoked the shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, an identical Li Shi emerged. The original Li Shi handed a heavy sword to the shadow clone, instructing, "Go support AIC and the others. If anything unexpected occurs, flee. Do not die before their eyes. Leave the rest to me." The shadow clone flashed a wide grin, understanding its purpose. "I comprehend. A shadow clone has no rights, and if it must perish, let it be unseen." Li Shi then divided half of his military rations and all of the holy water to the shadow clone. The original then formed seals again, invoking the transformation technique. A wisp of white smoke wafted through the air, and an unremarkable figure with black hair and yellow skin emerged. Wielding a 2-meter-long executioner's sword, the very blade drawn in the last lottery. To ensure absolute certainty, Li Shi activated the blood of the dragon, unfurling dragon wings behind him. His body adorned with scales as tiny as grains of rice, and his vertical pupils coldly surveying the demons in the canyon. Unable to use his true name any longer, Li Shi fell silent for a moment before declaring, "I am Mourinho." "Go," he commanded. "Understood." The shadow clone, with a military ration pill clenched in its mouth, charged down the mountain. Within a few instantaneous movements, it arrived at the human defense line and shouted to Ace, "Ace, I have come to save you." Li Shi's current speed of instantaneous movement was remarkable, yet Ace and her companions were fully engaged in battling the lesser demons and were too preoccupied to notice his arrival until he shouted. Although Ace was aware that Li Shi's strength was not as simple as it appeared in the face of the current situation, adding another person to the fray would merely lead to another death. Anxiously, she urged, "What are you doing here? Hurry and inform the guards of Cardo City." Li Shi leaped in front of the defense line, palms pressed together, preparing to unleash his ninjutsu while explaining to Ace, "The portal is one way. We have no choice but to defeat the demons here. Rest for now, leave this to me." Water release, water severing wave. A powerful, 20-meter-long jet of high-pressure water surged from Li Shi's mouth, perfectly covering the narrow canyon that spanned less than 30 meters. The lesser demons, relentlessly advancing, were met with the water-severing wave as if a hot knife had sliced through butter, their dismembered bodies flying in all directions. Yet, this gruesome spectacle failed to deter the lesser demons. Regardless of how many were slain, they remained undaunted, charging forward, using their bodies to withstand Li Shi's assault. Akin to a mantis raising its forelimbs to fend off a butcher's knife, only to meet a gruesome end. With sheer will, Li Shi repelled all the lesser demons, pushing those who sought to breach the warrior defense line back 7 meters, granting the weary humans a moment's respite. Exhausted, they hastily retrieved the last of their holy water and magical potions from their spatial rings to replenish their strength and mana. Observing that Li Shi could hold them off a while longer, a priestess of the god of wealth beside Ace jested, "Who would have thought that a woman like you, always engaged in battle, would have someone willing to risk their life to save you? That little mercenary is quite brave." Ace, watching Li Shi's formidable display, realized she had been unaware of his true strength. The unfamiliar yet powerful spell left her cheeks flushed. Enough with the idle chatter. We must find a way to survive and return. The priestess, glancing at the looming horned demons eyeing them, sighed. No matter how many lesser demons Li Shi could slay, the horned demons remained indifferent, their focus unwaveringly fixed on Ace and her companions. "Without a miracle, none of us will return." Turning to observe Li Shi slaying the lesser demons, she lamented, "Your little boyfriend's efforts only buy us a bit more time. Once our magic is exhausted, our fate will be the same." Chapter 37. The Wheel of Death. As Ace beheld Li Shi's fearless rampage, she felt no fear. After their priests perished, they would return to the divine realm. Death was but a rebirth. Unless the gods were extinguished, they would exist as heroic spirits. It was a pity that Li Shi, so young, would perish alongside her. Li Shi's true form stood at the cave's entrance, witnessing the lesser demon's assault being held at bay by his shadow clone, successfully rescuing Ace and the others. His wings unfurled against the wind, and with a resounding crash, he stomped the ground, decisively charging towards the horned demons with the executioner's sword in hand. His movements were colossal, exuding an aura of lethal intent that even the blind could perceive. Ace and the others immediately spotted Li Shi descending after his transformation. The unique presence of the dragon reignited their hope. With his crimson dragon wings, they recognized him as their savior. The dragon was an eternal symbol of power. Anything associated with dragons served as a potent reassurance. Upon seeing Li Shi, the horned demons, previously calm and indifferent, were suddenly engulfed in an inexplicable rage. Their thunderous roars shattered any orders to encircle without killing. Before Li Shi even touched the ground, they leapt to attack him. Countless fireballs, each the size of a fist, erupted from the horned demon's hands, determined to engage him even before he entered their range. Unlike their earlier tactic of using lesser demons as cannon fodder against the human defense, both sides understood that only one would survive this day. Simultaneously, even the mindless lesser demons, who only knew to charge recklessly, halted their assault on the human defense upon sensing Li Shi's presence. They paused, baring their sharp teeth. As if unaware of pain, clawing their fingers into the mountainside to ascend, disregarding the wounds they sustained. To attack Li Shi first, these lesser demons paid a heavy price. Their bodies clinging to the mountainside, driven mad by his sudden appearance, igniting a frenzy among all the demons in the canyon. Amidst the cacophony of demonic roars, Li Shi's emergence was akin to a drop of water in boiling oil, nearly causing even the prepared Li Shi to come to an abrupt halt in midair. Confusion clouded his mind. He had neither stolen their bride, nor slain their kin, nor humiliated them. Why did they regard him with such ferocity? Just as Li Shi pondered the madness of the demons, an intense burning sensation suddenly pierced his brow. In that moment, he recalled the curse placed upon him by the horned demon tailor when he had slain it. It had marked him with a curse intended to locate other demons. The current chaos among the canyon demons was a direct result of this curse. Previously, Li Shi had dismissed its significance, but now he resolved to keep his distance from demons in the future. Depths caster, today you shall die. Your soul will forever languish at the abyss's bottom. The horned demon raised its 4-meter-long sword, hurling the most venomous of curses at Li Shi. I fear not your feeble threats. Today, the loser shall be the fool. Li Shi allowed the fireballs to collide with him, for his dragon scales could withstand their meager damage. With the force of a cannonball, he crashed into the ground, sending shockwaves that shattered the innards of the lesser demons within a 3-meter radius, causing them to spew blood and entrails before collapsing. Yet, the very next moment, countless lesser demons, undeterred by Li Shi's display of power, charged at him with bloodshot eyes from all directions, climbing over one another's bodies to reach him. If they could grasp even a single hair from Li Shi before their demise, they would willingly sacrifice their lives, forming a line that stretched into the cosmos. It was a scene reminiscent of a frenzied beast horde fighting over a morsel, a chaotic struggle among ravenous men clamoring for a beautiful woman. Even as Li Shi swung the executioner's sword like a windmill, he was swiftly overwhelmed by the tide of lesser demons. The number of horned demons exceeded the 15 that Li Shi had observed, reaching a staggering 20. Due to their distance from Li Shi's position, they wielded their long blades without restraint, mercilessly cleaving through the small lesser demons before them or trampling them like ants. Each time they lifted their enormous feet, they left behind flattened corpses of the diminutive fiends. Li Shi, observing from afar with his shadow clone, saw all the lesser demons rush toward his main body. Around him lay a field of lifeless bodies, with not a single living lesser demon in sight. Just moments ago, those that had been attacking him were now charging toward his original self. He even witnessed one lesser demon, half its head severed, still valiantly charging ahead despite its grievous injury. If he had known that this curse held the same allure for demons as flowers do for bees, he would have dispensed with the shadow clone altogether and transformed into his true form. Now, divided, he felt awkward about needing to exert half his power to assist Ace. What a blunder! Seeing the demons converging on his original self, the shadow clone hastily turned to Ace and said, "Ace, we must leave quickly while we still can." Before Ace could respond, the others protested. "Each of us Abyss Cursors is a hero of humanity. How can you be so cowardly? If you wish to flee, do so. I will fight alongside the heroes until death." "You are right," another chimed in. "Since the teleportation array is inoperative, and we are still over 400 kilometers from Cardo City, it would be better to stay here and slay more demons rather than be picked off one by one on the road. Perhaps together we can achieve victory. Honor cannot be desecrated, nor can death." The mercenaries and priests who had survived 2 days of bloodshed had already cast aside their fear of death. Each had lost friends and loved ones to the demons. To ask them to retreat now was indeed a dilemma. Ace echoed this sentiment, stating, "Our duty as priests forbids us from fleeing. Furthermore, our current situation does not allow for a long escape. However, you may go back and report our circumstances to the Lord of the city, urging him to send aid to close this portal, lest our sacrifices be rendered meaningless." Li Shi could not reveal that the Dragonborn was, in fact, himself. He had confidence in the situation, but he felt that Ace and the others would be more of a hindrance if they remained. It was not that he was unwilling to speak the truth. Rather, he sensed something amiss, an eerie undercurrent to the events unfolding. He needed to preserve a degree of his strength and not unveil all his cards. Observing Ace, who was resolute in her willingness to face death, Li Shi smiled sweetly. "If you choose to stay, then so shall I. We shall face our fate together." Ace's face flushed a deep crimson, while the priest of the god of wealth watched the pair with a mix of amusement and admiration. touched by their bond in the face of mortality. Suppressing a smile, Ace declared, "Since we are not leaving, we cannot remain idle. Amber, you have trained in spatial magic. Take a few individuals to examine the teleportation array and see if it can be transformed from one-way to two-way. If successful, we could summon reinforcements through the portal." A priest bearing a six-pointed star emblem immediately led 3 warriors up the mountain. Ace turned to those remaining, urging them not to relax. "Quickly, regain your strength. If we can take advantage of this nameless hero's distraction of the demons, we can close the portal and claim victory for ourselves." "Yes, Lady Ace," the group responded, beginning to consume provisions to replenish their energy. After exhausting his chakra, Li Shi had regained much of his power by consuming a few military rations and stood guard beside Ace, glancing at the towering pile of lesser demons that had amassed. Feeling a twinge of concern for his original self, the numbers were overwhelming. It seemed the portal had opened directly in the heart of the lesser demons' territory, with a relentless stream of them pouring forth as if they were free of cost. Although flashes of blades could still be seen cutting through the demon horde, even a titan could not withstand such an onslaught indefinitely. Li Shi's shadow clone shared the main body's concerns but awaited the opportune moment, deliberately slowing his attacks and allowing the lesser demons to gnaw at him, their acidic saliva corroding his skin. As long as he bore dragon scales, these lesser fiends posed no real threat. The heavy footsteps of the horned demons echoed through the cacophony of battle, their furious breaths sounding like war drums in Li Shi's ears. Their keen blades, sharp and unrelenting, aimed to cleave him and the swarm of lesser demons alike. Just as the blade was about to descend upon him, he swiftly swallowed a green spinach pill. With the motion of swallowing, his previously frail body suddenly swelled with newfound strength, heat radiating from him as a power thrice that of his former self surged forth from his core. The once weighty executioner's blade felt as light as a toothpick in his grasp. As the horned demon's massive blade fell, accompanied by a multitude of lesser demonic corpses, Li Shi's body trembled slightly. All the lesser demons clinging to him were flung away as if they were mere trinkets. The towering mound of demons that had accumulated around him collapsed under the force of the energy radiating from him. Apart from the tattered remnants of his clothing, he bore no injuries from the prolonged assault. The surge of power reverberated through him as he kicked the executioner's blade with tremendous force. It soared like a cannonball, slicing through the air with a series of strikes that cleaved through dozens of lesser demons, unleashing a tempest of lethal wind that shredded the fiends to pieces, sending the horned demon's blades flying. Li Shi silently counted the numbers known only to him. His strength dwarfed that of a mountain giant, and he required no other ninjutsu. Swinging his blade was sufficient. Even a mountain before him could be reduced to powder, and a river could be bent to his will. The sheer number of lesser demons no longer concerned him. A gentle bump would suffice to shatter their fragile forms. As the 20 horned demons approached, Li Shi transformed into a whirling top, the sound of his executioner's blade slicing through the air reminiscent of a low growl from the depths of hell. The 2 closest horned demons, having just been repelled by his initial strike, were swiftly dispatched by the rapidly spinning blade, their bodies cleaved with unerring precision. The countless lesser demons caught in the onslaught were rendered to naught before they could even touch the blade, obliterated by the wind generated by its passage. Li Shi's approach left the horned demons taken aback, yet under the influence of the abyss's will, they had no choice but to advance, knowing that their only paths led to either the demise of the abyss cursor or their own. They were moths drawn to the flame, well aware of their fate, yet unable to resist the fatal allure of battle. Chapter 38. The mutation. Li Shi's whirlwind was akin to a meat grinder, annihilating everything in its path, whether weapon or flesh. In this canyon, he had opened a blood mill, offering free rebirth to the abyssal demons. His formidable vertical pupils provided exceptional dynamic tracking and slow-motion vision, enabling him to accurately discern the positions of the horned demons even while spinning at 50 revolutions per second, preventing him from losing his sense of direction. The 4-headed horned demons, a step behind, exchanged knowing glances, comprehending the tactics that lay ahead. They leapt several meters high and positioned themselves to thrust their formidable blades into the ground, each measuring 4 meters in length. With the astonishing strength of the horned demons, half of each 2-meter blade was embedded deep into the earth, leaving only a portion protruding. Such a robust foundation could support a 100-meter-high structure. Their intention was to impede Li Shi's speed, yet their calculations proved flawed. Under the gaze of his vertical pupils, Every movement they made was laid bare. Just as Li Shi was about to strike the horned demon's blade, he deftly leapt over the trap they had set, faced with the two disarmed horned demons. It was merely a matter of executing a few additional spins. In contrast to their first encounter, where he struggled for an eternity to breach their skin, today, these fifth-level adversaries, comparable to a sixth-level beast, posed little challenge. Li Shi mentally counted the casualties. 4 of the 20 horned demons had fallen, leaving 16. Now encircled by these 16 demons, the confined space allowed only 8 to attack at once, subjecting Li Shi to a relentless barrage of powerful strikes. The clash of their colossal blades against his decapitating sword sparked countless embers, and even with his unparalleled strength, he found it arduous to contend with 8 horned demons simultaneously. As he pursued one demon, it retreated, and others surged forward to trap him. Observing the battle, Li Shi suddenly noticed that each time a horned demon attacked, they exerted their full might to swing their massive blades, leaving their lower bodies vulnerable due to their towering height. The abyss had nurtured their robust forms, towering over 6 meters, granting them a natural advantage, yet their prideful strength often revealed weaknesses. Seizing the moment, Li Shi pursued 2 horned demons while the others prepared to strike. Although their attacks yielded no results, Li Shi's initial momentum of 50 rotations per second had dwindled to 30, significantly reducing his power. If this continued, he would soon be halted. As they readied their strikes, Li Shi abruptly changed direction, bending slightly, and took advantage of the opening in the lower body of 3 unsuspecting horned demons, slicing them down to the ground. Ignoring the incapacitated demons, now rendered wheelchair-bound, he continued his pursuit, reducing their number from 20 to 13. In the distance, his shadow clone observed the progress of the main body with an expression of concern rather than relief. As if 2 farmers were about to engage in a game of cards, the clone was not worried for the main body's safety. With the tricolor pill in play, there was no conceivable loss against the 20 horned demons. However, it became aware that with each demon slain, an exceedingly faint energy flowed into the main body's brow. Initially doubting its perception, the shadow clone noticed that as the main body dispatched more demons, especially the lesser ones, the faint energy coalesced into a visible stream. Watching the mercenaries and priests around him recuperating their strength, along with Ember ascending the mountain, the shadow clone felt a sense of urgency. They could not afford to remain inactive for too long, as the outcomes of the next few minutes were uncertain. The whirlwind continued to reap its toll. With a reduction in speed, Li Shi gained greater control, not seeking to kill the horned demons, but merely to incapacitate them as he had done with the previous 3. The horned demons appeared to be influenced by the abyss. Their cognitive abilities diminished to the point of negative intelligence. Aside from instinctive combat experience, they charged mindlessly forward. Li Shi employed a strategy of diversion, severing the legs of 6 horned demons, while the others remained oblivious, falling for the ruse. Their lack of intelligence prompted Li Shi to shake his head. Were they not his foes? Such robust physiques and low intellect could easily be exploited for labor in a dark mine, yielding a fortune in gold. The effect of the green spinach pill was fleeting. After consumption, Li Shi realized its potency lasted only 15 seconds, with 7 seconds remaining and 7 horned demons still standing. 7 was insufficient to encircle him, creating an opportunity for escape from the encirclement. The 2-meter decapitating sword stood firm against the 7 4-meter blades, and as he breached the perimeter, he simultaneously sliced through the calves of 2 horned demons, reducing them to meat slabs, complete with bone. Ignoring the demons left behind, attempting to crawl after him, Li Shi halted his whirlwind to pursue the remaining 5. Though the whirlwind was powerful, even Li Shi, having consumed the green spinach pill and tripled his strength, could not sustain it for long without risk of injury. Just as the demons struggled to comprehend his next move, Li Shi suddenly stopped, unfurling his wings to enhance his speed through a teleportation technique. The ancient adage that speed is the ultimate weapon rang true. No longer maintaining a tight formation, the horned demons faced Li Shi one by one, falling to his extraordinary speed. He appeared behind one demon, which had no chance to react before Li Shi delivered a devastating strike along its spine, creating a gaping wound. The ivory vertebrae split in 2. Anyone desiring barbecued ribs would require no further cutting. In mere seconds, before the demon could counterattack, Li Shi, moving like a phantom, struck another horned demon, cleaving it from shoulder to chest. Repeating this swift onslaught, the horned demons resembled children being chased by a rooster, furious yet helpless, watching as parts of their bodies were severed, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. As the last horned demon lost its fighting spirit, only 2 seconds remained of the green spinach pill's effect. The lesser demons were of no concern. They were far more difficult to eliminate. Observing the demonic portal still operational, Li Shi flapped his dragon wings, sending all nearby lesser demons tumbling. He crushed one horned demon's skull beneath his foot and struck the portal with a force unseen by ordinary eyes. The sunlight reflecting off the decapitating sword illuminating the faces of all witnesses, both human and demon, rendering them awestruck. Success was imminent. In the final second, the shadow clone clenched its fist, exclaiming victory. The decapitating sword, imbued with earth-shattering power, struck the portal, just as triumph seemed assured. A massive 3-meter solid iron block erupted from the portal, carrying cataclysmic force that caused the portal to tremble, as if on the verge of shattering under the strain of such immense power. This colossal iron block intercepted the blade's descent. The two extraordinary forces collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion, sending ripples through the portal as if it were a sheet of paper being violently unfolded. The lesser demons, who had yet to see the main continent, were reduced to dust in an instant. The resounding clash between the two forces was so thunderous that the lesser demons near the portal covered their ears, yet still, streams of black blood oozed from them, perhaps marking the final sound they would ever hear. Empowered by thrice the strength, Li Shi had unleashed his peak abilities, yet before the colossal iron block, he found himself pinned against it, the blade of his executioner's sword pressed firmly against his chest. Despite summoning every ounce of strength he could muster, he could barely hold on for a fraction of a second before being violently hurled away. With a speed akin to lightning, Li Shi was sent crashing towards the canyon's entrance where the shadow clones and AIC stood, trailing a fiery wake as he flew out of the gorge. In disbelief, the mercenaries who had just witnessed Li Shi gain the upper hand against 20 foes and dispatch them within mere seconds began to question their own senses. How could such a formidable warrior be sent flying with a single blow? It was as if their faith had been shattered. This was inconceivable. Li Shi had indeed made a significant impact by halting the massive iron block. Had it barreled towards AIC and the others, none of them would have survived. The enormous mass, weighing over 10,000 pounds, crashed to the ground, crushing several lesser demons beneath it, perhaps signaling the arrival of something far more sinister. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the portal, realizing that the iron block was merely a precursor to something far worse. For behind it loomed a hammer handle thicker than a barrel and taller than the demons themselves. A single strike from such a weapon could easily send even Li Shi, endowed with triple strength, flying. The shadow clone shuddered at the thought of the demon capable of wielding such a weapon. Upon seeing the colossal hammer, AIC, filled with despair, implored Li Shi to flee. The demon wielding that hammer must surely be a high-ranking abyssal demon, the Inferno demon, and they stood no chance against it. The Inferno demon, a chilling presence, was the advanced form of the horned demon, Baro Inferno, and despite being only level 6, it was akin to a peak level 6. Just a step away from level 7. Moreover, demons automatically gained a level when facing magical beasts, thus its effective level could be considered 7. Such a being was terrifying, a presence that even dragons would avoid. The mercenaries, who had been oblivious to the true nature of the threat, felt hopeless upon hearing AIC's words. The Inferno demon was a force capable of annihilating cities. Even at their peak, they would barely survive a single encounter with it, let alone in their current weakened state. Since the emergence of the massive hammer from the portal, no lesser demons had been sent forth. Perhaps the Inferno demon deemed them unnecessary. As the shadow clone pondered strategies, a hand large enough to crush a person reached from the portal, effortlessly grasping the thick hammer handle as if it were a mere stick, lifting the colossal weapon with ease before retracting back into the portal. At that moment, everyone held their breath, anticipating the Inferno demon's emergence for a final judgment. Yet, just as they braced for the worst, the portal fell silent once more. All creatures on the battlefield awaited the Inferno demon, but it seemed to act like a rebellious child, refusing to comply. Cold sweat trickled down their faces, and the atmosphere grew tense. AIC, regaining her composure, tugged at the shadow clone's sleeve, urging it to flee. The Inferno demon was not absent. Rather, the portal was too small, and it lacked sufficient energy for his passage. The Inferno demon was likely busy fortifying the portal's energy supply. According to AIC's calculations, It would be a matter of 1 to 3 minutes before the portal could accommodate the Inferno demon, at which point escape would become impossible. The shadow clone scrutinized the portal, realizing AIC was correct. The 5-meter-tall portal was gradually enlarging, expanding by over 30 centimeters in just the span of their conversation. If it could not emerge immediately, there remained hope. The shadow clone devised a plan and declared to AIC, "Hold on for a moment. I will go rescue Lord Mourinho. Perhaps he has a way." Time was of the essence. Li Shi dashed away at incredible speed, while the others remained uncertain whether his intent was to save the Dragonborn or merely to escape. Nevertheless, as they beheld the lesser demons surging back into the canyon, they resolutely took up their weapons, preparing for battle. The shadow clone ran far, retracing the path taken when Li Shi had been sent flying, locating the spot where his body had created a deep crater upon impact. The executioner's sword had severed 3 large trees before embedding itself in the ground, revealing only the hilt. The shadow clone assessed Li Shi, whose mouth bled, face pale, with numerous scales shattered and his crimson wings resembling tattered sacks, and jested, "So, how much longer can you endure?" Li Shi rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his irritation. "What is going on over there?" The shadow clone smiled faintly, gesturing with its hands. "You'll see for yourself." With a resounding pop, the shadow clone vanished, a wave of memories flooding into Li Shi's consciousness, alongside a portion of its strength returning to him, instilling a semblance of confidence. With a relieved sigh, he swiftly absorbed the memories from the brief moments of separation. His body ached with every movement. Approximately 7 or 8 bones had been fractured, large areas of dragon scale shattered, and the aftereffects of the green spinach pills wreaked havoc within him. It was indeed the Inferno demon. Just 2 months since my arrival, and I am to contend with such a formidable foe. What a cruel fate. Now that he understood the identity of his opponent and recognized that the Inferno demon would not materialize for another minute, he felt a glimmer of hope. It was not yet time to flee. Li Shi calmly retrieved the yellow curry pill. This remedy was remarkable for physical recovery. He tossed it into his mouth and swallowed, feeling the warmth of its energy beginning to mend his body, countering the aftermath of the green spinach pills. In mere seconds, the broken bones began to heal. New scales sprouted, and the damaged wings regenerated, restoring him to his prime. As the effects of the pill took hold, his strength surged once more, surpassing the limits of the green spinach pills, effectively reaching 4 times his original power. This newfound strength was formidable enough to easily overpower the recent 20-horned demons. Yet against the Inferno demon, it felt as futile as a child confronting an adult. Recalling the Inferno demon's previous assault, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. As long as it could not cross through the portal, the advantage lay with him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unsheathed the executioner's sword from the ground and shot towards the canyon like a cannonball. At that moment, the remaining lesser demons within the canyon had been swiftly dealt with by AIC and her companions, and if no new lesser demons emerged from the portal, they would soon send the remaining survivors back to the abyss. On the ground lay a disabled horned demon, and upon witnessing Li Shi's return, its already limited intellect was once again seized by the abyssal consciousness. It struggled to rise, intent on slaying Li Shi, while even the few remaining lesser demons pursued him, akin to the relentless Kwa Fu chasing the sun, never willing to concede defeat. Ace and her companions felt a flicker of solace at the sight of the Dragonborn's return, uniting against the foe despite the knowledge of their impending defeat. The prospect of fighting valiantly without yielding was, nonetheless, a stirring sentiment. Yet, the absence of Li Shi cast an inexplicable discomfort over them. Despite knowing he was not the type to abandon them, a tinge of worry lingered. Li Shi dared not squander time. The green spinach pills would last but 15 seconds, and the yellow curry pills had an even shorter duration of 20 seconds. With 5 seconds already elapsed since he had begun healing his wounds, raising his executioner's blade once more, he adopted the stance of Erlang Shun, ready to cleave through the Peach Mountain to rescue his mother, and aimed it at the portal. With an unwavering spirit of determination, he tore through all that obstructed him. The humans instinctively held their breath, their hearts racing as if summoned to their throats. This was their last glimmer of hope. Should he succeed, they would all live, but failure meant they would face death together. If all went as expected, Li Shi's strength would surely shatter the portal. Yet, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. A hammer, akin to the size of a dwarf's abode, emerged from within the portal, wielding an unstoppable force that slammed towards Li Shi. The tremendous power of the hammer caused the already enlarged portal to emit a distressing sound, reminiscent of an old car struggling to maintain its course, on the verge of breaking down. The mercenaries, witnessing the infernal weapon's reappearance, felt as if their hearts had been punched back to their heels, chilling them to the core. It was over. Even Lord Mourinho could not withstand this. Li Shi gazed at the familiar hammer, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a fervent flap of his wings, he countered the downward pull and ascended, halting his descent. He intensified his downward strike, spinning like a colossal top. Do not underestimate the impact of this winged maneuver. It propelled Li Shi a mere half-meter. Yet this half-meter spared him from grievous injury, narrowly evading the hammer's head, feeling the heat singe his hair. Having narrowly dodged the hammer, Li Shi seized the opportunity to strike. The executioner's blade, spinning with force, struck the junction of the hammer's head and handle. The already world-destroying hammer, enhanced by Li Shi's strength, accelerated towards the distant cliffside. A thunderous crash echoed as the hammer collided with the canyon wall. The weight of over 10,000 pounds, equivalent to several tons, crushing the mountain's face. As Li Shi redirected the hammer's momentum, he did not cease his rotation but rather sliced downwards with even greater speed upon the portal. Perhaps his actions came as a surprise to the infernal beings, for they could not thwart him in time. The abyssal portal, towering 6 meters high, was struck by the executioner's blade, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Even a mere half-inch incision disrupted the portal's energy balance, creating slight fissures beneath the blade's surface. With the critical moment at hand, Li Shi remained vigilant. Transforming into a relentless spinning top, he continued to strike the same spot on the portal, causing the fissures to widen. Within a single breath, his relentless blows expanded the minuscule cracks to the thickness of half a meter, revealing the pitch-black void beyond. At this juncture, even without Li Shi's continued assault, the portal's complete destruction was merely a matter of time. The gaping fissure he had carved resembled a thriving trunk sprouting smaller cracks, and in the blink of an eye, the portal was beset with an array of fractures. Witnessing this flicker of hope, Ace and the others dashed towards Li Shi to assist him. Yet, the 2,000 meters separating them meant that by the time they arrived, it would be too late. Just as Li Shi believed victory was assured, a 1-meter-long, rune-etched finger emerged from the portal, its tip glistening with droplets of black blood seeping from the newly formed cracks. Seeing the finger, Li Shi smiled. If you chose to attack me with a weapon, I might have feared you, but since you resort to flesh, I shall not hold back. Li Shi refrained from striking the outstretched hand, instead thrusting his executioner's blade into the portal, targeting the unseen infernal hand within. When he first encountered the horned demon, he had been unable to inflict even a scratch with his curved blade. However, the steel needles he had shot through the portal pierced the demon's brow. At the time, Li Shi could not comprehend why this was so, but he later realized that during the brief period of transit within the confines of the limited space, the demon's body would become exceedingly vulnerable, susceptible enough for even a mere 20 copper coins worth of steel needles to injure the formidable horned demon. Applying the same rationale, Li Shi now extended his executioner's blade into the portal, confident that it would harm the infernal being. Unable to perceive the situation within, he had to rely on the sensations relayed back through the executioner's blade for judgment. He sensed that as the blade penetrated the portal, it was met with a flurry of attacks, which did not seem to originate from the demons. Coupled with the injuries on the infernal finger, Li Shi surmised that his actions had compromised the portal, producing spatial fractures that rendered the infernal beings wounded, causing them to retaliate against his blade. Cautiously hiding behind the infernal finger, Li Shi observed a black orb forming at its tip, a spell the infernal being was preparing to unleash. He dared not rely on Lady Luck's favor against the infernal's potential mercy. In a race against time, it became a contest of speed. Who could strike faster, win, or perish? Sensing his position was right, he delivered a powerful downward slash, the decisive cut reverberating through the executioner's blade into his hands. He struck true, 2 meter long. Obsidian fingers fell outside the portal, the cut smooth, a testament to the executioner's blade's prowess. The black orb that was to form disintegrated, and a muffled groan emanated from within the portal as the bloodied hand was hastily withdrawn. Cursed of the abyss, Dragonborn, you have managed to wound me. You have earned the honor of having your name remembered. Now, please, tell me your name. The encounter between Li Shi and the infernal being transpired in an instant. The portal began to splinter extensively, Unless a deity intervened to restore it, none would pass through today. Even if the infernal attempted to transport, what would emerge on this side would undoubtedly be fragmented remnants. With safety assured, Li Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to the infernal side, he declared with a grin, "Infernal, remember the name of the one who severed your finger, Mourinho." Internally, Li Shi chuckled to himself, confident that the infernal would search for him in vain, never to find him. At that moment, the portal had crumbled to the size of a fist, and from the abyss, the infernal's final voice echoed, "Mourinho, a fine name. I shall remember your scent." Chapter 40. Disappointment as the infernal's voice faded. The last remnants of the portal collapsed entirely. Li Shi stood dumbfounded. "How could you still detect my scent through the portal? Are you perhaps the ancestor of dogs?" He gazed at the executioner's blade, now marred by spatial fractures, with substantial cracks nearly severing it into fragments, leaving only a tenuous connection that prevented the legendary blade from being reduced to mere hilt in his grasp. Li Shi felt a sense of helplessness. His once mighty beheading blade was now marred and battered after a single use. Had it not possessed the ability to self-repair, it would have faced honorable retirement after today's battle. This underscores the truth that whether it be a person or an object, one must strive independently, as relying on others proves futile. Regarding the memory of being recognized by the flame demon, he was reminded that the abyssal curse still plagued him. And from the memories of his shadow clone, he discerned that the curse was intensifying. This situation is akin to having many lice without feeling itchy or being burdened by debts. Henceforth, he would endeavor to avoid the abyssal demons, and should he encounter them, he would consult the blade in his possession. His encounter with the flame demon was swift, lasting no more than 10 seconds. The effects of the yellow curry pill had 5 seconds remaining, while Isekai'd and her companions had yet to reach halfway. Sensing the dwindling efficacy of the medicine within him, Li Shi collected the 2 fingers of the flame demon from the ground, and, with a flap of his wings, soared back towards the forest. Isekai'd and the others shouted from below, asking him to wait, expressing their desire to consult him further. "You saved us today. Please grant us an opportunity to repay your kindness," they implored. However, Li Shi had no time to entertain their requests, leaving behind a terse remark, "Seek out Li Shi. He assisted me once, and I have come to repay his favor. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards him." Li Shi congratulated himself on his performance. He had successfully concealed his identity while also securing their gratitude. An impeccable feat. Seizing the moment before the medicinal effects faded, he retracted his dragon wings, reverted to his original form, and produced the sole vial of high-grade holy water he possessed. This holy water was a treasured gift from the esteemed Meng Song Baotongzi. It was a rare commodity, not due to its cost, but because high-grade holy water is never sold. Only those who have made significant contributions to the church are bestowed with such a treasure. As soon as he consumed the holy water, the effects of the yellow curry pill dissipated. The strength he had felt, akin to the might of a mountain, suddenly ebbed away, leaving him utterly drained, as though he had exerted himself excessively the previous night. Even the slightest movement felt akin to lifting a massive boulder, with pain radiating from his bones, compelling him to want to knock himself unconscious, if only he had the strength to do so, before despair could fully engulf him. The gentle power of the holy water began to manifest, warming him like a mother's embrace and alleviating the pain within his bones. Though the discomfort did not vanish entirely, it remained within bearable limits. The sense of weakness within him was gradually restored by the holy water's potency. By the time Isekai'd arrived in a flurry, Li Shi appeared to be as composed as any ordinary person, concealing his inner void. However, nurturing his internal strength would require time. Feigning ignorance, he greeted Isekai'd, "Sister Isekai'd, what brings you here?" She explained, "Someone is attending to matters over there. Lord Mourinho has also closed the abyssal portal. I feared you might get lost in the forest if I did not come sooner. Why have you never mentioned your acquaintance with such a formidable individual?" "Did I never mention it?" Li Shi feigned calmness, swiftly devising a strategy. Meeting Isekai'd's scrutinizing gaze, he remained composed. "It was Lord Mourinho who advised me to keep it under wraps. I had just completed a task when I heard you were in danger, so I implored him for assistance. Clearly, my foresight was commendable. Without Lord Mourinho, I would have surely met my end here today." Isekai'd seemed poised to inquire further, yet Li Shi hurriedly shifted the topic. "Sister Isekai'd, how did you encounter so many abyssal demons? Weren't you underground? How did they manage to teleport here?" A look of confusion crossed Aic's visage as she recounted. It's a peculiar tale. 2 days ago, we received news that Baal had appeared on the 3rd floor of the manor's underground. I was with other priests of the church, and without hesitation, we took a contingent of mercenaries to investigate. Little did we know, upon descending, we were transported here and found ourselves surrounded by numerous demons, caught off guard and unable to return, resulting in the deaths of a significant portion of our party. As she spoke, Aic's expression grew more perplexed. Strangely enough, our strength was insufficient to withstand such a horde of demons. Yet the horned demons did not attack us. They merely allowed the lesser demons to wear us down. We cannot fathom the reason for this. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago and returned to the divine realm. Li Shi pondered, who delivered this message to you? A guard from the Lord's estate related. They claimed the Lord had dispatched half of the guard to search for the young master, leaving insufficient strength to pursue Baal, hence requesting our assistance. Li Shi chuckled coldly, recalling the might he had witnessed on the 3rd floor, including the flame demon and the 20-horned demons, who were certainly no match for him. Even if the flame demon were to engage, the outcome was uncertain. It was clear that the ancient mage, who could be Li Shi's great-grandfather, was not to be trifled with. Now, Aic implied that they were rescued due to the Lord's insufficient strength, which he perceived as a blatant falsehood. Li Shi contemplated the role the Lord's estate played in this affair. Observing Li Shi deep in thought, Aic clapped him on the shoulder. Let us leave. You need not concern yourself with these matters. We will uncover the truth upon our return. Should anyone conspire with Baal, the gods will ensure that they learn the fate of traitors is never a pleasant one. Aic recognized Li Shi's suspicions, yet she, like him, understood that those who survived tumultuous times would deliberate thoroughly before acting. This time, they had been caught off guard, but next time, there would be no second chances. Upon their return, accountability would be demanded. I can only think that next time, should danger arise, you must inform me promptly. I believe I still possess the strength to protect you, Li Shi remarked, as he and Aic exchanged cheerful banter while walking back through the gorge, witnessing others ending the lives of the remaining horned demons. As Li Shi returned, he witnessed the last surviving horned demon being slain. Just as it sensed his presence and turned to roar, it was swiftly beheaded by others in a split second, leaving behind a head with eyes wide open in fury. Seeing this, Li Shi wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Had he returned a moment earlier, his identity would have been compromised. The abyssal curse truly was a formidable affliction, one he would need to remain vigilant against in the future. The surviving mercenaries, akin to a swarm of locusts, gathered all that they could carry, taking only the finest items when their bags could not accommodate more. Despite the grueling battles over the past 2 days, the gold they would share was enough to sustain them for several years. With some savings, they could retire from this line of work altogether. Li Shi did not compete with them for the spoils, but instead approached the enormous hammer wielded by the flame demon. Gazing at the massive weapon that towered over him, he felt a pang of envy. Weighing several tons, should he manage to wield it, he could crush not just dragons or mountain giants, but entire mountains themselves. Alas, it was far too heavy, exceeding his current capabilities, and such a colossal item could not be contained within a spatial ring. Aic approached him, gesturing towards the hammer. This was likely forged from the Seymour metal found on the 166th layer of the abyss. Its performance is tenfold that of ordinary weapons and can augment the flame demon's fiery attacks. Its only drawback is its size. Once shaped, refining it again is laborious. Aside from a few seasoned dwarf masters, no one else possesses the skill to work with it. Upon hearing Aic's words, Li Shi felt as though his heart had been encased in the icy grip of the Arctic. Thus, it became evident that this was a useless weapon. Aside from a select few rare giant races, he could not conceive of anyone else capable of wielding it. Once a weapon collector, Li Shi was struck by a massive hammer, which caught his attention. After Ac's explanation, he realized it was indeed a worthless piece, one that even a scrap dealer would not pay for. Apart from this hammer, nothing else here captivated Li Shi. Observing Ac beside him, he suddenly remembered his intention to purchase a new home and timidly inquired, "Sister Ac, I've recently earned some money and wish to upgrade to a larger house, but I am unsure where to look. Do you have any suggestions?" A new house? Ac, feeling the intensity of Li Shi's gaze that seemed to melt her, felt her heart race. Such a personal question felt inappropriate. For instance, is there an empty house on your street, or perhaps you could rent a room from your home? I believe a place where you reside must meet my requirements. Noticing AC's lack of a strong response, Li Shi intensified his approach. I have nothing vacant nearby. Not a single one. You should look elsewhere, AC replied, her cheeks flushed, before hastily exiting the scene. In the following hours, AC consistently avoided Li Shi. And even when avoidance was impossible, she would cling to others, portraying a demeanor of someone inexperienced in romance, filled with trepidation. Once the valley was thoroughly cleared, Ember, who was modifying the teleportation portal, relayed the news that she had successfully transformed the one-way portal into a two-way one. They could now return directly through the portal without the arduous journey back on foot. Upon their return to the cave, Ember whispered to AC while glancing at Li Shi, causing AC's face to redden intermittently. Witnessing this, Li Shi speculated whether Ember was discussing what gift to present for his marriage to AC or pondering becoming the godmother to their future children. Perhaps she was captivated by his recent bravery and sought to introduce AC as something beyond mere friendship. Just as Li Shi was about to chuckle, the typically composed AC seized her staff, her expression steely. Let us go. We have sacrificed many mercenaries and priests, and we must demand an explanation. It was indeed necessary to seek accountability, as in the aftermath of the battle, no traces of the deceased mercenaries and priests were found. Where their bodies had gone was evident. The stomach acid of lesser demons could dissolve even subpar metals. One by one, they entered the portal, with AC leading the way and Li Shi positioned at the end. He understood this arrangement was due to AC's modesty about their relationship, hoping that once they were married with children, such concerns would dissipate. When Li Shi arrived back at the third underground level, the atmosphere was suffocating. He observed AC surrounding the three generals led by Mark. Her staff pressed against Mark's chest, its gem shimmering with magical brilliance, poised to unleash its power. At such proximity, even dragon scales would be blown away. Beads of sweat trickled down Mark's face as he felt as though he had a faucet without a valve installed on his head. Do not tell me this is all mere coincidence or ignorance. AC's face was as cold as ice. Mark, terrified, raised both hands. AC, I swear to the gods. I truly did not know. I received the news later than you did. We were merely following orders. As he met AC's unwavering, murderous gaze and the escalating energy in her staff, Mark grew frantic, searching among the crowd for someone to vouch for him. Suddenly, he spotted the elder mage, Master. Please assist me. You can attest that I received the news later than anyone else. Before that, I knew nothing. The elder mage, who had been casting sidelong glances at Li Shi, had previously paid no mind to AC's affairs. Upon hearing Mark's plea, he cleared his throat theatrically. Little AC. I can testify for them. I received the news much earlier than they did. Had I not dispatched someone to inform them, they would still be outside searching for Ball in some ravine. AC turned to the elder mage, who nodded solemnly. Reluctantly, she released Mark, dissipating the energy from her staff. The nearly 100 casualties will not go unaddressed. I will have our bishop seek an explanation from the city lord. Mark dared not utter a word further, bowing repeatedly before the furious crowd, assuring them he would report to the city lord, manage all aftermath, and trace who had disseminated the information, promising them a satisfactory response. Internally, he vowed to unearth this informant, determined to exact revenge 100-fold for the pain they had caused him. The bishop of the Light Goddess Church also stepped forward, promising to oversee that promises were kept. Only then did AC and the others feel reassured enough to return to the surface. After 2 days of relentless battle, those involved needed time to recuperate, lest they suffer permanent injuries. Li Shi wished to accompany AC, but was abruptly detained by the elder mage, whose keen eyes reminded him of the shrewd Robert. Young friend, slow down. You appear quite worn. At such a young age, you must take care of your health. Otherwise, by the time you reach my age, even a simple trip to the restroom could drench your shoes. I have some top-quality potions that will ensure you feel invigorated. With that, he produced a vial of blue potion from his spatial ring and unceremoniously placed it in Li Shi's hands. Hearing the elder mage's dubious claims and observing the curious expressions of onlookers, Li Shi felt exasperated. Master, are you truly a purveyor of counterfeit potions? The elder mage scowled. Counterfeit? My potions are so sought after that even the city lord would struggle to obtain them. You will understand their efficacy once you consume it. And how much do you sell it for? If it's too expensive, I cannot afford it. Remember the address I provided. Once you've tried it, we can discuss the price. The elder mage was offering it for free, insisting on evaluating its effectiveness before discussing payment. Li Shi recalled a similar scheme involving that mischievous little fortune-spouting boy. That fellow had tried to sell Li Shi an item worth 30 gold coins, only to end up giving away all his possessions, burdened with debt, and fleeing with his apprentice. Seeing the elder mage's knowing gaze, as if assuring him of the potion's efficacy, Li Shi could only think of how this old charlatan had ulterior motives. In this fierce battle, Li Shi had sustained injuries no less severe than Ace's. First, he dealt with the after-effects of the green spinach pills, followed by a crushing blow from the fire demon. Such an attack could rupture the intestines of a giant, yet Li Shi endured it all thanks to his resilience and the potion's effects. Though he managed to mend his wounds with yellow curry pills, their after-effects lingered. Hastily returning home, Li Shi retrieved the blue potion from the elder mage. The liquid shimmered with energy, reminiscent of a galaxy merging with the ocean. Free offerings often come at a steep price. He was skeptical that this time. His body was the target of someone else's intentions. Upon uncapping the vial, he drank it in one gulp. The cool, sweet, and slightly cloying taste reminded him of sipping chilled honey water on a summer day. However, as the potion settled in his stomach, the initially refreshing sensation erupted into a tumultuous volcano. Boom, boom, boom. It felt as though a live volcano were erupting within his stomach. Waves of energy exploding throughout his body. With each surge of energy, the lingering effects of the tricolor pill were obliterated like a stubborn, illegal structure crushed by the righteous fist of justice. An unbearable itch ensued, akin to countless ants gnawing at him, gradually spreading from the depths of his bones to encompass his entire being. This sensation was hauntingly familiar to Li Shi. It was reminiscent of the feeling he experienced after consuming dragon's blood. There was no doubt that this potion was concocted from materials derived from the body of a colossal dragon. This old fellow had indeed seen through it. Every pore on his body erupted, black sweat cascading forth like a chick urinating, as the volcano within his belly continued to erupt. His weakened physique gradually regained its strength, and the intolerable itch that had just manifested vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, akin to a captivating beauty that tantalizes the eye yet eludes the grasp. Before long, the after-effects of the recent battle had all but dissipated, restoring the pallor of his face to a healthy glow. According to Li Shi's understanding, this vial of potion from Demangia served two purposes. One was to enhance his potential, akin to a martial artist refining their essence. The other was to mend his body, the potent energy healing his hidden injuries and restoring him to peak condition. Just as Li Shi believed he had fully rid himself of the tricolor pill's after-effects and restored his body, the volcano in his stomach continued to erupt with vigor. The energy was overwhelming, and his body began to falter under the strain, reminiscent of a goose forced to be overfed. It was not a matter of hunger, but rather the insistence of another to feed until satisfied. Li Shi found himself in such a predicament, with the potion's energy continuing to surge, disregarding whether his body could accommodate it. Unlike the dragon's blood he had consumed earlier, which could be absorbed through the Gu Luoya technique, this felt like a violent force being thrust upon him without consideration for his body's capacity. In desperation, Li Shi contemplated leaving the city to expend this energy, but just as he was about to move, the energy surged to unexpected places. One such area was beneath his shoulder blades, at the location of his dragon wings. With the eruption of energy, the dragon wings uncontrollably burst forth, tearing through his clothing in an instant, and the cramped room was sliced open. Fortunately, the wings moved swiftly enough to prevent the structure from collapsing. Upon witnessing this, Li Shi realized he could not abandon the ancestral home that had sheltered generations of his family. The energy from the potion surged into his dragon wings with a relentless force, transforming their once crimson hue to a dark red as the internal bones thickened and strengthened. The previously 3-meter-long wings began to elongate, reaching 3.5 meters before gradually ceasing their growth. These powerful wings would bestow upon Li Shi an enhanced capacity for flight and maneuverability. Simultaneously, his skin mirrored the uncontrolled emergence of the dragon wings, with scales emerging densely like grains of rice. Similar to the transformation of the wings, the color of the scales deepened to dark red. Within Li Shi's perception, the thickness of the scales gradually increased, as if accumulating vast amounts of energy, where he had previously been able to withstand attacks of level 3 without damage. The enhancement from this potion could potentially increase his defense by approximately 10 points. While 10 points may not reach level 4, no one would disdain their defensive capabilities. As the dragon's scales and wings consumed a significant amount of the potion's energy, The eruption from his stomach began to diminish, and the explosive sensation within his body dissipated. Finally, a portion of the energy surged towards his esophagus and stomach, fortifying these areas while simultaneously rejuvenating his teeth, akin to an old house undergoing renovation for a wedding. The old teeth instantly fell away, and before Li Shi could feel any pain, pristine, white teeth grew back in their place. In disbelief, Li Shi tapped his new teeth with his fingers, producing a metallic ringing sound. Their hardness had increased 2 to 3-fold compared to his previous teeth. Simultaneously, he sensed that his gastric acid had been enhanced several times over, and the peristalsis of his esophagus had significantly intensified. This was no longer a mere human digestive system. Li Shi was bewildered by this enhancement. What did it mean? Could he sustain himself by consuming stones when food was scarce? He produced a piece of jerky, the kind that was as hard as stone, typically requiring a small bite to satiate hunger. Of course, it needed to be crushed and boiled before consumption. For anyone daring enough to swallow it whole would face dire consequences. Without hesitation, Li Shi tossed a small piece into his mouth. His newly grown teeth acted like sharp chisels, effortlessly shredding the jerky to bits. As he swallowed, the powerful gastric acid consumed the jerky almost instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. If this continued, would he still be human? Yet, looking at his current state, he chuckled. He had long ceased to be human. On a new day, Isekai'd rose from her bed, still seething with anger. She resolved to visit the Lord's mansion once more, unwilling to believe that the old, immortal Lord truly knew nothing. Could the deaths of hundreds be erased by the mere assertion that the relevant parties were deceased? Although SLAYER had indeed perished and the young master had been found by others, the weight of so many deaths weighed heavily on her heart. And she had not even eaten breakfast before washing her face and preparing to leave. Just as Isekai'd opened the door, an unexpected figure appeared before her. Li Shi, carrying breakfast, greeted her with a grin. Sister Isekai'd, good morning. I've brought plenty of delicious food. As your new neighbor, allow me to treat you. New neighbor? Isekai'd questioned, glancing at the adjacent house. But Uncle Locke and Andy have mentioned numerous times that this is an ancestral home and will not be sold for any price. Li Shi, unfazed by the minutiae, proceeded into the courtyard with breakfast in hand. He would not divulge to Isekai'd that he had paid 5 times the normal price to incapacitate the stubborn couple the night before, successfully acquiring the house and becoming her neighbor. Without a care, Li Shi set up tables and chairs, placing the breakfast upon them. Don't be shy, dig in. I assure you, I can provide for you financially. Isekai'd, not one to refuse, grabbed a piece of white bread filled with sausage and meat, beginning to eat. Li Shi sat nearby, watching her without taking a bite himself. Curiously, Isekai'd asked, why aren't you eating? Li Shi replied, these dishes don't quite suit my palate. When I have the time, I'll prepare something special for you, guaranteed to be unforgettable. Chapter 42. The Sorcerer. Isekai'd nodded nonchalantly. As a revered priestess of the mercenary gods and a B-level mercenary, she had tasted her fair share of delicacies. Li Shi seized the opportunity for solitude and steered the conversation toward topics that piqued her interest. By the way, what happened afterward? Did the Lord's mansion provide any explanations? Isekai'd sighed, her eating pace slowing. Don't mention it. All those involved are dead, and they covered it up so thoroughly. The Lord's response was that he had been recuperating in the castle and knew nothing of the events outside. Conveniently without witnesses, I see. Indeed. However, there is some good news. SLAYER has been confirmed dead, the cause being a backlash from the abyssal energy. The young master has also been retrieved. When it comes to the topic of death, Li Shi was taken aback, for he had never heard of anyone perishing due to the abyssal backlash. After all, it is common knowledge that the corruption of the abyss is safer than drinking water. One can choke on water, yet there have been no recorded fatalities from abyssal corruption. If anyone were to learn that one could die from harboring the essence of the abyss, who would be willing to become a traitor to humanity? What misfortune it is. Perhaps even Baal would find it hard to believe he had created an unprecedented manner of demise. Ace sneered, suggesting that he was fortunate. Had he not died and been captured, holy water would have been his only sustenance. Her words sent a shiver down Li Shi's spine. The thought of consuming holy water daily post-corruption was akin to forcing a vampire to bask in sunlight, or a normal person to quench thirst with sulfuric acid. Ace swiftly finished her meal, wiped her mouth and hands, and declared, I'm done. Today, I still need to visit the Lord's manor to seek an explanation. If you are untroubled, you may return home to recuperate. Clinging is not the best strategy for courting a lady, Maintaining a certain distance is essential for personal space. Li Shi joyfully returned to his new home. A modest two-story villa spanning over 100 square meters, totaling 300 with a small yard. Compared to his previous dwelling, this was a significant leap towards prosperity. Just as he pondered what furniture to adorn it with, a knock echoed through his yard gate. Confused, Li Shi approached to open the door, expecting perhaps a friend of the former owner, only to be met by an unexpected visitor. Draped in a well-fitted silk robe, she exuded an aura of elegance. Her stunning visage reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to taste. Yet, as Li Shi gazed upon her, an icy chill surged from his heels to his scalp. He felt a shiver even in the face of the infernal demon, standing before a seemingly defenseless woman. "Oh, Li Shi, brother, what a surprise!" exclaimed Avril, equally astonished. Li Shi hastily closed the door halfway, warily inquiring, "Madame Avril, how did you find your way here?" Avril pointed to the neighboring house. "I moved in yesterday, intending to meet my new neighbors, and to my surprise, it's you, Li Shi." The scene felt eerily familiar, as if he had just been through the same with Ace. Li Shi was left speechless. Although the housing prices here could not compare to that enchanted carriage, they were still beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Acquiring this house in a single day was due to a five-fold premium, so what had allowed Avril, a woman recently rescued from a bandit lair, to secure such a dwelling? As Li Shi pondered, his gaze towards Avril shifted with suspicion. Avril's expression mirrored a sense of indignation, as if she had been sullied. "I am not the kind of person you think I am. This house was a reward from the Lord." Why? Li Shi, despite his reluctance to engage with this enigmatic woman, could not suppress his curiosity. He had never heard of the stingy old lord being so generous. "After we parted ways, I encountered a peculiar old man while searching for a house. He was dragging a child, evidently having kidnapped him. Without a second thought, I intervened and rescued the child. And then the old man pointed at me, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed as if struck by an ailment. Later, I discovered that the child was the Lord's young master. After returning him, the Lord rewarded me with this house and some gold coins. He even wished to adopt me as his goddaughter, but he was too old, so I declined." Li Shi felt as though he were deciphering an ancient script, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. You completed the Lord's bounty." Avril, with innocent eyes, replied, "I know nothing of any bounty. I merely saved a child." The more Avril feigned innocence and nonchalance, the more it pained Li Shi. The world does not fear others accumulating wealth. It fears those who earn what one ought to have. He had risked his life battling the demon of horns and the infernal demon, yet earned nothing, while some old coot had calculated against him. But how was it that Avril could casually rescue the Lord's young master from the street? As if she had merely bent down to pick up a coin? Li Shi clutched his chest, leaning against the door, feeling as though his heart had been wrenched from him. These accolades should have been his. Observing Li Shi's apparent ill health, Avril inquired with concern, "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" Taking a few deep breaths, Li Shi responded, "Madame Avril, I am fine. From now on, we are neighbors. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Yet Li Shi could not help but add, "I imagine with your fortune, you can handle any challenges that arise." This was Li Shi's candid thought. There was an inexplicable aura of mystery surrounding Avril, as if some divine force were guiding her. Fortune favors the favored. The child of destiny, a daughter of the goddess of luck. A sudden realization struck Li Shi. This other world was not a mere facade of feudal superstition. The divine truly exists here. He had often treated this realm as a mere continuation of his previous life, reacting slowly to many circumstances. Now, reflecting on this, Avril appeared increasingly peculiar. Could she genuinely be favored by some deity? With this thought, Li Shi's gaze towards Avril transformed yet again. If his suspicions held true, one must tread carefully, for such beings were revered in temples in his past life. His previous aloof demeanor morphed into a smile that was more painful than tears. "I apologize for any prior offenses, madam. Please forgive my transgressions. Should you need anything, feel free to approach me. After all, neighbors are better than distant relatives. Do not hesitate to ask." Secretly adding to himself, "If you can find me." Avril, though puzzled by Li Shi's sudden shift in demeanor, felt elated by his acceptance. She retrieved a small lunchbox from her spatial ring. "I made this for you. I had intended to offer it to my neighbors to foster goodwill, but now it is a token of gratitude for saving my life." "You are too kind, madam." Li Shi accepted the lunchbox with both hands. If his conjecture about her being a divine envoy were accurate, then that bandit lair, one could traverse it with their formidable yet humble strength. And yet she had chosen to save him. He must have been a mere pawn. The crux of the matter lay in whether the events that transpired in that bandit lair were as he imagined. He had some personal matters to attend to, madam. If you would excuse me, of course, attend to your business. I am usually home. If you need anything, just knock. Li Shi flashed a perfect smile, one that could not be faulted. Absolutely, I shall. Avril left cheerfully, feeling that after such a long time of being avoided by Li Shi, it was a sign of progress that he could smile at her now. Once back in his room, he dared not consume the contents of the lunchbox. Though he knew it was not poisoned, he simply could not bring himself to eat it, so he placed it within his spatial ring. Time ticking away, he rose to head towards 109th Kadolo Street. Having consumed their elixir, he felt compelled to uncover the true intentions of the esteemed Demanja. Perhaps he could replicate his previous fortune, akin to the fabled wealth-bringing child, and strike it rich. What a delightful prospect. Arriving at Demanja's residence, he was met by a dilapidated door that contrasted sharply with the bustling Kadolo Street outside, presenting two starkly different scenarios, the vibrance of youth against the frailty of age. As Li Shi raised his hand to knock, the doors suddenly swung open without a breeze. Mr. Li Shi, the master is awaiting your arrival. Li Shi could hear a voice, but he could not see the speaker. He remained still, stretching his head to locate the source of the sound. Yet all that surrounded him was an exceedingly ordinary courtyard adorned with a few clusters of grapes hanging from the trellis. Mr. Li Shi, what are you searching for? The voice echoed again, and at last, Li Shi discerned its origin, not a person, but the very door before him. Trembling with fear, he inquired, "Are you the one speaking?" The door, devoid of expression, replied, "Do not be alarmed, Mr. Li Shi. I am merely a sentient door, tasked with safeguarding my master's domain. If I have caused any disturbance, I beg your pardon." Li Shi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. This seemingly dilapidated old door was indeed alive. In comparison, even a grand door fashioned from pure gold would pale in significance. While the old mage may not have been impressive, this animated door certainly befitted his stature. It was worth more than all of Monk's wealth combined. As Li Shi stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly noticed the space before him warp and shift. Before he could process the transformation, the grape trellis and its fruit vanished like fleeting reflections in water, giving way to an imposing black tower of a mage, soaring dozens of meters high. If the energy waves emanating from the mage Demanja prior were akin to the tides of the ocean, then the energy pulsating from the tower now resembled the very breath of the world, causing the entire black sky to tremble beneath its might. It was at this moment that Li Shi realized he was no longer in the primary realm, but had been transported to one of Demanja's demiplanes. Although he had gleaned information about Demanja's power beforehand, the gravity of this level only struck him now. To lesser beings, this level equated to that of a creator, representing the entirety of existence. In terms of classification, Demanja was a mage of the Archmage tier. Beyond that lay the Grand Archmage, followed by the Mage Saint and the Demigod. The Mage Saint and Demigod were almost mythical beings, rarer than deities themselves, thus making an Archmage like Demanja a true pinnacle of the world. As for the distinction between an Archmage and a Grand Archmage, Li Shi could only chuckle at the absurdity. What difference is there between facing an atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb? Both lead to death. It is not just the Archmages and Grand Archmages. Even confronting a Mage Knight yields no different fate. The disparity in power is why mages have consistently dominated other professions. At this level, mages transcend the boundaries of rank. As those capable of casting forbidden spells, they can raise cities and annihilate nations in a single fit of rage, embodying the essence of living deities. While Li Shi was enraptured by the majesty of the demi-plane, a voice echoed, "Young friend, you've arrived. My potion is quite splendid. Come in quickly." Li Shi, having come this far, could not turn back. Just as he intended to step forward, he noticed a hexagram glowing beneath him, and in an instant, he vanished without a moment's hesitation. In a commonplace reception room, the old mage Demanja leisurely prepared tea. A hexagram illuminated beside the seat, and Li Shi, bewildered, suddenly materialized in the chair, just as Demanja poured the tea and offered it to him. "Young friend, have some tea." Li Shi gazed at the casually dressed old mage, swallowing hard. While one's attire may not define their essence, even someone clad in rags might not be what they appear. In this demi-plane, this venerable figure was a god. At that moment, Li Shi truly comprehended the strength that comes with power. It is overwhelmingly formidable, like a strategic-level walking nuclear bomb. I have no means to repay the kindness you showed me earlier, master, so today I have brought you a gift. Observing the tea before him, Li Shi, feeling troubled, uttered the customary words of courtesy. Only then did he realize he had brought no gift at all. Before cold sweat could surface, he hastily rummaged through his spatial ring, and at once he spotted Avril's lunch. To Li Shi, many items were precious, but to a being of divine stature, they were as inconsequential as dirt. Even a dragon crystal the size of a human head would be unworthy of mention. Only an unexpected, unconventional approach could yield victory. Li Shi merely hoped that Avril's cooking would not be too dreadful. Presenting the lunchbox respectfully, he declared, "To express my esteem for you, master, I prepared this breakfast especially for you. I hope you will accept it." Demanja's interest was piqued. It was the first time someone had offered him food. As he opened the lunchbox, an enticing aroma filled the room, easing even Li Shi's nervous heart. Demanja's eyes sparkled, and he grinned broadly, nearly drooling at the delectable sight. What a delightful surprise. I had no idea my young friend possessed such culinary skills. I shall not hold back. With a flick of his hand, a set of cutlery appeared beside him, and without any need for control, it began to feed him. Li Shi watched enviously as Demanja enjoyed a meal without lifting a finger. How wonderful it would be to possess a mage system of his own. This animated life form was the quintessential tool for the lazy and unpaid, devoted servant available 24 hours a day, without complaint. If only the esteemed old mage would eat without smacking his lips, that would be even better. You need not fear. I summoned you for no other reason than to note that your pure dragon blood aligns perfectly with a current experiment of mine. I shall assist in purifying it for you. If I am not mistaken, your original dragon blood is merely that of a young dragon. Now, I can elevate it to that of an adult, enhancing your strength significantly. Your increased power will further aid my experiment. At last, Li Shi understood the nature of his transformation. It was no wonder that after consuming the potion, his body underwent such remarkable changes. The dragon blood absorbed by the ghost Luoya technique could indeed evolve. Could it be that if this process continued, he might evolve into the form of an ancient dragon, a being capable of contending with demigods? Thank you, master. However, what do you wish for me to do to assist you? Demanja nonchalantly picked at the remnants of meat lodged between his teeth, savoring the morsels with unabashed greed. Delicious. It has been years since I have tasted something so exquisite. After a prolonged moment of enjoyment, he finally addressed Li Shi's question. In truth, I do not require your assistance in conducting the experiment. More accurately, I need your dragon blood's essence to help me locate a dragon, which will serve as my experimental material. Li Shi was taken aback. So casually did the archmage speak of dragons as mere experimental subjects. To be frank, master, I too wish to find a dragon to raise. I hear dragon dung can fetch a handsome price. Yet, I cannot find a dragon myself. The value of dragon dung pales in comparison to the purification potion you have consumed, which could rival half a dragon. Demanja unabashedly expressed his disdain for Li Shi. Since I have called upon you, I certainly possess a means to help you find a dragon. If it weren't for the noise my involvement would cause, this task would not fall to you. So what say you? Will you accept my request? The potion you received earlier was merely a down payment. Should you succeed, even greater rewards await you. Demanja's voice was like a devil's temptation, coaxing Li Shi to embrace the risk. Setting aside the matter of the evolutionary potion, merely having the opportunity to associate with such a formidable figure was a rare chance. I wholeheartedly agree to your request, master. But I fear my strength may still be insufficient to confront a dragon once found. And what do you mean by that? Demanja smiled slightly, bemused by Li Shi's naivety. Li Shi, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his hands together and said, Master, your prowess is truly unrivaled across the continent. If you were to grant me just 2 dragon-slaying artifacts, I could easily hunt down a dragon for you. He chuckled. You make a valid point. But if I had those tools, anyone capable of slaying dragons would flock to the capital. What use would your dragon blood be then? However, Demanja waved his hand, and 2 items materialized on the table, a crystal orb the size of a fist and a vial containing a black-green liquid. He lifted the orb, explaining, This is a magical beacon. Once you successfully slay a dragon, simply channel your energy into it, and I can appear before you in no time. Li Shi accepted the crystal orb as Demanja picked up the vial. This is the paralysis venom of the abyssal spider. Just 1 drop can incapacitate a dragon for a short period. With this, you need not confront the dragon directly. Leveraging your dragon heritage, earning the dragon's trust should be a simple task. and the rest will follow suit. Demangia chuckled, and Li Shi shared an understanding smile. Both were masters of subtlety. Why engage in a direct confrontation with a dragon when there were simpler means? That would be akin to dancing with death itself. Li Shi carefully took the vial and stored it in a box, recognizing its value. Dragons are immune to most toxins, making such a potion rare. This vial contained at least several drops. This old fellow was certainly ensuring his own profit. After securing the items, Li Shi gazed expectantly at Demangia. Is there anything else? Demangia inquired, puzzled. Master, you have yet to inform me how to find the dragon, Li Shi replied. Oh right, I forgot to mention. You needn't search far. There is a dragon deep within the Wuyo forest. I will provide you with its location, and you can make your way there. Curiously, Li Shi questioned, since you have the address, why not go yourself? Why incur such a cost to send me? Demangia smiled awkwardly, not providing a direct explanation but countering with a question. Do you know my title? Li Shi shook his head. He was aware only that Demangia was a master-level mage. My title is Dragon Slayer. Over the years, I have slain numerous dragons, attracting the ire of ancient dragons. Under the witness of the god of contracts, I promised not to strike first unless a dragon attacked me. Thus, I require others' assistance. However, the capabilities of those I could enlist vary greatly. Defeating a dragon doesn't guarantee capturing it. There is a significant difference between the two. I recently observed your potential, particularly your pure dragon blood, which can easily win a dragon's trust. The dragon in Wuyo Forest is not too formidable. You should be able to handle it. So I entrust this opportunity to you. My reasoning is straightforward. You can accept it, right? Li Shi was bemused. He had known this venerable figure was a top-tier powerhouse, but had not anticipated the extent of his might. To have compelled the ancestors of dragons to sign a treaty of peace was no small feat. How many dragons had he slain? Yet these thoughts remained unspoken, for he understood that the benevolent-looking elder was indeed formidable. He dared not offend him with careless words, knowing the consequences could be dire. Master's affairs are my own. Rest assured, I will present you with the dragon neatly cut into pieces, Li Shi declared, adopting the role of a devoted subordinate. He dared not entertain thoughts of claiming the dragon's treasure for himself. Such a powerful figure would not be trifled with. You need not be so formal. While I seek to slay the dragon, capturing it alive would be even better. After all, acquiring a dragon has proven quite laborious over the years. I could rear it slowly, aligning with my experimental requirements. Demangia expressed a hint of regret, reminiscing about the days when dragons would rush to him excitedly, unlike now, when they would flee at the scent of his presence. I will do my utmost to capture it alive, Li Shi affirmed. Demangia nodded, recalling the pleasant memories of dragon catching. Don't feel pressured. Even a dead dragon will suffice for a while. I will also post a task in the mercenary guild seeking dragon teeth. You can accept it before heading out. If a mature dragon happens to come looking for you, I'll have an excuse. Li Shi was impressed. This old fellow truly put in great effort to utilize the dragon for his experiments. Nevertheless, Li Shi appreciated this arrangement, as it spared him from further persuasion to post tasks. Most importantly, if this dragon hunt succeeded, he might soon be rewarded with a plethora of opportunities from the mercenary guild, many of which involved dragons. Once their discussion concluded, Li Shi stood to take his leave, eager for the anticipated windfall of opportunities. Master, unless there are further instructions, I shall set off immediately. Demangia, suddenly shy, hesitated. Well, about that. Please, do not hesitate to give your commands. It is my honor to serve you, Li Shi expressed sincerely. Establishing ties with such a powerful figure was invaluable. Many would envy the chance to meet with someone like Demangia. Demangia handed over an empty food container with a sheepish smile. This has been the best meal I've had in years. If you could prepare more, I would be willing to offer a generous price. Li Shi coughed in surprise. Was Avril truly that enchanting? Even before her arrival, just the prospect of her cooking had managed to charm such a powerful figure. He now wished to find a secluded place and chastise himself for revealing the meal. Now, he could only cover his deceit with another lie. Thus, Li Shi naturally accepted the food container. Master, you jest. It's merely a simple meal. Discussing remuneration feels unnecessary. I'm honored that you enjoyed it. I shall deliver more to you tomorrow morning. Chapter 44. Blue Dragon Stark. Upon hearing this, Demangia beamed like a child, waving his hand to conjure 10 vials of luminous holy water. I cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. Consider these 10 vials of premium holy water as payment for the meal. While this religious sect has its limitations, their ability to produce holy water is commendable. Use it for your protection. As Li Shi gazed at the 10 vials of holy water, the reluctance he had harbored vanished instantly. What was wrong with a small deception? If it earned trust, then that too was a skill. With these 10 vials, he felt emboldened. After all, as long as he wasn't selling himself, he could agree to anything. Li Shi hastily secured the vials, declaring, "From now on, I shall take charge of your meals, master. I have no other passion in life but cooking." With a hearty laugh, Li Shi left the semi-plane, not returning home but heading to a general store. He spent a substantial sum of gold coins to purchase items for a spatial ring, knocking on Avril's door next door. No one knew what transpired between Li Shi and Avril, but by nightfall, as Li Shi departed with satisfaction, Avril leaned against the door, her face radiating a genuine smile of contentment. The following day, Li Shi delivered his heart-shaped bento to Ace, informing her not to worry about him, as he would be away on a mission for several days. Ace said little. Their line of work often required them to be transient. Instead, she retrieved 7 vials of mid-grade holy water from her spatial ring, handing them to Li Shi, knowing they conveyed more concern than any spoken words. "What would you like to eat? I will bring something back for you on this trip." Li Shi climbed the ladder with a cheeky grin. AIC rolled her eyes and expressed her desire for dragon meat, asking if he could procure it for her. The man was a man of his word. Before departing the mercenary hall, Li Shi handed over 100 meal boxes to Demanja, who, in turn, presented him with a set of high-grade armor crafted from monster pelts. Holding the exquisite equipment worth at least 1,000 gold coins, Li Shi grew increasingly cautious about Avril's power, realizing that his arduous labor paled in comparison to the ease of preparing a meal. Upon arriving at the mercenary hall, he took on the D-grade task posted by Demanja and greeted Sinis, who was also in search of tasks, before swiftly making his way outside the city. Utilizing his teleportation skill, he ventured to a secluded area beyond the city, unfurling his evolved, dark crimson dragon wings as he soared into the sky. In the goblin tribe, the chieftain Caliphi was a half-dragon goblin of formidable strength, boasting the prowess of a third-tier warrior. His muscular form, thrice that of an ordinary goblin, was adorned with sparse blue dragon scales, harmonizing beautifully with his gray skin and exuding an aura of power. Caliphi stood at the highest point of the tribe, gazing reverently towards the distant mountains, home to their tribe's master, the blue dragon stack. The goblins yearned for the recognition of the great dragon, dreaming of dwelling beside it, thereby absorbing its essence to evolve into dragon-blooded goblins. Despite their intelligence, they were aware that the dragon blood coursing through their veins lay dormant, accessible only through prolonged exposure to a dragon's aura. Thus, they longed for the dragon's protection as fervently as one craves sunlight. However, on the entire continent, the number of goblin tribes under the dragon's protection was fewer than the gods themselves. Yet, once blessed by a dragon, a goblin tribe would undoubtedly thrive. Originally, their tribe was a minuscule entity, constantly at risk of annihilation, capable of being wiped out by any ill-tempered beast. Unexpectedly, the goblin deity bestowed favor upon them, bringing a young blue dragon on the verge of maturity to their lands. This dragon, known as Stack, had just separated from its parents and was in a transitional phase of establishing its own dominion. Seizing the opportunity, Caliphi, with his silver tongue, successfully persuaded Stack to settle here, gifting the tribe with items imbued with the dragon's essence, which rejuvenated the once dwindling tribe. Although they had to provide 100 pounds of food daily, the significant boost in the tribe's strength made it a worthwhile trade. Caliphi believed that persuading Stack was the most honorable achievement of his life, perhaps to be immortalized as an epic tale to inspire generations of goblins. Observing the bustling tribe members below, Caliphi envisioned himself becoming the chieftain of a medium-sized tribe within 3 years and, in a decade, the leader of the only large goblin tribe in the vicinity. He even dreamed of establishing a goblin empire, where he could claim all the female goblins and sire offspring with dragon lineage, thus creating a new race. Lost in thoughts of empire building, a dragon-blooded individual descended beside Caliphi. Flapping its wings, Caliphi sensed an overwhelming dragon aura emanating from this being, feeling like a mere stone in a muddy pit compared to the brilliance of a gemstone. He dared not acknowledge that the aura surrounding this dragon-blooded one seemed even more potent than that of Stack. Believing in their kinship as dragon-blooded beings, Caliphi felt compelled to extend his hospitality and approach the unfamiliar figure, announcing, "Welcome, esteemed dragon-blooded one. This is the goblin tribe under the great dragon Stack. Please share your purpose here." Li Shi, surveying the terrain, realized this was indeed the location Demanja had described. However, having searched 6 similar locations without success, this marked his 7th attempt. Observing the third-tier goblin adorned with a few scales, Li Shi felt confident. Only goblins closely associated with dragons could evolve scales, indicating the presence of a dragon nearby. Greetings, I am a traveling dragon-blooded one, aspiring to traverse the entire continent. I sense the aura of a dragon here. Might there be a dragon in your vicinity? Caliphi puffed out his chest, allowing the blue scales on it to glimmer in the sunlight. Indeed, this is the domain of the great blue dragon Stack. I did not expect to find myself in the presence of the illustrious Stack. His renown reaches far and wide. If you could assist me in meeting the great Stack, I would be willing to offer you 10 third-tier magic crystals, Li Shi declared, his expression one of admiration. Caliphi recognized this expression all too well, recalling his childhood tales of the tribe triumphing over demons and driving away colossal beasts. To Li Shi, magic crystals held little value beyond selling or task submission, but in the hands of others, they were invaluable for cultivation, energy, and mana restoration. Some mages even regarded magic crystals as prime materials for inscribing spells, capable of storing magic for critical moments. Caliphi's tribe had not acquired a single third-tier crystal in a year, so the prospect of 10 crystals for merely escorting the dragon-blooded one to meet Stack left him utterly flabbergasted. His thoughts consumed with the singular possibility of inviting Li Shi to the nearby cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Caliphi said, "Dear dragon-blooded one, may I know your name and the name of the dragon that has aided your evolution?" Li Shi, hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head skyward, his gaze profound, and slowly proclaimed, "I am Li Shi, and the dragon who has facilitated my evolution is the great Deathwing, the world ender, Lord Nefarian." Li Shi cared little for the existence of Deathwing. He simply relished the sight of Caliphi's nervousness, witnessing the goblins salivating at the mention of such a name. Caliphi felt as though a kangaroo had been lodged in his chest, his heart racing. A dragon bearing the title of world ender must be an unparalleled entity. Gazing at Li Shi, whose body was adorned with scales, Caliphi realized that achieving such a scaled state would take him at least a century. His gaze shifted from one of equality to one of reverence. He understood the necessity of fostering a good relationship with such an illustrious individual. "Oh, you are indeed the dragon-blooded one of Lord Nefarian. I shall report to Lord Stack immediately." Caliphi excitedly dashed into the cave and soon emerged, brimming with enthusiasm. "Lord Stack requests your presence inside. I shall return to the tribe to prepare a splendid meal for you." Oblivious to Li Shi's intentions, Caliphi neglected to mention the previously agreed-upon 10 third-tier magic crystals. His mind was solely occupied with the desire to have Li Shi leave behind something to further their evolution, even contemplating offering up his 10 wives. Initially, Li Shi had intended to leave the 10 magic crystals with the goblins, but observing Caliphi's jubilant demeanor, he decided it was one less hassle. He had not anticipated the task would be so effortless. He had initially believed he would have to overcome numerous trials to meet the dragon. Watching Caliphi scurry off to prepare a meal for him, he could only utter an apology for the simplicity of it all. Li Shi stepped into the cavern, a vast space spacious enough to accommodate a truck with ease. After a few strides, he beheld a colossal dragon, approximately 10 meters long, adorned with shimmering blue scales, resting upon the ground. This dragon, reminiscent of the western dragons of Earth, resembled a grand lizard with a pair of formidable wings. A brief assessment revealed that this blue dragon was in its youth, possessing a strength not exceeding level 5, inferior to the horned demon he had previously encountered. Given a few decades of slumber, this dragon could mature to a level of power akin to that of the horned demon. "Strange dragonborn, what brings you to seek my presence?" Stark sensed a threat emanating from this dragonborn, his dark red scales and wings indicating the maturity of an adult dragon. Although rank does not always equate to power, it instilled a degree of apprehension in the still youthful Stark, especially as he faintly perceived the distant roars of countless demons emanating from this dragonborn. With a wave of his hand, Li Shi conjured a food container larger than a coffin. "I am a traveler who delights in wandering the continents. My journey to the Wio forest is merely to seek a rare flower. Having heard of your esteemed reputation, perhaps it is the blessing of the dragon god that has led me to encounter you." Upon opening the enormous container, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Li Shi gestured towards the container, addressing Stark, who was drooling uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the feast. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have not prepared a more splendid gift, so I hope you will graciously accept this." Stark, captivated by the fragrance, felt his mouth watering profusely, yet despite his longing, he resolutely shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I am not hungry." Chapter 45. Poison. Lishi discerned Stark's reluctance and, with deftness, scooped a spoonful of food into Stark's mouth, just as his throat involuntarily swallowed. This was Lishi's first taste of the meal prepared by Avril, made upon his special request. The rice, crafted from purely natural ingredients, evoked a sense of nostalgia, akin to returning to his mother's embrace. Only by tasting it could one truly appreciate Avril's culinary prowess. Each grain seemed to possess its own essence. It was no wonder that the old fellow Demanja could exchange thousands of gold coins for a meal prepared by her. The delectable aroma ignited Stark's appetite, causing his stomach to emit a series of rumbling sounds. Lishi urged the massive food container closer and retrieved a spoon large enough to serve as a pan. "Do not hesitate. I would never dare to harm a dragon. Ordinary humans would not even merit Stark's attention." It was only because Lishi was a dragonborn that he held little wariness. A human who could evolve into a dragonborn must inherently acknowledge the dragons and be recognized by them. In a conflict between dragons and humans, Dragonborn would undoubtedly stand unwaveringly alongside the dragons. Stark, observing Lishi's earnest demeanor and inhaling the fragrant air that filled the cavern, found his foreclaws instinctively clenching, a small habit when deep in thought. Surely, this young Dragonborn simply wished to meet him. He must be a good person. The meal bore no suspicious scents, and after all, there were few poisons capable of incapacitating a dragon. As Stark's thoughts swirled, he ultimately succumbed to the allure of the food, a shy smile breaking across his face. "I just realized that I last had a meal over a month ago. My slumber has muddled my memories, and I am indeed hungry now." Lishi stepped back, gesturing for Stark to indulge. With his guard lowered, Stark could no longer resist. His curiosity ignited. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled the entire container of food in one sweeping motion. Though the portion was enough to satisfy dozens of individuals, it was but a single mouthful for Stark. The flavor was exquisite. Stark closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the meal as if he were back in the warmth of his egg, listening to his mother's teachings while eagerly anticipating the world beyond the shell. This was the essence of happiness. Yet, in his euphoric state, he remained oblivious to the peculiar glint in Lishi's eyes and the knowing smile upon his face. For a full 3 minutes, Stark relished the meal, chewing countless times before reluctantly swallowing. Even Lishi, a mere human, could perceive the look of satisfaction and ecstasy on Stark's draconic visage. "Dragonborn, in light of such delectable fare, should you have any inquiries or wish to uncover any secrets, feel free to pose 3 questions to me, free of charge." "Dear Stark, you misunderstand. I harbor no questions to trouble you with. I merely wish to treat you to a meal, and if you find it pleasing, it would be my greatest acknowledgement." Stark's eyes widened in astonishment. "You prepared this food?" Lishi, resembling a gentleman, humbly nodded. "In addition to being a traveler, I am also a connoisseur of culinary delights, and my greatest joy comes from guests appreciating my creations. If you would allow me to prepare another dish, I assure you I will introduce you to every dragon I know, ensuring your culinary reputation resonates throughout the dragon kin." "That is no trouble at all." With a grand gesture, Lishi summoned another container of the same size. Before he could offer it, Stark eagerly inhaled the contents, savoring the flavors once more, eyes closed in enjoyment. As he chewed, he could not help but comment, "This portion possesses a slight tingle, a sensation akin to electricity dancing upon my tongue." Lishi smiled as he retrieved his Executioner S-blade from his spatial ring. Despite having spent several days on this journey, he had not been idle. Most importantly, he had mended the cracks in the Executioner S-blade from their previous battle, and as a result, his spatial ring now held a dozen magical crystals. Lishi did not rush into action. He awaited the effects of the tranquilizer to take hold. Understanding that ordinary dragons would be wary of unfamiliar food, he had ensured that the first dish contained no tranquilizers, merely a delightful meal. The true sedative was concealed within the second serving. Stark remained blissfully absorbed in the flavors, oblivious to the food that began uncontrollably spilling from his jaws. As he swallowed, his eyes fluttered open, yet his speech had transformed entirely. "Dragonborn, what have you done to me?" Upon hearing his altered tone, Stark swiftly realized he had been deceived, instantly rising from his previously relaxed posture. His enormous dragon eyes blazed with fury. The numb tongue rendered his words a challenge to pronounce. What have you done? Li Shi raised the executioner's blade towards Stark, a smile dancing upon his lips. Did your mother not teach you not to consume the offerings of strangers? Or did you simply disregard her wisdom since childhood? Such a dismissive attitude made it abundantly clear he regarded Stark with little respect. Though Stark's tongue was numbed, the tranquilizer had yet to seize control of his entire being. He opened his mouth wide, inhaling deeply, drawing in a vast quantity of air. The confined cavern was suddenly filled with a gust of wind. Li Shi felt his hair stir in the breeze, watching as Stark's belly expanded. I eagerly anticipate your draconic breath. Had Stark been able to speak, he would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses back towards Kadu City. As he reached the limit of his breath, he unleashed a powerful torrent aimed at Li Shi. Being a water-type dragon, Stark's breath was not akin to the fiery attacks of black or red dragons. Instead, it manifested as a pale blue stream, wielding corrosive and frigid magical assaults. The breath that swept through the cave was akin to being doused in sulfuric acid and then immersed in liquid nitrogen. Every stone crumbled like sand in the desert, reduced to powder with the slightest breeze. Stark exhaled for a full half-minute, transforming half of the cavern into a hue of blue. With that single breath, he expanded the cave yet again. As he gazed at the vanishing figure of Li Shi, his wrath diminished slightly. Where are you looking, my little dragon? A voice, laced with both hatred and a hint of fear, echoed in his mind. Stark attempted to lift his head, but the anesthetic coursing through his body rendered him sluggish. Before he could see anything, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. He had never imagined that a human, no, a dragonborn, could possess strength surpassing that of their colossal dragons. His head felt as if it had been smashed into a pulp, and his vision blurred before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Shi, fearful of killing Stark with the back of his blade, refrained from using all of his strength. Yet, even half of his might drove Stark's massive head into the earth, and after gnawing on the dirt, Stark lay motionless for an extended period. Truly fragile, Li Shi remarked sarcastically, while pondering how he had not mentioned the extent of his power. How could an adolescent dragon withstand his assault? Resolutely, Li Shi retrieved 10 2-meter-long iron spears and 2 chains as thick as a thumb from his spatial ring. He first bound Stark's limbs securely with the chains, then pierced a large stick through the middle, creating a perfect image reminiscent of a pig ready for slaughter during a festive season. Subsequently, he thrust the 10 spears forcefully into Stark's wings. Being a dragon himself, Li Shi was aware of the most vulnerable parts of dragon wings. Each spear embedded itself into the ground, ensuring that even if Stark's strength multiplied, escape would be impossible. Most importantly, Li Shi attached several small vials to the spears, guaranteeing that not a single drop of blood flowing from the wounds of Stark's wings would be wasted. The excruciating pain in his wings jolted Stark awake. Still dazed, he discovered that he could not move his limbs. At that moment, the paralyzing venom from the abyssal spider had fully spread through his body, rendering all parts of him unresponsive, save for his eyes. He wished to utter something, but his vocal cords betrayed him, producing no sound. All he could do was glare at Li Shi with bloodshot eyes that seemed capable of incinerating the very heavens. Li Shi stood before Stark's gaze, undeterred by the murderous intent within it, wearing an innocuous smile. Rest assured, I am not a dragon hunter and have no interest in your life. I merely wish to borrow something from you. I resorted to these measures out of fear that you might refuse. Stark's murderous glare did not wane in the slightest at Li Shi's assurances. If such malice could be quantified, Li Shi would have been crushed to dust. Do not regard me so. I swear to the gods that I shall not harm your life, Li Shi said, waving his hand. Before Stark appeared a mound of food, a whole roasted fish, thousands of roasted chickens, roasted geese, wild boars, entire sheep, and even 3 massive bison. With another wave of his hand, numerous barrels of wheat beer, each exuding an enticing aroma, materialized on the ground. Li Shi smiled as he addressed Stark. Due to the limitations of my spatial ring, I could only bring this much food. My intention today is simple. Consume all of this food and drink all of the beer, and I will release you. Stark was bewildered by Li Shi's motives. Did he capture him merely to feast on this food? If he refrained from causing harm, Stark would have readily agreed to indulge in the delicacies. Li Shi was candid about his actions. In the human realm, the excrement of an adult dragon is worth nearly the same as its weight in gold. Even its urine is valuable. Many in the mercenary guild are eager to purchase it. Thus, I would appreciate it if you could eat, drink, and relieve yourself generously. The immense humiliation pushed Stark, already seething with rage, to the brink of explosion. Such an affront would incite even the lowliest goblin in the wasteland to rebellion, let alone a dragon of his stature. Stark's chest heaved violently, and if not for his restraints, he would have preferred death over allowing Lishi to prevail. His dragon mouth opened and closed in a futile attempt to declare his defiance, but his numbed tongue lay limply on the ground, rendering him voiceless. Watching saliva trickle down Stark's tongue, Lishi hastily produced an empty bucket to catch the drool, ensuring that not a single drop fell to the ground. The substances you possess are invaluable. Such waste is unacceptable. Since you are so careless, I shall take it without reservation. As Stark's saliva quickly filled the bucket, despair washed over him, and he closed his eyes, resigned as if he had been ravaged by dozens of men. His body remained alive, but his spirit had long since returned to the embrace of the dragon god. Chapter 46. Reward. Do not approach this with such negativity. Do you have any idea how much I spent on these items? I nearly emptied the entire stock of every tavern in Carduo City. Many patrons with money could not even find food to buy. Observing Stark, who remained still like a lifeless dog, Lishi decided to pry his mouth open, tossing roasted chicken directly into his throat. Stark's massive throat was somewhat exaggerated, but it could certainly accommodate a good-sized meal. Lishi transformed into a diligent laborer, systematically feeding Stark the prepared food. It would be a pity to swallow without chewing. These dishes are crafted by top chefs. While they may not compare to the boxed meal I previously provided, they are still a rare delicacy. Fearing Stark might choke, Lishi thoughtfully opened several barrels of wheat beer to wash it down. Just as he continued his task of force-feeding, 2 tears, laden with complex emotions, slowly fell from Stark's closed eyes. Ah, dragon tears. I have heard they are more precious than gold, a magical material. Please, take your time crying. Let me find a suitable container. As Lishi rummaged through his ring for a bottle, Stark's tears flowed like a silent stream, reminiscent of a helpless maiden. Lishi managed to find a large bottle to capture the tears, though many still dripped onto the ground. Witnessing this, Lishi felt a pang of sympathy and chided Stark. Next time you cry, please inform me in advance so I can prepare. Such waste is regrettable. Upon hearing Lishi's words, Stark stubbornly repressed his tears, choosing to swallow them rather than give Lishi even a single drop. After collecting at least 10 pounds of tears, Lishi felt somewhat unsatisfied, realizing that such an opportunity might not come again in his lifetime. Once more, Lishi resumed his role as a diligent provider, not only to ensure Stark was well fed but also to reposition Stark's tail, placing a ready oak barrel beneath it. The remaining time was spent waiting for Stark to relieve himself. As dawn broke, Stark showed no signs of doing so. Lishi grew somewhat impatient. Caliphi had already visited twice, each time evaded by Lishi. It was not that he feared the goblinoids, but waiting for a dragon to defecate felt rather absurd. To prevent Stark from regaining mobility, Lishi had even fed him a drop of the abyssal spider's venom the previous night, ensuring that apart from his eyelids, no part of him could move. I perceive that you might be experiencing issues with intestinal peristalsis. Fortunately, I possess expertise in this domain, and I am here to assist you. Lishi's words caused Stark's scales to bristle with apprehension, for he understood that the assistance Lishi spoke of was far from mere aid. Indeed, before a breath could be drawn, Lishi delivered a powerful punch to Stark's abdomen, the immense force creating ripples across his soft belly. Had Stark not been firmly anchored to the ground by 10 javelins, this blow could have propelled him several meters away. However, the already scabbed wounds reopened, fresh blood seeping forth. After the strike, Lishi glanced at the base of Stark's tail and, as anticipated, a substantial amount of warm excrement was expelled. That's it. Do not hold back. Relieve yourself quickly, and we shall both find joy in this, he urged. Stark, resigned to his fate, remained immobile, his eyelids the only parts of him capable of movement, steadfast in his refusal to comply with Lishi's entreaties, resolutely withholding even the slightest release. Determined to defy Lishi's wishes, Lishi, clenching his fist, observed the stubborn Stark and pondered the necessity of such obstinacy. Another punch landed, this time tempered to avoid forcing Stark's stomach contents to the surface. Stark trembled, his dragon scales seemingly possessed by the urge to vociferously curse Lishi. The source of his distress unclear, whether from the blows or his own indignation. After a prolonged struggle, Stark finally yielded, urinating copiously, filling several oak barrels meant for ale. His eyes moistened once more, yet he fought against the tears, choosing to endure rather than concede, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. As Li Shi circled Stark, searching for an appropriate area to strike, he recalled Ace's desire for dragon meat. This mythical delicacy, once a mere figment of legends, now lay before him, and he was determined to select the finest cuts. After some deliberation, he settled on the muscular region of Stark's thigh. He deftly removed a palm-sized scale and cleanly severed approximately 10 pounds of dragon flesh. Observing the blood flowing forth, Li Shi refrained from waste, collecting every drop. He then produced a vial of intermediate holy water, applying it to the wound, which promptly ceased bleeding, and the fresh flesh began to regenerate at a visible rate, soon leaving no trace of the injury. Due to the lingering effects of the abyssal spider's paralyzing venom, Stark remained oblivious to Li Shi's actions. Unaware of the pain or the loss of 10 pounds of his flesh, now no longer a complete dragon, realizing it was time to cease the torment. Lest he incur the wrath of Master Demanji, Li Shi hesitated upon witnessing Stark's resilient wings. Unable to resist, he cut away a generous piece. Familiar with its composition, primarily cartilage, devoid of meat, a small fire would yield a delectable barbecue, the kind that left one's mouth glistening with oil, a culinary delight beyond compare. Of course, he would restore Stark's injuries with holy water, ensuring that unbeknownst to him, Stark had unwittingly become a purveyor of fine ingredients. Returning to Stark's front, Li Shi gazed at his sharp teeth, pondering their potential as high-quality materials. With no weapon in hand, he delivered a swift kick, easily dislodging 3 bloodied teeth from Stark's maw. This act of harm was unmistakable, and Stark's eyes, on the verge of bursting with rage, fixated on Li Shi, desperate to etch his likeness into his very soul. Even should he be reborn, Stark vowed never to forget Li Shi's visage. Li Shi, feeling somewhat bashful under Stark's intense gaze, reassured him, "Do not be so perturbed. These will grow back swiftly for you. Consider this a friendly exchange. I provide a meal, and you offer me something in return, a customary practice, indeed." Stark, rendered speechless, conveyed his fury through his eyes, now consumed by hatred. In his heart, he understood that their fates were intertwined in a deadly dance. Should the abyss beckon him to slay Li Shi in exchange for his soul's descent, he would comply without hesitation. "Focus on your meal," Li Shi urged, "rest assured. I shall release you within a day." He poured countless barrels of ale into Stark, even tossing in a whole roasted cow with a mere kick. Stark, if he so desired, could swiftly digest the food within, yet he refused to grant Li Shi any satisfaction, enduring the torment without cooperation. After another day of steadfast resistance, Caliphi attempted to approach but was repeatedly sent away by Li Shi, who feigned deep engagement in secret discussions with Stark. At last, the food was consumed, the ale depleted, and Li Shi had acquired what he sought. With only a small amount of sustenance remaining in Stark's belly, he retrieved the crystal ball entrusted to him by Demanji, channeling energy into it, causing it to emit a faint glow. Stark, in his despair, ignored Li Shi's every action, consumed by the desire for death. As Li Shi observed the crystal ball, he soon heard the sound of glass shattering within its confines. With a resounding crack, a segment of space fractured, revealing an ancient wooden door. This commotion stirred Stark from his stupor. The emergence of a being capable of shattering space instilled terror within him. For such a formidable entity would not hesitate to disregard his dragon heritage, finding a lure in the prospect of conquering a dragon to embellish their own triumphs. He felt as though he were on the precipice of being sold into servitude. The dilapidated door creaked open, revealing an untidy old mage clad in shabby robes, the very Demanji. The mage surveyed Stark, who remained motionless and largely unscathed, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done, my young friend. Your technique is commendable. We shall collaborate again when the opportunity arises." With that, and under Stark's trembling gaze, Demanji gestured, conjuring a massive transparent hand within the cave, distinctly marked with veins and fingerprints. This colossal appendage seized Stark from the ground as effortlessly as one might catch a small lizard. If Stark had harbored any doubts about the mage's identity before, they were now obliterated. This was the foremost enemy of dragons, a man whose life was devoted to their extermination, and one who would not hesitate to use them as subjects for his experiments. Facing Demanji, Stark's defiance dissipated, replaced by a primal fear that clawed at his very soul. He recalled the vital lesson imparted by his parents: never provoke Demanji. The moment he did, his life would be forfeit, regardless of who intervened. Thus, upon encountering the mage, He instinctively sought to flee, knowing that as long as Demanji remained unprovoked, he was safe from harm due to their binding contract. Now, however, immobilized and unable to escape, Stark's face contorted into an expression of despair, tears escaping the corners of his eyes, a sight reminiscent of a helpless maiden confronted by a villain, evoking a sense of sympathy. "Fear not, little one," Demanji reassured him. "In my care, you shall find great benefits, and in time, you will be grateful to me." Li Shi gazed at the mischievous grin of Demanja. If his actions over the past few days could be described as wicked, then Demanja's current demeanor embodied that of a devilish villain. Hadn't Stark been so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder? Like a small insect caught in a trap, Stark found himself ensnared in a pocket dimension. Demanja turned his attention back to Li Shi, inquiring, "My young friend, shall you return through my pocket dimension, or will you make the journey on your own? No need to trouble the master. I have matters to attend to in the worry-free forest. I wish you success in your experiment," Li Shi replied. Demanja nodded, retrieving a piece of paper from his robe and tossing it to Li Shi. "This serves as proof of task completion. As I mentioned earlier, should you perform commendably, I have rewards in store. I am quite satisfied now. Do you have any particular desires for this reward?" "Such generosity. Indeed, a significant figure like yourself is quite lavish," Li Shi mused. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Master, you have already bestowed upon me so much. To request further rewards would be ungrateful. Instead, I wish to inquire about something." "Speak," Demanja said, pleased by Li Shi's lack of greed. In this day and age, individuals who regard wealth as trivial are a rare breed. Chapter 47. Farewell, Mountain Giant Ape. "I wish to ask, Master, how may I evolve my draconic heritage?" Li Shi's eyes shone with longing as he awaited Demanja's response, for this was his greatest concern. Initially, he had recklessly absorbed dragon blood without understanding its significance, resulting in lackluster outcomes. However, after being strengthened by Demanja, a new path to enhancing his power had been unveiled, one that did not rely on a system but rather on his own efforts. Naturally, Li Shi would not let this opportunity to fortify himself slip away. "The answer is both simple and complex," Demanja explained. "Only fire-type dragons can aid in your evolution. If you can procure their essence through refinement and purification, similar to the potion I previously provided, you shall succeed. However, the process is intricate. It is simple because, should you possess a fire-type dragon, I can assist you in refining it without charge. Yet, it is complex due to the formidable challenge of hunting a dragon. As you well know, Demanja regarded Li Shi with sympathy, believing that hunting dragons to enhance one's strength was a daunting task. After all, the might of dragons is widely acknowledged. Even someone as powerful as himself had to make concessions. Many aspire to be dragon slayers, yet how many succeed in reality? Apart from the tales sung in ballads, Li Shi, undeterred by the challenging requirements, remained resolute. As long as dragons existed in the world, he would inevitably enhance his strength. He believed that in time, he would succeed, even if it took a while. After all, he was not yet 20, there was plenty of time ahead. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall remember your words, and when I am strong enough, I will strive to emulate you in hunting dragons. Best of luck." "I have faith in you," Demanja encouraged, bolstering Li Shi's enthusiasm. As matters came to a close, Demanja returned to his pocket dimension, and Li Shi prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. Dragons are notoriously possessive of their treasures. With hands forming seals, he executed the shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow clones materialized, and Li Shi commanded, "Search diligently for the dragon's hidden treasures. Watch closely my original self. We shall not overlook even the tiniest of clues." The 3 clones scoured the cavern, and with Li Shi, there were 4 in total. After considerable searching, they finally unearthed a large chest beneath where Stark had been lying. Yet no other treasures were found. Eagerly, Li Shi opened the chest, only to discover less than 100 gold coins, a dozen silver coins, and even some copper coins he deemed worthless, alongside a few low-grade magical crystals. "This is quite disappointing. For a dragon, this is an utter disgrace," Li Shi remarked disdainfully, stowing the meager loot in his spatial ring. As for Stark's poverty, it was understandable. Having recently left his parents and yet to reach maturity, he had no treasures to offer. His dog-headed minions were among the lowest in the forest hierarchy, fortunate merely to avoid being devoured by other beasts. They hardly dared to rob anyone. Disheartened, Li Shi exited the cavern and took to the skies with his dragon wings. Watching him depart from a distance, Caliphi, who had been hiding beneath a stone on a hillside, could no longer suppress his curiosity. These past 3 days had felt like an eternity, and he remained anxious about what Li Shi and Stark had been up to inside. What he feared most was that this draconic heir, Li Shi, had abducted Stark. If that were the case, their burgeoning tribe would be doomed. The chance of encountering a dragon's guardian like Stark was an opportunity that would never arise again. Caliphi dashed into the cave, only to be met with heart-wrenching cries moments later. Stark had indeed vanished, and with him, their tribe's hope was lost. Li Shi, noticing Caliphi's furtive actions, paid no heed to the affairs of the dog-headed tribe. He had shown them mercy by not annihilating them. Both dog-headed and goblin races belonged to the realm of malevolence. They would never offer assistance to a solitary human, instead opting to cook them in a large iron pot. Much like the mercenary guild's missions to exterminate goblins. Annually, humans would issue quests to eradicate nearby dog-headed creatures. Soaring through the skies, Li Shi searched leisurely for his target. Initially, he had been in a rush and lacked the time to explore, but now that he had the luxury of time, he was determined to locate the mountain giant ape. He had promised that upon their next encounter, he would make the mountain giant ape his spirit beast. A man's word must hold weight. The territory of the Azure Dragon Stark lay deep within the worry-free forest, over 2,000 kilometers from Cardo City. The region was teeming with magical beasts of formidable strength, yet for Li Shi, few could match his current power. Regrettably, after several days of searching, he still had not caught a glimpse of the mountain giant ape, despite scouring all its favored haunts. Why is it so elusive? It should not be this way. Li Shi was troubled by their previous stalemate, and with this task, he had hoped to settle the score. Who knew when he would have another opportunity? In deep contemplation about how to find the mountain giant ape, he suddenly recalled that it had pursued him previously due to the dragon blood. At that moment, he had several vials of freshly harvested dragon blood on hand. Li Shi landed atop a mountain and poured half a vial of dragon blood onto the ground. Unperturbed by the waste, the aroma of dragon blood wafted through the air. It was akin to fishing, a skill he had mastered. He remembered that his previous task at the agricultural temple had employed a similar fishing technique, albeit against mere ordinary beasts and first-level magical creatures. Far inferior to the 6th-level mountain giant ape he was now targeting. Stowing the remaining half vial of dragon blood, Li Shi found a suitable hiding spot nearby, preparing to wait patiently for the mountain giant ape to come forth. Unfortunately, the dragon blood had barely soaked into the ground when a level 3 battle fox stealthily appeared. This diminutive creature, not much larger than a dog, possessed sharp, cautious eyes that scanned its surroundings for any suspicious movements, peeking out from behind trees and stones. Despite its seemingly adorable appearance, the level 3 battle fox was a formidable predator. Yet, its power was insignificant in Li Shi's eyes. With a swift hand gesture, he employed the shadow clone technique once again. Bang! One shadow clone materialized, and without hesitation, Li Shi hurled a heavy sword towards the creature, declaring, "Take this prey and keep it as your secret cache. I shall return it to you next time." The other clones do not share this privilege. The shadow clone harbored no faith in its original, believing instead that trusting it was akin to expecting a boar to bear young. Nevertheless, it obeyed and undertook the tasks assigned by its progenitor. In a mere instant, the shadow clone appeared behind the battlefield fox, and before it could react, its head was severed by a single stroke of a sword. The magic crystal was extracted, and fearing that the stench of blood from the carcass might disrupt the efficacy of the dragon blood, the fox's body was disposed of at a considerable distance. With the shadow clone's intervention, beasts of level 5 and below posed no threat. Li Shi reclined on a tree trunk, contemplating his future existence. As the scent of dragon blood wafted further afield, an increasing number of magical beasts approached, yet none were of the first or second tier. They, upon catching the scent, fled in terror, leaving only those of the 3rd tier and above, mostly 3rd and 4th tier creatures. Such adversaries were easily managed by the shadow clone. After a time of slaughter, it became apparent that not only was it hunting the magical beasts, but the beasts themselves were also engaged in relentless conflict. They fought to the death, refusing to flee or concede. Consequently, the shadow clone adopted a prudent strategy, targeting only solitary foes rather than those in pairs. The carnage persisted into the latter hours of the night. Li Shi ascended to the heights intermittently to scan for traces of the mountain giant ape, yet by dawn, no signs had materialized. It seemed this location was unfruitful. A change of scenery was in order. Thus, Li Shi collected even the blood-stained soil imbued with dragon essence, intending to utilize it in a different locale. When the magical beasts finally claimed the mountaintop, only to discover a large pit devoid of any blood, they roared in fury, cursing the thief of the dragon blood. After flying considerable distances, Li Shi landed anew, seeking to lure the mountain giant ape. Following another day and night of conflict, he had amassed over 30 magic crystals, yet the presence of the mountain giant ape remained elusive. Reluctantly, he resolved to change locations once more. Time slipped away as Li Shi frequently relocated. 10 days later, he found himself exhausted, seated atop a stone upon a mountain peak, observing his shadow clone engage in battle below. This was already the 6th position he had occupied, and he had expended 3 vials of dragon blood. According to Li Shi's calculations, each relocation incited a riot among magical beasts within 100 kilometers, and no creature could resist the allure of dragon blood. Having switched locations 6 times represented an area of 600 square kilometers where magical beasts could sense the dragon blood, an expanse equivalent to 1/5 of the forgetful forest. Was it mere misfortune that the mountain giant ape resided in the remaining 4/5 of the territory? Li Shi waited, his patience stretching thin, until at last, a familiar, earth-shattering roar echoed from the distance. Using his vertical pupils to their utmost, he discerned the robust figure forging a path through the forest. As the shadow clone, engaged in combat, dissipated, all its strength returned to Li Shi. With a sweep of his dragon wings, he charged towards the mountain giant ape, exhilarated and armed with his decapitating blade. Before sealing the spirit contract, he aimed to subdue the creature. The current Li Shi was not the same as before. His speed was now lightning fast, creating a tempest in the air. The mountain giant ape, upon hearing the commotion, cautiously halted, its 20-meter-tall frame standing erect, eyeing the familiar silhouette with burgeoning fury. The mountain giant ape had not forgotten him, and neither had Li Shi forgotten the ape. With a powerful thud, it struck its chest, generating a deafening drumbeat that reverberated across the ground, sending countless birds into flight. Grasping 2 towering trees, it prepared to defend against the rapidly approaching Li Shi. Though it yearned to tear Li Shi apart, the formidable impression left by their previous encounter necessitated caution. As the distance between them closed, the air crackled with tension, sending sensitive creatures fleeing in all directions. Li Shi's laughter echoed through the air before he even arrived. "It seems we are fated. Yield to me today." His provocation was met with a spear fashioned from a tree, hurled in his direction. Only a creature of the mountain giant ape's immense strength could wield trees as weapons. Yet, such a force, capable of bringing down a dragon, was rendered futile against Li Shi, a seemingly insignificant target. He deftly evaded 3 incoming trees, then with overwhelming might, descended upon the ape. The mountain giant ape, clutching a millennia-old tree, swung it at Li Shi as if playing baseball. However, the Li Shi of today was no longer the same as before. A blade of light, as fierce as thunder, cleaved through the ancient tree, sending splinters flying towards the mountain giant ape. Unfazed, the ape prepared to retaliate, lifting its massive foot to strike Li Shi. Yet, just as the blow was about to land, Li Shi vanished, causing the ground to crater under the force of the missed strike. In a flash, Li Shi reappeared behind one of the ape's legs. Knowing he needed to capture the mountain giant ape as his spirit beast and avoid inflicting serious injury, he struck with the back of his blade at the sinew of its thigh. The blow landed heavily, leaving a visible dark purple gash on the ape's muscular leg. A howl of agony escaped the giant as it struggled to maintain its stance, collapsing onto one knee. As it attempted to rise, the leg felt unresponsive, as if it belonged to another. The mountain giant ape swung the remaining portion of the tree at Li Shi, but once again, Li Shi was nowhere to be found. Having evaded to the ape's side, with a swift motion, he brought his decapitating blade down upon the ape's ribs, snapping a bone as thick as a human's. With each strike, the mountain giant ape's eyes filled with blood, and in a fit of rage, it pounded the ground with its fists. Li Shi, momentarily perplexed by the ape's choice to strike the earth rather than him, soon realized the ground trembled as if a dragon stirred beneath. The terrain shifted violently, uprooting trees and shrubs, the soil rising to the surface. Within moments, the landscape transformed dramatically, a testament to the mountain giant ape's formidable magic. Li Shi, soaring above the chaos, remained untouched by the ape's seismic onslaught. Witnessing the creature's magical prowess only solidified Li Shi's resolve to make it his spirit beast. An attack of this caliber was invaluable. If you refuse to yield, I shall break your will, he thought. With his speed now overwhelming the mountain giant ape, coupled with superior strength in every aspect, had it not been for his intent to capture rather than injure, this battle could have concluded swiftly. Enraged, the mountain giant ape, despite its incapacitated leg, unleashed its formidable fists, shattering the air around it. His colossal physique allowed each of his strikes to unleash formidable air blasts, capable of inflicting severe injuries even on second-tier magical beasts. However, when it came to Li Shi's current dragon-scale defense, it still required a bit more effort to breach it. Li Shi continuously appeared around the mountain giant ape, delivering punches, whip-like kicks, and slashes with the back of his blade, each attack precisely aimed at weak points or critical areas for power transfer. The playful combat persisted for 10 minutes, leaving the mountain giant ape panting heavily, every movement now causing excruciating pain. Its entire body was swollen with lumps resembling a string of grapes, making it appear significantly larger. Even its fierce visage was marred, with bruises and one eye barely able to open after being struck by Li Shi's heavy fist. Li Shi halted before the mountain giant ape, solemnly stating, "I believe you have come to understand my strength. I would like to formally invite you to be my partner, to fight alongside me. Naturally, you will not find yourself lacking in rewards. I can provide you with several vials of dragon blood right now, and in the future, you shall feast on dragon meat until satiated and drink dragon blood to your heart's content. As for dragon crystals, I currently possess one. Should you agree to ally with me, I can present it to you immediately." In his earnest attempt to win over the mountain giant ape, Li Shi pulled out a dragon crystal the size of a human head from his spatial ring, causing the ape, with only one eye open, to widen its gaze in astonishment. "I may not possess many talents, but my word is my bond. Should you ever find that I have failed to uphold my promises, you are free to leave at any time." The mountain giant ape's pupils quivered, clearly embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Li Shi then produced 5 vials of dragon blood from his spatial ring. Although each vial contained less than a pound, it represented 1/3 of his total stock. Like the last straw for a weary camel, the mountain giant ape, who had never tasted dragon blood before, was utterly swayed by the sweet aroma. Casting aside its pride as a member of the mountain clan, its massive head nodded eagerly, exuding an almost endearing quality. Without hesitation, Li Shi took out a prepared contract scroll, pointing to a designated spot. "You shall place your blood here, and we will become brothers in arms." The mountain giant ape, with fingers as thick as a grown man's thigh, pressed its digit to the indicated spot, and a flash of fire erupted from the scroll. Li Shi instantly felt an invisible bond form between them, allowing him to summon the mountain giant ape whenever he wished, regardless of its location or activities. "We are now brothers. All these treasures are yours." Li Shi tossed the invaluable dragon crystal and dragon blood without a hint of regret, and the mountain giant ape eagerly consumed the vials in haste. The fierce glare it once bore was replaced by warmth and camaraderie. Observing the ape's battered yet comical appearance, Li Shi felt compelled to assist. He took out all of his intermediate holy water, applying it to each wound until every drop was used, and still unsatisfied, he offered the mountain giant ape 3 bottles of high-grade holy water gifted by Dimanja. Once these tasks were completed, Li Shi felt reassured. However, having a colossal beast as a partner did come with drawbacks. One injury could potentially lead to his financial ruin. Yet, considering the mountain giant ape's formidable combat prowess, all sacrifices seemed worthwhile. "I must give you a name, otherwise, addressing you will be inconvenient. Since you are likely a type of monkey, your surname should be Sun, as all monkeys share this lineage. Henceforth, I shall call you SLAYER." Unbothered by the naming, the mountain giant ape sprawled on the ground, recuperating its lost strength, responding weakly to Li Shi's chatter to indicate its understanding. "Since you are now SLAYER, it would be remiss not to provide you with a staff. Upon my return, I shall invest in a custom-made one for you. Your ancestral weapon from another world weighs 13,500 pounds. Such a burden would be impossible for you to wield. So I will craft a lighter version that guarantees to knock a dragon's brains out with a single blow." The mere mention of striking a dragon's brains intrigued SLAYER, prompting a delighted response. "Given that we have weapons, I shall also forge you a suit of armor, ensuring that once donned, you shall resemble a land-bound behemoth." SLAYER responded with a disinterested grunt, having recently forged a contract. Li Shi remained in the worry-free forest for a few days, bonding with Sun Air Dai and honing their combat synergy to achieve an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Once their partnership had sufficiently matured, Li Shi reluctantly prepared for his return. "Take care, and I shall seek you out once your weapon is ready." Sun Air Dai let out a slight call, revealing a sense of reluctance, aware that Li Shi did not belong to this forest. After bidding farewell to the mountain giant ape, Li Shi spent an entire day returning to Cardo City, landing in a secluded area outside the city. Driven by hunger and thirst, he hurried back to the mercenary hall, only to find himself slightly disheartened by the absence of AIC. His month-long expedition had yielded rich rewards. Li Shi first submitted the proof of task completion from Demanja, earning 2 progress points towards his task completion, bringing him just 2 tasks away from promotion from an E-level mercenary. He then approached the E-level task hall to accept the task of seeking clues regarding Dragon Dung, returning to the D-level task hall to accept the task of providing Dragon Dung, and acquiring additional tasks related to all materials concerning dragons. Subsequently, he arrived at the counter, stating, "I am here to submit my tasks." Upon seeing the 3 tasks, the staff member immediately recognized that this young mercenary possessed dragon materials, as no one else would take on such numerous assignments. Inwardly, they thought, what a stroke of luck. This single transaction could equal years of earnings for other mercenaries. These 3 tasks were commissioned by the same individual. Please wait in the reception room while I notify the employer. Understood. For significant tasks, the Mercenary Guild provided private rooms to ensure successful completion. Li Shi did not linger long in the reception room before a weary merchant rushed in, grasping Li Shi's hand as if reuniting with a long-lost spouse amidst the chaos of war. "Let me see the goods." With a casual wave of his hand, 2 oak barrels appeared on the floor. The merchant eagerly opened one, and a foul odor filled the room. Li Shi wrinkled his nose in distaste and took a couple of steps back, while the merchant, undeterred, reveled in the scent as if tasting fine wine, almost burying his nose within. After inspecting the dung, the merchant took out a bowl, scooping a small amount of it, just as Li Shi feared he might consume it. The merchant instead placed the bowl in sunlight to examine it closely, stirring it with a small spoon to observe any changes. What a remarkable find, incredibly fresh. Although this dragon is not particularly robust and does not exceed level 6, its freshness is its greatest asset. He raised the silver bowl to Li Shi, smiling broadly. A rare treasure indeed. Li Shi managed to muster a strained smile, the forced nature of which was known only to him. "As long as you are satisfied." The merchant carefully sealed the oak barrel before reopening another filled with Stark's urine, unleashing another wave of overpowering odor. After more than half a month of fermentation, the aroma was truly beyond words, a tenfold intensification compared to the previous scent. Li Shi held his breath, fearing that even a single inhalation could render him unconscious. Yet, this merchant was far from an ordinary warrior. He calmly conducted his inspection, a process that Li Shi could not bear to witness. Too excruciating, too brutal, too nauseating. Moments later, the merchant completed his examination and gave Li Shi a thumbs up, declaring it a rare gem, a true find seldom seen in many years. Li Shi hastily waved his hand to store the 2 oak barrels in his spatial ring, suggesting they change rooms. Once they had settled into a new chamber, the 2 officially sat down to discuss the pricing. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Garilo, the squad leader of the Belros merchant team. According to our market rates, dragon dung and dragon essence of such quality can be exchanged at a ratio of 2 to 1 with gold coins. 2 pounds of dragon dung for 1 pound of gold, amounting to 5 gold coins." Chapter 49. 7 chances for a lottery. Li Shi did not raise the price, but instead inquired about other matters, questioning why the exchange rate for dragon dung and gold was not 1 to 1. Garilo explained with a smile, "That is the selling price. After we collect this dragon dung, it must undergo a series of processes to eliminate impurities and retain the essence of the dragon itself, which incurs costs. Importantly, after our processing, 1 pound of dragon dung can yield at most 70% of its weight, hence the acquisition price must be lower. However, should you provide a substantial quantity, this price can be elevated somewhat." "How substantial? By how much can it be increased?" Li Shi asked, maintaining his composure. Garilo, observing Li Shi's demeanor, recognized that he likely had a significant stock. From years of dealing with dragon dung, Garilo could tell that the materials Li Shi possessed were likely fresh, no more than a month old. Such a brief time frame indicated they were not mere luck finds from the wild, but rather as if sourced directly from his own coop. This made the situation quite intriguing. If you have 5 times the amount, I can raise the acquisition price by 10%. This is the best offer you will find across the continent. Li Shi considered the 10% increase, acknowledging it was a fair sum, as his primary goal was the task, not the profit. Money, after a certain point, truly becomes just a number. All right, then assess how much I can sell these items for. With a sweeping gesture, Li Shi revealed over 20 oak barrels on the ground. You take a look first. I will step outside and wait for you. The mere opening of one barrel was unbearable for Li Shi, let alone the 20 plus. This was akin to a biological weapon. It was best to retreat. Garilo gazed at the 20 plus barrels of dragon dung and dragon urine, a quantity he typically would not see accumulated over several years. Although he had anticipated some stock from Li Shi, he was astonished by the volume. This was undoubtedly a substantial business opportunity, his jaw dropping in amazement. He grabbed Li Shi's hand with a grip that resembled a desperate man yearning for a matchmaker to introduce him to a beautiful bride. Brother, take your time. Did you capture a dragon? If you can sustain this supply, we can further increase our price. It's all negotiable. Li Shi felt an involuntary shiver as he shook off Garilo's hand, having witnessed him touch the dragon urine. No, I was just fortunate to find it by the roadside. Collected it all in one go. Disregarding Garilo's skeptical expression, Li Shi stepped out, leaving Garilo to inspect barrel after barrel. Seizing the moment, Li Shi sought out a familiar priest to inquire about Ace's whereabouts. The priest's tone was as sour as if he had consumed an overly tart fruit. Ace? She has been quite fortunate. Apparently some mercenary submitted a large quantity of magic crystals, allowing her to complete her assessment early. So she has been on holiday these days, and hasn't he come to work? I don't even know when I might encounter a mercenary like that. When we asked Ace who it was, she refused to tell us, being rather stingy. Realization dawned on Li Shi. He was the one who had submitted the large quantity of magic crystals. Ace had likely delayed her holiday due to the incident with Bayer, but now that it was resolved, she seized the opportunity for a break. Since submitting magic crystals could grant Ace a holiday, now was the perfect moment to act. Informing Garilo to take his time with the inspection, Li Shi dashed to Ace's residence, leaping through the door without knocking. Before he could assess the situation, he called out, Ace, come with me quickly. I need to submit magic crystals for my task. 2 equally stunning beauties were in the courtyard, enjoying barbecue under the open sky. Clad casually since there were no outsiders present, one revealed her slender arms, while the other displayed her flawless long legs, their fair skin reflecting sunlight. Captivating Li Shi's gaze to the point of distraction. The word task felt almost inaudible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Initially startled by the unexpected visitor, Ace even brandished her staff, prepared to cast a spell of light expulsion on this uninvited guest. However, upon seeing Li Shi's expression, she broke into a joyful smile. When did you return? Hello, Li Shi. It's been a while, Avi greeted warmly. Li Shi wiped the corner of his mouth, feeling a pang of hunger at the sight of Avi's sunlit arms. I just got back. I managed to acquire some magic crystals and thought of you, Ace. Knowing you had task requirements, so I came to ask for your help in submitting them. All right, I'll go change, Ace replied, retreating into her room. With her departure, the lovely view was halved, and Li Shi dared not indulge too much, especially given Avi's somewhat enigmatic nature. In silence, they exchanged glances, neither speaking. Suddenly, Li Shi recalled he had not yet expressed his gratitude for the delicious meal Avi prepared last time, which had greatly aided him. I also brought back some rare ingredients. I hope to trouble you, madam, to create a feast for us to enjoy together. Avi graciously replied, no problem. Li Shi revealed the meat and dragon wings he had procured from Stark, explaining, this is meat from a magical beast, and I lack the skill to prepare it. So I am relying on you. Avi, without further thought and without recognizing it as dragon meat, assured him, rest easy, I'll handle it. You can taste my culinary skills when you return. Ace emerged, now donned in her priestly attire, observing the two in conversation. Oh, you two have known each other longer than I have. There's no need for introductions. Now that we are neighbors, it seems fate has brought us together, and we can chat more often. Let us hurry back. We still have matters to attend to. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi unexpectedly grasped Ace's delicate hand and dashed off, leaving a blushing Ace behind, her cheeks reddening to her neck. Upon returning to the mercenary hall, Ace had regained her former composure, having checked on Li Shi's status. You are just 2 tasks away from advancing to a D-level mercenary. After redeeming one with magic crystals, completing another will secure your promotion. Your progress is impressively swift, and your completion rate is remarkably high. I almost didn't notice that your completion rate is 100%. Truly impressive. Li Shi chuckled lightly. It's nothing extraordinary, just fortunate. I still have one E-level task nearing completion along with 2 D-level tasks. Once I settle them, I'll be promoted right away. What tasks are you undertaking? How could you manage to complete so many simultaneously? A look of confusion spread across Isekai's face. While it is not unheard of to complete multiple tasks simultaneously, it is indeed a rarity. Some mercenaries find even one task to be an exhausting endeavor, let alone managing several at once. It was merely a few minor tasks involving the submission of supplies, and this time, fortune smiled upon us as we found everything we needed. I was just about to inquire about the surplus tasks from my promotion. Li Shi, wishing to divert the conversation away from the topic of the dragon, interjected. For instance, as an E-level mercenary undertaking D-level tasks, does that count as 2 task completions? However, if I were to be promoted to D-level, would the surplus tasks still count as 2 completions? Aic rolled her eyes, exclaiming, what nonsense. It can only count as once. How could we possibly overlook such an obvious loophole? In an instant, Li Shi understood the implications of his promotion. Submitting magic crystals would count as 1 completion, and an E-level task would account for another. This way, with the remaining 2 tasks completed, he could achieve his promotion. The excess 2 D-level tasks could only be counted once he ascended to D-level. Li Shi was deeply concerned that the system might interpret it the same way, which would result in a significant loss. He quickly called out in his mind, Xiao Fan, do you count it as once or twice? Master, my calculations align with those of the mercenary guild, Xiao Fan replied. Li Shi felt a surge of frustration. Originally, the task completion from Demangia could yield 2 counts. 1 from magic crystal submission, 1 from an E-level task, and 4 from 2 D-level tasks, plus an additional grand prize upon promotion. That amounted to 9 opportunities for a draw. 9. What could possibly be unattainable? But now, 2 chances had vanished into thin air, leaving him with only 7. This predicament could not be blamed on anyone but himself for being too exceptional. Completing too many tasks had become a burden. With a heavy heart, he produced a large pile of magic crystals, ranging from levels 1 to 3, with level 3 being the most abundant. They tumbled onto the counter, forming a small mountain. Aic's eyes widened at the sight of so many magic crystals, and she quickly covered them with a cloth, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before exhaling in relief. Such a quantity of magic crystals could entice many to take risks. Are you out of your mind? Using this many magic crystals to count as task completions? This could sell for at least 10,000 gold coins. Do you even grasp what 10,000 gold coins represents? Aic whispered. Li Shi nodded glumly. If he could exchange gold coins to reclaim his lost 2 draw opportunities, he would willingly part with all his wealth. This holds little value for me. I have enough funds to manage. Besides, if you can take a break with magic crystals, I'll grant you a year off at home. I'll continue to do so in the future, ensuring you live a carefree life. Aic couldn't help but smile, feeling her cheeks flush once again. She refrained from mentioning taking the magic crystals back. Then I shall heed your advice. How long can these magic crystals afford you a holiday? About a year and a half. Then let us commence with a year and a half. Aic secretly admired his willingness to invest so much for her. It was truly touching. As Li Shi flirted with Aic, Garilo rushed in, seizing him and leading him to a private room. Li Shi, I've completed the inspection. Everything is in order. The total is 50,000 gold coins. As promised, I'll add an extra 10%, bringing it to 55,000 gold coins. Garilo spoke, his demeanor anxious, watching Li Shi closely, fearful that he might be dissatisfied with the figure and suddenly retract the deal. If that were to happen, the transaction would fall through. 55,000 was a staggering sum, equivalent to 1/10 of the annual tax revenue of Carduo City. The profit margin was immense, and securing this deal could elevate him to captain. Li Shi did not keep him waiting long. This amount was sufficient to allow for a life of luxury. He was pleased, even though he could have negotiated for more. He found it unnecessary. No problem. Please hand over the money and the proof of task completion. Such a significant amount was certainly not counted coin by coin. Garilo produced a black crystal card. Li Shi, this is a financial certificate issued by the Temple of Wealth, which contains exactly 55,000 gold coins. If you have any doubts, I can take you to the Temple of Wealth for verification. Upon seeing the card, which functioned like a bank card, Li Shi casually tossed it into his spatial ring, showing no concern. He wouldn't be fooled by anyone again after the previous incident with Gadu. No need to check. I trust the reputation of your merchant team. Thank you, Li Shi. Garilo lowered his tone, handing over 3 task completion proofs. Our merchant team is located at 71 Carduoro Street. In the future, if you have anything valuable to sell, you can come directly to us. I assure you, we will offer the highest price for anything belonging to you. Garilo enthusiastically introduced his merchant team's offerings. Eager to maintain a relationship with such a high-value client, whose total goods were worth 100,000 gold coins. Losing such a client due to disrespect would be a grave misfortune. However, it soon became apparent that Li Shi was not particularly interested. And after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Garilo prepared to leave. With such a large sum of wealth on him, lingering outside for too long made him uneasy. Before he could depart, Li Shi called out, I prefer this matter to remain confidential. Do you understand my meaning? Understood, understood. I assure you, not a word will escape my lips. Garilo swore by the name of the god of contracts that this matter would remain undisclosed. Li Shi's concerns were valid. 55,000 gold coins could drive many to madness. If the news were to spread, it would not be envy he faced, but an endless tide of assassination attempts. After parting ways with Garilo, Li Shi returned to AIC, who wore an expression of curiosity. The person who had taken Li Shi away was familiar to her, a trusted aide of the wealthy merchant Belusi, a regular at the mercenary guild. She was particularly intrigued by what Li Shi had sold to Garilo. Just as she was about to ask, she noticed Li Shi handing over the task completion proof. Hurry up and promote. I've prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? You'll find out when you return. With the promise of a surprise. AIC worked with remarkable efficiency, forgetting entirely to ask what he had sold. In under half a minute, it was all settled. Li Shi's bronze badge was replaced with silver, officially making him a D-level mercenary, and notably, one who had already completed 2 task progressions. Being a D-level mercenary meant that Li Shi could now undertake C-level tasks, greatly expanding his range of assignments. This level was something that even Zenies of the Black Tiger Mercenary Group took 3 years to achieve, while Taichi of the White Lion Mercenary Group took 2 years and 11 months. According to AIC, the average time for mercenaries to rise from the lowest F level to D level was 4 years, making Li Shi's accomplishment of less than 6 months truly exceptional. Had he not requested AIC to keep his information confidential, he would have already gained fame throughout Carduo City. Congratulations, Master, on your promotion. You have earned 6 chances for ordinary draws and 1 opportunity for a super event reward. That amounted to 7 chances. Li Shi could hardly contain the exhilaration surging within him. The surprise was overwhelming. Congratulations, Master, on completing 2 mercenary-level promotions. The conditions for the Chunin exam have been activated. He could indeed be promoted to Chunin. Today was filled with surprises. What are the conditions? The requirement is an 80% completion rate for tasks. Upon inspection, you have successfully met this condition, allowing for automatic promotion to Chunin. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Why did you wait until now to mention such an important matter? What if some of my previous tasks were not completed? Wouldn't that prolong my promotion? Do not blame Li Shi for his complaints. It was indeed quite close. Upon hearing the requirements for promotion, his heart nearly skipped a beat. There were several tasks that Li Shi had contemplated abandoning, but in retrospect, he is grateful for his perseverance. Master, please do not fault me, for I too was unaware that my program could only be activated at specific moments. Li Shi felt so frustrated that he couldn't even find someone to scold. Yet, he truly must thank his past self for not giving up, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. If he failed to complete the tasks to a satisfactory degree, he would have been forced to take on an excessive number of tasks. Master, there are also benefits. The higher your completion rate, the better the final rewards will be. Rewards? What rewards? Promoting to a Chunin will also grant you a lottery reward. With a 100% completion rate, the rewards will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. I'll take your good fortune. Once Li Shi had clarified the details of this lottery, he and AIC returned to her home. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. What could be so fragrant? Li Shi turned to see AIC grilling the dragon meat she had brought back. The delightful scent wafting from it was overwhelming, making him feel as though he was basking in radiant light. Truly, it is no wonder that such culinary prowess could captivate a magic tutor. With these skills, she is among the elite of the world. This is the gift I brought back for you. Extremely rare magical beast meat. I had Madame Avril roast it, ensuring it is delicious beyond compare. So, do you like this surprise? Who would covet such a thing? That Sundara AIC dashed over to Avril's grill, squatting like a puppy to gaze at the slightly bluish roasted meat. Li Shi never disclosed to them that it was dragon meat, but the flavor was indeed unparalleled, especially after being prepared by a master chef. He nearly succumbed to a food-induced stupor, while AIC and Madame Avril only partook in modest amounts, leaving most for Li Shi to devour. Among the delicacies, the meat from the dragon's wings was indescribably delicious. Each bite was crisp, akin to countless tiny explosions of flavor, filling his mouth with a sweet, oily essence. Li Shi now fantasized about capturing a dragon to keep, not for any purpose other than to feast daily, slicing off portions and then using holy water for regeneration, only to repeat the process. Do not blame Li Shi for his ruthlessness. Blame it on the exquisite taste. As the moon reached its zenith, Li Shi and Madame Avril took their leave, with AIC quietly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I really liked it. With the endorsement of a beautiful woman, Li Shi returned home in high spirits. After a month away, dust lay thickly over everything, but he was too eager to notice. Xiaofan, initiate the lottery. Master, you now have 3 types of lottery activities: the ordinary lottery for task completion, the promotion for mercenary rank, and finally the lottery for Chunin promotion. Which one would you like to draw first? Naturally, one must save the best for last. He opted to start with the ordinary lottery. Very well, Master, here are 2 lottery chances for completing the demand GA task. A spectral wheel, visible only to Li Shi, manifested before him, densely populated with prizes that set his heart racing. The first prize was a blade. The long-anticipated double rising dragon scroll was gone, replaced by Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Although Li Shi had desired this weapon previously, it now held little appeal, as his own strength overshadowed its capabilities. Wielding such a diminutive sword felt insubstantial. Even his current beheading blade left him somewhat dissatisfied. Why would anyone choose a lighter weapon when one could wield something heavier? The realms of lifting weights and wielding them with ease are a testament to mastery. Yet, should the day come when he could wield an object weighing several tons, he would surely have no use for a wooden sword. It is the thrill he seeks. The second item on the wheel was a large bag of military rations. Previously, he had drawn a small bag containing 100 pieces, while this larger one boasted 10,000. He had yet to consume even half of the smaller bag, so winning the larger one would ensure a lifetime supply of rations. Living on military rations alone would leave him with thousands of gold coins to spare, a true connoisseur of life. The remaining items were ninjutsu techniques, including the palm healing technique, the multiple shadow clone technique, earth release, earth wall, earth release, earth fall, earth release, earth flow river, earth release, hell swamp, fire release, phoenix fire, fire release, ash pile burning, and water release, water dragon bullet technique. While many techniques appeared repeatedly, only 3 were newly introduced this time. The first was the palm healing technique, a medical ninjutsu effective for treating both external and internal injuries. In the original anime, proficient medical ninjas capable of mastering this technique were exceedingly rare. Possessing it would be akin to carrying a medical kit, fully capable of substituting for holy water, and their combination would yield even more remarkable results. Li Shi could only exclaim, "Oh my god, I must have it." The second was earth release, earth flow river, a technique utilized by the 3rd Hokage against Orochimaru, capable of forming a swiftly flowing river of mud beneath an opponent's feet, pushing them back while simultaneously submerging them, a formidable technique with the potential to drown enemies. The third newly introduced technique was earth release, hell swamp, employed by Jiraiya against Orochimaru, capable of summoning a vast swamp to ensnare his foes, a tactic that had previously immobilized Orochimaru's summoned serpent. In summary, the results of the 2 lottery draws from the Demand GA Grand Mage's tasks were of respectable quality. While not outstanding, they were nonetheless commendable. The spinning began anew, the pointer rotating at an indecipherable speed. But Li Shi was no longer the same individual he had once been. With a confident smile, he gently closed his eyes, summoning his dragon-like vision and dynamic capture abilities to perceive the pointer's movements, hoping to secure the most advantageous prize. Alas, despite his lofty aspirations, reality proved unforgiving. Even with his dragon-like abilities, he could not discern the speed of the pointer, only perceiving a blur. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he decided to halt the wheel. The pointer gradually slowed, passing the Kusanagi sword, then the military rations, the palm healing technique, and several earth release techniques without pausing. Finally, it came to a stop at fire release, ash pile burning. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired fire release, ash pile burning. A surge of memories flooded into his mind. The hand seals of ash pile burning instantly mastered, and even his chakra levels increased. While not the most powerful technique available, it was still a commendable addition. The pointer resumed its spinning, halting once more. Again, it showed no interest in the Kusanagi sword or the military rations. Nor did it linger with the multiple shadow clone technique. As the pointer slowed, Li Shi witnessed it come to rest on Earth Release, Earthfall. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Earth Release, Earthfall. Excellent. This ninjutsu will one day enable me to construct a city. With the 2 draws from Demand GA concluded, the Grand Wheel vanished and reappeared, this time presenting a lottery for the E-rank task regarding the clues of the dragon's excrement. Due to the simplicity of the task, the rewards were modest: shurikens, kunai, a double rising dragon, a small bag of military rations, explosive tags, the shadow clone technique, earth release, earth wall, and even the harem technique. Li Shi found himself at a loss for words, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Even if the tasks were exceedingly simple, he couldn't allow himself to be deceived by such trivialities. In Li Shi's eyes, the most valuable items were surprisingly the military rations and the earth escape technique. As for the harem technique, he asserted that his inclinations were entirely normal. He could not emulate the protagonist Naruto, who reserved his deepest affections for Sasuke. If he were the protagonist, Hinata would have long since borne their children. Thus, the notion of transforming into a woman was something Li Shi would never entertain. Chapter 51. Farewell to the bloodline limits. The wheel of fortune spun again, and as long as it wasn't the harem technique, he was open to anything else. Even a kunai would suffice. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. The trifecta of fundamental ninja techniques had been gathered. Was he not on the brink of graduating from the Ninja Academy? Let us proceed to the next one. We still have 3 chances for individual draws. Li Shi dismissed the shadow clone technique without a second thought. Such a rudimentary ninjutsu was beneath his current status. With the shadow clone technique already acquired, the original shadow clone technique was relegated to the cold palace to gather dust. Understood, Master. The wheel of fortune vanished and reappeared. This time, it was an opportunity to use magic crystals to supplement the task's rewards. Given the abundance of magic crystals Li Shi had submitted, the items on the wheel were quite impressive. Among the weapons was not only Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, but also a pair of short chakra knives adorned with rings. Upon seeing such distinctive weaponry, Li Shi recalled that these were Asuma's chakra knives. Asuma could extend extremely sharp chakra shurikens from these unique knives, boasting penetration power many times that of an ordinary ninja. His prowess was unparalleled among jonin. Although Asuma was tall, he had a surprisingly agile fighting style, which further showcased his exceptional abilities. Unfortunately, his fate was not so fortunate, as he fell to the immortal duo, unprepared for their unique ninjutsu. Aside from the weapons, Li Shi noted significant changes in ninjutsu. In addition to the frequently encountered multi-shadow clone technique, Phoenix Fire, and Earth Barrier, there were also Naruto's signature Rasengan, Sasuke's Chidori, and Kakashi's Raikiri. The Rasengan, created by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and taught to Naruto by his mentor Jiraiya, was a powerful technique. Sasuke's Chidori, derived from Kakashi's Raikiri, allowed him to utilize his Sharingan to perfectly control his speed, unlike Kakashi during his first attempt when his eyes couldn't keep up with his movements. While the 3 techniques had considerable offensive capabilities, they were all close-range attacks, and their damage output was respectable but limited in scope. However, in the hands of 2 formidable protagonists, they could be utilized to spectacular effect, representing ninjutsu that performed well initially while having high growth potential. Li Shi rubbed his hands together, pleased with the outcome. Let us begin. The pointer spun wildly once more before finally coming to a halt. The weapon pointer had mercilessly passed by, and as it slowed down, Li Shi estimated that it would land on either Phoenix Fire or Earth Barrier. However, to his surprise, the pointer halted at the multi-shadow clone technique. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the multi-shadow clone technique. While it was a disappointment not to receive the Rasengan, Raikiri, or Chidori, Li Shi was determined to complete more tasks and believed he would eventually draw them. The multi-shadow clone technique was instantly imprinted in his mind. and Li Shi mastered this formidable ninjutsu with remarkable proficiency. Yet, as he had previously considered, given his current chakra levels, the multi-shadow clone technique and the shadow clone technique were indistinguishable. He could only produce a limited number of clones. Do not be deceived by Li Shi's impressive combat prowess. His current strength primarily stemmed from his physical abilities, rooted in Tsunade's immense strength and the bloodline of the dragon. In terms of ninjutsu, his combat power was merely average. The Grand Will vanished once again, replaced by new rewards before Li Shi's eyes. This draw was a result of completing 2 D-rank missions. Had he still been an E-rank mercenary, he would have had 4 draws, but due to his rapid advancement, he was now limited to 2. These 2 missions involved collecting dragon dung and dragon urine, which he had completed satisfactorily, resulting in a decent reward. Among the weapons were the Kusanagi sword, the Bloody March scythe, and Asuma's chakra knives. The Kusanagi and chakra knives had appeared previously, but this was the first time he encountered the long-tailed, 3-bladed crescent-shaped red scythe. This weapon was highly recognizable, belonging to Haydn of the Akatsuki, a devoted follower of the evil god who had attained immortality. This special weapon was designed to maximize his attack area, ensuring that Haydn could extract as much blood from his enemies as possible to perform his dark rituals, offering them to his malevolent deity. Contemplating the Bloody March scythe, Li Shi pondered its suitability for his fighting style. He believed it would be exceedingly unwieldy for him. His combat style was entirely opposed to Haydn's. If he were to switch weapons, his combat effectiveness would likely diminish rather than improve. Thus, it was probably best not to acquire this weapon. Li Shi then examined the ninjutsu available, mastering the art of the sage, earth release, earth binding clay, earth release, digs up the ground, wind release, wind cutter, wind release, thousand-faced wind, fire release, fireball, and fire release, great fire dragon technique. Although there were only 6 ninjutsu, each was exceptionally powerful. The first, earth release, earth binding clay, summoned vast amounts of clay from another world to engulf enemies, binding them in place. This technique had previously been employed by the Umbu during Pain's assault on Konoha, successfully submerging the summoned beasts. The second, earth release, digs up the ground, allowed the summoning of a volcano from underground to force hidden enemies out into the open. During the Ninja War, Kuratsuchi had used this technique to flush out the white zetsu concealed beneath the earth, making it particularly useful in specific circumstances. The third, wind release, wind cutter, summoned large wind blades to slice through targets. This technique was also utilized when Pain attacked Konoha, as the Umbu executed a coordinated assault to sever the limbs of the summoned beast. Although they did not succeed in eliminating the enemy, the impressive teamwork left a lasting impression on the audience, representing one of the rare multi-person combination jutsu. The fourth, wind release, thousand-faced wind, was a scaled-down version of wind cutter, capable of summoning numerous small wind blades to rapidly and repeatedly slash targets. This jutsu bore a striking resemblance to magic from another world. Without careful consideration, many might confuse the two. With sufficient ninjutsu at his disposal in the future, Li Shi could even masquerade as a mage. The fifth, fire release, fireball, originated from Jiraiya's battle against the angel Conan, transforming chakra into oil that ignited violently. Unlike the great fireball technique, the fireball had enhanced defensive capabilities and could adhere to the enemy's surface. As long as the oil remained ignited, it would continue to burn fiercely. Moreover, everyone knows that once oil catches fire, water only exacerbates the flames. And if an enemy fails to grasp this and attempts to extinguish the fire with water, they would only hasten their demise. The fire release, great fire dragon technique, as depicted in the original work, has been utilized by several individuals, including the third Hokage, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. This technique allows the user to unleash a blazing dragon of fire from their mouth, possessing a higher temperature and greater persistent attack capability, capable of tracking enemy targets, far surpassing the great fireball technique, each having its unique merits. In summary, this acquisition is quite remarkable, no matter what is drawn. It will significantly compensate for Li Shi's shortcomings in ninjutsu. Commencing now, the pointer once again spun wildly, like a frenzied beast, refusing to cease without its master's command. Stop. The pointer seemed to intuitively grasp Li Shi's emotions, showing no inclination to halt at the weaponry section. After a moment, the announcement echoed, "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Earth Release, Doton, Dorihiki." The memory of this ninjutsu flooded Li Shi's mind, and after much contemplation, he could not fathom when this ability would be useful. Perhaps it could aid in the sporadic eruptions of inconveniently dormant volcanoes? Or perhaps it could serve to clear blockages within tectonic plates. The spinning wheel vanished, only to reappear once more, marking the final opportunity of the ordinary draw. Upon inspection, it was identical to the last, the Kusanagi sword, Asuma's chakra blade, and Haiden's blood scythe. The ninjutsu had changed, losing the Doton, Dorihiki, replaced by the water release, water dragon jutsu, while the rest remained unchanged. Li Shi stood dumbfounded, feeling as though the system was merely indulging him, yet lacking evidence to substantiate his suspicions. However, it was not entirely unacceptable. Spin. Having prepared himself mentally, Li Shi was ready to accept whatever outcome awaited him. His state of mind remarkably serene. Stop. The pointer again displayed no affection for the weaponry, kindly shifting to the ninjutsu section. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained Fire Release, Fireball. Excellent. This could serve as a substitute for the Great Fireball technique. Thus, coupled with Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning, he now possessed 3 fire-based ninjutsu techniques. The Grand Will disappeared, leaving only the final 2 most significant draws. Anticipation surged within Li Shi as he rubbed his hands together, eager to commence the draw for his mercenary rank promotion. Very well, Master. A large wheel divided into 4 sections appeared before him, each inscribed with the words, Ninjutsu, Illusion, Body Technique. Li Shi was already well acquainted with the process. These 4 terms represented 4 distinct systems, and he chose blood, as Ninjutsu, Illusion, and Body Techniques could all be acquired from the ordinary draw, while bloodline limits appeared the least frequently therein. Given that Li Shi currently possessed the Kagaya clan's bloodline technique, failing to draw a bloodline limit would be a grave oversight on his part. The myriad of bloodline limits unveiled before Li Shi was akin to a stunning bride revealing her beauty, awaiting the gentle touch of her beloved. This selection encompassed a significant portion of the bloodline limits featured in the anime. Regardless of which one he drew, Li Shi's strength would undoubtedly see some enhancement. It was merely a question of how significant that enhancement would be. Heaven above, grant me the most suitable choice, and allow me to shine brightly in this other world. Despite having rarely prayed, Li Shi once again directed his reverence skyward. Prayers are often offered when in need, and now seemed an opportune moment. Spin. The pointer whirled with fervor as Li Shi fixed his gaze upon the wheel. In a moment, stop. The pointer began to decelerate, traversing each bloodline limit, causing Li Shi to feel as though his heart was being wrenched away as he watched the limits he longed for slip past. Among the vast array of bloodline limits, he had particular aspirations, such as the Sharingan, an ability that could evolve into the Rinnegan under fortunate circumstances. This was his utmost desire. Following that, the Steel Release, which would grant him a body as resilient as steel, an ideal choice for defense. Li Shi believed his offensive capabilities were already sufficient. Enhancing his defense would prevent a repeat of the previous incident where he was struck away by the flame demon. If luck did not favor him with these 2, the lava release would suffice, being the bloodline limit of Meitarumi, the Mizukage, capable of spewing molten lava. Should another demon, like the succubus, target him, it would ensure a thorough incineration. Presently, Li Shi was following the paths of earth and fire, and the addition of lava release would complement his abilities splendidly. As for the others, the Byakugan and Shikatsumiyaku were acceptable, provided that the accompanying bloodline disease of Shikatsumiyaku did not manifest. Otherwise, Li Shi would find himself in despair, as that affliction even eluded the great scientist Orochimaru. He had little faith that the holy water of this alternate world would prove effective. Unless a divine entity intervened on his behalf, a prospect less likely than simply hoping for a favorable draw. As the pointer gradually slowed, Li Shi's heart raced in tandem. The outcome of this gamble between a bicycle transforming into a motorcycle or an airplane was imminent. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and finally, the pointer came to a halt. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Sharingan. With a triumphant fist, Li Shi smashed the table before him, cracking it in his exhilaration. Ha 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 ha, splendid. Truly splendid. He reveled in the joy akin to that of a child, when suddenly, a searing pain coursed through his eyes. He understood that the Uchiha clan's bloodline was infusing into his body. Yet, soon after, the sensation of heat engulfed him entirely. As if 2 opposing energies were vying for dominance within him, each space within his being felt like a battlefield on the verge of explosion. If left unchecked, he might very well perish. Li Shi quickly realized this was not a normal occurrence. Rather, it was a clash between the bloodline of the Sharingan and that of the dragon. Hastily, he formed hand seals and unleashed the Kagaya clan's technique. This formidable ninjutsu, created by Kagaya Otsutsuki, revealed its true nature in that moment, pacifying the previously hostile energies, much like a flock of sheep settling under the guidance of a shepherd. The searing sensation gradually dissipated, and the pain in his eyes was soothed as though cooled by refreshing waters, allowing Li Shi to exhale in relief. In the original narrative, most individuals possessed only one bloodline limit, with only a few rare instances of a person wielding multiple limits. One such individual was Meitarumi, who naturally possessed two bloodline limits, an enviable trait. The other was Kagaya Otsutsuki, a genius rivaling Orochimaru, who created the Kagaya clan's technique, an astonishing feat. The unusual sensations throughout his body soon vanished entirely, and Li Shi eagerly grasped a small mirror from the table to inspect his eyes, only to find nothing remarkable. Nevertheless, it was to be expected. Awakening the Sharingan required intense emotional stimulation, and he needed a trigger for that. Li Shi never anticipated such fortune today, having genuinely drawn the Sharingan. As for the stimulus required for awakening, he would encounter that in due time. The grand will slowly faded from view, and Li Shi remained exhilarated, unable to contain his excitement for the upcoming rewards associated with his promotion to Chunin. If the mercenary rank promotion yielded such splendid prizes, the rarer rewards for advancing his ninja rank should be even more extraordinary. Xiao Fan, let us commence without delay. Understood, master. A grand will divided into 9 segments appeared before Li Shi, even though he had mentally prepared himself for the unexpected delight of witnessing the Sharingan. The sight of this will still left him in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? It is no wonder that Li Shi was astonished. What he beheld was enough to drop jaws. The 9 rewards on the wheel included: first, a yellow raccoon cat covered in sand with a single tail, known as the one-tail Shikaku. Second, a cat demon engulfed in blue flames with 2 tails, the 2 tails Matatabi. Third, a gray tortoise adorned with 3 lobster-like tails and multiple spikes, identified as the 3 tails Isabu. Fourth, a monkey with 4 red tails and a headband revealing 2 large fangs, recognized as the 4 tails Son Goku. Fifth, a white horse with 5 white tails and sharp horns, the 5th tails Kokuo, who is renowned for its affinity for physical combat. Sixth, a gigantic creature resembling a slug with 6 tails, the 6 tails Saiken. Seventh, a colossal insect with 6 wings and a single tail, the only flying creature among the tailed beasts, the 7 tails Chome. Eighth, a robust bull-like monster with 8 octopus tails, known as the 8 tails Gyuki. Lastly, the most familiar of them all, the 9 tails fox, the protagonist's cheat code, the 9 tails Kurama. Xiao Fan, are you certain? Despite having scrutinized the wheel several times, Li Shi found it hard to believe that he could actually see these 9-tailed beasts. What was this? An external advantage for ninjas, an enhancement for their abilities, a shortcut to power. Possessing even one of these beasts would alleviate worries about insufficient chakra, providing a trump card in life and death situations. Given the prowess of the tailed beasts, Li Shi estimated that they could rival the Inferno demon he had encountered previously, which was on par with a level 7 magical beast. The tailed beasts, on the other hand, were at least level 8, nearing level 9, comparable to a saint in the mage hierarchy. Master, the system never errs, and upon selection, you will automatically become the Jinchuriki. I must say, Xiao Fan, you are truly impressive. With such a treasure at hand, Li Shi generously offered his praise. Thank you for the compliment, master. He chanted, spirits of the heavens and earth, reveal your presence. After having acquired the Sharingan through divine worship, Li Shi once again beseeched the gods, hoping to draw the best reward. As the pointer began to spin, Li Shi's heart raced with anticipation, far more intense than the last time he faced the bloodline limit. If he had to choose one from these 9, there was no question, it had to be the 9 tails. As the strongest of the tailed beasts, who would not desire it? The pointer danced mischievously, circling without stopping. Come on, hurry up, Li Shi urged, growing impatient as it spun past the 1 tail, 2 tail, 3 tail, and so forth, until it finally slowed down. Based on Li Shi's experience from previous draws, it seemed destined to stop at the 1 tail Shikaku. Even the 1 tail would suffice for Li Shi. Its massive stature of 50 meters would place him atop the world, dwarfing even the 20-meter mountain giant, which would appear as a malnourished sibling by comparison. Most importantly, Shikaku could perform jutsu independently. If it were to wield a formidable weapon like the mountain giant's descendant, Li Shi could hardly fathom what creature could withstand Shikaku's ferocious assault. However, contrary to his expectations, the pointer halted at the Two Tails Matatabi. Congratulations, Master, you have become the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. While Li Shi had initially hoped for something greater, he realized that acquiring the Two Tails was still quite commendable. As a fire attribute-tailed beast, it complemented him well. Yet, having initially aspired for the Nine Tails or the One Tails, the sudden shift to the Two Tails left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The hierarchy among the tailed beasts is determined not by the number of tails, but by their actual combat prowess. Naturally, the Nine Tails and Eight Tails lead the ranks, while the Two Tails occupies a more moderate position. Li Shi was about to inquire where the tailed beast would be sealed within his body when he suddenly felt an intense warmth radiating from his abdomen. Quickly lifting his shirt, he beheld a seal inscribed with intricate symbols slowly forming. Within this seal, he felt the emergence of a surreal space. A new resident had arrived. He needed to greet them. As Li Shi projected his spiritual energy into the illusory space, he found himself on a solitary island amidst an ocean, where a colossal cat demon engulfed in blue flames surveyed its surroundings with confusion. Each tailed beast boasted an imposing size, standing around 40 to 50 meters tall. From a distance, one might mistake them for a volcano in flames. Greetings, Matatabi. I am your master, Li Shi, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Li Shi understood that all tailed beasts harbored a distrust towards humans, stemming from their treatment as mere weapons of war rather than as living beings. Throughout the anime, aside from the protagonist's formidable charisma, very few individuals could fully manifest the tailed beast form and retain their sanity, including the historical Jinchuriki, such as the stunning woman who was the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Thus, encountering the Two Tails as his first tailed beast proved to be a fortuitous beginning. While not the strongest, it could adapt to its circumstances more swiftly than the others. Matatabi cautiously eyed the suddenly appearing Li Shi, its two tails raised high and its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Human, where is this place? How did you bring me here? This is no longer the ninja world. We have been transported to another realm by an unknown force. Here, the energy system is no longer based on ninjutsu, but on fighting spirit and magic. We are the last remaining ninjas in this world. Li Shi gestured towards the illusory space. I have become your Jinchuriki, and we must unite to survive in this world. Matatabi found it hard to believe. Li Shi's words felt akin to waking up to a world in ruins. The shock was too great to process. How could it be that it was abruptly transported to another world without provocation? Human, I cannot accept your words. Please leave at once. Or do not blame me for being rude. Li Shi understood that taming a tailed beast was not an overnight endeavor. Resorting to force could lead to counterproductive outcomes. Patience was essential, and he needed to win Matatabi over with his genuine heart. Stay here for now. You can observe the outside world through my eyes and familiarize yourself with your surroundings. I will return to check on you in a few days when you have calmed down. He waved his hand, vanishing from the seal space. Matatabi watched Li Shi disappear, its heart in turmoil. How could it have changed worlds so suddenly? As Li Shi's spiritual energy returned to reality, he was unable to contain his excitement and promptly went to the courtyard to organize his gains from the day. The most significant acquisitions were undoubtedly the Two Tails Matatabi and the Sharingan, even if one was uncooperative and the other dormant. It was merely a matter of time before their potential would be realized, regardless of which, both would greatly benefit Li Shi's future growth. Today, he had also acquired various ninjutsu, including Shadow Clone Technique, Earth Release, Hiding Like a Mountain, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, Earth Release, Rising Earth Excavation, and Fire Release, Fireball, which significantly enriched Li Shi's meager ninjutsu repertoire and substantially enhanced his abilities, enabling him to masquerade as a mage with ease. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully advanced to Chunin. In high spirits, Li Shi could not help but inquire, how does my Chunin rank against a Jonin? That depends on the Jonin in question. Li Shi praised Xiao Fan for his cleverness, recognizing that even someone as strong as himself should not become complacent. After all, even the mightiest could fall before the likes of Kai Huan. He pondered when he might acquire the 8 gates of Duanjia. Chapter 53. The Coming Storm. As Li Shi lay awake in his home, reveling in the unprecedented enhancement of his abilities, 3 shadowy figures with obscured faces materialized in the basement of the tavern where he had previously undertaken missions. One figure, clad in a high-collared trench coat that obscured half of his face, spoke first. I have investigated everyone associated with the death of Delabot. The little mercenary who first submitted the mission is our prime suspect. He has concealed much from us, and his power has surged beyond normal limits. I believe we can take measures against him. From the darkness, a rasping voice that seemed to carry the weight of impending doom emerged. Sin number 3. We must ascertain the truth of the matter, as well as the whereabouts of those items. Elimination may be necessary. Understood, responded the second figure, whose features were equally indistinct. The materials have been gathered. We can act as soon as the timing is opportune. The raspy voice fell silent for a moment before continuing. Let us wait until that old fool Demanji is preoccupied. It shan't be long. Reliable sources indicate he has recently slain a dragon. Knowing him, he will not reappear until at least 6 months have passed since he has exhausted its remains. I comprehend. The last operation failed due to his interference. But it shall not happen again. Good. Prepare a contingency plan primarily to test this old fool. With that, silence enveloped the basement once more. As dawn broke, Li Shi, still buzzing with excitement from a sleepless night, made his way to Aic's home, leaving behind a cascade of affectionate words and breakfast. After receiving a playful jab to his chest, he set off contentedly toward the Mercenary Guild's sea-level mission room. Upon his first visit to the mission hall, Li Shi noted that the highest task level available was B. A and S-level missions were conspicuously absent. Initially perplexed, he later learned through his relationship with AIC that A and S-level tasks were the pinnacle of the Mercenary Guild's offerings. Exceedingly rare and reserved for only the most elite of mercenaries. Only those who attained B-level status could access missions of A level and above. Currently, as a D-level mercenary, Li Shi was limited to C-level tasks, with A and S levels remaining distant aspirations. Entering the C-level mission room, Li Shi observed significant changes on the large screen displaying available tasks. Whereas F to D-level missions primarily involved reconnaissance, information gathering, and the elimination of minor magical beasts, C-level tasks leaned toward direct combat. Eliminate the level 4 magical beast, the cracked earth prison tiger, in the worry-free forest. Reward, 2,000 gold coins. This task seemed simple enough. Aside from the challenge of locating the cracked earth prison tiger, Li Shi contemplated the next offering. Eliminate any cult member, with compensation based on their rank. He decided it best to avoid entanglements with religious matters, as one could never tell who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. In this alternate world, cults often had deities lurking in the shadows, and these deities were rarely benevolent. They were instead chaotic and malevolent. Li Shi understood that provoking these dark gods could lead to dire consequences, and he preferred to live a peaceful life without undue stress. Track down the evil mage, burn. All personal effects will belong to the mercenary, with an additional reward of 3,000 gold coins. Li Shi recalled AIC mentioning burn. He was a necromancer capable of summoning the undead and reveling in the torment of sentient beings. A devout follower of death, he was a dangerous figure hunted by various divine orders and local lords alike. This mission, too, seemed fraught with peril, given its ties to the divine. In this realm, those who wielded great power often found themselves intertwined with deities, as many were mere investments of the gods, groomed from a young age to ultimately serve their celestial patrons. These individuals, despite their formidable abilities and widespread renown, often lacked true freedom, their fates dictated by the whims of the deities they served. As Li Shi perused the tasks, he suddenly sensed someone observing him from behind. Rather than turning immediately, he feigned dissatisfaction with the missions, preparing to leave. Upon turning, he found Garilo, the captain of the Bellows merchant caravan, waving at him. Li Shi, my brother, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Do you have any time to spare? My abilities are limited. I may not be of much help, Li Shi replied politely. Garilo smiled amiably. Do not jest, my brother. I am well aware of your capabilities. Just hear me out before you decide. I assure you, the compensation will be generous. Very well, go on. Our caravan has a guest who discovered an exceptionally rare herb deep within the worry-free forest. However, a level 6 magical beast, the deep water cold dragon, guards it. He lacks the strength to confront it alone and seeks a competent mercenary to distract the dragon without engaging in combat. If he can retrieve the herb, the task will be deemed complete. Garilo observed Li Shi's interest waning and emphasized, the reward can be in the form of a fighting technique manual or gold coins. You would only need to divert the deep water cold dragon. No fighting is necessary. We will officially post the task at the Mercenary Guild, ensuring fairness and authenticity. Li Shi considered the task, finding it relatively straightforward, especially since the worry-free forest was within his domain. How long will this take? Not more than 20 days. The timeline felt a bit lengthy, and Li Shi hesitated. Why not post the task directly and seek others? Garilo sighed, explaining, Li Shi, high-level tasks are typically completed with familiar companions, who would first post a task and then recruit unfamiliar mercenaries. Relying on strangers would unnecessarily diminish the chance of success. It would be irresponsible. Li Shi understood Garilo's reasoning. Higher-level tasks were indeed more complex, and it was wise to collaborate with trusted allies. He recalled how the Black Tiger mercenary group had initially viewed him with skepticism. Even machines required calibration, let alone humans. Seeing that Li Shi had yet to agree, Garilo continued, You know this is the busiest time for mercenaries. Those familiar to us are all occupied. Hence, we sought you out. Li Shi recognized the truth in Garilo's words. The mercenaries he knew were preoccupied with their own missions. All right then, when do we depart? Tomorrow. You need not prepare anything. We will handle everything. You are quite considerate. Gary Luo smiled confidently, acknowledging that as the largest merchant group in Cardo City, they indeed possessed a fair amount of gold. They certainly did not wish to appear stingy to those who assisted them with tasks. Then, until tomorrow, he concluded. Upon returning to the home of Lady Avellini, Li Shi observed her and Ace leisurely indulging in afternoon tea. You seem so carefree, unlike me, who must toil to complete tasks. I am striving to earn gold so that someone can live a carefree life, he remarked, his words akin to an idle jest. Lady Avellini smiled silently, enjoying the unfolding drama, while Ace shot him an annoyed glare. I do not require your financial support. I am quite well off on my own. Li Shi blinked innocently. I never implied that the person I referred to was you. Ace, aware that Li Shi was teasing her, nonetheless allowed her irritation to flourish. You are shameless. From now on, you are not welcome in my home. With a huff, she turned away, prompting Li Shi to sigh, reflecting on the challenges of dealing with women in this world. After some coaxing and assurances, Ace smiled again and inquired, How did your task search go today? It must be difficult for a solitary individual like you, without a mercenary group, to find suitable tasks. If you have no tasks, you might as well stay home. I can lend you some money. A man of my stature, standing at 6 feet tall, would never allow a woman to support him. He had indeed found a task. A guest from the Belros merchant group needed assistance in gathering herbs from the worry-free forest. However, a 6th-level magical beast, the deep-sea cold dragon, guarded the area, and they merely required him to lure it away without needing to slay it. Upon hearing the name of the Belros merchant group, Ace's brows furrowed in contemplation. What troubles you about this task? Li Shi inquired. Ace took a moment before responding. Do you remember the incident with Bauer? His identity was that of a steward for Belros. Although we did not uncover anything conclusive afterward, my instincts tell me that Belros is not merely an ordinary merchant. Furthermore, the guest you mentioned is likely the 4th-level swordsman, Soros, renowned for his swordsmanship, having once bested a 5th-level sky warrior with his 4th-level prowess. He is celebrated as the strongest 4th-level fighter in Cardo City, a notable expert, given his remarkable abilities. It is no surprise that Belros would pay a premium for his services. I am aware of your formidable strength, yet there will still be a discernible gap when facing Soros. For your safety, I advise you against accepting this task. Ace looked at Li Shi with concern, as their previous ambush had left them facing numerous obstacles in their investigations, as if a shroud of mist enveloped Cardo City. Various powerful factions were on high alert, with the divine sects issuing urgent notifications to monitor all developments closely. Currently, there is strong suspicion that the cultists and the Abyss are behind the recent disturbances in Cardo City, with the Belros merchant group and the Lord's mansion emerging as primary suspects. The evidence points squarely at these two entities, as one has a traitor among them while the other feigns ignorance. After Ace shared her thoughts, Lady Avellini expressed her fear, suggesting, perhaps we should relocate to another city. This place is too perilous. Li Shi chuckled, or is it not dangerous? The era of chaos has only just passed, and the abyssal demons have yet to be completely driven back. The gods are preoccupied with finding their way back to their divine realms, while the evil deities are poised to create turmoil. Numerous factions across the continent are pursuing their own agendas. There is no safe haven, our strength is insufficient, and it matters little where we go. He reassured Ace, rest assured, I have confidence in my abilities. If necessary, I can always call upon Lord Mourinho. If you doubt me, You must surely trust in Lord Mourinho's prowess. I have faith in Lord Mourinho's strength. I have a few vials of potions here that you might find useful. You can take them all with you tomorrow, Ace replied. Retrieving 5 assorted potions from her spatial ring, including those for internal and external injuries and detoxification. Li Shi accepted them without hesitation, stowing them in his own spatial ring. Do not worry. I am still young, yet to marry and have children. I certainly do not wish for misfortune to befall me at this stage. Ace's face flushed again. Lady Avellini wore a bittersweet smile, feeling a pang of sorrow as she observed the affectionate exchange between them, a complex emotion that only she could fully comprehend. By the way, what kind of beast was the meat you brought back yesterday? I pondered over it all night and couldn't identify the flavor, Ace asked. Isn't it the dragon meat you were after? Another lie. If it were truly dragon meat, even goblins would adore bathing in it. Haha, you saw right through me. Now tell me, what type of meat is it? I shall not disclose that. Within the illusory sealed space beneath Li Shi's belly, the two-tailed beast finally came to terms with the reality that Li Shi, the Jinchuriki, spoke the truth. Everything here was vastly different from the world of ninjas he once knew. He had been transported to this alien realm by an unknown existence. And the mere thought of such a being instilled fear in him, as they must have surpassed even the sage of 6 paths. He could hardly fathom the might of such an entity, and in their eyes, he might be as inconsequential as a mosquito, easily extinguished at a whim. The hope of returning home felt utterly delusional. Just as the two-tailed beast grappled with the uncertainty of the future, Li Shi reappeared on the island. Well, did I deceive you? Human, you have not deceived me, but I will not assist you. If that is your intention, you may as well abandon it. Beneath the blazing blue flames lay a pair of eyes filled with hatred for humanity. I will not implore you to aid me, but I must convey something important. The two-tailed beast remained silent, though its gaze softened slightly, allowing Li Shi to perceive its willingness to listen. Acknowledging their shared memories, the two-tailed beast began to feel a different sentiment towards Li Shi. In the original ninja world, if a Jinchuriki perished, the tailed beasts would vanish temporarily, only to be reborn in some corner of the ninja realm, ensuring their immortality. However, in this alien world, if I were to die, I assume you would have no chance of revival. Death would be final. What do you think? Li Shi's penetrating gaze seemed to peer into the depths of the two-tailed beast's soul. Its pupils quivered slightly, clearly struck by a truth it had long feared to acknowledge. The two-tailed beast had pondered this matter before. From any angle, it had to concede that Li Shi was correct. Its life was indeed singular. I reiterate, I do not seek your voluntary assistance, but if I find myself in peril, you must intervene. This is not merely helping me, it is aiding your own self. Li Shi spoke with conviction. Of course, my strength in this world has already reached an upper echelon, and few can pose a threat to me. Perhaps in my lifetime, I may never require your aid. The two-tailed beast remained silent, yet its drifting gaze indicated an internal acceptance of Li Shi's suggestion. Its wariness of humanity began to wane, as the foundation of its defenses crumbled like a dam breached by a mere ant. The notion that death could not lead to rebirth represented the chink in the armor of its defenses. This world is vast. Should you encounter anything that piques your interest, do not hesitate to inform me. I assure you it will be to your satisfaction. Once you have fully lowered your guard, we can engage in equal discourse, and I will allow you the freedom to roam. The two-tailed beast considered this for a long moment before nodding slightly, realizing it was cornered and had to yield. Witnessing this, Li Shi smiled faintly, pleased that the amiable tailed beast was becoming more communicative. Progress had been made after only 2 conversations. Li Shi's mental energy returned. Having spent the entire day conversing with Ace and Lady Avellini, significantly enriching his knowledge and understanding. Considering the words spoken by Ace during the day, Li Shi decided to prepare several contingencies just in case. With the assistance of Erwei, it was akin to having a vigilant guardian providing round-the-clock surveillance, ensuring rapid responses to any unforeseen circumstances. Having secured Erwei's support, Li Shi formed hand seals and executed the shadow clone technique. With a puff, a clone materialized, and Li Shi instructed, remain in Cardo City to protect Ace and the others, and notify me immediately of any emergencies. The shadow clone, also forming hand seals, vanished into a cloud of smoke, transforming into an inconspicuous young man, designed to attract no particular attention. Find a suitable location and remain vigilant, Li Shi advised, providing the clone with resources before it disappeared into the night. The following day, Li Shi accepted his first C-rank mission at the mercenary hall, where he met with Garilo and the guest mercenary, Soros. After mutual introductions, Garilo busied himself with his own affairs. "Hello, I have heard much about you from Garilo. Though his descriptions were vague, it is evident that he holds you in high regard. I truly did not expect you to be so young," Soros remarked. Dressed as a swordsman, exuding a sunny charm with an appearance suggesting he was around 30 years old, his waist adorned with a distinctive light sword. Li Shi's gaze lingered on the blade, for having spent nearly half a year in this strange world. It was his first encounter with a sword that bore resemblance to Eastern designs, indicating that Soros favored a swift attack style. "My abilities are modest. I merely run faster than the average mercenary, or else I wouldn't dare to undertake this mission," Li Shi replied. Clad in leather armor worth over 1,000 gold coins, with a renowned heavy sword at his side. Even his shoes, crafted from the hide of a level 4 magical beast, were enviable in Soros's eyes, while his belt was also a prized possession, resulting in a garb that reeked of ostentation. Such unabashed attire was typically seen on two types of individuals: the naive nouveau riche who believe in their own invincibility, often falling prey to deception until left with nothing but their undergarments, or the genuinely capable who fear no scrutiny. Li Shi undoubtedly belonged to the latter category, and both men, upon their first meeting, evaluated each other with satisfaction, recognizing mutual potential for collaboration. They set off swiftly from Cardo City on hybrid warhorses, passing the same throng of beggars at the city gates. Li Shi noted the persistent plight of these destitute souls, realizing that with the harsh winter approaching, if no provisions were made for them, only a fraction would survive the following spring, a prospect that seemed grim without divine intervention. Once outside the city, they galloped freely, as their speed remained unrestrained unless they ventured into the forest. During their journey, Soros engaged in light-hearted banter, displaying no condescension towards Li Shi's youth. As a seasoned mercenary, he generously imparted wisdom and experience that greatly benefited Li Shi. After 2 days, they reached the point where they had to enter the Forgetfulness Forest, and their pace began to slow. Within the forest, Li Shi witnessed Soros's prowess, as he drew his sword with such swiftness that Li Shi could only perceive a blur. Realizing the strike had occurred only upon impact, silent and swift as lightning, the fatal blow was delivered with an icy gaze and a calm demeanor, marking Soros as a true master of his craft. "Your swordsmanship is truly remarkable," Li Shi sincerely complimented, clearly impressed by Soros's honed skills. "I lack innate talent and have only refined my technique through relentless practice, gradually developing my own insights," Soros replied modestly with a smile. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his own abilities, Li Shi summoned a level 2 hawk from the sky, demonstrating his extraordinary speed, which pleased Soros, who remarked that such agility could easily outpace a deep-sea cold dragon. After 7 more days of travel, they at last arrived at the task location by the edge of a lake. Soros pointed to a small island barely visible in the water. "I am seeking the 9-dragon herb, a precious material for enhancing physical capabilities. The deep-sea cold dragon resides in this lake, dear brother Li Shi. You need only distract it for 2 sand timers worth of time while I retrieve the herb. Consider it done. I will fulfill the task." "But how do I lure out the deep-sea cold dragon?" Li Shi inquired. Soros produced a vial from his spatial ring, stating, "This is the true dragon elixir, infused with dragon's blood. Once opened, the scent will draw the deep-sea cold dragon out." Li Shi accepted the elixir, confidently assuring, "Watch closely." With a few swift movements, he vanished, while Soros held his breath, positioning himself discreetly nearby. Suddenly, the lake's surface roiled as if boiling, and moments later, a colossal serpent covered in shimmering silver scales erupted from the depths, its eyes momentarily dazed before it darted away with astonishing speed, disappearing into the forest. Without a moment's hesitation, Soros dashed across the lake to the island's center. Meanwhile, hidden in the distant trees, Li Shi refrained from using the elixir Soros had provided. Instead, he uncorked his own vial of dragon's blood, and soon a silver serpent with faint draconic aura charged towards him. "I was expecting something else. Turns out it's a sub-dragon beast. Since the creation of the world by the creator god, numerous dragons had existed. Over millennia, these dragons interbred, resulting in a multitude of sub-dragon beasts that now populate the world. Even the seemingly insignificant goblins possess latent draconic lineage, showcasing the dragon's indiscriminate nature. In essence, Humans in this world inherit traces of dragon blood. Each year, a few newborns exhibit unique shapes or birthmarks, a phenomenon of bloodline regression. However, the dragon lineage within humans is so faint that most remain unaware of their draconic ancestry. The level 6 deep sea cold dragon, a swift creature, bore scales that glimmered in the sunlight. It appeared to be a hybrid of a silver dragon and a water serpent, lacking limbs and wings, adorned with unevenly sized horns, and was amphibious. Soon, it approached Li Shi, its watermelon-sized eyes fixated on the dragon's blood in his hand, its scales quivering in anticipation. The deep sea cold dragon, instinctively drawn to the pure blood of a true dragon, recognized that consuming the elixir would accelerate its evolution by a decade and purify its bloodline. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. It lunged at Li Shi with the swiftness of a spear. Without hesitation, Li Shi turned and fled, maintaining his speed while holding the dragon's blood, matching the deep sea cold dragon's pace as he circled around a designated area. At last, the time of 2 sand timers elapsed, igniting the dragon's fury. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing a fist-sized cavity within. "Oh, you can breathe ice now. It seems your evolution has progressed well," Li Shi remarked as he observed the dragon's attack. The two were merely separated by a distance of 30 meters, and in an instant, the frigid breath loomed before them. Observing the menacing breath, Li Shi feigned difficulty, utilizing the instantaneous body technique to appear in various locations, behind trees, behind stones, amidst the grass, and within the thickets. Yet, each time he manifested, the deep sea cold dragon, relying on its massive form, accurately directed its icy breath towards Li Shi's position. While attacking, the deep sea cold dragon relentlessly closed the distance between them, swiftly compressing Li Shi's range of movement to less than 10 meters. The chilling air of the icy breath penetrated Li Shi's lungs, transforming the battlefield into a realm resembling a deity who had yet to awaken, carelessly shifting the seasons and ushering in winter prematurely. Everything was veiled in a white expanse of ice crystals, exuding an aura of coldness, with numerous small creatures frozen in time, forever suspended at the brink of life. Li Shi reappeared behind a large tree, realizing that relying solely on himself could no longer delay time effortlessly. He clasped his hands and formed seals, invoking the shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, 3 shadow clones emerged, only to vanish with the instantaneous body technique. However, a single tree could not obscure 4 individuals, causing the deep sea cold dragon to momentarily hesitate upon witnessing one transform into multiple figures, uncertain of which was the true target. Its breath momentarily ceased due to this unexpected pause. Although the deep sea cold dragon's breath had halted, Li Shi's counterattack was just commencing. The 3 shadow clones appeared at the sides of the deep sea cold dragon. One clone formed seals and unleashed a fire release, fireball towards the dragon's tail. The blazing fire oil immediately ignited everything it touched, even causing the frozen areas to emit swirling white mist. Sensing impending doom, the deep sea cold dragon lunged forward, only to be met by another shadow clone descending from above, unleashing a fire release. Ash burn. Gray combustible gas spewed forth from the clone's mouth, and before the deep sea cold dragon could discern the source of the mist, the clone bit down, igniting the gray mist in an instant. The earlier fireball had a limited range and had not even grazed the dragon's tail, but the ash burn was different. Its mist spread rapidly, engulfing half of the deep sea cold dragon's body and setting it ablaze. As its name suggests, the deep sea cold dragon is a water and ice attribute beast, and its nemesis is indeed fire. Amidst the roaring flames, a pained howl erupted, and the scorched deep sea cold dragon, filled with rage, burst forth from the inferno. To be honest, such an attack could hardly harm the dragon. Its silver scales afforded it defenses comparable to that of a giant dragon. However, the assault had thoroughly enraged it, its enormous eyes now brimming with bloodlust, fixating on anyone it could devour, just as it sought vengeance against the shadow clones. A voice echoed from afar, "Earth release, heavenly cap." A massive pot lid, resembling a beckoning cat and spanning 5 meters in radius, plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the deep sea cold dragon's head and forcing it back into the flames. Surely, it wouldn't perish so easily. The 3 shadow clones returned to their origin. "No, you haven't even unleashed half your strength. How could a dignified 6th level beast die so easily?" Li Shi asserted firmly. perhaps to validate Li Shi's words. The pot lid that had firmly restrained the deep-sea cold dragon was suddenly shattered from within with a resounding crash, sending half of the cat's head flying far away. The deep-sea cold dragon roared in fury, glaring at the four Li's eyes as if they were its lifelong enemies. Once strikingly silver and radiant, its scales were now marred with black and gray, yet it bore no wounds. The fairest of princesses had transformed into a cinder-laden Cinderella. One is insufficient, Li Shi remarked, observing the murderous intent radiating from the deep-sea cold dragon. Then let us summon more. Earth release, heavenly cap repeated 4 times. With Li Shi's body and 3 shadow clones, a total of 4 individuals acted in unison, sending 4 pot lids crashing down upon the deep-sea cold dragon's head. Before the dragon could unleash its pent-up fury, it was once more pressed into the earth like an ant. The 4 watched intently as the only visible part of the deep-sea cold dragon was its tail thrashing wildly, while sounds of violent impacts emanated from within the pot lids. However, combined, the 4 lids weighed at least 10 tons, rendering the deep-sea cold dragon immobile for the time being. Let us check on Soros. It's time for us to release it. Understood. 1 shadow clone vanished. The deep-sea cold dragon continued to thrash within the pot lids, and Li Shi, listening to the sounds outside, likened them to a low-frequency woodpecker interspersed with muffled roars, worrying that the dragon might suffocate if it continued this way. Do you think if we set a fire now, it would turn into a roasted dragon? Isn't that how beggar's chicken is made? Who knows? I've never done it. The 2 shadow clones shook their heads in admiration of their master, unable to fathom how he could perceive circular objects as pots. Finally, the deep-sea cold dragon was thoroughly provoked, unleashing a white column of icy water that pierced through the 4 stacked pot lids. With an uncontrollable killing intent, its scales flared up, and upon spotting Li Shi, it charged toward him. Let us go? The 3 figures vanished, and the deep-sea cold dragon's mighty tail smashed through 2 large trees. To be honest, Li Shi now felt that the strength of the deep-sea cold dragon did not match its 6th level designation. The mountain giant ape, also at 6th level, could easily overpower the deep-sea cold dragon several times over. Currently, Li Shi had dispatched 4 clones, including 1 from Cardo City, each possessing only 1/5 of his original strength, yet the deep-sea cold dragon could still do little against him, continually finding itself at a disadvantage. The deep-sea cold dragon had yet to distinguish between the real body and the clones, fixating on one and neglecting Li Shi's true form, which stood atop a tree, observing the spectacle. As the shadow clone monitoring the situation finally returned, it reported, "It's ready. Soros has gathered the herbs." Understood. Li Shi released 2 of the 3 shadow clones, keeping the 3rd, which was still evading the deep-sea cold dragon, intact. This shadow clone, having received word from the released clone that the time had come, feigned panic and dashed toward the lake, even going so far as to make itself appear disheveled and breathless. After navigating through the forest and reaching the lakeside, Li Shi tossed the potion Soros had provided into the water. Initially filled with murderous intent, the deep-sea cold dragon, upon witnessing the sinking potion on the lake's surface, abruptly abandoned its pursuit of Li Shi, akin to a dragon returning to the sea, swallowing the potion without a splash before vanishing into the depths of the lake. Li Shi observed Soros in the distance, wiping the dirt from his body as he wearily approached. "So, did you obtain it?" Soros waved the ring in his hand with satisfaction, replying, "Thanks to you, brother Li Shi, I managed to acquire the 9 dragon grass with such ease. This is proof of task completion." Soros handed over a piece of paper and gestured for both himself and Li Shi to step away from the lakeside, cautioning that once the deep-sea cold dragon realized its herbs were lost, it would surely go mad. "Do you prefer a fighting technique manual or gold coins, brother Li Shi?" "Gold coins, please. The fighting technique manual is of no use to me." "Then, as we agreed, 1,500 gold coins." Soros spoke as he retrieved a chest of gold coins from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. Upon opening it, it was filled to the brim with coins. "Li Shi, kindly count them. I assure you, there are no less." Li Shi smiled, responding, "No need. I trust the integrity of your merchant company." After saying this, he bent down to close the chest, preparing to store it back in his spatial ring. However, in that fleeting moment, Soros made a swift motion, and a flash of sword light cut through the air, leaving a gash on Li Shi's arm before he could even react. Realizing he had been attacked, Li Shi abandoned the gold coins and swiftly used his movement technique to distance himself. Once at a safe distance, he furiously pointed at Soros, demanding, "Why did you attack me?" Soros, after a single strike, sheathed his sword and stood still, counting numbers aloud. 1, 2, 3. As he reached 3, Li Shi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Examining his arm, he noticed that although the wound was merely superficial, having only broken the skin, the entirety of his arm had turned a deep purple hue. It became evident that Soros's sword had been poisoned. With a bitter smile, Li Shi mused, "Is it necessary to be so cautious with someone of my stature? Must you resort to poison?" Soros approached slowly, responding, "You are not merely a small fry. Before our meeting, I conducted an investigation into your background. You were originally an inconsequential apprentice blacksmith, but one day you suddenly registered as a mercenary with a chest full of gold. In just 3 months, you ascended from F rank to D rank, achieving a task completion rate of 100%, often surviving perilous missions that claimed the lives of higher-ranked mercenaries. Although your information has been deliberately concealed, it can still be uncovered with diligence. After discovering your background, I was left in a cold sweat. Your strength is undoubtedly on par with mine. Had it not been absolutely necessary, I would not have engaged you." Li Shi attempted to move, only to find himself immobilized. "Since you have not killed me, you must have questions. Ask away, I will answer truthfully." Soros halted 5 meters away from Li Shi, expressing his satisfaction at Li Shi's willingness to speak. "I have no ulterior motives today. I simply wish to inquire about Delabant." Soros's hand remained on the hilt of his sword as he questioned, "Surely you do not claim to have forgotten Delabant?" Li Shi's pupils dilated in shock. Delabant was the gang leader from his slum who he had killed long ago. Why was someone like Soros inquiring about him? Surely, there could be no lingering issues regarding Delabant's demise. Even the city lord's residents had shown no interest, as if he were merely a nameless peasant. "I remember the incident well. The gold I used to register as a mercenary was borrowed against my house from him. After his death, I saved quite a bit of money." Li Shi furrowed his brow, recalling, "At that time, I only saw a figure with a death's head mask flash by. Beyond that, I truly know nothing." "Think harder," Soros insisted. "If your answers do not satisfy me, I will have to resort to more forceful measures." He shifted his sword slightly, scanning Li Shi's body as though searching for an opportune point of attack. "All I know is this. If I claim to have killed him, would that satisfy you?" Li Shi displayed a resigned demeanor, appearing entirely at Soros's mercy. "Strangely enough, your words have convinced me. Now tell me, why did you kill him?" Soros grinned, evidently convinced in his heart that Li Shi was indeed the murderer. "Why would I kill him? I didn't kill him. So how could I know the reason for his death? Perhaps you could fabricate a justification for me. I suspect it was over the matter of the 5 gold pieces you borrowed. That amount was not insignificant to you. It is conceivable that you might have resorted to drastic measures to avoid repayment." Li Shi retorted with an incredulous laugh, "To kill a 3rd-rank expert over 5 gold coins? Surely, that seems rather trivial. To you, a high-ranking warrior may be worth merely 5 gold coins. To me, he might be valued at only 5 copper coins. The essence lies not in his strength, but in his identity. I wish to know if, after killing him, you took anything from him." Soros scrutinized Li Shi's expression, seeking to discern whether his assumptions were correct. "Things? What things?" Li Shi feigned ignorance. "Items such as this." Soros produced a black token from his spatial ring, one side depicting a horned demon and the other featuring 2 crossed bloody daggers. Li Shi's expression shifted to one of terror. "You are affiliated with the Assassin's Guild?" Soros's gaze fixated on the ring on Li Shi's finger, and he casually remarked, "If you say so. Given your reluctance to speak the truth and your lack of cooperation, I will have no choice but to kill you. Should I inadvertently strike down the wrong person, do not blame me." Seeing Soros prepare to act, Li Shi panicked. Wait. I did kill him, all for those 5 gold coins. I did see that token. It was taken by me. He had hidden it under his pillow, and I intended to join your ranks, but I could not locate your organization." In a spirit of candor, Li Shi divulged all the details. "You wish to join us? Why?" Soros appeared baffled, as they were an illegal organization persecuted by the major churches, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, universally despised. Every individual who joined them was notorious for grave misdeeds or other such faults. This was his first encounter with someone eager to join. "Because it allows me to earn money through missions. You know I work alone, and many tasks in the mercenary hall are beyond my capabilities. I've heard you often undertake tasks individually, with generous rewards. Isn't that ideal for me?" "Ah, Then it seems there has been a misunderstanding. We are of the same ilk. Certainly. Before I killed Delabant, I was unaware he was affiliated with the Assassin's Guild. Otherwise, I would not have acted. Li Shi chuckled nervously, masking his earlier blunder. A smile crept onto Soros's face, yet his hand remained steadfastly on the sword's hilt. Since we are allies, allow me to inquire, aside from this token, did you discover anything else? Li Shi pondered briefly, then shook his head affirmatively. Aside from the token, there were only a few coins. There truly was nothing else. Nothing at all. No letters or such. Soros narrowed his eyes, as if sword energy emanated from their slits. What kind of letters? Li Shi ventured. Were they regarding the payment of protection fees to the city lord's residents, or perhaps coercing individuals into servitude or human trafficking? Soros remained silent, watching Li Shi intently, urging him to continue. Li Shi reflected, realizing that he had played this charade with Soros for an extended period, merely over some letters. However, he had not taken anything. The most likely scenario was that they had been incinerated by his fireball spell. Now that Soros has ceased to engage, the conversation has faltered, for Li Shi remains oblivious to the contents of the letter, rendering him incapable of directing his discourse. I truly did not take it. After committing the murder, I set a fire to incinerate the evidence, and I never even noticed the letter you mentioned. Soros slowly drew his sword, his gaze fixated upon Li Shi's legs. I advise you to ponder this carefully. Aside from what you have mentioned, did you take anything else? If you are honest with me, we shall be like family. Sighing, Li Shi retorted, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. It seems you do not trust me at all, so let us conclude our conversation here. Observing Li Shi's apparent lack of anxiety, as if he were interrogating himself, Soros felt a twinge of doubt. Repeatedly confirming in his mind that his poison was indeed effective, Li Shi was immobile. Yet, what was this relaxed demeanor and the unsettling sensation of a hunter and prey swapping roles? Soros cautiously probed, do you still possess an undisclosed trump card? Indeed, for his trump card was I. A figure, adorned with tiny dark red scales resembling grains of rice and boasting two broad dragon wings, materialized behind Soros without warning. From the poison Li Shi's eyes, Soros perceived the presence of the newcomer and abruptly turned to draw his sword, executing his movements fluidly. However, the blade was only drawn halfway when a fierce whip-like kick struck it with tremendous force. Soros, who favored swift attacks, found himself propelled through the air, sword and all, by the sheer might of the dragonkin's kick. Unable to withstand such overwhelming power, he felt as though crushed beneath the foot of a giant, spitting blood mid-air before crashing into the forest. With the conversation still unresolved, he found himself at a loss for words. The dragonkin regarded the poisoned Li Shi with disdain. You may call me a fool, an idiot, or a simpleton. I do not mind. Please, unleash your thoughts and hurl insults at me. Li Shi, undeterred by his condition, shot back. The dragonkin fell silent, realizing that to insult him was to insult himself. Rest for now. I shall deal with him. To ease the awkwardness, the dragonkin pursued the direction in which he had sent Soros flying. Not far ahead, he spotted Soros struggling to rise against a large tree, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, a clear indication of internal injuries. This is why assassins fear heavily armored warriors. One cannot inflict damage, yet a single strike from them can incapacitate you. The dragonkin hovered in the air, wings unfurled, observing Soros without any intention of attacking just yet. Who are you? Soros inquired, assessing the dragonkin's potential threat. I am Yurinho, the bane of evil. A good Samaritan who intervenes in the face of injustice, dedicated to dealing with scoundrels like you who strike from the shadows. Unfazed, Soros retorted. I am a member of the Assassin Alliance. You must carefully consider the consequences of your actions before you strike. Should you kill me, you will only invite relentless pursuit. The consequences are of little concern. I welcome the challenge of sending my pursuers after you. Let us see if I cannot extinguish you filthy creatures that lurk in the sewers. With that declaration of righteousness, he formed seals with his hands and directed them at Soros. Water release, water severing wave. Much like the breath of a deep-sea dragon, a high-pressure jet of water shot towards Soros, slicing through everything in its path. Despite his injuries, Soros's speed remained largely unchanged. He darted away with remarkable swiftness, utilizing his brief ability to fly, resembling an awkward lion chasing a nimble deer. Li Shi's water-severing wave could not touch him. Realizing Soros was faster than his own attack, Li Shi retracted the water-severing wave and initiated a new technique. Earth release, heavenly descent. This time, he held nothing back. Predicting Soros's movements and unleashing a massive lid-like structure, 30 meters in diameter, that descended upon him. Li Shi understood that merely this lid would not contain Soros for long. He would quickly break free. Thus, adhering to his prior assumptions, he soared overhead to add some extra flair. Fire release, fireball. The fiery projectile, nearly equal in size to the lid, engulfed it in flames. I refuse to believe that this combination technique, akin to an air fryer, cannot defeat you. After the fireball, some sections of the lid began to crack due to the intense heat. Stranger dragonkin, do not lose focus. Always be aware of what lies behind you. Just as Li Shi was about to launch another attack to conclude the battle, Soros's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. This voice rang in Li Shi's ears like a death knell, catching him off guard. Under the gaze of his powerful dragon eyes, he had witnessed Soros being trapped beneath the descending lid. It was inconceivable for him to emerge unnoticed. Although Li Shi could not hear the sound of Soros's sword piercing through the air, the lethal intent emanating from him was palpable, sending chills down Li Shi's spine. Soros's speed seemed to have increased dramatically, and Li Shi, caught unprepared, realized that he had miscalculated. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence in his attack, only to be ambushed. In close proximity to an assassin, life and death hinge upon a fleeting moment, especially considering Soros had previously exhibited exceptional skills in poison. In this critical instant, Li Shi's heart raced, pumping adrenaline throughout his body, heightening his senses to their utmost capacity. This was the closest he had ever come to death since his arrival in this world, even more so than when he faced the flame demon. The tension intensified, and as the perilous moment loomed, the dormant blood within him surged, igniting his dragon eyes, where a small tomo appeared. With the activation of his Sharingan, Li Shi's perception of time slowed slightly, enhancing his ability to track movements. However, this marginal enhancement proved futile. I scarcely know what to say to you. A voice echoed from within the seal in his abdomen. Just as Soros's sword was about to pierce Li Shi, a brilliant blue flame erupted from his body, radiating an intense heat and transforming into claws that lunged towards Soros. Yet, at that very moment, the menacing blue flame dissipated with a soft puff, startling Soros, who quickly realized that this blue flame was but an illusion, a mere tactic to buy time for the dragonkin. However, it was too late. For this brief distraction allowed Li Shi to seize the opportunity. A massive blade materialized in his right hand as he swung it back with a ferocious strike, unleashing a gust of wind that echoed like the chaos before the apocalypse. However, just as it seemed the blow would cleave Soros in two, it met nothing but air. Soros, seizing the moment of hesitation, evaded Li Shi's attack with a near-instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. In that fleeting exchange, it appeared neither had struck the other. Yet both had danced perilously close to death. Only after the encounter did Li Shi break into a cold sweat, realizing how perilous the situation had been. His previously assured position had been compromised by his desire to experiment with combination ninjutsu, providing Soros with the opportunity to almost turn the tide against him. Thank you again for the journey. You must temper your frivolous tendencies. How could you dare to be so inattentive in battle? Until the enemy lies defeated, the fight persists. Oh, in a moment of triumph, one can easily forget oneself, but I assure you, such a lapse shall not occur again. Though I brushed perilously close to death this time, it was not without merit. At the very least, my Sharingan has awakened, albeit in its rudimentary form of a single tomo. Its aid is marginal, yet it heralds a promising beginning. Every endeavor is arduous at its inception, but once the first step is taken, the remainder becomes manageable. What fills me with joy is the proactive assistance from the Two Tails, indicating that he recognizes the validity of my previous assertions, thus drawing us closer in our camaraderie. Expressing gratitude to the Two Tails, I turned my gaze towards Soros. The Soros I faced now was no longer the sunny, handsome level for swordsman I once knew. He had morphed into a shadowy figure, wielding two matte black daggers, slick with poison, a grim omen of the fate that awaited anyone struck by them. At this moment, all traces of his aura were tightly contained, with not a whisper of it escaping. Had I not been vigilant, I might have mistaken him for mere foliage, easily overlooked. Though he appeared as an ordinary individual, I sensed the lethal intent emanating from him during our earlier confrontation, revealing the truth of his capabilities. It was no wonder he had once triumphed over a level 5 sky warrior. He was not a level 4 swordsman at all, but rather a level 5 Night Stalker. The Night Stalker, an advanced class of assassin, embodies the essence of a lethal strike, operating in silence, an embodiment of death itself, a source of terror for many. Soros was now filled with bewilderment. The abilities of this suddenly emerging dragonborn were too peculiar. The blue flames he wielded were seldom seen, typically limited to rare magical beasts. And he had never encountered anyone engulfed in blue fire like this. The peculiar symbol of his eyes, resembling a tadpole, brought forth an ominous feeling, prompting him to search through years of experience in vain, as none of the abilities exhibited by this dragonborn were familiar to him. He found himself at a disadvantage from the very outset, akin to engaging an opponent while being utterly oblivious to their hand, while they had already glimpsed half of his cards. Stranger Dragonborn, I harbor no desire to be your enemy. If you choose to depart now, you shall receive the friendship of our assassin alliance, Soros declared with utmost sincerity. It was only natural to concede when faced with an insurmountable challenge. I held no fear of being deceived by Soros. The stronger the practitioner, the more they adhere to their promises. Yet could I truly leave? Soros sought my demise. You allowed me a glimpse into the depths of despair before death, a first for me. In gratitude for your heartfelt offering, I shall compassionately escort you to meet the Grim Reaper. I cast aside my earlier lightheartedness, a level 5 Night Stalker. If he were to strike me even once, the outcome would be uncertain. Engaging such an opponent felt akin to gambling with death itself, a singular chance to wager everything. My previous encounter, where I merely grazed my skin, had led to a state of helplessness. Coincidentally, Soros shared my sentiments. He discerned that the strange spell I had initially employed was not my forte. Now, with a mighty weapon in hand, my aura surged in his perception, overwhelming him like a tidal wave, and his subconscious warned him to distance himself from me. It was evident that my true form in battle was my most formidable weapon. Coupled with the earlier injury to my leg, even a casual strike had sent me flying. Soros realized he could not afford to be struck again. It would surely spell his end. He pondered various strategies, yet each was dismissed as too perilous, with negligible chances of success. Glancing at me, the dragonborn above, he recognized the futility of victory. Thus, in the next heartbeat, he launched himself toward the poisoned and immobilized me by the lake. This was his decision after much contemplation. Rather than confront the strongest, he would strike at the weakest. After all, my demise was his true target, not this unfamiliar dragonborn. If he could merely make contact, his mission would be accomplished, leaving him in control of his fate. Crawlers, uphold the dignity of the strong, I mused, amused by Soros's choice to deploy his shadow clone. The thrill of possessing information that my adversary lacked was exhilarating. With this disparity, my odds of victory doubled, as if the goddess of triumph had already smiled upon me. To convince my foe of my supposed anger, I feigned a furious demeanor, soaring through the air with great force, even resorting to the taunts of dragons to berate Soros below. The more I acted in this manner, the more Soros believed in his righteousness. Resolute in his course, he moved through the shadows, his body gliding as though propelled by some ethereal force. This was the unique ability of the Night Stalker, which had allowed him to escape from the shadows when descending from the heavens. Yet, as I unleashed my speed in the sky, aided by my dragon wings and an instantaneous movement technique, I found myself closing the distance rather than being drawn apart. Fearing the potential reveal of any insights from our previous conversation, Soros opted to eliminate me first. Returning to the spot where I lay poisoned, I remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Soros, without a moment's hesitation, thrust both daggers, like venomous serpents, toward my throat. Should they pierce my skin, the venom would swiftly claim my life. Lying there, I sensed the impending doom, yet my body refused to respond, leaving me to await my fate. You dare? A thunderous voice boomed from behind Soros, followed by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Soros redirected his daggers, seizing me as a shield. He positioned me in front of him, the blades poised at my throat. One slight pressure would sever my head from my body. In that very moment, my executioner's blade found its mark precisely where Soros had stood moments ago. Had he chosen to kill me then, his end would have been equally grim. As Soros prepared to strike, I, the Dragonborn, finally caught up, landing on the ground and drawing my executioner's blade. Discontent with such a display of high-stakes confrontation using a hostage, the strong must possess dignity. Do not allow me to look down upon you. Rest assured, I guarantee my speed exceeds yours, Soros replied with a smirk, as though he had gained the upper hand. In that instant, I, who had previously viewed Soros with disdain, found myself smiling, addressing the hostage clone of myself. Endure, it may sting a bit. Hurry, for a vegetative state is quite uncomfortable. The poisoned version of me regarded the two venomous daggers nonchalantly, yearning for release. If not for the need to cooperate with my true self, I might have willingly plunged into the blades. Soros, sensing the oddity in our exchange, pulled the poisoned version of me closer, exuding false bravado. What are you two discussing? If you wish for him to live, it would be wise to heed my words. Rest assured, I have always been the most obedient child since my youth. Consistently recognized as an exemplary student year after year, a devoted acolyte to my teachers. The words spoken by the Dragonborn were incomprehensible to Soros. Yet he sensed that events were unfolding in a manner he had not anticipated. As he had foreseen, the Dragonborn, who initially sought to save the poisoned Li Shi, mercilessly pierced Li Shi with a beheading blade. Soros, despite not having foreseen this particular scenario, reacted with remarkable swiftness. As the blade pierced through Li Shi's body, he decisively released his hold and chose to flee. However, Li Shi had long anticipated Soros's cunning move. The water release, water-severing wave, a powerful stream of compressed water, sliced through the air like a razor-sharp sword, accompanied by the fading shadow clone. The speed of this ninjutsu far surpassed that of the beheading blade. Soros, having exerted all his effort to evade the blade at close range, could only awkwardly tilt his body to narrowly escape the high-velocity torrent. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Li Shi's shadow clone shattered, and Soros found his entire arm severed cleanly. Li Shi intended to take advantage of this moment of injury to finish Soros, but unbeknownst to him, Soros had laid a magical array, or perhaps it had been preordained to trigger. Suddenly, a six-pointed star formation illuminated beneath Soros's feet, and in an instant, he vanished from Li Shi's sight, leaving behind only an arm clutching a dagger. As Li Shi ceased his ninjutsu to locate Soros, he quickly spotted him on the surface of the lake, tending to his wounds. This must be a random teleportation array, as long as it had been previously configured. It could transport him within a kilometer when faced with imminent danger. Li Shi discerned the nature of the sudden array. It dawned on Soros at that moment that the Dragonborn, who was meant to protect Li Shi, had instead dealt him a fatal blow. Strangely, Li Shi had vanished with a loud pop, leaving Soros perplexed. Was he truly dead? Chapter 58, Spirit Communication Technique. Was it a magical puppet technique? No, that wasn't it. A wizardess substitute technique? Incorrect. Mirror technique? Still not right. Soros furrowed his brow, confounded by the peculiar abilities employed by those he encountered today. The water release, water-severing wave was now far more potent than the original 30-meter range, extending to a daunting 100 meters, forcing Soros to continually retreat. The Night Stalker, adept in the shadows, faced an uphill battle against Soros in the forest, akin to an ordinary person attempting to catch a rabbit on the vast plains. Yet now, Soros found himself exposed on the unshielded lake surface, as if fate itself had turned against him, compelling his retreat. Li Shi soared above like a bomber releasing explosives, seamlessly attacking Soros. With the fire release, fireball technique, and the water release, water-severing wave, Li Shi's relentless barrage finally drove Soros to the center of a small island. Scarcely larger than a modest house, insufficient to withstand Li Shi's ninjutsu. Severely wounded, Soros's speed was greatly diminished, his face pale, his garments marred by burn holes. There would be no escape now. Confronted with the weakened Soros, Li Shi wielded his beheading blade, spinning it like a wheel of death, encircling the entire island within his attack range. Should he strike true, the entire island would be leveled. Observing the despair etched on Soros's face, Li Shi remained unwavering. As the fifth-tier Night Stalker, no one could predict his hidden cards. Just when Li Shi raised his blade to cleave the island and Soros in twain, a massive maw erupted from the depths of the lake. The deep-sea cold dragon, having stealthily awaited its moment near the island, had not succumbed to rage over the loss of the long-guarded nine-dragon grass, remaining as calm as a seasoned assassin lurking beneath the waves. At the moment Li Shi focused all his attention on Soros, the predator seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Li Shi's lethal strike was interrupted, granting Soros a moment to escape. Yet, the charge of Li Shi's accumulated attack would not cease, facing the gaping maw of the deep-sea cold dragon. His gaze turned colder than death itself. Foul beast, you seek your demise. A blade of ice, colder than the depths of a frozen hell. sliced through the dragon's mouth like a meat grinder. In that instant, the deep-sea cold dragon found itself in agony, as if it had bitten into a hedgehog, unable to close its mouth or expel its contents. The anguished roar of the deep-sea cold dragon echoed across the lake as it plunged heavily back into the water, leaving a crimson stain upon the surface. With a single strike, Li Shi not only obliterated the dragon's teeth, but also performed a thorough oral cleansing, reducing its flesh to mere powder. Whoever could collect these remnants would have no need for a meat grinder when preparing dumplings at home. As Li Shi's attack concluded, Soros seized the opportunity to sprint toward the shore, where the shadowy forest awaited as his sanctuary. Once back among the shadows, his strength would surge. And though he could not hope to defeat Li Shi, the prospect of escape remained. Li Shi feigned pursuit. Yet the grievously wounded deep-sea cold dragon breached the surface once more, unleashing a torrent of water arrows in Li Shi's direction. You think me a soft target? Li Shi, biting his finger until droplets of blood emerged, summoned forth a multitude of runes with a swift motion. With a resounding boom, a dense white smoke enveloped the area. Although Soros was fleeing, he remained acutely aware of Li Shi's actions. Upon witnessing the billowing smoke, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Indeed, as he had feared, from the smoke emerged a towering figure. With a mere wave of its arm, it dispersed the fog, revealing a granite-like form. Soros's pupils dilated in shock as realization struck. This was the mountain giant ape. The mountain giant ape, summoned for the first time, submerged half its body in the lake. Without need for Li Shi's command, it grasped the comparatively slender form of the deep-sea cold dragon. With hands capable of crushing boulders, it tightened its grip, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the air. Against such overwhelming might, the dragon's scales proved utterly ineffective. As the deep-sea cold dragon turned to bite, the mountain giant ape retaliated with a single punch, causing the dragon's head to twist at an unnatural angle, rendering it disoriented. Logically, both the deep-sea cold dragon and the mountain giant ape were sixth-tier magical beasts. Their combat prowess should have been evenly matched. However, when comparing the lengths of their hands, the disparity became evident. The mountain giant ape towered above, while the deep-sea cold dragon, already injured by Li Shi, stood little chance. A swift encounter left the dragon at a disadvantage. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Second generation, press on. This little serpent bears the bloodline of the silver dragon. It must be delectable. A roar echoed as the news of the dragon spread, causing the mountain giant ape's combat prowess to surge dramatically. It resembled a martial arts master wielding a supple whip, relentlessly striking the surface of the lake with the deep-sea cold dragon, creating a tempestuous spectacle. Under the might of its unparalleled strength, the once tranquil lake transformed. Resembling the ominous signs preceding a storm, waves crashing against the shores, stunning countless fish that floated dazedly on the surface, drifting with the surging tides. The once crystalline waters began to evolve into a muddy mire as sediment from the lakebed was churned to the surface. In a frenzied onslaught, the deep-sea cold dragon was akin to a defenseless lamb, utterly at the mercy of the second generation of sun, who left it no chance of resurgence. With the deep-sea cold dragon no longer a disturbance, Li Shi closed in on Soros, launching relentless aerial assaults. He ignited a raging inferno upon the lake's surface, ensuring that as long as the oil burned, the flames would persist, forcing Soros towards a small island at the lake's center. Li Shi, in a decisive moment, swung his great sword with vigor. A single, powerful strike sent Soros's dagger flying, rendering him helpless as his body crumpled to the ground, broken and battered. Unsettled, Li Shi severed the remaining limbs and shattered Soros's spine, concluding the battle on his end. Meanwhile, the mountain giant ape neared the end of its own struggle, having devoured half of the enormous deep-sea cold dragon, leaving the remainder a mere matter of time. The lake's surface, ravaged by the actions of the second generation of Sun and Li Shi, had become a murky wasteland, further tainted by the blood of the deep-sea cold dragon, with countless fish belly up, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. If you wish to hasten the end of your suffering, answer my questions truthfully. Under the gaze of Li Shi's enigmatic eyes, Soros, instead of cowering, erupted into laughter. What do you find amusing? Li Shi inquired. I laugh at your ignorance. You have provoked our assassin alliance, and soon you will understand the agony of existence. Soros, nearly deranged, dared to threaten Li Shi even in the face of death. I fear you not, for you are no true hero. Yet, before Li Shi could retort, black flames erupted from within Soros, engulfing him entirely. A self-destruct mechanism, indeed, revealing the dark and illicit nature of the organization he belonged to, with imprisonment as the inevitable consequence. In the inferno, Soros emitted no sound of agony. Instead, he bore an alluring smile, extending a sincere invitation from the depths of his soul. I shall await you in the abyss. Due to the eerie black flames, Li Shi refrained from approaching, only retrieving Soros's spatial ring once the flames had extinguished, leaving behind nothing but ash. Waiting for me in the abyss? I am merely fulfilling my duty to combat evil. Dying may grant you ascension, but I shall not share your fate in hell. With Soros deceased, the spatial ring opened its treasures to Li Shi as if it were an unclaimed room. Discovering its contents brought a smile to his face. Your demise is indeed a boon. Thank you. As Soros disintegrated, Li Shi turned to see the second generation of sun consuming the remaining half of the deep-sea cold dragon. With a swift motion, Li Shi carved off several pounds of its flesh, intent on returning to have Lady Avril prepare a culinary delight to savor the flavor of this dragon-like beast. How does it taste? He inquired. The second generation of sun responded with a satisfied roar, suggesting it was indeed delectable. Although the second generation of sun had effortlessly vanquished the deep-sea cold dragon, he had not emerged unscathed. Suffering a gaping wound several meters long across his chest from the creature's breath, now frozen solid, with surrounding flesh exhibiting a purplish-black hue, indicating frostbite. Li Shi produced the potions gifted by Ace, using the last drops to heal the second generation of sun's injury. He then administered several vials of intermediate holy water from Soros's ring, restoring the second generation of sun to peak condition. Hurry and draw forth your divine arts, else you may bankrupt yourself, Li Shi remarked, concerned that even this minor injury had cost him 10 vials of potions and holy water, a sum that could lead to his financial ruin if more severe injuries were to occur. Hearing Li Shi's murmurs, the second generation of sun pounded his chest, reminiscent of war drums resounding across ancient battlefields. I understand your strength, but your injuries cause me distress. After calming the second generation of sun, Li Shi dispersed the summoning spell, causing the mighty form of the sun to vanish. The shadow clone technique activated with a resounding thud, producing a new clone that Li Shi promptly dispatched with a single punch. As the clone perished, the one remaining in Cardo City received Li Shi's instructions to scout the Barrows trading post, ready to relay any information at once. The shared memory capability of the shadow clone was undeniably powerful, akin to a cheat code, allowing instantaneous communication across vast distances. With the battle concluded, Li Shi began to sift through the spoils of victory. He retrieved Soros's spatial ring, pouring out 10 chests filled with gold coins, each identical to those he had previously obtained, each containing 1,500 coins, totaling 15,000 gold coins. Robbing and burning yields riches. Fulfilling tasks pales in comparison to the swiftness of a black operation. Were it not for the system's stringent regulations, Li Shi might have relished the notion of becoming a carefree swordsman or a notorious villain, engaging in nefarious deeds without fear. Especially in a world where information flowed so poorly, making it ideal for mischief. Chapter 59. Trust and Bone. Li Shi continued to search, uncovering the Assassin Alliance tokens that Soros had previously displayed. Taking out 2 more from his own spatial ring, he now possessed 3. Though I cannot join your ranks, since you have let the olive branch of peace slip from my grasp, I shall become your nemesis. We will see if gathering all your tokens brings any special advantages. After securing the 3 tokens, he retrieved a box from his ring, opening it to reveal a silver plant with 9 branched leaves. Li Shi, already imbued with a potent draconic lineage, immediately recognized the presence of a dragoness essence within this plant. Its aura was distinct from his own heat, exuding a cooling sensation that calmed the mind. This must be the 9-dragon grass Soros sought. Consuming it will enhance defensive capabilities, perfect for a fragile profession like his. But now, it belongs to me. Cautious of the medicinal properties, Li Shi refrained from consuming it haphazardly, knowing there would be no after-sales service or hotline to report issues. Thus, he resolved to consult an expert on the best method of consumption. The master alchemist he knew was none other than Archmage Demanja, a true expert in his field. Li Shi decided to return to Cardo City to seek his guidance on whether the plant could be transformed into a suitable potion. Even a modest increase in his defensive capabilities would be invaluable. He continued to rummage through the spatial ring, finding only mundane supplies and weapons of little worth. with nothing of significant value remaining. Once again, dozens of magical crystals were unearthed, predominantly of the second tier, with the least being of the fourth tier, and none above the fifth tier. Shortly thereafter, a few bottles of varying shades, cyan, purple, black, and red, were discovered. Without needing to open them, Li Shi recognized these as the very poisons previously utilized by Soros, a rare find indeed. Awaiting the opportunity to examine them with the great mage Demangia alongside the 9-dragon grass, to discern the nature of these toxins. After thoroughly searching, he finally uncovered 3 small locked boxes at the deepest part of his spatial ring. The locks were evidently crafted from precious metals, with a forceful twist. Li Shi crushed the lock that would have brought tears to the eyes of any bear-sized goblin. Upon opening the first box, he found a martial arts manual. However, upon a cursory glance, he realized the cultivation system was incompatible with his own. It was of no use other than for selling, or perhaps as an impractical means of cleaning oneself. The second box met a similar fate as it was violently pried open, revealing a letter. Recalling Soros's earlier mention of correspondence, Li Shi sensed he had stumbled upon something significant. The letter contained but a few succinct lines, yet it was laden with meaning. Delabot, the Gravekeeper commands you to gather 100 living souls and transport them to the old place. Night approaches, and we shall attain immortality. From the brevity of the message, it became evident that Delabont had been engaged in the nefarious business of abduction, capitalizing on the influx of impoverished souls into Cardo City, where the deaths of a few daily went unnoticed amidst the chaos. This likely accounted for Delabont's ability to remain undetected in his undertakings. The letter's explicit mention of living souls led Li Shi to surmise that these individuals were not to be preserved, but rather sacrificed to an evil deity, as only such a being would require living offerings to demonstrate its might. The reference to the old place suggested that Delabont's sinister activities had been ongoing for quite some time, with the exact number of souls sacrificed remaining unknown. As in times of great turmoil, the plight of one small local tyrant was overlooked. The ominous phrase, "Night approaches," ostensibly signified that their deity, after numerous offerings, could descend upon the world, granting them eternal life. Yet, Li Shi was inclined to believe this dark god sought dominion over the very essence of night itself. In this otherworldly realm, deities were bound to their respective domains, akin to the goddess of agriculture, who presided over farming, with her followers primarily comprising farmers. Matters outside her purview, such as marriage, would yield no blessings from her temple, and perhaps even punishment. The divine realm was populated with countless gods, some formidable while others merely pretenders, as evidenced by their divine mandates. For instance, the god of light governed illumination and the purification of all darkness and evil, a vast responsibility that rendered him the mightiest among the gods. Conversely, the god of contracts, whose domain was merely the management of agreements, attracted few followers, predominantly merchants. Rendering him weak, the god of light could easily vanquish him, much like Li Shi could dispatch an ordinary heretic. Divine authority was paramount, representing both a deity's followers and their foundational strength. Should a god encroach upon another's domain, it would signify a struggle for followers and, by extension, a declaration of war, leading inevitably to a cataclysmic conflict. Presently, the dark deity referenced in the letter appeared intent on infringing upon the realm of darkness, a domain presided over by the Lady of Darkness, a power second only to the god of light. Li Shi shuddered at the thought of what audacity this malevolent entity possessed to act so brazenly, seemingly unafraid of incurring her wrath. Contemplating the implications of the letter, Li Shi found himself at a loss and decided to set it aside for the moment, intending to consult AIC upon his return, for she was well-versed in matters of the divine and could provide valuable insights. The third box, similarly subjected to violent opening, stunned Li Shi when he peered inside, revealing a diminutive hand, childlike in size, nestled within. The hand, translucent and seemingly carved from white jade, was adorned with countless magical runes, rendering it entirely devoid of any discernible aura, as it appeared to be sealed by these very inscriptions. Due to this sealing, Li Shi was unable to sense its essence, thus preventing him from discerning its true nature. However, his limited knowledge indicated that such a stringent sealing could not be trivial. He dared not touch it, pondering the potential consequences of disturbing what might be a malevolent artifact. With a fleeting glance, he promptly closed the box and placed it at the bottom of his spatial ring, reflecting on the entire battle. Li Shi noted that apart from a moment of distraction when he felt assured of victory, his performance was commendable, particularly his ingenious use of shadow clones in place of his true self, a stroke of brilliance he had not anticipated. Initially, he had not expected Soros to attack, merely seeking to conserve energy by sending a clone to confront him, and unexpectedly reaped unforeseen rewards. The remainder of the battle was largely under Li Shi's control, while Soros repeatedly made errors, first revealing himself by ambushing a shadow clone, then attempting to leverage the clone to coerce Li Shi, oblivious to the fact that both entities were one and the same. Ultimately, Soros found himself transported to the most disadvantageous location, the lake's surface, leading directly to his demise. Thus, it became evident that combat is not merely a contest of strength, but rather a measure of who commits fewer blunders. Had Soros chosen to engage Li Shi within the forest from the onset, he might have retained a fighting chance and could have escaped under the guise of his Nightwalker identity, even in defeat. The outcome of a nocturnal confrontation remained uncertain. Within the ceiling space, the entity known as Yulv lay idly on the ground, eyes closed in repose, when Li Shi's figure materialized. "Yulv, I must sincerely thank you this time." "No need," came the indifferent reply. "I did it for myself. As you said, your troubles would be my troubles as well." Yulv remained unperturbed, not even opening his eyes. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude. I shall return immediately to loosen the seal, allowing you to channel more of your power." "Do as you wish." Li Shi's intention stemmed from the fact that during Yulv's rescue, only a minuscule amount of chakra had been transmitted through the cracks of the seal, sufficient to intimidate Soros at a critical moment when Li Shi erupted in blue flames, depleting the entire reserve of chakra that could be conveyed. While Yulv feigned indifference, his two tails, previously still, began to sway animatedly upon hearing Li Shi's plan to widen the seal, revealing his true sentiments. Having once cared for kittens, Li Shi recognized that only a content cat would exhibit such lively tail movements. Thus, he felt assured that an approach would be welcome. Of course, Yulv, as a massive cat demon enveloped in blue flames, would require a more cautious approach before being petted. Only once Li Shi could withstand the blue flames would he dare to proceed. Once Li Shi's mental energy returned, he fulfilled his promise by carefully widening the seal on Yulv's abdomen, as the system had not instructed him on how to manage the seal. Thus, he relied upon his mental prowess to gradually pry it open. Before long, the seal yielded slightly, ensuring that more chakra could be transmitted from Yulv's formidable essence. Having resolved all matters, Li Shi prepared for his return journey. The outbound trip had taken 10 days, but flying back would only require a mere 10 hours. However, midway through his flight, an urgent message from the shadow clone in Isekai'd City reached him, prompting Li Shi to find a suitable place to land and examine his memories. When Li Shi relayed the news of Lord Soros' demise back to the shadow clone in Isekai'd City, the clone proceeded to monitor the trading convoy led by Belros. Yet, after merely 3 hours of surveillance, an incident occurred at the convoy's encampment. A body had been discovered in a stable, although it was already decomposed. Seasoned professionals identified the corpse as that of Lord Soros, who had been out on a mission. With 2 individuals bearing the same identity, one deceased for days and the other alive and present before everyone, there was no doubt that the esteemed guest had been replaced. This revelation struck like a bomb thrown into the ocean, creating tumultuous waves. Galilo, who remained at the convoy's helm, promptly reported the incident to the mercenary guild, expressing that he and his associates were entirely unaware of the situation, and requested that the guild send someone to track down the currently active Soros. Before the mercenary guild could reach a decision, the news was swiftly conveyed to AIC, who immediately sensed trouble. When Li Shi initially undertook this mission, she had felt something was amiss, and now her apprehensions were confirmed. After notifying the mercenary guild and acquiring intelligence from Galilo, she set out of the city alone. The shadow clone, unable to do otherwise, dispatched another clone to follow AIC and ensure her safety, while remaining in Isekai'd City to observe subsequent developments. How fortuitous that I have just eliminated the false Soros while you discover the true Soros corpse, Li Shi mused coldly. Since you are all aware of my absence from the city, I now possess the finest alibi. As a shadow clone materialized, Li Shi swiftly obliterated it with a single punch, sending instructions to the shadow clone in Isekai'd City. Chapter 60. AIC expresses affection. Galilo rushed from the mercenary guild to the convoy's encampment, disregarding the city lord's decree prohibiting galloping within the city limits. He knocked over numerous stalls in his haste, leaving behind a remark about seeking compensation from Belro's convoy, before continuing his frenzied dash. The sudden death of the level 4 swordsman, Soros, had far-reaching consequences, not only affecting the mercenary guild but also the convoy itself, which would face significant disruptions as many missions would be delayed. Even a single day's postponement translated into a loss of gold coins flowing like water, necessitating his intervention. Unbeknownst to Galilo, a figure had been tailing him at a discreet distance, none other than the shadow clone Lishi had left behind in Kadu City. As Galilo passed through a secluded area, Lishi's shadow clone suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could react, a swift chop struck the back of Galilo's head, rendering him unconscious without a sound. When Galilo regained consciousness, he found himself bound in a dilapidated room, facing a man whose face was concealed by a black scarf, revealing only his eyes. Galilo's first instinct was that he had been kidnapped, yet he remained remarkably composed. "I am Galilo, the captain of Belro's convoy in Kadu City. If you seek ransom, merely name your price, and I shall oblige, ensuring no pursuit afterwards. Let us consider this an exchange between friends." Observing Galilo's composed demeanor, Lishi's shadow clone marveled at the poise of a captain of a grand convoy, akin to a manager of a publicly traded company in a past life. Unflappable and possessing exceptional adaptability. "I desire neither your wealth nor your life, but merely to pose a few questions. Should you answer truthfully, I assure you no harm will come to you." Upon receiving no response, Lishi grasped Galilo's sword at his waist and, with a delicate pinch of 2 fingers, easily shattered it into fragments. Galilo's calm expression faltered, his anxiety creeping in. Though not a formidable practitioner, he had invested considerable resources to reach level 3. This sword had cost a fortune to have forged by a master craftsman, and typically, even a level 4 professional could not inflict any damage upon it. Yet, it had been effortlessly reduced to splinters. Involuntarily swallowing hard, he forced a strained smile. "You may inquire, as long as it does not pertain to particularly confidential business matters. I assure you I will speak openly and thoroughly. I heard that your convoy's guest, Soros, has died?" "Yes, it was just discovered today," Galilo nodded vigorously, his taut nerves beginning to ease. Since it was not a question about his convoy's secrets, he felt free to speak. Soros' death had already stirred widespread speculation, making it far from a secret. "How can you be certain that the deceased is Soros?" "Lord Soros is a personable individual. He has never looked down upon us due to his status, so we are familiar with many physical details. Moreover, we found numerous personal belongings beside Lord Soros' corpse. And although the body is decomposed, we can still recognize it as Lord Soros himself." Lishi nodded, continuing with his inquiries. "How long do you estimate Soros has been dead?" "About half a month. Give or take a day," Galilo replied confidently. "How can you be so certain?" At this, Galilo felt a swell of pride and nearly raised his head, but quickly realized the inappropriateness of the moment and lowered it again with a forced smile. "What you may not know is that many of our brothers possess certain skills, including the ability to identify corpses. Even the city lord's office occasionally requires our assistance. It is precisely because of such capabilities that we can ascertain with such accuracy that the body is indeed that of Lord Soros." "Has the previous Soros exhibited any unusual behaviors or habits?" Galilo pondered for a moment before replying. "Lord Soros is dedicated to martial arts, training at home when not on missions. If there is anything noteworthy, it is that he enjoys indulging in a couple of drinks, though not of fine quality. Rather, he prefers the common wheat beer from taverns. Beyond that, there is little else." "Why do you consider such behavior unusual? Is it not normal for a man to enjoy a couple of drinks?" 2 drinks is normal, but given Lord Soros' monthly salary in addition to his earnings from missions, he could easily afford any beverage he desired, without needing to frequent the noisy taverns. "The noisy taverns? Which tavern does he visit frequently?" Galilo candidly responded. "The tavern at 3, Maple Leaf Street. It is not an upscale establishment, merely a place frequented by ordinary folk. I have never been there myself. I only know of it through hearsay." Upon hearing the familiar tavern, Lishi recalled the man who had been hiding in the corner, concealing his face. Now, in light of this comparison, that individual too seemed to be a night walker, who, like Soros, instinctively sought refuge in shadowy corners away from the sunlight. Lishi muttered to himself, realizing that the individual he had encountered earlier was not investigating the death of Delabot, but rather probing whether their acts of pillaging civilians and sacrificing to dark deities had been exposed. Meanwhile, in the basement of the tavern on Maple Leaf Street, a raspy voice echoed with frustration. You useless fool. A level 5 Nightwalker alongside a level 6 deep sea cold dragon has failed. What are you even good for? A pig? A mole? A waste of air. Standing quietly beside him was a man clad in a high-collared trench coat, who remained silent, simply listening. It was not until the raspy-voiced elder grew weary and ceased his tirade that the room fell silent. After a considerable time, he finally spoke to the man in the standing collar trench coat. Due to his exposure, we are compelled to initiate the contingency plan. Please make the necessary preparations. The man in the trench coat, upon hearing the mention of the contingency plan, gazed in astonishment into the darkness, yet saw nothing. The fact that a 5th-level Night Stalker and a 6th-level deep-sea cold dragon had both perished in the ambush indicated that their adversary was exceptionally formidable. Acting rashly without fully understanding the opponent could lead to catastrophic repercussions for them. He had intended to offer counsel, but ultimately remained silent, reluctantly bending down to accept the command. Unbeknownst to the tumultuous events in Cardo City, Li Shi was tirelessly pinpointing AIC's location through his shadow clones. Although AIC was a B-rank mercenary and a priestess of the god of mercenaries, this did not alter the fact that she was merely a fragile mage at heart. Without a warrior's protection, she was easily susceptible to close-range ambushes. Such a delicate mage could easily be overwhelmed by a weapon-wielding child. This was not a matter of levels or strength, but rather one of combat experience. A giant devoid of combat experience could potentially be felled by its own clumsiness, while an experienced goblin could conceivably slay a sword saint. Although such occurrences had never happened, the possibility could not be dismissed. It was commonplace for mages to travel in entourages, with at least one combat unit safeguarding them, thereby allowing mages to maximize their artillery-like capabilities. Without protection, barring a select few seasoned battle mages, most mages lacked close combat experience. After all, casting spells required their full concentration, leaving no room for distraction or negligence. Engaging in close combat, while divided in focus, could result in backlash from their magical energy, leading to either death or debilitating injuries. A mage rendered incapable of fighting was less formidable than a beggar. This foolish girl, Li Shi mused, though inwardly he felt elated, interpreting it as a sign that the god of love had beckoned to him, marking a significant advancement in their relationship. Unable to contain his anticipation any longer, he pushed his speed to the limit, allowing many on the ground to witness the vaporous passage carved through the sky. After 3 hours, Li Shi finally arrived above AIC, who was currently engaged in a race with a 3rd-level magical beast. Not wishing to waste time, AIC had not hesitated upon spotting the beast, her sole focus on finding Li Shi. As Li Shi had foreseen, this fragile mage found herself in close proximity to the beast. Relying on the speed of her hybrid warhorse, she managed to evade to some extent, yet lacked the time to chant a devastating spell, resorting instead to trivial spells that had little effect on the 3rd-level creature. Furthermore, as a priestess, AIC was not strictly a mage and possessed fewer combat techniques. Alone in battle, she was unable to unleash her full potential. Seeing this, Li Shi had no patience to wait for a heroic moment to save the damsel in distress. He dove from the sky, retracting his dragon-like features just before landing, and executed a downward kick that shattered the 3rd-level beast into countless fragments, leaving it lifeless. AIC, witnessing Li Shi's descent, could scarcely believe her eyes. She had prepared herself for the possibility of Li Shi's demise, only to encounter him at her most perilous moment when he had come to her rescue. Forgetting the danger she had just faced, tears brimming in her eyes, she rushed into Li Shi's embrace, exclaiming, "I thought I would never see you again." Then came a torrent of tears, reminiscent of the incessant rains of the southern monsoon. While weeping, she recounted how the Soros who accompanied her on the mission was an imposter, replaced by someone intent on harming Li Shi. Lamenting that he had not heeded her warnings about taking on this task, Li Shi listened, appreciating AIC's concern, and explained that after completing the mission, Soros had indeed acted with ill intent towards him, but fortunately, he had been rescued by the passing Lord Mourinho, who even assisted in eliminating the counterfeit Soros. It was Lord Mourinho who had facilitated his swift return. Had it not been for Lord Mourinho, he would not have been able to perform such a daring rescue. Upon hearing this, AIC believed him, recalling how awe-inspiring Lord Mourinho had been in battle, dispatching demons with ease, even those of city-destroying caliber. A mere counterfeit Soros would certainly pose no challenge. Wasn't it fortuitous that Lord Mourinho appeared at such a crucial moment? On their return journey, AIC and Li Shi shared a horse, with AIC nestled in Li Shi's arms, inquiring why someone as seemingly insignificant as Li Shi would attract attention. Li Shi offered a brief explanation, mentioning that during his early days as a mercenary, he had slain a local warlord named Delaband in the slums, thereby disrupting their plans. Although the specifics of those plans eluded him, as they spoke, Li Shi presented AIC with items he had taken from Soros. And true to her training as a priestess, she identified each object with ease. When he revealed a letter and a delicately carved hand bone, AIC's expression turned grave after reading the letter. She tucked it away, indicating that she would handle the matter, acknowledging that Li Shi's analysis was likely correct. As for the hand bone, upon inspection, AIC's countenance shifted dramatically. By the god of mercenaries, this hand bone is imbued with divine power. Quickly put it away. Chapter 61. White, truly white. After securing the hand bone, AIC solemnly explained to Li Shi that divine power distinguished deities from humans. Regardless of how hard humans trained, the energy they cultivated could only enhance themselves. In contrast, divine power was malleable. When wielded properly, it could fulfill any requirement of life. After all, the Creator used divine power to shape the world. If divine power could create worlds, what could it not achieve? This hand bone likely belonged to a very weak deity, resembling one worshipped by goblins or gnomes. Currently, all deities have descended to the material realm, their powers at an unprecedented low. This is an opportunity for the strong and a crisis for the weaker deities. I suspect this deity has already been slain, and its body infused with divine power has been thoroughly divided. Li Shi was indifferent to which deity had perished. He was concerned only with the usefulness of this item to himself. As for this matter, I lack experience as well. Once we return, I will consult the archives of the church. It must be something valuable. You should keep it safe. Do not lose it. Drawing closer to AIC, Li Shi enveloped her in his arms and whispered in her ear, even if it were lost, it would not matter, for having you by my side is all I need. With a sly smile, AIC feigned ignorance of Li Shi's affectionate gesture. The two leisurely made their way towards Cardo City, their hearts entirely focused on one another, too engrossed in their burgeoning feelings to contemplate the surrounding conflicts. Upon returning to Cardo City, Li Shi led the horse onward, and after a moment, AIC realized they were not on the path home. Where are we headed? She inquired. Li Shi smiled mysteriously. You'll find out if you follow me. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated blacksmith shop. In response to AIC's puzzled gaze, Li Shi greeted the blacksmith within warmly. Master Andy, I have come to see you. The growth journey of Li Shi is well known to AIC, who is also aware that his parents passed away at an early age, and that he was raised by his master, who essentially took on the role of his parents. However, at this moment, AIC felt a sudden sense of embarrassment. Li Shi had actually concealed this from her and brought her to meet his master. She promptly dismounted and stood quietly aside like a proper lady. Li Shi's master, Meng Landa, along with Andy, were overjoyed to see Li Shi return. Just as they were about to speak, their eyes fell upon AIC, who stood beside Li Shi clad in ceremonial robes. To ordinary people, priests were figures of great significance. In their impoverished neighborhood, such individuals only appeared during the Thanksgiving festival, bestowing food and promoting their doctrines, leaving no opportunity for common folk to interact with such exalted beings. After all, they were mere blacksmiths, forever confined to their humble lives. While these priests were naturally blessed by divine favor, two parallel lines that could never intersect. Now, confronted with AIC, they felt awkward and lost. Like schoolchildren caught in a mistake by their teacher. Both men, bare-chested and sweating profusely, felt utterly out of place with AIC's presence. Unsure of where to place their hands, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Observing their discomfort, Li Shi stepped forward and proudly introduced AIC to his master. Master, do not be alarmed. This is my future bride, AIC, the priestess of the god of mercenaries. AIC did not object, her cheeks flushing slightly as she respectfully bowed to Meng Landa, acknowledging him. She then nodded at Andy, whose mouth was agape in astonishment, signaling their acquaintance. This simple gesture made Andy blush, retreating shyly behind the imposing figure of Meng Landa. Overwhelmed with admiration for Li Shi, they had all toiled together as blacksmiths. How could he suddenly become so exceptional, even marrying a priestess? Meng Landa, with a wild look in his eyes, cast a questioning glance at Li Shi, suspecting that Li Shi had engaged in some form of abduction. Just 2 months prior, He had subtly hinted that Li Shi was of age to start a family, and now, in less than 2 months, he had returned with such a celestial being. Meng Landa wondered if some deity had dozed off regarding Li Shi's romantic endeavors. Rest assured, Master, she is indeed my future wife. You need not be so tense. AIC is just an ordinary person, Li Shi reassured. Meng Landa, observing AIC's bashful demeanor as she remained silent, entirely believed Li Shi. This lad, who had emerged from his blacksmith shop in the slums, had truly managed to marry a priestess. An event that had not occurred in centuries. A legendary tale that even the most skilled bards would struggle to believe. Feigning calm, Meng Landa addressed AIC. If Li Shi ever mistreats you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall teach him a lesson. Such was the straightforward and unpretentious nature of a blacksmith. AIC stifled a giggle. I certainly will. Master, you need not worry. I cherish such a beautiful bride far too much to mistreat her, Li Shi declared. Today, you are not to go anywhere. I shall treat you both to a meal. Li Shi had intended to solidify their relationship and bring joy to Meng Landa by showing him that he had indeed started a family. Today won't work. Sir Naz is holding a ball at his estate tonight, and he has specifically invited us to shoe the horses. Andy and I must leave at once. Meng Landa pointed to the tools already prepared in the corner. Although pleased to see Li Shi with such a remarkable bride, he had obligations to fulfill. Isn't Sir Naz short on funds? How can he host a ball? In Li Shi's recollections, he remembered that Sir Naz led a rather frugal life, and a noble ball could bankrupt his already struggling household. It was only because his daughter had reached a marriageable age that Sir Naz had reluctantly decided to host the ball, hoping to secure a suitable son-in-law. Brought back to reality by AIC's beauty, Andy explained to Li Shi, "Oh, I see. Regardless of the income, perhaps we should skip it." Li Shi often rushed through his tasks, and this rare opportunity to sit down and dine with friends was not something he wished to squander. Meals can be had at any time. Obligations must be honored, Meng Landa replied, steadfast in his principles. Li Shi had long understood Meng Landa's stubbornness from his memories. Once he set his mind on something, no one could dissuade him, not even the god of forging, who might also possess a similar obstinacy. Then let us dine together tomorrow. I have gifts for you both. What gifts? Andy inquired curiously. Meng Landa let out a slight grunt, causing Andy to lower his head in silence. It's not easy being a mercenary out there. One must not expect gifts from him. Understood, Master, Andy submissively acknowledged, accustomed to being reprimanded by his mentor. I have plenty of money, and besides, AIC is financially secure as well. Even if I earn nothing, AIC can support me. Therefore, you must not decline my gifts. I shall reveal them after dinner tomorrow. I promise you will be astonished. Li Shi's unabashed display of reliance on AIC left Meng Landa incredulous. Yet, seeing AIC's complete acceptance of this arrangement, he could only shake his head in wonder, acknowledging that times had changed. Men could indeed thrive without earning, while women could provide for the family. Andy, on the other hand, gave Li Shi an enthusiastic thumbs up, viewing him as a role model and a source of inspiration. So impressive, Li Shi intended to gift Andy the old house as a wedding present, an asset that was otherwise left to languish. It was better to repurpose what he deemed useless, transforming what he considered a burden into a coveted luxury for Andy and his companions. As for Meng Landa, he had also prepared a substantial amount of wealth that would ensure a comfortable retirement, just as he had mentioned previously, enough to allow him to marry several wives. Very well, then. Tomorrow it is. Andy and I shall refrain from taking on new tasks and will await your return at the shop. With the need to hurry to Sir Naz's estate, the four exchanged few words before departing, as they watched Meng Landa and Andy fade into the distance. AIC smiled and remarked, "You chose not to pursue a comfortable life as a blacksmith, but instead opted for the perilous path of a mercenary. Do you ever regret it?" Li Shi gazed into AIC's captivating eyes. "I only regret not having met you sooner. Only you would say such things. Now let us be off." AIC, mounted on her horse, playfully nudged Li Shi with her feet, clearly delighted by his charming words. The two did not return home together. Li Shi first went to the mercenary hall to submit his tasks, elevating his D-rank mission progress to 4, thus earning 2 chances for a lottery draw. Meanwhile, AIC, seizing the early hour, delivered the letter she had obtained from Soros to the Dark Temple, personally handing it to the priestess there and reminding them to remain vigilant regarding any disturbances in the city. Having completed these errands, Li Shi took AIC's hand, and they ran home joyfully. AIC understood the challenges that lay ahead, yet she felt no fear, only anticipation. "AIC, I swear to cherish you for a lifetime, even more than myself." In their room, Li Shi vowed to the heavens, his fervent gaze fixed on AIC, as if he wished to meld her essence with his own. AIC did not respond with words, but rather with a passionate kiss. Upon hearing that Li Shi was in danger, she had nearly been overwhelmed with sorrow. In that moment, she realized that she would never love another but him. As their garments slipped away, the only thought lingering in Li Shi's mind was, white, so pure, white, so pure, white, so pure. At this moment, the sun still hung high in the sky, perhaps having glimpsed something it ought not to have, quickly darting away with a blushing visage, allowing the myriad stars to take over its duties. Inside the room, a fierce struggle continued unabated. Hours later, the battle came to an end as Ace succumbed to exhaustion. Li Shi adored her current form. Bolstered by the dragon vein, she possessed a robust, giant-like strength. Ace experienced a tumultuous day, filled with intense emotions and rigorous exertion, finally succumbing to a deep slumber. It was then that Li Shi found the time to engage in a lottery, with a silent invocation of Xiao Fan. A spinning wheel materialized, visible only to Li Shi. He cast a cursory glance at it, then silently grinned, revealing a gleam of excitement. Among the items were ninja tools such as the Kusanagi sword, Asuma's chakra blade, wind shuriken, and explosive tags. Most of these tools had appeared multiple times before, yet the wind shuriken made its debut. This weapon, reminiscent of a large pinwheel, wielded greater power than a typical shuriken and could be employed in conjunction with ninjutsu. When Naruto and Sasuke first battled the rogue ninja Zabuza, they utilized the wind shuriken alongside transformation techniques to rescue Kakashi, ensnared within the water prison technique. In summary, for Li Shi, this item bore no distinction from a mere shuriken, both falling into the realm of the unusable. Turning to the ninjutsu, he noted the presence of Palm Sage technique, fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique, water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique, water release, Water Shark Bullet technique, wood release, Wood Dragon technique, multiplication technique, and Konoha's strong wind. To his surprise, half of these ninjutsu had not been encountered before. Chapter 62, The Enchantress Queen Lilith. Since acquiring Sun Air Dai as his summoning beast, Li Shi had longed for the Palm Sage technique, which could rescue him from the brink of bankruptcy. Without it, he felt tethered to Sun Air Dai, for even a single grievous injury could revert him to a state of deprivation, leaving him to suffer the bitter winds of the Northwest. The Great Fire Dragon technique and Water Dragon Bullet technique had surfaced numerous times. While the Water Shark Bullet technique was a first, it was a signature move of the rogue ninja Kisame, transforming chakra into a shark that could agilely pursue its foes until either shattered or devoured. Reflecting on this ninjutsu, Li Shi recalled the man perpetually defeated by the azure beasts of Konoha, whose prowess was easily dismissed, even by the Eight Tails. How tragic it was that he remained unremembered in death. Next, Li Shi's gaze fell upon the source of his delight, the Wood Dragon technique, a hallmark of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. As a deity among ninjas, a single maneuver could summon a wood dragon capable of ensnaring tailed beasts. This was akin to a basic attack for him, a pursuit others might dedicate their lives to achieve, a prospect infuriating in its elusiveness. Naturally, while Li Shi marveled at the strength of this ninjutsu, he also understood that it would gather dust in his possession, as the prerequisite for utilizing wood release was the wood release bloodline limit. Even with the cells of the first Hokage and the bizarre techniques like the ghostly spiral, he hesitated to attempt injection. The assimilation ability of wood release was formidable. Li Shi preferred to wait until he possessed other treasures to guarantee success before taking action. Safety was paramount, and now was not the time to sacrifice everything for power. Next was the multiplication technique, a secret art of the Akimichi clan in Konoha, allowing the body to swell in size, thereby enhancing strength and resilience. Li Shi's current physical prowess was already substantial. Ordinary practitioners of levels 5 and 6 would scarcely dare to withstand his strikes. Should he acquire this technique, even a tripling of his size would correspondingly amplify his strength, making him a formidable opponent. The final item, Konoha's strong wind, was a common taijutsu move favored by Guy and Lee. While it was a staple for them, for others, it represented sheer brute force, capable of snapping trees with a single kick. Should Li Shi draw this, he would effortlessly treat trees as if they were mere twigs, even sending Sun Air Dai flying. Overall, the offerings of the day were commendable, with the Wood Dragon technique standing out as the most powerful. though it was also the one he wished to avoid, as it would occupy space without immediate utility. What he truly desired were the palm sage technique and the multiplication technique. Obtaining a super multiplication technique would be splendid, enabling an expansion to heights akin to mountains, transforming into a behemoth without the need for a mech. Alas, such a technique had yet to present itself. Commencing the lottery, the pointer whirled like a wild stallion. Li Shi briefly checked on the still sleeping ace, then gently closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal a Sharingan with a small tomo. Previously unable to discern the pointer's trajectory, he now attempted again with improved clarity. However, it was futile. He remained unable to perceive the pointer's speed. As it slowed, he eagerly anticipated its movement. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the wood dragon technique. Li Shi was taken aback, astonished at how the universe seemed to grant him precisely what he did not desire. In his excitement, he nearly awakened Ace and quickly composed himself. As the ninjutsu flooded his mind, he grasped it instantaneously. Powerful, indeed, though its primary flaw lay in its inapplicability. Once more, he initiated the process, blindingly spinning the wheel without concern for the pointer's direction. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the multiplication technique. Now this was more like it. The correct approach for a traverser such as himself. Li Shi beamed with joy. As the multiplication technique settled within his mind, he was filled with a surge of exhilaration, quickly uncovering its secrets. With this technique, he could quadruple his size, from his current height of 1.8 meters to 7.2 meters, reaching a third of Sun Air Dai's stature, while simultaneously amplifying his strength fourfold. Should he encounter the flame demon again, he felt confident in a direct confrontation, where the victor would declare the loser a fool. However, this multiplication technique bore a flaw. Its duration was fleeting, lasting scarcely a minute, with a significant chakra drain. At Li Shi's current level as a chunin, he could sustain it for no more than 20 seconds. The minute he referenced included chakra from the two tails. But once that minute elapsed, he would be left with an empty reservoir, relying solely on his physical prowess. Yet, this shortcoming did not diminish his might. Few adversaries could withstand a quadrupled Li Shi. Even a giant standing before him would find themselves reborn after a mere minute. Glancing at the still sleeping ace, Li Shi yearned to share his elation, believing that in moments of joy, one should pursue their passions. Don't move. Just then, Ace's voice, tinged with a hint of a whimper, reached his ears, seemingly echoing from afar. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's heart raced like a fawn, his cheeks flushed, feeling intoxicated without having consumed any alcohol. With Ace beside him, bare and vulnerable, he felt an overwhelming impulse welling within him. It was as if a devil whispered incessantly in his ear, urging him to indulge in life's pleasures, proclaiming joy as the ultimate pursuit, surrender to desire. But no, he thought. In but a fleeting moment, Li Shi was abruptly awakened. If his previous feelings for AIC had stemmed from affection, now it felt as if he had been drugged, reduced solely to primal physiological urges. Chakra surged through his entire being, driving away the entrancing sounds that threatened to ensnare him. Fortunately, the sound was faint. As long as he maintained control over himself, those sinister thoughts could swiftly be expelled. He rolled out of bed and flung open the window, only to behold a faint crimson mist rising over the city, flowing with the gentle breeze. If he listened closely, he could discern disquieting whispers carried by the wind, and the sweet scent wafting from the red mist was intoxicating enough to lead Li Shi into a reverie. Goodness, if this continued, the entire city would descend into debauchery. He realized that summoning AIC, who was already fatigued, would only exacerbate her condition, especially with the pervasive crimson mist clouding her mind. This was undoubtedly a trap. Li Shi swiftly retrieved a vial of holy water and administered it to AIC, who immediately regained her clarity and vitality. Ignoring her delicate allure, he pulled her to the window and pointed outside, asking, "What is happening?" One glance was all it took for AIC to become alarmed. The queen of succubi, Lilith, the master of all succubi, was about to descend upon Cardo City. The fallen red mist was one of her powers, capable of subtly controlling anyone who inhaled it, leading them to indulgence and, ultimately, death. Li Shi felt a shiver down his spine at the mention of those two names. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating a confrontation with the fire demon, and now it seemed that a layer of abyssal dominance was about to emerge. What kind of being could contend with divine entities? Mere mortals would flee in terror at such an existence. Facing such a formidable foe in Cardo City was beyond reckoning. To challenge, it would be akin to a foolish deer confronting a bear, willingly offering itself as prey. What should be done now? Li Shi was ill-equipped to navigate such a high-stakes conflict. He needed to consult an expert. If AIC deemed the situation hopeless, he would immediately gather his best allies and flee, as escape was still an option against insurmountable odds. AIC, ever the professional priestess, quickly sorted her thoughts. Lilith would not easily breach Cardo City. The spatial integrity of the main plane was not something she could traverse effortlessly. Somewhere, a grand altar must be summoning her. You must seek its location, she instructed, emphasizing that the densest concentration of red mist would indicate the altar's whereabouts. I will regroup with the bishop and the others. If Lilith truly descends, we can only invoke a divine summoning, beseeching the gods to repel her. Li Shi sensed a lack of confidence in AIC's tone. Her choice of words, repel rather than defeat or kill, spoke volumes. This was understandable. Facing a being of such caliber required utmost caution. Moreover, the deities were currently gathering their strength to return to their divine realms. Who would willingly engage in a direct confrontation with a top-tier powerhouse like Lilith during such a critical juncture? Such an encounter would be a senseless expenditure of their might. To the gods, the population of Cardo City might hold less value than a fraction of their own power. As he watched his beloved, who had just shared a fleeting moment of intimacy, prepare to part ways, both understood that while an opportunity remained, neither could afford to flee. Li Shi kissed AIC fiercely, urging her to be safe. AIC responded with fervor, reminding him to find the location without acting recklessly and to return with news or create a significant diversion to signal them, then to hide. For such a battle was beyond their capabilities. Understood. I will remember, he assured her. Without exchanging further pleasantries, they donned their clothes and flew out of the window. Just as Li Shi ventured a short distance away, an inexplicable urge compelled him to glance back at the neighboring house. Then, employing the shadow clone technique, he summoned a shadow clone, instructing it, go check on Lady Avril. If there's trouble, administer a vial of holy water. After handing the shadow clone a vial of holy water, Li Shi set off in search of the altar. It was now deep into the night, a time when everyone should have been in slumber, yet every room resonated with sounds that would flush any face with embarrassment. Li Shi even witnessed cats and dogs, driven by the crimson mist, engaging in frenzied copulation, with bizarre pairings of cats and dogs, as well as dogs and chickens. Leveraging his extraordinary vision, Li Shi quickly discerned the area with the highest concentration of red mist and raced towards it. The deeper he ventured, the more alarmed he became. For as the mist thickened, the populace grew increasingly frenzied, losing all semblance of self-control. If this persisted, the individuals would exhaust themselves, paving the way for Lilith's arrival. As the red mist thickened, what had once been a mere veil now rendered visibility less than 20 meters. Although Li Shi's exceptional eyesight allowed him to see over 100 meters, an ominous premonition gripped him about his current trajectory. He pushed his body to the limits of the instantaneous movement technique, summoning a gale that stirred the oppressive red mist into waves. The seductive sounds around him elicited no emotional response. Instead, he found himself consumed by fury. At last, after traversing half of Cardo City, Li Shi arrived at the heart of the densest red mist, before a somewhat shabby, yet significant manor. This was the location where Master Meng Land and Andy had informed him to repair the horseshoes, the estate of Night Nas. Before he even stepped through the gate, he beheld the street outside littered with the bodies of servants, their garments disheveled and their lifeless forms testament to their exhaustion. These servants had come to attend the ball, but the overwhelming concentration of red mist had proven too much for them to resist their inner demons, leading to their untimely demise. It was not merely the servants. Even the horses pulling carriages lay in similar states, faces contorted into expressions of bliss as they succumbed to death. A fire raged within Li Shi's heart. In a world rife with chaos, human life may be trivial, yet to have lives snatched away so mindlessly was an unspeakable cruelty. He kicked open the heavy wooden door, not pausing to survey the surroundings, instead heading directly to the rear of the manor where the horses would typically be. Along the way, he encountered the bodies of more deceased servants, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles that would chill the soul of any onlooker. Perhaps for these servants, a painless death was viewed as a form of happiness. These ordinary individuals, devoid of any strength, possessed no means to resist amid the crimson mist, a tragic reality for the weak. Li Shi's heart raced with anxiety. He knew the odds were slim. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. Andy was but a slightly stronger ordinary person, and the likelihood of his survival was negligible, if not non-existent. Master Ming Land was merely a second-tier warrior. In such a scene, he was not much better off than Andy. Li Shi moved with blinding speed, reaching the stables in an instant. Unbelievably, yet undeniably, two robust figures slumped against the wall, their faces serene as if they were merely sleeping. Once strong as oxen, their bodies now resembled frail lambs, gray and feeble as if aged a century. Trembling, Li Shi gently prodded them, and their bodies collapsed at once. In truth, the moment he laid eyes on the bodies, he had already anticipated this outcome. At a certain level of power, one could ascertain much merely through intuition. In the midday light, they had been discussing their plans for a meal the following day, yet today was the day he had set. They could have chosen not to come, and if only he had insisted further, they would not have met such a fate. Why? Li Shi raised his voice to the heavens, the palpable aura of menace radiating from him forcing the surrounding crimson mist to retreat several meters. Amidst two streams of regretful tears, the single tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly, the murderous intent within him refusing to subside, his blood surging and boiling, transforming the single tomo into a double. The deaths of Ming Land and Andy had triggered the second evolution of his Sharingan. His vision and dynamic perception had once again been enhanced, allowing him to clearly record and replicate his opponent's actions. The true power of the Sharingan began to manifest. Yet Li Shi would have preferred to forego such an evolution. Using the deaths of loved ones to fuel his own growth was a notion reserved only for the most ill-fated among them. With a wave of his hand, he stored the two corpses within his spatial ring. Although living beings could not be contained, the dead posed no issue. Wiping the tears from his face, Li Shi did not forget his purpose for being there. He formed hand seals and directed his gaze skyward, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique. Empowered by his current strength, a 6-meter-wide fireball shot into the sky, soaring 20 meters high before exploding with a resounding roar, illuminating a corner of Cardo City, ensuring that all who observed would undoubtedly see it. With his great sword in hand, he directed his ire towards the nearby villa, his steel teeth ready to crush anything in their path. A pair of dragon wings unfurled from his back, and with near-sonic speed, he cleaved through the entire rear wall of the 3-story villa. At last, the interior of the villa came into view, revealing countless nobles clad in elaborate robes, half naked and sprawled across the ground, their bodies frail as if they were on the brink of death. A pitch-black portal loomed above, exuding red smoke like a chimney, while the air was thick with intoxicating whispers emanating from within. With his newly enhanced eyesight, Li Shi could clearly see white mist being drawn into the portal, and with each inhalation, the portal's size gradually expanded. Having previously battled the flame demon, he understood that this was a means to gather strength for the enchanting Queen Lilith. Currently, the portal, measuring less than 8 meters, was evidently insufficient for her passage. Casting a casual glance around, he found no signs of life. It was as if this place were a realm devoid of breath, save for his own. A disdainful smile crept across Li Shi's face as he addressed the desolate scene. That impostor Soros met his demise at my hands. I shattered his bones one by one and forced him to consume his own entrails, tormenting him for hours. Had it not been for that final self-destructive black flame, I could have prolonged his suffering for days without repeating myself. Enough, Dragonborn. You merely wish to force us into the open. There is no need for such self-deprecating remarks. A man in a high-collared trench coat emerged from the red mist, in his guise as the Dragonborn. Li Shi was not recognized by this man as the little mercenary he once was, but Li Shi recognized him as the very man he had encountered while accepting a mission on Maple Leaf Street. Have you assassins become traitors, or willingly become dogs of the abyss? Li Shi had initially intended to probe for any signs of their involvement, and their sudden appearance confirmed his suspicions. He had reason to believe that the peril faced by AIC was also orchestrated by them. Were it not for his desire to clarify a few lingering doubts, he would have already drawn his blade. The vengeance for Ming Land and Andy demanded a price, a grievous one. The man in the trench coat wore a mocking smile. The abyss. It is merely a tool we utilize. I know you are attempting to extract information from me, but I do not mind. Feel free to enjoy the process. As the man vanished into the crimson mist, Li Shi instinctively prepared to pursue, only to feel a spike of alertness and swiftly blocked with his great sword. Clang! 2 heavy swords collided with his blade. Upon inspection, Li Shi saw two towering automatons clad in heavy armor, their entire forms engraved with magical runes. Weighing tons, yet moving with the stealth of assassins. They had silently approached from behind, attacking me with fourth-tier puppets? Such wealth. Monkey, once hailed as Cardo City's premier puppeteer, could create fourth-tier puppets, each valued at thousands of gold coins. Unfortunately, after attempting to harm Li Shi, he had lost both his assets and his life. Li Shi still possessed ample materials for crafting puppets within his spatial ring. What confronted Li Shi were not mere puppets, but constructs that required a puppeteer for control. While less intelligent than true puppets, they were easier to produce in mass quantities, indicating the presence of a puppeteer nearby. Having been discovered, the two constructs prepared to vanish into the mist once more, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. But Li Shi would not grant them such an opportunity. As they attempted to flee, his great sword swept through the air like a general commanding an army, dispersing the pervasive crimson fog and sending it retreating dozens of meters. The two constructs raised their heavy swords in defense, but before the might of his blade, they were crushed along with their weapons, fragments raining down like a storm. In the distance, a shadow cloaked in black contemplated striking again. But the man in the trench coat placed a hand on his shoulder, and the two turned to leave. Such a feeble display. Better kept hidden, lest it tarnish your reputation. Li Shi did not hold back his scorn, unleashing a torrent of ridicule. Yet, his intention to provoke them misfired. Aside from the man in the trench coat and the fleeting constructs, the others made no further moves, as if they had never been present. Even the puppeteer, having lost two constructs, showed no sign of retaliating. Were it not for the scattered remnants of puppets upon the ground, Li Shi might have doubted he had faced any assault at all. However, just as he contemplated pursuing the members of the Assassin Alliance, voices emerged from the portal. A pair of sharp horns, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens, emerged from the portal, followed by a towering, muscular figure stepping through. Li Shi sensed a peculiar affinity with this abyssal horned demon, as fate seemed to align them time and again. As he beheld the horned demon alongside the elusive members of the Assassin Alliance, Li Shi swallowed his seething rage, soaring towards the portal. The instant the demon's massive head appeared, his blade descended with lethal precision, severing it cleanly from its body before it could even register Li Shi's presence. He needed to hold his ground until reinforcements arrived. Allowing a demon to manifest within the city would spell catastrophic consequences. Yuri, keep an eye on those treacherous ambushers. Unsure of what might emerge from the portal and wary of a surprise attack from the Assassin Alliance, he sought the assistance of the two-tailed spirit, its dual consciousness providing him with a sense of security against potential threats. Understood, came the voice of Uri from within the sealed space. Within the crimson mist, a continuous stream of white vapor was being drawn into the portal, which gradually expanded. Each wisp of white mist represented the soul of a life that had passed, providing energy to the portal. Li Shi felt overwhelmed and unable to attend to other matters. All he could do was hope that Ace and the others would react swiftly to reduce the death toll. For minimizing casualties was the most effective means to hinder Lilith's arrival. With a swift motion, he executed the shadow clone technique. Bang! As soon as a clone emerged, Li Shi shattered it with a single punch. The clone left behind to monitor Lady Avril's condition received Li Shi's inquiry. Confronted with such a formidable adversary as the abyssal demon, Li Shi was compelled to give his all. Hence, any clones dispatched must return when possible. As the clone was destroyed, a surge of strength coursed through him, accompanied by a brief influx of memories. He did not linger on these details. His only concern was confirming that Avril was safe, which brought him relief. The cacophony of footsteps within the portal began to quicken. Li Shi contemplated shattering the portal as he had done previously, but before he could act, the demon's characteristic 4-meter-long blade thrust forth from within. "How dare you little imps show your faces?" he declared, preparing to confront them. With a swift motion, he grasped the demon's sword with one hand and yanked, pulling the towering 6-meter figure of the abyssal demon stumbling out of the portal. The demon was taken aback, astonished that such a force could be wielded by a mere human. Yet, upon seeing Li Shi's countenance, any trace of trepidation vanished, replaced by a surge of unbridled rage. Its gaping maw seemed to echo the name of its sworn enemy, the abyssal cursors.